In the divine desolation upon the sacred land of Phoenix Mountain lay the Dao field of the Shenhuang Empress. I can never go back. At dawn, with spiritual mist coiling through the air, Wang Dao was performing his daily duty of sweeping the mountain gate at the foot of Peach Mountain. Wang Dao did not belong to the world of divine desolation. He came from Earth. 10 days earlier, he had crossed over into the Empress's Dao field, possessing the body of this 5-year-old child and inheriting a small portion of the boy's memories. Divine desolation was a mythic world where bloodlines reigned supreme. Gods, humans, immortals, and demons coexisted. Ancient royal clans of myriad kingdoms stood side by side. Countless sacred lands and forbidden zones lay scattered across the realm, and in the darkness lurked creatures that might resurge at any moment. Divine desolation encompassed the 4 seas and 8 wilds, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as a boundless world of darkness. This child's origin was far from simple. He was the 9th prince of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, whose ancestors had once been a powerful clan that dared to wage war against the heavens. Yet this child possessed no bloodline at all. Before reaching the age of 5, he was caught in a coup and civil war within the kingdom. His parents perished in battle, and he was left grievously wounded, barely clinging to life. The Shenhuang Empress brought him back to the sacred land for treatment, but when he awoke, a different soul resided within his body. As an existence that had remained invincible in divine desolation for 10,000 years, the Empress stood in a transcendent position, revered and feared by all races. Her Dao field, Phoenix Mountain, likewise towered above all other powers. Here Wang Dao was exceedingly safe, with no need to fear assassination by his enemies. He sighed softly and moved to another spot to continue sweeping. Suddenly, swish, 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 a great shower of peach blossoms came cascading down. A 7-year-old little girl stood on a branch, deliberately making trouble. Her small face was fair and dewy, her eyes large and round. Wearing an air of haughty pride, she looked down at Wang Dao. "Stupid pig, why did you stop sweeping?" "Keep sweeping." Wang Dao gave a wry smile. This was far from the first time. "Ninth senior sister, I'm just a sweeper. Please have mercy on me." The little girl placed her hands on her hips, a look of triumphant innocence mixed with mischief on her face. "Hee, since you know you were wrong, hurry up and come back with your dear ancestress to admit your mistake to master." Wang Dao shook his head resolutely. "I'm not going." The little girl's expression changed in an instant. "Why not? Do you plan to sweep the grounds for your entire life?" Wang Dao smiled helplessly. From the moment he had opened his eyes in the sacred land, the Shenhuang Empress had told him that she had already accepted him as her 10th personal disciple. The Empress intended to cultivate him as the next leader of the human race, charging him with suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, pacifying the dark turmoil, and leading humanity to wage war against the heavens, never to rest until death. Wang Dao could not understand it. He had no bloodline at all, a mere mortal. Above him were 8 peerless senior sisters, each dazzling beyond compare, as well as a senior brother acclaimed as the #1 sword of the human race. Which one of them was not more extraordinary than he? There were clearly far better candidates. Why had the Empress chosen him? Wang Dao sensed the stench of conspiracy. Secondly, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, pacifying the dark turmoil, and as for waging war against the heavens, it was put simply leading the human race in rebellion. Any one of these 3 tasks could cost him his head. Even 10,000 lives would not be enough. Wang Dao did not consider himself a useless slacker, yet the Empress had thrust 3 hell-level objectives upon him from the very start. Such grand undertakings were better left to other heaven-blessed prodigies. As for himself, watering flowers when he had time, sweeping the grounds when he was free, and living as a carefree wanderer seemed far more suitable. Because he refused the Empress, she flew into a rage and ordered him to sweep the grounds and reflect on his actions. "You're clearly the little junior brother, yet you dare to disobey your senior sister. I'm so mad I could explode." Her tiny arms suddenly stretched wide, and she pulled an unimaginably tall mountain from 1,000 li away into the air before them. Holding it aloft above her head with her hands, she shouted, "Stupid pig, are you going or not? Senior sister, put the mountain down first. We can talk this out." Wang Dao said, his scalp tingling. To move a mountain and smash someone with it at the slightest disagreement. She was truly a little ancestor he could not afford to offend. The little girl gnashed her teeth. "Stupid pig, if you don't go, your dear ancestress will flatten you right now. Shall you, that's enough." At that critical moment, an icy female voice descended from the clouds. Wang Dao's chest trembled. The Empress's voice. The little girl looked toward the mountaintop. "Empress, you've waited 500 years for this stupid pig. Are you really going to let him off like this?" The Empress's voice carried a coldness that kept all at a distance, laced with disappointment. "A melon forced from the vine is never sweet. Stupid pig, for master's sake, your dear ancestress will spare you today." "Umph." With a casual toss, the divine mountain was flung away, and the little girl flew into the clouds, vanishing from sight, respectfully sending off the Empress. Wang Dao's heart grew wary. Ninth senior sister Xiao Liu had said the Empress had waited 500 years for him. What did that mean? There was definitely something off about the Empress. Detected heaven-defying opportunity at the Empress's Peach Mountain Dao field. Would you like to sign in at the Empress's Peach Mountain Dao field? Wang Dao glanced around. What was that voice? Sign in, he tried responding. Sign in at the Empress's Peach Mountain Dao field successful. Reward Chaos, Supreme Bloodline. Friendly reminder opportunities in the Peach Mountain Dao field are heaven-defying. You may sign in repeatedly. Would you like to fuse? The voice sounded again, and Wang Dao's gaze sharpened. His cheat had arrived. Wang Dao was both shocked and overjoyed. This Chaos Supreme Bloodline, what is its origin? The system replied bloodlines are ranked from 1st grade entry to 9th grade Supreme. The Chaos Supreme Bloodline is of 9th grade Supreme, the highest of the high. When the Chaos Supreme physique is perfected, you shall command the 3,000 Daos and rule over innate beings who none will dare disobey. Wang Dao's eyes burned with fervor. I've heard that my 3rd senior sister possesses the Chaos Green Lotus spiritual root, and with a single sword can cleave open heaven and earth. Compared to her, which is stronger, my Chaos Supreme Bloodline or hers? The system replied Chaos Green Lotus and the Chaos Supreme Bloodline are not comparable. Wang Dao's blood boiled. Seriously? Then keep signing in. The system's mechanical voice intoned you may only sign in once per day. Wang Dao asked only once. Can I sign in anywhere? The system said the more extraordinary the location, the more generous the sign-in rewards. Items obtained are related to the master of that place. Wang Dao rubbed his small hands together. Help me fuse the Chaos Supreme Bloodline. Hurry up. Fusion in progress. Chaos Supreme Bloodline fusion successful. Wang Dao was bewildered. He felt nothing at all. In the next instant, a surging tide of energy swept through his internal organs, limbs, and bones, merging perfectly with him. His strength began to soar, his entire being undergoing a complete rebirth. Had his bloodline awakened? To possess a bloodline meant he was already a true person of the body-tempering realm. The fusion was not yet over. Wang Dao's strength was still skyrocketing. The system's prompts sounded again and again. True person 1st grade. True person 3rd grade. True person 9th grade. At the same time, heavenly phenomena began to manifest. Boundless mighty chaos chi unfurled across the eternal azure sky, covering all 1,800 ancient divine peaks of Phoenix Mountain. Within the chaos chi, the 3,000 Daos resounded in unison, their majesty unfathomable. The 3,000 Daos each took form as a godman, appearing one after another within the chaos, every one of them towering and imposing, radiating multicolored sacred light. Next, innate beings born of chaos itself, such as the world-cleaving Chaos Green Lotus, the Chaos Fusang tree, the 7-treasure wondrous tree, the bitter bamboo, and the hollow willow, all surfaced from the Chaos Chi. Each manifestation was world-shaking, rarely seen across the ages. The 3 primal clans, the True Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Qilin, also appeared within the Chaos Chi. These proud races at this moment lowered their heads, withdrew their arrogant gazes, and prostrated upon the clouds. Each heavenly phenomenon was incomparably awe-inspiring. Yet the omens converging above the sacred land of Phoenix Mountain numbered in the tens of thousands, each distinct from the next. Every single vision exuded boundless reverence. It was as if they were all welcoming the birth of the King of Chaos. Wang Dao was stunned. All 80,000 disciples of the sacred land were utterly dumbfounded. Across the divine desolation world, innumerable obscure, yet powerful gazes pierced through heaven and earth to converge upon Phoenix Mountain. Some came from great sacred lands, some from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, some from forbidden zones, and some from the depths of darkness. The world was in an uproar. At the summit of Peach Mountain within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, a young woman of peerless grace stepped out. She wore a phoenix coronet upon her head and robes like falling sunset clouds. Her skin was bathed in holy radiance, her tall, slender figure the very picture of perfect elegance. Her peerless features and beautiful phoenix eyes emanated innate nobility that made others afraid to look directly at her. She was the master of Phoenix Mountain, the Shenhuang Empress who had remained invincible for 10,000 years. When the Empress gazed up at the sky and beheld the myriad chaotic visions, her phoenix eyes trembled ever so slightly. Someone has awakened the Chaos Supreme Bloodline. Swish! 10 divine rainbows descended from the heavens and landed before the Empress. Each figure was a mighty sage of the human race. Little Carp clung to the Empress's long leg, her face deathly pale. Emperor, what is happening? The 10 elders all fixed their gazes on the Empress. Empress, this phenomenon is so terrifying, rarely seen even in ancient times. What on earth is the cause? The Empress replied coldly, this is the chaotic myriad phenomena. Only when a Chaos Supreme Bloodline is born will it appear. Hiss! The 10 old men all drew in a sharp breath. Is our Phoenix Mountain about to usher in an era of dual supremes? Congratulations, Empress. The group of elders cupped their hands in salute. Little Carp, thoroughly unconvinced, said, "Isn't it just a chaos supreme bloodline? What's so amazing about that? Aren't you also a supreme bloodline emperor?" The Empress shook her head. "It is not the same. Your master is a postnatal supreme while this person is an innate supreme. His potential surpasses mine by far. An innate supreme. Since ancient times in Shenhuang, such a being has never existed." Little Carp's face was full of fear. "Innate supreme? Who is that guy?" The Empress lightly shook her head. "I cannot see him. He is shielded by 3,000 Daos. His bloodline does not reveal itself." An elder said, "That is easy to handle. As long as we gather all 80,000 disciples of Phoenix Mountain and take a drop of essence blood from each one, test will reveal him." The Empress's eyes turned sharp. "Before sunset, I want to see him." On the way back to the menial labor mountain, Wang Dao's expression did not change, but his heart remained far from calm. On the very first day of checking in, he had almost broken through to the second realm. If he lay low and checked in for several thousand years, what would he become? Staring at the dissipating phenomenon in the sky, Wang Dao dragged the system out. "System, I caused such a huge commotion. Tell me, do you think I've been discovered?" The system said, "The Chaos Supreme Bloodline is guarded by 3,000 Daos. In the eyes of an emperor-level powerhouse, you have no bloodline, no cultivation, no different from an ordinary mortal, provided that the emperor has not obtained your blood. 3,000 Daos as protection." Wang Dao was still not at ease. He had to keep a lower profile. An unarmed man is innocent, yet bearing a precious jade makes him guilty. When he returned to the menial labor hall, a large number of Phoenix Mountain's inner elders and disciples had already gathered there. The menial disciples were queuing up to have their blood drawn. "Little senior brother is here." A group of menial disciples greeted Wang Dao one after another. News that he was the Empress's 10th personal disciple had already spread. After inquiring with an elder, Wang Dao finally learned that the Empress was using blood tests to search for the Supreme Bloodline. Have they found the Supreme Bloodline yet? At that moment, Little Carp descended from the sky and questioned the intersect elder in charge of collecting and testing the blood. Reporting to the personal disciple, "We have not found the Supreme Bloodline here." The intersect elder added, "However, the little personal junior brother has not been tested yet." Little Carp glanced sidelong at Wang Dao and snorted. "If he turns out to be a supreme bloodline, this grand ant will eat all 10 of Phoenix Mountain's primordial sacred peaks right now. There are too many outer sect disciples and not enough hands. Come with me." After Little Carp led her people away, Wang Dao secretly let out a sigh of relief and returned to his dwelling. When night fell, Little Carp hopped and skipped her way back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Yimei the Empress lifted her brows slightly. "You did not find the Chaos Supreme Bloodline. Why are you this happy?" Little Carp clasped the Empress's jade-like hand, a wicked grin on her face. "Emperor, you have been back from ascending to the heavens for less than 100 years and your injuries are not yet healed. Little Carp is thinking of your well-being. After all, you just accepted Wang Dao. If another junior brother or sister came along, how exhausting would that be for you?" Haha. The Empress's gaze grew deep and distant. The chaotic myriad phenomena had appeared, yet the Chaos Supreme Bloodline could not be found. Could it be that this Supreme Bloodline was destined not to belong to Phoenix Mountain? In her phoenix-like eyes, disappointment was hard to conceal. "Pass down my order, expand the scope, and continue the search." The next day, before dawn broke, Wang Dao quietly left the menial mountain gate and once more arrived at the foot of Peach Mountain. The system immediately prompted, "The opportunities on Peach Mountain defy the heavens and can be checked in repeatedly. Perform check-in." Wang Dao nodded. "Check-in. Peach Mountain check-in, reward body tempering art, swallowing heaven's art. Learn it." Wang Dao's eyes lit up. He had obtained a body tempering art. A man having a bloodline alone was not enough. He also needed a matching body tempering art to fully unleash the potential of his bloodline. The higher the compatibility between the body tempering art and the bloodline, the faster one could cultivate. Those ancient royal clans possessed hereditary bloodlines and corresponding body tempering arts. This was the guarantee of their enduring brilliance. Wang Dao secretly asked, "System, is the swallowing heavens art formidable or not?" The system said, "The swallowing heavens art is the body tempering art of the Shenhuang Empress. It is a gradeless body tempering art that can devour the energy of all things under heaven and earth, converting it into your own. It can be used at any realm. This body tempering art is exceedingly domineering. Ordinary bloodlines that forcefully cultivate it can hardly escape the fate of their bodies exploding. But since the host possesses a supreme bloodline, the swallowing heavens art is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. A gradeless art that disregards all realms." Wang Dao sucked in a cold breath. "Learn it. Learn it immediately." A streak of spiritual light flashed past. Wang Dao entered enlightenment on the spot and successfully comprehended the swallowing heavens art. The methods for using the swallowing heavens art became part of Wang Dao's very physical instincts. He began attempting to use it, but failed. Bewildered, he asked, "System, I can clearly feel that I've learned it. Why can't I use it?" The system replied, "Comprehension and usage are two different matters. The system helping you learn can only save you the time needed for comprehension. Otherwise, with your level of intelligence, even if the swallowing heavens art were placed right in front of you, and you were given 1,000 years, you might still not comprehend it." The corner of Wang Dao's mouth twitched slightly. This was far too damaging to his pride. An hour later, Wang Dao, carrying a broom over his shoulder, appeared at the foot of a snow-covered mountain. This was Flying Snow Peak, his second senior sister's cultivation ground. She had left Phoenix Mountain 1,000 years ago. Her domain was buried in snow year-round, bitterly cold, and rarely visited. The key was that this cultivation ground contained a natural formation. As long as he cultivated within the mountain, even a sage observing from outside would not be able to detect his presence. This was an exceptionally suitable place for cultivation. Wang Dao repeatedly attempted to use the swallowing heavens art. In the blink of an eye, an entire morning passed. After 100 failures on the 101st attempt, the utterly exhausted Wang Dao finally managed to activate the swallowing heavens art. He drew in a deep breath. All the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 meters surged toward him and flooded into his abdomen. His previously flat belly suddenly swelled like a balloon. The surging spiritual energy within was rapidly refined by the swallowing heavens art and merged into his internal organs, limbs, and bones. His belly gradually deflated. Wang Dao devoured spiritual energy several times in succession, each time more skillfully than the last. His physical strength soared once more. "Am I about to break through to the second realm?" 10 minutes later, Wang Dao's strength erupted like a volcano, becoming 10 times greater than before. The system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for reaching the 10th-grade true person realm, stepping into the ancient extreme level, surpassing 100,000 gene of strength comparable to the power of a flood dragon. At the very peak of the first realm, and I already possess the strength of a flood dragon." After a brief surge of excitement, Wang Dao humbly asked, "Ancient extreme level, what does that mean? Isn't the true person realm divided into only 9 grades?" As far as he knew, the body-tempering realms in Shenhuang numbered 10 in total: true person, heroic figure, overlord, marquis, king, emperor, venerated mighty saint, and great emperor. Each realm was divided into 9 grades, and upon reaching the 9th grade, one could attempt to break through to the next realm. He had never heard of a 10th grade. The system said, "System scans indicate that at the very beginning of this world, each realm had 10 grades. The 10th grade is the ancient extreme level, true perfection, enabling one to battle across realms. To step into the ancient extreme level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is the swallowing heavens art that has achieved this for the host." Wang Dao sucked in a cold breath. This swallowing heavens art was truly ferocious, worthy of being the Empress's body-tempering art. In a single day, he had stepped into the 1st grade ancient extreme level. Who could compare? Looking at the thick layer of filth coating his skin, he knew it must be the impurities in his body expelled by the swallowing heavens art. Wang Dao ignored the filth and continued cultivating. The swallowing heavens art could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy on Phoenix Mountain was exceptionally dense. With the swallowing heavens art combined with the training conditions of the Empress's cultivation ground, it would be hard not to soar. In the blink of an eye, an entire night passed. Wang Dao devoured a massive amount of spiritual energy, but his body could no longer digest it, and could not break through. He had hit a bottleneck. Feeling extremely displeased, Wang Dao said, "Why can't I break through this bottleneck?" The system replied, "This is precisely why in the present age human martial artists neither seek nor cultivate the ancient extreme level, because of this layer of bottleneck. It is not merely a bottleneck, but a shackle, the result of a curse upon the human race. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the shackle. You possess a 9th-grade Supreme Bloodline, so breaking this bottleneck will be the most difficult of all. A curse, of fetter." Wang Dao drew in a cold breath. "Is there any way to break through it?" The system said, "Human martial cultivation has 10 realms in total. For the first 6 realms, as long as you obtain a corresponding grade of limit-breaking pill, there is still a chance to charge through the shackles." Pills. Wang Dao suddenly thought of Ninth-Rank Peak. That was where the alchemists of Phoenix Mountain refined their pills. Early the next morning, he arrived at Ninth-Rank Peak at first light. Detecting abundant opportunities at Ninth-Rank Peak. "Do you wish to check in?" "Check in. Check in at Ninth-Rank Peak. Reward 1 2nd-grade Tong My Pill." Friendly reminder: this place has abundant medicinal opportunities and can be checked in repeatedly. The Shenhuang pill is required for the 2nd realm, used to open the 9 divine meridians within. Wang Dao temporarily found no use for the Wang Dao. Not wanting to leave empty-handed, he asked a passing Taoist to take him up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, the peak master of Danxia Peak personally came to meet him. Wang Dao looked seriously at the Taoist before him, who exuded an air of celestial grace. Peak master, does Danxia Peak have the Poji pill? Please give me a few. The peak master was taken aback. Don't make jokes, this Poji pill is an ancient divine pill. With the changes in heaven and earth, such divine pills can no longer be refined. Wang Dao expressed his regret. None. Other pills are fine, I mainly want to taste them. I'm afraid that's not possible. The peak master smiled and said, the 9 direct disciples have already informed the elders of each mountain, saying that you, as a young disciple, shouldn't eat indiscriminately to avoid harming your body. Wang Dao's mouth twitched. His little senior sister was being too harsh. This was forcing him to go back and admit his mistakes. For the next 10 days, Wang Dao visited Danxia Peak daily. Each check-in rewarded him with various pills and opportunities, all second-grade pills that he was about to use, but no immortal or divine pills. Losses incurred. The key was that the Poji pill he desired was still missing. On the 11th day, Wang Dao changed his location and arrived at the back mountain of Danxia Peak in front of an abandoned bronze pill furnace. This bronze pill furnace stood 100 feet tall, half buried in the ground, rusty and covered in moss, ancient and weathered. Detecting a mysterious opportunity in front of the pill furnace, do you wish to check in? A heavenly opportunity. Check in quickly. Check in. Check in front of the mysterious pill furnace, triggering a fortunate event. Reward 1 second-grade Poji pill. Friendly reminder, this place can be checked in repeatedly. Do you wish to consume it immediately? Wang Dao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The long-desired Poji pill had finally arrived. Wang Dao glanced at the system's virtual backpack, where a black pill named second-grade Poji pill lay quietly, larger than his fist. Upon entering Feishue Peak, Wang Dao immediately clicked to use it. Boom. As the pill took effect, a surge of heat erupted like a volcanic explosion, permeating his organs and limbs. The invisible shackles of the ancient realm were continuously assaulted, the process incredibly intense. With each impact, Wang Dao's body trembled violently, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. His body felt as if it was falling apart. Each second felt longer than a year. Half an hour later, finally, that volcanic-like power reached its peak, successfully breaking the shackles and surging throughout Wang Dao's body. A feeling of indescribable pleasure. He even vaguely sensed 9 rivers within his body. Is this the 9 divine meridians within a martial artist? Have my 9 divine meridians been awakened? Awakening the 9 divine meridians indicated that Wang Dao had stepped into the second realm, becoming an extraordinary figure. The first realm of martial artists focuses on body tempering to enhance physical strength. The second realm opens the meridians, awakening the 9 divine meridians within and fully connecting them. Each person has different bloodlines, and each awakened divine meridian enhances their strength differently. Each of Wang Dao's divine meridians resembled an immensely powerful dragon. Awakening one was like adding the strength of another dragon, each dragon stronger than the last. Wang Dao activated the Tongtian skill, frantically devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At that moment, within 1,000 meters, the spiritual energy immediately centered around him, forming a spiritual energy collapse. Surging spiritual energy rushed into Wang Dao's mouth. The spiritual energy here was too abundant. With the Tongtian skill also having meridian opening effects, Wang Dao could not stop at all. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. Wang Dao awakened all 9 divine meridians in one breath. At this moment, he felt a surge of power within him, possessing the strength of 9 dragons. Besides being powerful, it was still powerful. However, while activating the Tongtian skill, Wang Dao felt that there were still divine meridians he had not opened, so he summoned the system. After the 9 meridians, is there a 10th meridian? The system responded, every supreme bloodline has one more supreme heavenly meridian than other martial artists capable of connecting with heaven and earth. Due to the curse of the human race forming shackles, martial artists cannot sense the existence of the heavenly meridian. The host can sense the heavenly meridian, and after a few more days of cultivation, the Tongtian skill should help the host open the heavenly meridian, stepping into the ancient realm of the second stage. 10 days later, Wang Dao, having accumulated strength over time, unified the 9 meridians, awakened the heavenly meridian, and stepped into the ancient realm of the second stage. His power increased to that of a dragon. At this moment, although he was only 5 years old, he was already capable of clashing with the dominating figures of the third realm. However, Wang Dao became increasingly calm. His goal was to check in for another 1,000 years without leaving the mountain until he was invincible. With the passing of spring and autumn, 5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the past 5 years, the Empress had closed herself off with little carp, while Wang Dao, in a state of nurturing, was quietly growing stronger. Checking in at Taosan Dojo rewarded him with the 9 heavens sun-chasing skill. Checking in at Jiaxing Tower rewarded him with the 9 heavens visualization method. Checking in at the top of Feishue Peak rewarded him with the 2 minds secret method. Checking in at Pingtian Peak rewarded him with the first volume of the Pingtian demon-slaying sword technique. After nearly 1,900 check-ins, Wang Dao had used 1,500 of them at the mysterious pill furnace in the back mountain of Danxia Peak. His goal was the Poji pill. The flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. The Poji pill was completely insufficient. Breaking through from the third realm to the fourth realm to become a lord-level powerhouse, he cultivated for a year, waited for over half a year, and consumed 2 Poji pills before breaking the shackles of the ancient realm. Various ancient pill formulas and ancient divine pills to enhance cultivation were countless. With over 300 check-ins left, he checked in at various places in the dojos of his senior sisters and the Empress. The Empress and his senior brothers and sisters had given him plenty of their signature skills. Martial techniques, sword methods, and bloodline secret arts combined, he had mastered no less than hundreds of types. Most of the rewards from checking in were useful to him. Most gratifying were the 9 Heavens visualization method and the first volume of the Pingtian demon-slaying sword technique, both representing the foundation of Phoenix Mountain. However, it was somewhat embarrassing to say that these martial techniques, sword techniques, and secret arts took him a full 5 years to barely cultivate to an extraordinary level. In the past 6 months, he had consumed a 5-grade Poji pill, but still could not break through the 4th realm of the ancient realm. It seemed that he would need to consume another. During these 5 years, Little Carp occasionally came to see him. Wang Dao extracted a secret from Little Carp's words. The so-called first sword of the human race, the eldest senior brother, had fallen 500 years ago, which was the greatest secret of Phoenix Mountain. 1,000 years ago, the Empress was in her golden years, allowing the eldest senior brother to remain and maintain the overall situation, while the Empress herself led the human race in a great endeavor to conquer the heavens. After the Empress departed, the eldest senior brother, who was in charge of the rear, encountered trouble. He could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the major forbidden zones, but faced an unprecedented dark upheaval. The eldest senior brother persevered for 500 years without waiting for the Empress' return. In the end, he transformed himself into reincarnation, burying the dark creatures, but he also perished. Of course, these were not the key points. The key was that the Empress believed he was the reincarnation of the eldest senior brother. This was the reason he was brought back and entrusted with heavy responsibilities. The Empress, his senior sisters, and the entire human race were waiting for his return. Wang Dao, of course, did not accept this identity and became even more low profile after learning about it. On this day, another day without harvest. After checking in, Wang Dao passed through the inner doors Divine Demon Square. The place was crowded with 5,000 inner disciples. Some outer disciples who were usually away from the inner elders were all present here without exception. There was no other reason. The inner doors' annual Divine Demon Record trial had begun. The inner disciples who had yet to pay their respects wished to achieve good results in the trial to prove themselves to the elders of each mountain and join their ranks as soon as possible. Greetings, direct disciples. Good day, direct disciples. Constantly people greeted Wang Dao. However, the disciples in the square were discussing one matter, catching Wang Dao's attention. Have you heard? The sun-shielding princess of the myriad demon ancient kingdom has openly invited the Supreme to participate in the Divine Demon Record trial together. Do you think that mysterious Supreme will accept the invitation? Inviting a Supreme to participate in the trial is tantamount to provocation, while a mere princess is too arrogant. If I were a Supreme, I would certainly not back down. Wang Dao frowned. The sun-shielding princess wanted to challenge him. He recognized this sun-shielding princess of the myriad demon ancient kingdom. 5 years ago, the myriad races of the divine wasteland learned that Phoenix Mountain had birthed an innate Supreme, and the young generation of all races crowded in to join Phoenix Mountain to witness the Supreme's majesty. The sun-shielding princess had joined Phoenix Mountain during that time, reaching the peak of the 5th realm at the age of 15, a whole major realm higher than him, who was at the ancient realm of the 4th level. 6 months ago, she even defeated a human princess in a higher realm, creating quite a stir. Now at 15, the sun-shielding princess was undoubtedly the best. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Look, the sun-shielding princess has come out. Wang Dao looked up. A striking young girl in red emerged from the teleportation array at the end of the square, with a massive red demonic cloud overhead stirring the crowd. The girl was the sun-shading princess of the ancient kingdom of all demons, born with a bloodline of the red cloud phoenix, bringing forth an extraordinary phenomenon. An elder overseeing the trials immediately announced, the sun-shading princess has cleared the 9th level of the divine demonic records ancient trials, ranking first among the inner sect disciples. The crowd erupted in excitement. The 9th level, the sun-shading princess has broken through another barrier. At her age, to clear the 9 ancient levels is enough to outshine the most elite princes and princesses of the ancient kingdoms, rivaling the sons and daughters of gods. The divine demonic record trial has only been open for less than 3 days, and she has already cleared the 9th level. Truly impressive. First among the inner sect, indeed worthy of the title. Several hundred inner sect elders looked at the sun-shading princess, with shining eyes, all wishing to take this extraordinary girl under their wing as a disciple. The sun-shading princess scanned the entire crowd and coldly said, "Elders, can anyone tell me if that supreme being has accepted my invitation?" No one responded. Wang Dao's gaze darkened. It was well known that a supreme being was born on Phoenix Mountain 5 years ago, yet no one knew who it was, and many were searching. If he was not mistaken, the sun-shading princess' actions aimed to draw him out. No one. The sun-shading princess appeared disappointed and proudly declared, "Please have any disciples familiar with the supreme being relay this message. If the supreme being defeats me, I will be his mount for life solely for his riding. My promise is forever valid." The crowd was in an uproar. The sun-shading princess' voice turned cold again. If he is afraid and dares not accept the invitation, he should concede early and not waste everyone's time. Was this a contemptuous challenge against the supreme being? How arrogant. Witnessing the entire process, Wang Dao maintained a calm demeanor. His 5-year-old eyes were as tranquil as water without a ripple. Indeed, the Empress had given him a millennium-old peach, granting him 1,000 years of life. To grow 10 years took a century. After the sun-shading princess left, Wang Dao also departed. He had no intention of engaging with the sun-shading princess. Wang Dao arrived at Snowy Peak, his gaze intentionally directed towards a teleportation array in front of the mountain. The teleportation array could transport him to the secret realm of the Divine Demonic Record. The Divine Demonic Record was a trial secret realm established by the Empress, containing the phantoms of tens of thousands of ancient and prehistoric formidable beings for challengers to face. It was divided into 2 major trials, the ancient and the prehistoric. Each had 10 levels of difficulty, and the phantoms would adjust their power based on the challenger's cultivation, maintaining the same realm. The ancient trial had no cultivation requirements, while the prehistoric trial required at least the first level of the 5th realm. Defeating a phantom of a powerful being at each level counted as clearing that level. The sun-shading princess, possessing only a 4th-grade bloodline, achieving the 9 levels of the ancient trial was indeed remarkable. The Divine Demonic Record trials for inner sect disciples were only opened once a year, but for Wang Dao, who had access to the teleportation array, he could enter whenever he wished. In the past 5 years, Wang Dao had entered over 100 times. He had trampled the phantoms of 10,000 powerful beings in the ancient trials underfoot. As someone who had swept through all the powerful phantoms in the ancient trials, he truly had no need to lower his status to acknowledge a mere sun-shading princess who had just cleared the 9 levels. I wonder, with my current realm at the peak of the 4th level, can I clear the prehistoric trial? Wang Dao stepped into the ancient teleportation array and pressed a mechanism on the stone platform. Participating in the Divine Demonic Record's prehistoric trial was something Wang Dao had arranged a month ago. He had heard that those who cleared the 10 levels could forcibly break through to the peak of the ancient realm. Whoosh! The teleportation array erupted with ethereal divine light, engulfing Wang Dao. In the next moment, he found himself in a dark duel arena. The dark arena was vast, surrounded by boundless darkness, with terrifying roars of dark beings echoing from the depths, instilling fear. The oppressive darkness from this dark world nearly choked Wang Dao. He furrowed his brows. No wonder the minimum cultivation requirement for the prehistoric trial is the 1st level of the 5th realm. A peak 4th realm expert coming here, let alone challenging the phantoms of prehistoric powerful beings, would likely not even be able to withstand the oppressive darkness. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly the sound of drums thundered. The beating of the drums signified that the challenge was about to begin. A beam of divine light descended from the sky, crashing down onto the dark duel arena. A young man, entirely golden, bathed in overwhelming golden light, emanated the terrifying aura of a 5th realm king, as if a divine mountain had collapsed. Though Wang Dao was prepared, he still felt an impulse to kneel and worship. Wang Dao's gaze sharpened. This young man was not merely a 1st-level king of the 5th realm, he was a human king. What is a human king? Among the human race, the king of kings who can be titled as the human king. A rare sight in a millennium born to be a king. The young man looked down at Wang Dao, his voice booming like a bell. I am the son of the 9 suns born in the prehistoric era. When I descended, 9 suns lit up the sky, no less than the sacred sons and daughters. Since my emergence, I have swept through myriad nations, never experiencing a defeat. Boom. Before his words had even finished, the sun of the 9 suns erupted with golden light, and an extraordinary phenomenon appeared behind him, the 9 suns in the sky. The dark duel arena instantly ignited, transforming into a purgatory. Is it not counted down from 3, 2, 1 before the fight starts? Wang Dao, caught in the sun's purgatory, felt panicked. This was the first time he encountered such a terrifying opponent, and the key was that it was a battle across realms. Crackle! Wang Dao began to burn. His robes and hair turned to ashes in an instant. Wang Dao's skin was scalded red, and he grimaced in pain. The intensity of this attack. Under the same realm, it was nearly 100 times more terrifying than those weaklings in the ancient trials. Sons and daughters of gods possessing fifth-grade bloodlines can rival the descendants of divine and celestial beings. Each one is a peerless prodigy. A sixth-grade bloodline shines brightly through the ages, the sacred sons and daughters. The son of the 9 sons, bearing the extraordinary phenomenon of the 9 sons, though a son of gods, was no weaker than the sacred sons and daughters. I was careless. Wang Dao leaped into the air, hands grasping at the void, seizing the surging and scorching solar divine flames, and slashed out 9 sword energies of divine flames in 8 directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energies crushed everything, sweeping through the realms, leveling the 8 desolates. This move was the first style of the heavenly demon sword technique from Senior Sister for the 8 desolates' annihilation. The solar purgatory was instantly severed and collapsed. Is this an imperial technique? Before the son of the 9 sons could react, a sword energy from the 8 desolates struck him, tearing him apart. The 9 sons overhead were swept away by the overwhelming sword energy, completely obliterated. The dark duel arena finally fell silent. I have lost. I actually lost to a 5-year-old. Woo woo. For a long time, the sound of the son of the 9 sons crying echoed above the duel arena. Though he knew this cry came from the spirit of the divine demonic record, Wang Dao could not help but comfort him. Don't be hard on yourself. Oh, being able to force me to use the 8 desolate sword is already a remarkable achievement. In the ancient trials, I defeated over 10,000 ancient powerful beings without using such a lethal technique. In the next few minutes, Wang Dao continuously encountered 7 unparalleled prodigies from ancient times. Although each of the 7 was stronger than the last, all starting as holy sons and daughters, they posed some challenges for him. Some were not only holy sons and daughters, but also descendants of emperors, possessing the identities of imperial sons and daughters, wielding the legacy of emperors, and employing overwhelmingly powerful techniques capable of beating Wang Dao. Yet without exception, they all fell beneath the might of the 8 desolations sword chi. He did not feel pride. He was a 9th grade innate supreme and had cultivated the ancient extreme realm. Theoretically, he was on the same level as these first-grade opponents of the 5th realm. A winning against them was not something to be proud of. Have we already reached the 9th round? Is it really so difficult to find an equally matched opponent? I hope the 9th round does not disappoint me. Wang Dao noticed another issue. None of these ancient prodigies had cultivated the ancient extreme realm. Could it be that even during ancient times, prodigies who cultivated the ancient extreme realm were rare? Boom. The sound of drums echoed again, and the dark duel arena instantly expanded 100-fold. Holy celestial radiance fell from above as an ancient celestial moon hung across the 9 heavens, causing the temperature of the dark duel arena to plummet to freezing points, nearly freezing Wang Dao's bloodline. A white-robed fairy bathed in moonlight descended from the sky. With an unparalleled celestial grace and breathtakingly beautiful features, Wang Dao's eyes brightened. A celestial daughter of the fairy clan. Celestial sons and daughters possess 7-grade bloodlines above the holy sons and daughters, naturally favored by the heavens, and are hailed as descendants of the celestial realm. Wang Dao's 8 senior sisters, except for the little carp, were all celestial daughters. The second sister in particular achieved the stunning 8th grade, and was known as the first fairy in the godless world throughout history. The white-robed fairy before him was indeed a celestial daughter from the fairy clan. I am Fei Yue, born in ancient times with the dual bloodline of the Dao body. The world calls me Sword Fairy Fei Yue, and I have once defeated a human supreme. Please enlighten me. Fei Yue greeted Wang Dao with a polite gesture, her celestial demeanor graceful. Human supreme? What a coincidence that would be me. Wang Dao did not feel fear. Instead, he was somewhat excited and sincerely said, "It has been a long time since I experienced the taste of defeat. If it continues like this, I fear I will become arrogant. Please, fairy, grant me a defeat." Fei Yue slightly inclined her body, saying, "As you wish." Whoosh. Before her voice fell, Fei Yue flicked her jade finger, gathering myriad moonlight in her palm, and slashed out a sword chi of moonlight, of vast celestial radiance, exploding forth towards Wang Dao. So fast. Wang Dao's eyes narrowed, his figure flashed, dodging the incoming sword strike. The terrifying sword chi flashed into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Whoosh. Fei Yue, radiant in moonlight and holy celestial glow, flashed to appear before Wang Dao, her jade hand striking down fiercely. Wang Dao, unwilling to be outdone, leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to collide head-on with Fei Yue. Bang! The impact of their strike sent Wang Dao flying 1,000 meters away, cracking the ground around him into a spiderweb of fissures. Mystic Ice Celestial Seal. Without giving Wang Dao a chance to breathe, Fei Yu soared into the sky, striking down with a palm of vast brilliance transformed into a palm seal, rapidly expanding to a width of 10,000 zhang, pressing down upon him. Before this palm even reached him, the cold wind from it rendered Wang Dao breathless. It was an oppressive feeling akin to the collapse of the heavens. This is celestial magic. Wang Dao flipped and dashed away, narrowly evading the celestial seal's suppression. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, Fei Yu danced her hands, unleashing dozens of mystic ice celestial seals covering the entire dark duel arena. Wang Dao's scalp went numb as he fled desperately, as if traversing through mountains and rivers, chasing the sun and moon of the 9 heavens. Within him, divine energy surged like a volcanic eruption, awakening 10 divine meridians. His physical body and divine abode moved with an incredible speed, as if he could leap over ancient divine mountains before him. This was indeed an imperial-level movement technique, the 9 heavens pursuing sun technique. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Dao's speed was astonishing, but the mystic ice celestial seals behind him continued to press down, each one carrying the power to destroy heavens and earth, attacking him relentlessly. Wang Dao was caught in a storm of danger. If he hesitated for even a moment, he could be suppressed by the terrifying mystic ice celestial seals at any time. In the blink of an eye, Fei Yu had unleashed 800 mystic ice seals. Wang Dao emerged from the chaos. The two were evenly matched. Continue. Wang Dao's gaze was exceptionally calm. Fei Yu's celestial eyes turned cold as she soared into the sky, her jade hand grasping the air, summoning an ancient ice sword into her hand. Solar sword Qi come forth in myriad forms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of her hand, the ancient ice sword erupted with tens of thousands of chilling sword Qi. The solar sword Qi surged like a tremendous wave, cold and boundless, instantly engulfing the entire dark duel arena. Is this a sacred technique? Wang Dao's gaze sharpened. Chaotic divine energy surged. His small hand slashed through the air, unleashing the 8 desolations sword Qi. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 desolations sword Qi shattered the 6 realms, sweeping across the 8 desolations. Wang Dao unleashed 3 consecutive 8 desolations sword Qi, forcefully breaking through the solar sword Qi, closing the distance to Fei Yu. Fei Yu remained unperturbed, merely flicking her jade finger to instantly extinguish Wang Dao's 8 desolations sword Qi. Her power was astonishing. You are quite impressive, worthy of me using my full strength. Solar domain. The ancient celestial moon behind Fei Yu shone brightly, merging her figure with the moonlight, instantly amplifying the solar sword Qi in her hand by more than 10 times. The cold light was like a prison, freezing the world. Wang Dao could not help but shiver. His body felt as if it was about to be frozen. The bloodline and divine energy within him were affected, and his explosive power dropped significantly. Even the speed of his brain's thinking slowed. Wang Dao, with a supreme bloodline and a powerful physique, was still suppressed to such an extent. If an ordinary holy son or daughter were here, they would likely be instantly frozen forever, turned into an ice sculpture. Is this the unique domain power of a 5th realm powerhouse? Wang Dao roared. A terrifying force erupted within him, like a volcanic explosion, and his divine abode of heaven and earth was activated. The 4 realms were for the divine abode realm. The human body has 9 layers of divine abodes, and each layer activated enhances the divine energy multiple times. Wang Dao, who cultivated the ancient extreme realm, activated the 10th divine abode, the divine abode of heaven and earth. As Wang Dao activated the divine abode of heaven and earth, his divine energy surged outward, releasing into the 8 desolations like a vast sea, overwhelming the 9 heavens and celestial bodies. His strength surged more than tenfold. He resisted the oppression of the domain, forcefully separating himself from the encroaching cold of the solar domain. 8 desolations extinction. Wang Dao struck first, leaping into the air, his hand like a knife slashing towards the 8 desolations. Boom, boom, boom. 8 desolations sword Qi were extraordinarily fierce, but they did not shatter Fei Yu's unbreakable solar domain. All were blocked. Wang Dao used another technique, activating the devouring heaven technique, taking a deep breath. Whoosh. In an instant, Wang Dao's mouth transformed into an abyss, devouring the world, causing a collapse of divine energy in this realm. Fei Yu's solar domain twisted instantly. The moon in the sky began to fall, countless solar divine energy being drawn into Wang Dao's abdomen, as if the entire domain was about to be swallowed by him. The devouring heaven technique was not only a body refining technique, but also a technique of devouring a nemesis to all heavenly phenomena. Infinite sword domain. Fei Yu shouted lightly, and the solar domain changed, revealing its second form. Within the solar sword domain, endless solar sword Qi transformed, like raindrops bombarding Wang Dao from all directions. Each solar sword chi was incredibly sharp. After Wang Dao devoured over 100 sword chi, he felt a twisting pain in his abdomen, a metallic taste in his throat as he was cut by the sword chi. He was unable to refine so many sword chi in such a short time. Heaven-severing giant sword. Wang Dao shouted, unleashing countless solar sword chi to destroy the approaching wave of sword chi. Then he pressed his hands together, raising them above his head. In an instant, boundless chaotic divine energy gathered behind him to form a sword, a gray colossal sword swiftly rising from the ground, sword chi surging and majestic, towering like 10,000 heavens. The second form of the heaven-splitting demon-slaying sword, the heaven-severing giant sword. This sword can sever all domain barriers. Slash! Wang Dao roared, and the heaven-severing giant sword descended, its might akin to the collapse of the heavens, severing the domain and obliterating the earth. The solar domain with its endless sword chi was cut in half with one slash, and the domain collapsed instantly. Above the 9 heavens, the celestial moon was also cleaved in two. Fei Yu attempted to flee but could not escape. The heaven-severing giant sword possessed immense power, breaking the heavens and severing the skies, its sword chi pressing down like 1,000 heavens atop her. She could not move. The supreme form so terrifying. In a moment of despair, Fei Yu was struck by the heaven-severing giant sword, instantly collapsing into smoke and dissipating. Is it over? Wang Dao felt a sense of regret, still yearning for more. The fairy of flying moon was exceptionally graceful, yet he lamented that he could not coexist with her in the same era. Wang Dao took out a 5th-grade healing pill. The injury from the sword chi to his throat was not severe, but he still swallowed it. His goal was the 10th trial. An ancient voice descended from the heavens. The Empress decrees that challengers who have not reached the 1st grade of the 5th realm are prohibited from stepping into the 10th trial of the ancient trials. After receiving the rewards for the 9 trials of the ancient, challengers are to leave on their own. Wang Dao wore a disappointed expression, cannot challenge the 10th trial. 9 ancient jade bottles descended from the sky, varying in size, 1 layer for each bottle, suspended before Wang Dao. In addition, there was a token of proof of passing the 9 trials of the ancients. Wang Dao was unsure what the rewards were, so he collected everything into his system backpack. Send me back. In the next moment, a golden divine light enveloped Wang Dao, causing him to vanish from the dark duel arena. Upon exiting the teleportation array atop the flying snow peak, Wang Dao heard the sound of 9 melodious bells resonating throughout the Holy Land. What is happening? Wang Dao was unaware that he had caused a stir in the Holy Land by breaking the 9 trials of the ancients. The 9 bell tolls represented the trials he had just overcome. Intersect Divine Demon Square. A commotion erupted. The sun-obscuring princess had returned. The divine demon bell tolls 9 times. Someone has broken the 9 trials of the ancients. Even the Empress' 9 direct descendants have only reached the 5th trial. Could it be that mysterious supreme being? Is this a response to the challenge posed by the sun-obscuring princess? Let her be arrogant, she will only bring shame upon herself. Various voices echoed, filled with shock and disdain, towards the sun-obscuring princess. The sun-obscuring princess' face turned ashen with anger as she asked the powerful demon clan expert beside her, "Master, what level of bloodline is necessary to break the 9 trials of the ancients?" The powerful demon clan expert looked awed. Even for the 9 direct descendants as heirs of the ancient royal clan, the main body is the immensely powerful ancient dragon carp, and they can only reach the ancient 5th trial at most. Hence the answer is already evident. The sun-obscuring princess trembled lightly. Does Master mean that breaking through the 9 trials of the ancients is a response from that supreme being to challenge my disciple? A mere grain of rice cannot compete with the bright moon. Such self-degradation should never happen again. The sun-obscuring prince's face was ashen. I accept your teachings, Master. Meanwhile, 10 elder saints carrying a drop of supreme blood left the dark duel arena with heavy hearts, heading towards the Celestial Emperor Palace. Outside the Celestial Emperor Palace, the Empress had been waiting for some time. The little carp stood beside her. The 10 elders were astonished. Had the Empress also been stirred? The Empress coldly inquired, "Have you found it?" The Grand Elder presented the drop of supreme blood, stating, "Reporting to the Empress when we arrived at the dark duel arena that Supreme had already left, leaving only this drop of blood." The Celestial Phoenix Empress took the drop of supreme blood, her phoenix eyes trembling lightly. Is it the supreme of the human race? Breaking through the 9 trials of the ancients at the ancient extreme of the 4 realms, you truly surprised this Empress. Hiss! The 10 elder saints and the little carp couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. That supreme breaking through the 9 trials of the ancients at the ancient extreme of the 4 realms. This child is terrifyingly powerful. The little carp was also dumbfounded, challenging the 9 trials of the ancients at a higher level. Is the bloodline of the supreme this formidable? The Empress took a deep breath. Is there any other discovery? The Grand Elder quickly replied. Yes, this person cultivates the Ping Tian Dang Mo sword art and the 9 heavens pursuing the sun technique. We suspect he has secretly learned the supreme inheritance of the Holy Land. The Empress' chest slightly heaved, her face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The little carp also firmly asserted, that is impossible. The supreme inheritance of the Holy Land is contained within the head of the Emperor. If he wants to learn, he would have to dig out the Emperor's head. The Empress, filled with confusion, personally arrived at the dark duel arena with the little carp. Just one glance, the Empress Phoenix, eyes filled with disbelief, her tall and slender frame trembling slightly. Indeed, it was the Ping Tian Dang Mo sword art and the 9 heavens pursuing the sun technique. He had mastered them without a teacher, reaching an extraordinary level. He defeated the target, who was also the strongest among the 9 trials of the ancients. The sword immortal flying moon. The Empress raised an eyebrow. Where did that fellow learn these techniques? The little carp clenched her tiny fists. Emperor, hurry and find that filthy rat. The Empress shook her head. I cannot find it. The little carp looked up. Why not? The Empress spoke solemnly. The divine demon record is something brought back from the heavens by my master. I cannot control it, only cooperate with it. As long as the trial taker does not voluntarily present their passing token, outsiders will never know who it is. The little carp stomped her feet in anger. Damn it, that filthy rat has slipped away again. The Empress gazed deeply into the boundless darkness, her inner shock hard to conceal. Silently, you have cultivated the core imperial techniques of my Phoenix Mountain to an extraordinary level. Who exactly are you? Afterwards, the Celestial Phoenix Empress did not return to the Celestial Emperor Palace. She went alone to the Flying Snow Peak. At that moment, Wang Dao was on the Flying Snow Peak with smoke curling up as he roasted 2 fish and a chicken. A ray of glow descended, transforming into a person graceful and stunning. Emperor! Emperor! Wang Dao, who was sipping tea, nearly spat it out and quickly stood up. The Celestial Phoenix Empress sat down on the stone bench beside Wang Dao. Although she lacked the usual imposing aura she had when seen from above, Wang Dao's heart nearly stopped beating. Why did the Empress suddenly visit? Did she discover that he possessed the Supreme Bloodline? Sure enough, as soon as the Empress arrived, she began to observe him, her gaze seemingly penetrating his soul, uncovering the greatest secret hidden in his heart. In the end, the Celestial Phoenix Empress withdrew her disappointed gaze. She truly hoped this child was that Supreme Bloodline, but ultimately he was not. This child was merely an ordinary person. Wang Dao offered a cup of hot tea. Emperor, have you found the Supreme Bloodline? The Empress shook her head. No. Wang Dao remained composed, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. The chaotic Supreme Bloodline protected by 3,000 paths, even the Empress could not see through it. Indeed, remarkable. The Empress gently sipped from her teacup. Little Dao, little carp told you that you are the reincarnation of the senior brother. What do you think? Wang Dao was taken aback, saying, in the next life, if one believes there is, if not there isn't. The Empress looked at Wang Dao calmly. Regardless of whether it is true or not, you have swept the floor for 5 years, tempering your ordinary heart. It is time to return with your master to the Celestial Emperor Palace for cultivation. Wang Dao replied earnestly, thank you for the Empress' appreciation, but I know my own worth, and am not the person entrusted with heavy responsibilities by the Emperor. Moreover, I have become accustomed to my current life. Although he had received the Emperor's favor, why should he go to suppress forbidden zones, quell dark turmoil, and lead humanity against the heavens? Isn't it fragrant to check in every day? Why should he seek death? The Empress Phoenix eyes could not hide her disappointment as she murmured, you still resent me, don't you? Wang Dao was taken aback. Master, why do you say this? The Empress looked up at the sky, sighed lightly, but did not explain. In the past I brought you back, but something was missing. I can sense that you have a companion spirit pearl, but unfortunately it was lost, and only you can retrieve it. If you wish to seek it back, call upon your senior sister, and return to your homeland together. Companion spirit pearl. Wang Dao was surprised. Did he really possess a companion spirit pearl? Wang Dao nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Emperor. The Empress wore a melancholy expression. Little Dao, my time is limited. I must return to seclusion. If you wish to cultivate, feel free to come to the Celestial Emperor Palace to find me. After speaking, the Empress took Wang Dao's roasted chicken and flew away. After the Empress returned, she issued a decree to lift the restrictions preventing fourth-tier lords from challenging the ancient trials. Furthermore, she instructed to spare no effort in secretly searching for the Supreme Bloodline. On top of Alchemy Peak, Wang Dao pondered over the Empress' words, I don't have much time left. What did that mean? Without further thought, he opened the 9 bottles hidden in his system bag, rewards from the ancient trials. Opening the first 8 bottles proved disappointing. They all contained pills. For the inner disciples, these rewards were extraordinary, but for Wang Dao, they were of little use. Until he opened the 9th bottle. As soon as the bottle was opened, 3 colors of celestial light burst forth, dazzling and fragrant. A 3-colored celestial pill slowly flew out. Is this a 5th-tier supreme pill? Wang Dao felt a shock in his heart. He had never seen such a pill before. Humans cannot refine celestial pills, and although there are some celestial races in the divine wasteland, they also cannot produce them. Could it be that this was brought back by the Empress from the heavens? System, come out quickly. The system replied. The process of forming a supreme body from the supreme bloodline takes at least several months. This 5th-tier Zhoumiao celestial pill can help the host form a supreme body within a day. Since the host has already consumed the breaking extremity pill, taking this Zhoumiao celestial pill will surely allow the host to condense the supreme body. Wang Dao's gaze was fervent. Is it really that powerful? He looked towards the teleportation array. If the rewards for the ancient 9 passes included celestial pills, what about the 10th pass? Suddenly, he felt a strong desire to challenge the ancient 10 passes, but he restrained himself. Alchemy Peak has already attracted the Empress' attention. I need to find another place to enter seclusion and break through to the 5th realm. Through the teleportation array at the mountaintop, Wang Dao left Alchemy Peak. A second later, he appeared in a world shrouded in darkness. An eerie, malevolent wind assaulted him, and from the depths of the darkness, the cries of monsters echoed like ghostly howls. Occasionally, spectral shadows flickered past his line of sight. Countless hidden, evil gazes fixated on Wang Dao. He felt a slight apprehension. Is this the forbidden area of Phoenix Mountain, the first level of the Yin Tower's underground palace? The Yin Tower's underground palace is indeed the forbidden area of Phoenix Mountain. It suppresses numerous undead beings. At the deepest part of the underground palace, even saint-level undead beings are sealed away. Before being sealed by his senior brother, the Yin Tower's underground palace was the supreme trial ground of Phoenix Mountain. Isolated from the world, this place is an excellent cultivation site for Wang Dao. Wang Dao did not hesitate. He casually found a stone to sit down. Before coming here, he had learned enough about the Yin Tower's underground palace. It wouldn't be a problem to establish himself within the 3rd layer of the ancient extreme realm. With a thought, the Zhoumiao celestial pill left the system bag and appeared in his hand, which he swallowed. In less than 3 seconds, Wang Dao was enveloped in a burst of 3-colored celestial light. Finally, he felt the bottleneck of his ancient extreme realm loosen. To become a 5th realm king, a 4th realm lord must condense his bloodline into a physical constitution. Once he passes this stage, Wang Dao's supreme bloodline will form a supreme body, drastically increasing his power, granting him the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Of course, possessing the power of a domain is the greatest characteristic of the 5th realm. Is my chance to form the chaos supreme body finally here? Wang Dao immediately took out the ancient spiritual pills he had earned from signing in over the past year, over 100 of them, consuming all those useful for condensing his constitution in one go. Then he activated the sky-devouring technique to refine them. In an instant, the bloodline within Wang Dao surged violently, and his divine essence erupted like a volcano. Meanwhile, in the darkness, the sinister wind roared and crimson or emerald eyes appeared in the shadows, exuding intense greed, swiftly approaching Wang Dao. Chillingly evil voices echoed back and forth. It's been many years since flesh and blood has returned to this place. What a fresh human cup. In addition, Wang Dao's state of mind was also bombarded by waves of invisible negative emotions, endlessly overwhelming. These negative emotions surged like a tide, attempting to devour his reason and breed inner demons. Wang Dao learned that the Yin Tower's underground palace was sealed by his senior brother precisely because the negative emotions were too horrific. Proud disciples were prone to inner demons falling under their control and becoming tools of slaughter. This is because the undead beings of the Yin Tower's underground palace come from a terrifying forbidden zone. This forbidden zone is located beneath Phoenix Mountain and is suppressed by the Empress with 9 ancient divine mountains. In the forbidden zone, there are terrifying existences that can interfere with the Yin Tower's underground palace. Once inner demons are bred, one will be directly manipulated by the horrors of the forbidden zone, becoming a puppet, which is extremely frightening. However, Wang Dao remained unfazed. He practiced the 9 heavens visualization method and the secret technique of dual focus daily, making his mental level incredibly strong and his heart unwavering. The Empress also said that after sweeping for 5 years, he had forged a pure heart free of distractions. The negative emotions of the undead beings in the underground palace could not shake him. Get lost. He raised a hand, gathering divine essence, as the 8 desolation sword chi slashed in all directions. Boom. The 8 desolation sword chi swept through, flattening everything, scattering countless shadows, with a few managing to escape. After a cacophony of ghostly wails, the darkness returned to calm. Wang Dao continued to break through. With the help of numerous pills, he could feel that the bottleneck had been broken and the supreme body was rapidly forming. His physical divine power surged once more. His divine essence also underwent tremendous sublimation. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. By this time, Wang Dao's supreme body was nearly complete. His physical body reached an unprecedented level of strength, about 9 times stronger than in the fourth realm. With every movement, he wielded the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Am I about to succeed? Just as Wang Dao's heart surged, rumblings echoed from the dark sky above. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Dao looked up and saw black lightning erupting from the void, carrying a surging aura of destruction swiftly descending upon him. Is this tribulation lightning? Black tribulation lightning. Wang Dao was stunned. He had broken through the fourth realm and was unexpectedly facing tribulation lightning for the first time. Boom. Before Wang Dao could react, 3 bolts of black lightning struck his body. His entire body tingled and convulsed, experiencing intense pain. Smoke rose from his head. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Dao was struck by 81 bolts of black lightning, leaving his body numb and injured. Fortunately, his supreme bloodline was powerful enough that he managed to endure it. He consumed 3 fifth-tier ancient spiritual pills for healing. A day later, his injuries healed, and Wang Dao completed his final transformation, his divine essence reaching an ultimate sublimation. At this moment, every movement of Wang Dao carried the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. He could feel that everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was under his control. This is the power of a domain. His domain stretched across 10 miles. He successfully stepped into the fifth realm's domain stage, initially forming the supreme body and becoming a king. I must leave. Just as Wang Dao stood up, countless undead beings appeared from the surrounding darkness, densely packed with eerie winds swirling, rushing towards him. Are they trying to take advantage of my weakness to devour me? Wang Dao's gaze was disdainful, and his divine essence erupted like a volcano, transforming into the domineering 8 Desolation Sword Chi, sweeping through the 8 directions. This is Wang Dao's 8 Desolation Sword domain. Fifth Realm kings use the 8 Desolation Annihilation technique to form the 8 Desolation Sword domain. The 8 Desolation Sword Chi spread, destroying everything within 10 miles, instantly turning it into a forbidden zone of swords. All living beings perished. The system timely remarked, "Congratulations, host, for achieving a Forbidden Zone level domain. From now on, I am the Forbidden Zone. Have I reached the domain of the Forbidden Zone?" Wang Dao's mind surged with excitement. Only when a domain reaches its utmost power can it be called a Forbidden Zone. Only by cultivating the ancient extreme realms at every stage can one form a Forbidden Zone level domain. His previous efforts have finally borne fruit. In the face of a Forbidden Zone level domain, all other domains are like paper. Wang Dao was particularly satisfied. He took out a blue jade talisman, preparing to crush it and leave the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Suddenly, the system reminded him the Yin Tower Underground Palace is rich in opportunities. Would you like to check in? Wang Dao was taken aback. Has a day already passed? After thinking for a moment, he decided to check in just in case there were good things. Generally, when the system actively reminds him that a place is suitable for check-in, the opportunities gained are useful to him to some extent. Check-in. You have checked in on the first floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Reward the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Wang Dao was shaken. The Yin Tower Underground Palace can actually grant transformation techniques. This transformation technique is definitely a good thing. But why can it grant the inheritance of Senior Sister 5? Senior Sister 5 possesses the bloodline of the Battle Saint clan. The whereabouts of Senior Sister 5 have always been a mystery, and the elders are very secretive about it. Wang Dao had also checked in at Senior Sister 5's dojo, but gained nothing. I wonder what can be checked in on the second floor. Wang Dao stayed in the Yin Tower Underground Palace and waited for a day. The next day, he stepped into the second floor and checked in again. Check-in. You have checked in on the second floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Reward the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Wang Dao was shocked again. On the third day, he came to the third floor to check in. Check-in. You have checked in on the third floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Reward a life-saving hair. On the fourth day, Wang Dao descended to the fourth floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. The third floor was already very dangerous. The fourth floor was even more perilous. As soon as he arrived, Wang Dao felt dizzy and disoriented, with countless illusions overlapping with reality, making it hard to distinguish the false from the true. A surge of violent negative emotions made his body almost lose control, and he couldn't help but feel agitated. Check-in. You have checked in at the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Reward the binding technique. The binding technique. Wang Dao's blood surged. This is the ultimate inheritance of Senior Sister 5. Her binding technique is the nemesis of all techniques, always advantageous. He never expected to obtain it through checking in. With the binding technique, he could immobilize enemies. Just thinking about it made him realize how extraordinary this ability is. The fourth floor is very dangerous. I must leave quickly. But upon discovering something, Wang Dao suddenly stopped. His figure flashed, and he hid in the darkness. After a moment, he saw a sneaky figure pass near him. The person was hidden under a black robe, but Wang Dao recognized her as the sun-shielding princess. Her head was surrounded by red clouds exuding a demonic aura. Her eyes were crimson and cold. Her aura was restless. It seemed that inner demons were beginning to take root. What is she doing here? Wang Dao was puzzled. Is it also for trials? However, some elders from the inner sect like him had ways to enter the Yin Tower Underground Palace. In fact, although the Yin Tower Underground Palace is classified as a forbidden area, some bold direct disciples still come to trial. The sun-shielding princess is probably one of them. Without thinking too much, after the sun-shielding princess left, Wang Dao immediately crushed the blue jade talisman in his hand and vanished from the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Upon returning to the Flying Snow Peak, Wang Dao rested for 3 days. He devoted himself to studying the transformation techniques and the binding technique. He made some progress in the transformation techniques, but there was no progress with the binding technique. As for the reason, Wang Dao quickly found out. He could not use the binding technique due to a lack of one thing. This thing is the heart monkey. Without the heart monkey, he could not use the binding technique at all. The heart monkey is the most terrifying inner demon throughout history, without exception. Senior Sister 5 gained immeasurably powerful primordial spirit strength and physical strength by subduing the heart monkey. However, the heart monkey of the Battle Saint clan has great drawbacks. It cannot be suppressed forever. The stronger one becomes, the stronger the heart monkey becomes. But Wang Dao was not afraid. If Senior Sister 5 could cultivate with the heart monkey, he could too. In addition to the binding technique, Senior Sister 5 also possesses the 8-9 mystic art. Next, Wang Dao focused his check-ins on the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 15 years passed. This is the 20th year since Wang Dao came to Phoenix Mountain. During these 15 years, many ancient and rare plants in Phoenix Mountain have shown signs of slow wilting. No one knows why. During these 15 years, Wang Dao made significant progress. He checked in on the 5th floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace, reward the law of the Battle Saint Monkey. Checked in on the 6th floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace, reward the upper volume of the 8-9 mystic art. Checked in on the 7th floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace, reward the lower volume of the 8-9 mystic art. Checked in on the 8th floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace, reward the earthly rod of imperial techniques. 3 years ago, he repeatedly underwent trials within the ancient 9 passages of the record of gods and demons, winning over 1,000 battles until there were no more rewards for trials. Thanks to the check-in opportunities and the rewards from the record of gods and demons, his strength skyrocketed. Many years ago, he successfully stepped into the 7th realm and later advanced from an ancient extreme realm ruler to a venerable one. Now he has reached the 9th tier of the venerable realm. It is worth mentioning that he did not challenge the ancient 10 passes. It is not that he lacks confidence, but he does not want to draw too much attention. In these past few years, he learned from the elders that numerous mysterious forces have sent people to the Holy Land to look for him, the Supreme, and many were captured, including spies sent by the 9 heavens and 10 earths, making him particularly cautious. In the God Wilderness world, there is a saying that bloodlines can be stolen. Once targeted, one risks having their bloodline stripped and becoming crippled. On this day, Wang Dao was atop the Flying Snow Peak barbecuing while contemplating his cultivation. The difficulty of cultivating the 8-9 mystic art is truly extraordinary. For the 6th transformation, I actually took an entire year. To cultivate the 7th transformation, I must reach the 8th realm level. However, lacking the heart monkey, I cannot cultivate the binding technique, and even the transformation technique is not refined enough. I wonder if I can check in for the heart monkey on the 9th floor of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. In these 15 years, he has worked hard, especially in cultivating the 8-9 mystic art. He has developed the unbreakable body, able to catch divine weapons with bare hands, but his strength is still insufficient to enter the 9th level of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. He has yet to obtain the heart monkey. At this time, the little carp came sniffing around. Wang Dao had already grown into a 7-year-old child, but the little carp had not changed much from 20 years ago. However, 2 pure and lovely dragon horns resembling white jade had already sprouted from her head, about 5 centimeters long. The little carp's aura was also vastly different from before. Wang Dao vaguely felt that her bloodline had improved from the 6th tier of 20 years ago to the 7th tier, becoming an extraordinarily noble celestial maiden. The means of the Empress are breathtaking. 20 years ago, the little carp was at the peak of the 6th realm. 20 years later, she is unfathomable. But it is not surprising, the little carp has been brought back to Phoenix Mountain by the Empress for almost 2,000 years. Wang Dao curiously looked at the little carp. Senior Sister 9, how did you come out of seclusion? Has the Emperor also come out of seclusion? Are you that afraid of the Emperor coming to find you? The Emperor has not come out of seclusion. The little carp angrily bit into a 3 sandia-rolled peaches of immortality, saying someone is causing trouble in the Yin Tower underground palace. Some disciples of the saints and elders have mysteriously died on the 9th floor, and the fleeing disciples have returned heavily injured. The saints went to investigate, but were blocked on the 8th floor, so the emperor sent me to investigate and rescue the disciples trapped on the 9th floor. Wang Dao, who was about to head to the 9th floor of the Yin Tower underground palace, felt a sinking feeling what exactly is going on. The little carp gritted her teeth and said, "Isn't it obvious? Some disciples must have been manipulated by evil thoughts becoming puppets of immortal beings. Let's go, a senior sister will take you to have some fun." Wang Dao said, "The Yin Tower underground palace is too dangerous. It's not suitable for me, a mere mortal, to venture into." Coward. The little carp lightly huffed, took away a grilled fish, and stepped into the teleportation array at the mountaintop. "Wait." Wang Dao casually picked up a fire stick. "I'll go with you." The little carp widened her eyes. "I'm just joking." Wang Dao smiled. "Senior sister wouldn't happen to lack the strength to protect me, would you?" The little carp angrily retorted, joking. "I, this noble lady, am at the 9th tier level of power, nearing sanctification. A mere Yin Tower underground palace, I can handle it. Keep up." Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in the 8th level of the Yin Tower underground palace. The 9th level cannot be directly accessed. One can only be transported to the 8th level at most. Here, gusts of sinister wind carried with them the power of destruction, creating chaos unlike anything in the higher levels. The undead beings here possessing physical bodies were incomparably stronger. Their power influenced every corner. Little Liu had come for the first time, and due to the rules, her cultivation was instantly suppressed from the 9th rank of a mighty being to the 1st rank, leaving her quite unaccustomed. However, as a celestial maiden, she radiated purity, making her difficult to invade by spirits and demons, thereby protecting Wang Dao. As soon as they appeared, numerous undead beings fixated on them. With the bloodline of the ancient royal clan here, all gods and demons get lost. Little Liu shouted her overwhelming dragon might, suppressing the heavens and the earth, causing the undead beings to vanish without a trace. Little Liu looked at Wang Dao, feeling quite proud. "Smelly pig, am I impressive, or what?" Wang Dao gave her a thumbs up. Little Liu continued. Although every level of the Yin Tower underground palace has cultivation restrictions, such as between the 8th and 9th levels, regardless of whether you are a sage or otherwise, once you enter, your cultivation will be suppressed to the 1st rank of a mighty being. But I am a celestial maiden, a noble little celestial maiden. Even when my cultivation is suppressed, I am still formidable. Just make sure not to stray too far from me, you smelly pig. Wang Dao, having signed in at the Yin Tower underground palace over 100 times, was naturally aware of the rules here. The cultivation suppression rules were designed to suppress the undead beings of the Yin Tower underground palace. There existed sage-level undead beings within the 9th level. If their cultivation were not suppressed by the Empress, means they could never have become the human punching bags for the disciples. A few minutes later, Little Liu brought Wang Dao to the entrance of the 9th level of the underground palace. It was a terrifying abyss. What a dreadful evil thought. This should be the entrance to the 9th level. The evil thoughts emanating from the abyss caused both Little Liu and Wang Dao to gasp in cold air. Little Liu grabbed Wang Dao and jumped into the abyss together. The abyss seemed like a black hole. As soon as the two entered, they were sucked in and plummeted rapidly. A terrifying ancient evil thought fiercely assaulted them. Little Liu completely disregarded it, spitting out a golden bubble to encase Wang Dao, then shouted, releasing a dragon roar that shook the heavens. In that roar, the evil thought was completely shattered. In the blink of an eye, the two fell into a realm of darkness. Detecting an extraordinary opportunity in the 9th level of the Yin Tower underground palace, would you like to sign in? Hearing the system's voice, Wang Dao immediately responded, "Sign in." Yin Tower underground palace sign-in successful, triggering great fortune, rewarding one heart monkey of the fighting Saint Ape. Has the heart monkey finally arrived? Wang Dao knew that as long as he kept signing in, he would definitely get this item, yet he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when it was actually in his hands. His binding technique now had hope. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth trembled. In the depths of the darkness, a great battle was erupting, with sword energy soaring into the sky and red, evil clouds surging. Princess of the Sun, do not be so stubborn. If you come back with us now, you still have a chance for redemption. The elder's stern voice reverberated through the darkness. Wang Dao looked up and saw a phoenix bathed in crimson evil clouds, its aura exceedingly violent, using its divine form to cover the heavens spanning thousands of miles. With a slight flap of its wings, the crimson evil clouds overturned the world, sweeping through the 8 directions, sending 10 elders and several powerful sage disciples flying with cries of despair. Sages are nothing but this. You all shall become vessels for the Lord, evil king. The Princess of the Sun's voice was chilling, shaking the darkness, sending shivers down spines. Her voice carried with it a terrifying ancient evil thought, highly penetrating. Even Wang Dao and little Li Yu far away were affected, their bloodlines becoming frantic, violent, and filled with murderous intent. Wang Dao almost couldn't conceal his cultivation. Stay in the bubble and watch how I explode that demon bird. Little Li Yu handed Wang Dao a golden teleportation token and transformed into a dragon soaring into the sky. She became a proud white dragon enhanced by her divine form, her silhouette spanning 3,000 miles, which was double the size of the princess of the sun's red cloud demon phoenix. A celestial phenomenon also appeared with waters flooding the heavens. Wang Dao was in awe. The divine form and transformation could be used upon reaching the realm of the sovereign. Especially with the demon race bloodline, transforming into its original form combined with the divine form, combat power would increase dramatically. Boom. The white dragon transformed by little Li Yu, filled with fighting spirit, charged like entering a void, crashing into the red cloud demon phoenix. The 9 disciples have arrived. The elders shouted in excitement. Some sage disciples were brought to tears. The elder quickly said, "The 9 disciples, this demon girl cultivates ancient forbidden evil arts with a bloodline comparable to the top sage grade. Be extremely careful. No wonder you are so helpless." Little Li Yu, disturbed by the evil thoughts, impatiently said, "Leave this to me. You all can get lost and find the other fallen disciples before heading back. Do you all think you can escape?" The princess of the sun returned with a vengeance, her laughter wild and arrogant. "You shall all become vessels. Ancient evil god, grant me power." The princess of the sun employed an evil spell. Her ancient evil thoughts, surging fiercely, a forbidden existence was transcending the heavens, descending upon her. Roar, roar, roar. In the forbidden zone, thousands of undead beings roared in unison, but in a regulated manner, as if performing some ritual. "She is summoning the inner demon of the evil king. Stop her." The elder shouted in alarm. "Ancient evil spirits, commendable courage." Little Li Yu lightly scolded, her sharp dragon claws shimmering with divine light, containing the power to tear apart the heavens, reaching for the princess of the sun. In an instant, the princess of the sun was grasped by the neck. But she was not torn apart. This princess possesses the body of a 4th-rank mighty being. A mere 1st-rank mighty being cannot tear apart this princess' body. The princess of the sun laughed sinisterly, emboldened. Boom. Little Li Yu swung her dragon tail, wreaking destruction. The dragon tail struck the princess of the sun. The princess of the sun lost control and turned into a shooting star, crashing to the ground. Boom. At the moment of contact with the ground, a radius of 10,000 miles instantly collapsed, and the surrounding mountains shattered into dust. However, the princess of the sun emerged unscathed, flying back into the sky. The empress disciples are nothing but this. Moreover, the ancient evil thoughts within her were not interrupted. Instead, they reached their peak. The princess of the sun's crimson eyes resembled an ancient abyss, emanating an unsettling ancient evil thought. She seemed to have transformed into another person. Ancient evil thoughts devour. The substantial ancient evil thoughts swept across the sky, engulfing everything. Sage-level ancient evil thoughts. Little Li Yu exclaimed in pain, falling from the sky as her divine form collapsed without attack, losing consciousness. All the sage elders and sage disciples were invaded by the evil thoughts, becoming muddled and disoriented. Is the empress disciples so easily defeated? The princess of the sun laughed fiercely, her arrogance reaching new heights. It seems this princess can already rival the supreme beings. This time when I return, I will find that supreme being, explode him, and wash away my shame. At that moment, a 7-year-old child stepped out from the darkness. The Sunshade Princess recognized Wang Dao at a glance, her astonishment immense. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The ancient evil thoughts are so powerful. How could a mere mortal withstand them? Previously, Wang Dao indeed could not withstand them. But just a minute ago, he had integrated the heart of the fighting sacred ape. The heart of the sacred ape is the nemesis of all evil thoughts and inner demons. Now, what do you have on you? Is it the heart of the sacred ape? The Sunshade Princess felt a sudden unease, and dozens of immortal beings of saint level in the darkness also felt their hearts tremble. They were all immortal beings born from the ancient evil thoughts, and they were incredibly sensitive to their nemesis, feeling instinctive fear. How could a mere mortal integrate the heart of the sacred ape? I will devour you. Blood-red evil clouds surged across a vast expanse, and blood-red wings covered the sky as the Sunshade Princess fiercely lunged at Wang Dao. Boom. Wang Dao was struck by the Sunshade Princess' wings, and the devouring winds tore him apart, turning him into nothingness. Just as the Sunshade Princess was feeling triumphant, an immortal being roared, "Princess, behind you." The Sunshade Princess abruptly turned around, her hair standing on end. Wang Dao appeared behind her, ghostly and elusive. Illusion. How could a mere mortal withstand an attack from a first-rate powerhouse? The Sunshade Princess waved her wings again, and the destructive winds swept across the land, annihilating everything in their path. The attacks came in relentless waves. Wang Dao was obliterated time and again. A minute later, little Carp 10 Saint Elders and numerous direct disciples had vanished from the world, rescued by someone. What exactly is that brat's background? The Sunshade Princess was frantic. Wait, what about the other vessels? At that moment, Wang Dao stepped out from the darkness again, holding a only and a half-meter-long fire stick. You are still alive. The Sunshade Princess looked at Wang Dao in horror. Damn, I know now, this is the transformation technique of the fighting sacred ape. Wang Dao does not possess the bloodline of the fighting sacred ape. You are not Wang Dao. Who exactly are you? Wang Dao sighed lightly. Did you not want to find me to reclaim your honor? Well, here I am now. The Sunshade Princess in disbelief stared at Wang Dao. You are that mysterious supreme. Impossible. How could a mere cleaner possess a supreme bloodline? I do not believe it. Wang Dao's chaotic divine essence spread out, covering a vast area. At that moment, his chaotic divine essence had become extremely powerful, possessing a hint of the chaotic chi's might. Wherever it went, it crushed everything, shattering all. Chaotic divine essence. The Sunshade Princess looked at Wang Dao in disbelief, her excitement bordering on madness. I never thought that the 10th direct disciple of the Empress would be the chaotic supreme body. I should have suspected it was you, otherwise how could you have been accepted as a direct disciple? You truly astonish me. Since you're here, then die. Wang Dao asked in confusion. I want to know, what did I do to offend the princess so much that you must kill me? The Sunshade Princess, furious, roared. What did you do to offend me? Don't you know? 15 years ago I provoked you, and you replied by breaking the ancient 9 barriers, humiliating me. Even more abominably, I publicly apologized to you, and you didn't even respond, completely ignoring my existence, making me a laughingstock among all disciples. My reputation was ruined because of you, and you dare to pretend to be innocent. Today I will devour your supreme bloodline for my own use to quench my resentment. Wang Dao sighed. If that's the case, then go ahead and strike. Let me see how strong you are. The Sunshade Princess chuckled sinisterly. A mere 9th-rank dignitary dares to challenge a first-rate powerhouse. You are so weak, daring to appear before me. Heaven has decreed it, you cannot escape death. The Sunshade Princess charged fiercely into the chaotic chi. Her wings, like clouds descending from the heavens, created upheavals, with every wave distorting and tearing apart the chaotic chi, transformed by Wang Dao's chaotic divine essence. The gap in realms made it feel as if she was in a land unoccupied, unstoppable. Wang Dao was once again shattered. Damn it, another transformation technique. The Sunshade Princess, furious, roared. Human Supreme, are you just going to hide like a turtle? Dare you face me, heathen? In the darkness, a whisper suddenly came, transform. The next moment, a terrifying and overwhelming secret power enveloped the Sunshade Princess. The Sunshade Princess was unaffected, but still instantly bristled with fury. You want to use transformation technique against me? Dream on. In the darkness, Wang Dao felt somewhat disappointed. His transformation technique could change opponents of the same realm, having their combat power. Using it across realms proved ineffective. However, using transformation techniques for defense, creating clones, and luring enemies to attack is an unparalleled tactic. It could keep him invincible. Freeze. Wang Dao used the immobilization technique again. The Sunshade Princess was disturbed again, but did not remain frozen. The immobilization technique is harder to master than the transformation technique. You're just bluffing. The Sunshade Princess was also significantly scared by the transformation and immobilization techniques, her evil thoughts surging, ancient evil king seal. As soon as she finished speaking, boundless ancient evil thoughts transformed into an ancient seal, rapidly flying towards Wang Dao. The ancient evil thoughts magnified several times, merging into his brow. This ends here. Under the attack of the ancient evil thoughts, Wang Dao's heart of the sacred ape was stimulated and awakened instantly, his gaze turning blood red like hell. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming battle intent erupted. This battle intent was exceedingly cruel and fierce, exuding a murderous aura that recognized no kin, disregarding all rules and crushing everything that opposed it. If heaven does not yield, then let this heaven be destroyed. The violently wrathful heart of the sacred ape, filled with demonic nature, instantly tore apart the ancient evil king seals, devouring. The ancient evil thoughts of the Sunshade Princess were completely suppressed before the demonic wrath of the heart of the sacred ape. The immortal beings in the dark world, facing the onslaught of the wrathful heart of the sacred ape, cried out in terror and fled in all directions. Watch me tear you apart. The Sunshade Princess lunged towards Wang Dao once more. Wang Dao, with a gaze like hell, pointed his fire stick towards the sky. Freeze. With the heart of the sacred ape's enhancement, Wang Dao's immobilization technique finally activated. The rapidly approaching Sunshade Princess felt a moment of daze in her heart. In the face of a powerful opponent, becoming distracted in a life-and-death battle is fatal. Not good. The Sunshade Princess was frightened and quickly retreated. Fortunately, her opponent was merely a 9th-rank dignitary. If Wang Dao had caught the opportunity, she would have been in big trouble. Forbidden power, break the shackles. The Sunshade Princess screamed as a forbidden power erupted from within her, about to break through the dungeon's restrictions and rise to a higher rank than a first-rate powerhouse. Wang Dao was only a 9th-rank dignitary, and engaging with a first-rate powerhouse was already his limit. If the Sunshade Princess rose 1 or 2 more ranks, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Freeze. At a critical moment, Wang Dao activated the immobilization technique again. This time it felt as if heaven and earth had stopped moving and time itself had come to a halt. The Sunshade Princess was momentarily immobilized. All her abilities ceased to function. Kill. Wang Dao, filled with murderous intent, soared into the sky, appearing above the Sunshade Princess. A mere 9th-rank dignitary, how can you do anything with just 1 strike? The Sunshade Princess roared, fearless. Heaven and earth stick. Though Wang Dao was disoriented, the heart of the sacred ape had battle instincts, automatically unleashing the ultimate technique of the 5th senior sister, the heaven and earth stick. With this strike, the heavens and earth trembled. Wang Dao's divine power surged 100-fold, transforming into a colossal ape, creating a law form that exhibited powers comparable to a first-rate powerhouse. Is this the heaven and earth stick? I am willing to submit. Please spare me, Supreme. Seeing this devastating strike, the Sunshade Princess was terrified, screaming in despair. Frozen for just a moment, she had no power to fight back. She had never felt a moment so long. A single strike descended, the void collapsed, striking the Sunshade Princess. With a pop, the Sunshade Princess was directly smashed by the strike. Her body fell, and her path was extinguished. After the Bu Princess was obliterated, the source of the ancient evil thought within her attempted to escape. Roar. Wang Dao let out a roar, his heart's wild monkey devouring the heavens and earth as all ancient evil thoughts converged at his brow. In the darkness, the immortals conducting the ceremony for the Bu Princess mostly perished. Those immortal beings at the sage level also lost their memories and evil thoughts due to the sacrifice, becoming muddled and like walking corpses. After the wild monkey absorbed all the ancient evil thoughts, Wang Dao gradually awakened. Looking at the obliterated Bu Princess, a wave of fear surged within him. The wild monkey could actually consume his rationality, turning into a tool of slaughter, with the entire process dominated by the wild monkey over his physical body. The only memory he had was the 100-fold explosive power of the heaven and earth rod. The strongest imperial technique he had previously practiced was the Pingtian Dongma sword technique, and in terms of explosive power, it was far inferior to the heaven and earth rod. However, the after-effects of the heaven and earth rod were also enormous. Within a few days, it would be difficult to use the second strike. Merging with the wild monkey can grant unparalleled combat power, but the influence of the wild monkey is also terrifying. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, I will never awaken the wild monkey again. Wang Dao secretly warned himself. The wild monkey had fallen silent, yet the violence and murderous intent within him remained strong. Crushing a golden teleportation token, Wang Dao's figure vanished from the 9th level of the Yinta underground palace. Not long after Wang Dao departed, Xia Liu and the Grand Elder awoke to see the Bu Princess shattered by a single strike. Xia Liu stared in shock. Who on earth is this that dares to defy the ancient evil thought and obliterate the Bu Princess with a single strike? The Grand Elder's voice trembled. There is residual chaotic energy here. It must have been that mysterious supreme being who intervened. Xia Liu's body trembled. To obliterate the Bu Princess, one must at least possess the realm of a first-grade mighty one. How has that filthy mouse become so formidable? The elders exchanged glances. 20 years to reach the level of a mighty one. It was a despairing growth rate unprecedented in the Divine Ruins world. At that moment, a ray of rosy light descended from the sky. The Shenhuang Empress had arrived. Emperor, respect. Empress. Everyone bowed in unison. Xia Liu exclaimed excitedly, Emperor, respect, that filthy mouse has appeared again. The Empress scanned the battlefield and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Binding technique, heaven and earth rod. Respectable at the 9th grade, capable of subduing a first-grade mighty one. In just 20 years, I never expected you to grow to such an extent, truly impressive in the eyes of this Empress. Upon hearing this, Xia Liu and the Grand Elder felt their scalps tingle. The mysterious supreme being who obliterated the first-grade Bu Princess is merely at the 9th grade of respect. Such heaven-defying combat power had never been seen since the ancient times. The Shenhuang Empress drew all the immortal beings to her, directly searching their souls. But the results were disappointing. These immortal beings had sacrificed all their evil thoughts and memories. However, the Empress did not leave empty-handed. She sensed something, and her gaze flickered with wariness. I do not dare to merge with the heart of the fighting Saint Monkey, yet you dared to merge. Truly reckless. The 10 elders were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Xia Liu also trembled in fear. What? That fellow merged with the wild monkey. Where did he get the wild monkey? Did it just appear out of thin air? The heart of the fighting Saint Monkey is known to be the most terrifying inner demon of all time, extremely prone to backlash. Once it happens, there's no turning back. The fighting Saint Monkey clan is incredibly rare, nearly extinct since ancient times. The reason for this is that even the fighting Saint Monkey cannot subdue its own heart. After becoming a saint, the heart becomes exceedingly brutal, backfiring on itself, resulting in endless battles and slaughter. The physical body is immortal, yet the heart does not rest. 1,000 years ago, after the 5 relatives transmitted the wild monkey's control, chaos erupted in the eastern wilderness, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The Empress personally intervened to quell it. If that mysterious supreme being merges with the heart of the fighting Saint clan and cannot control it in the future, it will be a disaster for Phoenix Mountain. The Shenhuang Empress looked sternly. He is the future of the human race. He must not be cut short. He has just merged with the wild monkey, and it is not yet strong enough to be severed. Find him immediately and bring him to see me. Another great beginning has started. Wang Dao had returned to Alchemy Peak for less than half a day when Xia Liu came knocking. Seeing Wang Dao, Xia Liu asked fiercely, "Stupid pig, who told you to run around? Do you know how long I searched for you, nearly worried to death?" At this moment, Wang Dao had freed himself from the wild monkey's interference and smiled lightly. "I saw that senior sister could not defeat that monster bird, so I crushed the teleportation token and came back myself." Xia Liu's neck turned red with anger. How could I possibly lose to her? I was merely careless. I am very angry. Quickly treat me to grilled fish. Wang Dao shook his head with a smile. All right. Xia Liu then asked, "By the way, stupid pig, have you seen that filthy mouse who defeated the Bu princess?" "Filthy mouse?" Wang Dao casually replied. "After seeing senior sister lose, I left. I didn't see anything at all." Xia Liu placed her hands on her hips. "That filthy mouse merged with the wild monkey of the fighting saint, and Emperor Respect has ordered that he must be found and helped to sever the wild monkey. In the next 10 days, you must not roam around to avoid being harmed by that filthy mouse, understood?" Wang Dao was secretly alarmed. The Empress opposes him merging with the wild monkey. To him, the wild monkey was not that terrifying, and it significantly enhanced his combat power, while the heaven and earth rod and binding technique had become his ultimate trump cards. This thing could definitely not be severed by the Empress. He needed to be more discreet. 10 days later, outside the Tianyi Palace. "We have searched everywhere we could, but there are no signs of the wild monkey's fluctuations. I'm afraid he has already left Phoenix Mountain." Listening to the elders' reports, the Shenhuang Empress felt despondent. Is that human supreme being destined not to belong to Phoenix Mountain? After 20 years of cultivation, already possessing a pressure that spans an eternity, why does he not dare to reveal himself? Elder Tianjing, you go and make public the ancient secret method for subduing the wild monkey. After speaking, the Shenhuang Empress returned to the Tianyi Palace. She walked slowly, as if millennia of time had passed through her. 3,000 strands of hair instantly turned to white snow. Xia Liu immediately burst into tears, wailing. Is the fatal injury from the Empress Ascension already uncontrollable? Does the Empress have little time left? The Grand Elder and others knelt down in unison, tears streaming down their faces filled with desolation. Within and outside Phoenix Mountain, the wilting of every blade of grass and tree became increasingly evident. Meanwhile, back to Wang Dao. Knowing that the Empress was searching for him at any cost, Wang Dao remained exceptionally low-key during these 10 days, spending his days signing in and sweeping the floor, directly giving up on cultivation. Signing in at the mysterious pill furnace rewarded him with an 8th grade transformation pill. Signing in at the mysterious pill furnace rewarded him with an 8th grade nirvana pill. Of course, Wang Dao also obtained the ancient secret method for subduing the wild monkey that the Empress made public. Has the Empress given up on finding me? Confirming that the ancient secret method made public by the Empress is effective for subduing the wild monkey, Wang Dao felt inexplicably moved. The Empress could not find him and made the ancient secret method public, which should be her hope that he could learn it and subdue the wild monkey himself. Thank you, Emperor Respect. Returning to Alchemy Peak, Wang Dao immediately entered seclusion, beginning to consolidate his nascent soul. He is currently a 9th rank venerable, yet he cannot step into the ancient extreme realm and become an ancient venerable. This stems from the fact that he has not yet cultivated his nascent soul. 15 years ago, Wang Dao began to cultivate the 9 heavens visualization method, with his mental strength increasing day by day. After entering the 5th realm as a king, his mental strength successfully transformed into divine consciousness. The fifth realm opens the path at the brow, allowing entry into the sixth realm. The sixth realm, known as the realm of all manifestations, requires powerful mental strength to communicate with heaven and earth, harnessing the anomalies of the cosmos for one's own use. The stronger the divine consciousness, the more powerful the anomalies of heaven and earth that can be manifested. Those with demon bloodlines can transform into beast forms in this realm, possessing the strength to move mountains. Those without demon bloodlines can fly through the heavens or transform into ancient solar deities. Wang Dao's anomaly of heaven and earth is chaos energy. The seventh realm is called the Nirvana realm, where one condenses the nascent soul within the Dao domain, with the nascent soul being refined through 9 tribulations, continuously growing stronger. The nascent soul serves as a bridge between the physical body and the laws of heaven and earth. Possessing a nascent soul allows for a deeper understanding of the universe, enabling mastery over the powers of the Dao. There is a significant gap between venerables with and without a nascent soul. Wang Dao's Chaos Supreme Body has already reached the minor achievement stage, allowing him to enter the 9th rank with immense strength. With a single palm strike, the area of 10,000 miles turned to nothingness. However, he has yet to cultivate a nascent soul, and there is still ample room for growth in the 7th realm. After merging with the Heart Monkey for 10 days, my 9-heaven starry sky Dao domain has been expanded to its limits, and my divine consciousness has increased several times, reaching the optimal state for condensing the nascent soul. Wang Dao's divine consciousness focused inward, revealing a dazzling starry sky at his brow. This brilliant starry sky represents Wang Dao's Dao domain, a culmination of 20 years spent cultivating the 9 heavens visualization method. Yet this sky still lacked the sun and moon. The sun and moon represent his nascent soul. Suddenly, 300 jade bottles were opened and 200 golden 7th rank ancient spirit pills appeared before him. These ancient spirit pills were rewards from his sign-in, including transformation pills and nirvana pills, all meant for condensing the nascent soul. Wang Dao had been saving them for a long time. He consumed half of them in one breath. The pills dissolved instantly, and Wang Dao's divine consciousness surged like a tide within the 9 heavens starry sky, Dao domain gathering into a single point of light. At first this light was quite dim. However, the brilliance gradually intensified, slowly illuminating the 9 heavens starry sky. This was a lengthy process. After 10 days of seclusion beneath the starry sky, at Wang Dao's brow, an ancient divine sun emerged, illuminating the entire starry expanse. This is the embryonic form of the nascent soul. That dazzling radiance represents Wang Dao's nascent soul power. However, Wang Dao's nascent soul remains unstable, flickering uncertainly. Boom, boom, boom. The first tribulation of the nascent soul appeared. Purple lightning bolts tore through the void, striking his brow, penetrating the 9 heavens starry sky Dao domain, and crashing into the ancient divine sun. After enduring dozens of purple lightning strikes, the nascent soul dimmed by half in an instant. Within a minute, Wang Dao suffered 33 bolts of purple lightning. The nascent soul was nearly shattered, posing an immense danger. Wang Dao felt a splitting headache and immediately consumed the remaining ancient spirit pills to reassemble his nascent soul. A day later, the dim, nascent soul regained its brilliance. This time the radiance stabilized, and after being tempered by the tribulation, it shone even brighter than before. The space of the 9 heavens starry sky Dao domain had doubled in size. The most noticeable change was that Wang Dao's perception power had increased by several dozen times. Wang Dao did not exhibit much joy on his face. This was merely the first nascent soul tribulation. He still needed to endure 8 more. His heart monkey seemed to be in slight turmoil. However, Wang Dao successfully dispelled his distractions using the ancient heart method taught by the Empress, regaining his calm. Next, I will need more pills. If I expose my identity and directly ask the Empress for resources, it should solve the problem. But that would be too dangerous. I can only rely on signing in. If a year doesn't work, then I'll wait 10 years. But thinking back to the past 10 days of seclusion without signing in, Wang Dao felt a pang of regret. As for the sign-in journey in the Yin Tower underground palace, he had already obtained the heart monkey, and it was time to conclude. Sign in, Wang Dao silently murmured. The system immediately responded, detected that the host's sign-in was interrupted for 9 days. The system compensates the host with 3 sign-ins. Would you like to use them all at once? Wang Dao's heart surged. 3 compensatory sign-ins. Better than nothing. 4 sign-ins, all to be used. At the Mystic Alchemy Furnace, sign-in rewards you with 1 8th rank Nirvana pill. At the Mystic Alchemy Furnace, sign-in triggers good fortune, rewarding you with the Alchemy Classics of the Ancient Pill Emperor. At the Mystic Alchemy Furnace, sign-in triggers enlightenment, rewarding you with the Heavenly Creation Alchemy Furnace. At the Mystic Alchemy Furnace, sign-in triggers enlightenment, rewarding you with the Ancient Burning Sky Meteor Fire. Wang Dao was dumbfounded. Had he just disturbed the lair of the alchemy furnace's master? It felt as if he had exhausted all his good fortune in a lifetime. Wang Dao quickly calmed down. He now had alchemy inheritance, alchemy classics, alchemy fire, and an alchemy furnace. The system is pushing him to become an alchemist. Becoming an alchemist. Wang Dao had considered it, but life is short. It would be more cost-effective to just sign in for pills. The key is, where would he find spiritual herbs to refine pills? On the way back, Wang Dao noticed he had unwittingly gained a small tail. It was a pitch-black shadow crow. He did not discover it himself, rather it was the heart monkey that noticed it, highly sensitive and greatly enhancing Wang Dao's perception of the nascent soul. This is a dark creature never seen on Phoenix Mountain. But that does not mean Wang Dao had not heard of it. It is an ominous bird used for spying on others. As long as its cultivation is sufficient, even saints can be silently monitored. It followed him silently from a distance, quietly observing him. Who is watching me? Could it be the Empress? No, this thing definitely could not have been used by someone from Phoenix Mountain. Wang Dao frowned secretly, pretending not to see it, and immediately returned to Fly Snow Peak. The shadow crow was impressive. Wang Dao carried a personal token that allowed him to pass through the restrictions of Fly Snow Peak, while the shadow crow silently traversed the barrier, following him up the mountain. Freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dao directly used a binding technique on the shadow crow. The shadow crow's cultivation was low, only at the first rank of venerable, and it was bound for a full minute. Wang Dao plucked the shadow crow from his hand, and then used the soul-searching secret technique obtained from signing in, directly probing the shadow crow's soul. What was even more terrifying was that the shadow crow's Dao domain contained terrifying restrictions that would explode upon contact. Fortunately, the binding technique temporarily halted the restrictions. A few minutes later, a cold, killing intent emerged in Wang Dao's gaze. The shadow crow of the 10,000 demons, ancient nation. Though Wang Dao had not ventured out, he had learned quite a bit about the Divine Wasteland over the past 20 years. The Divine Wasteland encompasses 4 seas and 8 wastelands, 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the Dark Realm. The Eastern Wasteland, where Phoenix Mountain is located, is one of the 8 wastelands. The 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation is one of the top 10 demon nations in the Eastern Wasteland, with a saint residing within, and the sun-burying princess hails from the 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation. However, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation is not the strongest force in the Eastern Wasteland. The human race's Dao Alliance, the Heavenly Repair, Holy Land, Phoenix Mountain, and many other forces far surpass the 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation in strength. The Shadow Crow's purpose for arriving is to find the human race's supreme. As for why they are looking for the human race's supreme, the sun-burying princess has just died, and they are most likely here for revenge. A mere 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation dares to send a Shadow Crow to spy on the Empress' direct disciple. Does the 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation seek to destroy itself? Wang Dao was very clear about the Empress' influence in the Eastern Wasteland and even the Divine Wasteland. Once the Empress learns that the 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation has extended its hand into the core area of Phoenix Mountain, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation will undoubtedly suffer the wrath of the Empress, and even the saints within the nation would have to kneel and apologize. I have it. Previously, Wang Dao was troubled about where to find spiritual herbs to refine pills, but now an opportunity has arisen. The 10,000 Demons Ancient Nation occupies vast lands and possesses an ancient mountain range abundant in spiritual herbs and many holy medicines. Such a bounty is too good to pass up. If not them, who else should be targeted? 3 days later, in the early morning within the Grand Hall of the Ancient Demon Kingdom, the Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor, the ruler of the kingdom, is discussing merits and rewards. During this 100-day hunt in the Hongwan mountain range, our nation has reaped a bountiful harvest, obtaining 3,000 grade 7 spiritual herbs, 300 grade 8 spiritual herbs, and a total of 8 grade 9 holy herbs. It is the first time in 1,000 years that our nation has garnered such immense rewards, elevating our national strength to a new level. The elder of the national pillar said if it weren't for the chaos caused by the 3 Qingwan birds, we would have finished the 100-day hunt earlier, and the harvest would surely have been even greater. What are the 3 Qingwan birds? The fact that we have achieved such results this time is due to the superb leadership of Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. Many powerful figures in the kingdom praised him. The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor sighed, our venerable saint is approaching his 5,000-year birthday, and I hope these spiritual herbs and holy herbs can bring him joy and elevate him further. It's a pity that Honger was the most beloved junior of the venerable saint, and he will never have the chance to see her again, which is truly heartbreaking. Honger is the cherished pearl of the Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor, the Radiant Princess. Empress, this is too much. Some powerful figures protested. The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor quickly shouted, be quiet, do not speak ill of the Empress. The elder of the national pillar's expression darkened, will we not seek revenge? The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor replied with a stoic expression, of course, we will seek revenge. I have already investigated thoroughly. The one who killed my beloved daughter is that mysterious supreme being who emerged 20 years ago. According to reliable news, the Empress is also searching for this person. As long as we find him before the Empress does, and let the saint take action, we will certainly ensure his soul perishes in the 9 springs. I have already dispatched a 3,000-year-old Een Crow. The Een Crow can manifest in thousands and is scattered all over Phoenix Mountain. Oh, it will surely find that young man. The elder of the National Pillar was taken aback. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, sending the Een Crow to monitor Phoenix Mountain is a grave taboo. The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor confidently said, rest assured no one will discover the Een Crow. Just as he finished speaking, a Een Crow silently appeared in the Grand Hall. The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor rejoiced. The Een Crow has returned. If the Een Crow returned so quickly, it must have found that human supreme being. The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor immediately took action, cautiously probing the memories of the Een Crow, fearful of triggering any restrictions. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. Boom. Suddenly, the Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor seemed to realize something terrifying, screaming in fright and collapsing onto the Golden Phoenix throne. Has the Een Crow been discovered? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The powerful figures in the kingdom trembled, and the elder of the National Pillar asked, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, what is wrong? The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor's body trembled, tears of blood flowing down in terror. It's over, it's all over. The true form of the Een Crow has been spotted at the Empress Dojo, and it has been discovered by the disciples of Phoenix Mountain. Not only did the other party erase the previous memories of the Een Crow, but they also warned us through the Een Crow to report this matter to the Empress. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Wasn't it said that Phoenix Mountain couldn't discover the Een Crow? The last time the killing god Ancient Hall used the Een Crow to monitor Phoenix Mountain, it was eradicated by the Empress. Is the ancient demon kingdom about to follow in their footsteps? Does the Empress know about this matter? The crowd trembled, not daring to breathe a word. Not yet. The one who discovered the Een Crow is trying to extort our spiritual herbs and holy herbs. He opened with a demand of 10,000 grade 7 spiritual herbs and 100 holy herbs. The Golden Phoenix Demon Emperor was so furious that he spat blood, fainting in the Grand Hall. 3 days later in the morning, Wang Dao left the Servant Mountain on his way to the Flying Snow Peak when he spotted a Een Crow. This Een Crow was the same one from 3 days ago. It had returned as promised. A piece of green copper stone was tied to its foot. Wang Dao removed the green copper stone and quickly refined it. Minutes later, the mysterious space within the green copper stone opened up. The aura of spiritual herbs and holy herbs surged forth. Wang Dao was intoxicated by it. After a long while, Wang Dao finally counted the list of spiritual herbs and holy herbs. 3,000 grade 7 spiritual herbs, 300 grade 8 spiritual herbs, and a total of 8 grade 9 holy herbs. Wang Dao revealed a satisfied smile. The Empress' reputation is indeed effective. Just a little intimidation, and the ancient demon kingdom obediently complied. With so many spiritual herbs and holy herbs, how should I use them? This one seems to be the Dragon Soul holy herb. Consuming it can directly enhance one's nascent soul cultivation. Wang Dao also discovered that the Een Crow contained the memories of the ruler of the ancient demon kingdom. My lord, the spiritual herbs and holy herbs you requested are too many for us to provide at once, but we have realized our mistake. We only have these spiritual herbs and holy herbs for now. The rest will be presented to you once every 10 years. We will definitely provide them all, absolutely no default. Wang Dao was taken aback. He had only casually set a price, not expecting the ancient demon kingdom to take him seriously. He did not reveal his identity in the ancient demon kingdom. He merely instructed the Een Crow to bring the spiritual herbs and holy herbs to a designated location to wait for him. Wang Dao prepared to find a place to consume the holy herbs. Remembering something, he turned back and took the Een Crow with him as well. 10 days later, Wang Dao refined the burning heaven meteor fire. 1 month later, Wang Dao refined the burning heaven creation furnace. 3 months later, Wang Dao thoroughly understood the pill scriptures left by the ancient pill emperor. This is the first pill scripture of the ancient times, the holy text in the hearts of all alchemists. 1 year later, Wang Dao successfully refined his first grade 7 spiritual pill. He continued to enter seclusion. His goal was to refine the ancient spiritual pills. 10 years later, on the Dojo Peak where the ice and snow began to melt, numerous guests gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. The Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference is about to commence. The venue for the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference is within the inner gate of Phoenix Mountain. Renowned alchemists from the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses gathered at Dojo Peak, seizing the opportunity of Phoenix Mountain's open gates to hold a grand ancient alchemy conference. This time the focus of the alchemy is primarily on refining ancient spiritual pills. The outcomes of this alchemy directly determine the rankings of alchemists in the next 100 years across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and all parties are paying special attention. Congratulations to Chongkong Dao Rin for refining a Grade 1 Ancient Transformation Pill. Congratulations to Huang Long Jinjun for refining a Grade 1 Ancient Gathering Pill. Congratulations to Qi Bao Sheng Rin for refining a Grade 2 Ancient Gathering Pill. Incredible Qi Bao Sheng Rin actually refined a Grade 2 Ancient Spiritual Pill. Boom. Another person opened the furnace and a Grade 2 top-quality Ancient Spiritual Pill flew out. Another round of exclamations erupted. As expected of the head of the Dan Pavilion, the second on the Alchemy God list, who has actually refined a Grade 2 Ancient Spiritual Pill. It is estimated that the Pavilion Master will surpass the Peak Master of Dojo Peak and become the #1 on the Alchemy God list for the next 100 years. Countless alchemists worshipped him. Dan Qing, it's your turn. The elder of the Dan Pavilion, beaming with joy, looked towards the Dan Qing Sheng Ren, who was also refining pills. Dan Qing Sheng Ren's expression was bleak. The situation in his pill furnace was not optimistic. Though the pill was nearing completion, it lacked the essence of the ancient gods. As the chief alchemist of Phoenix Mountain, having dominated the Alchemy God list for 1,000 years, am I really going to relinquish my top position today? Dan Qing Sheng Ren felt reluctant. If he lost the first place, it would be a tremendous humiliation for Phoenix Mountain, given his support from the Empress. It would also symbolize the decline of Phoenix Mountain. Boom. As Dan Qing Sheng Ren became distracted, a sudden explosion resonated from the pill furnace. The vent of the pill furnace emitted thick black smoke. The furnace has exploded. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. The old man, the head of the Dan Pavilion, smiled and said, "Danqing, my brother, you have already exploded the furnace for the 10th time. Your chances are up. You Phoenix Mountain's Dojo Peak has occupied the first place for 1,000 years. It's time to make way for others." The 7 Treasures Saint stroked his goat-like beard, brimming with vigor. "Brother Danqing, seems you won't even secure second place. The alchemy of Phoenix Mountain truly lacks successors. In the future, it will depend on the human race's Dan Pavilion and the 7 Treasures Ancient Kingdom." The Danqing Saint appeared to age by 1,000 years in an instant. "I congratulate you both." The thousands of disciples from Dojo Peak were deeply affected, their spirits dampened. At that moment, from not far away on the peak of Mending Heaven, a magnificent multicolored radiance surged into the sky, enveloping the mountains in an aromatic mist, creating an astonishing phenomenon. Everyone on Dojo Peak was left dumbfounded, their hearts trembling. The head of the Dan Pavilion and the Baoshu Saint exclaimed in shock, "Is this the Danxia of a 6th grade ancient spirit pill?" The Danqing Saint trembled. "It cannot be wrong. Just like the legends, it should be the celestial phenomenon of a 6th grade ancient spirit pill. Within the Holy Land, when did such a reverse engineering alchemist appear?" In the blink of an eye, a group of old men gathered at the foot of the peak of Mending Heaven. The peak of Mending Heaven is an ancient sacred mountain, the place of cultivation for the leader of the Mending Heaven sect before setting out. At this moment, the fragrance of pills continued to waft from both inside and outside the peak of Mending Heaven. A group of old men seized the opportunity to sense the quality of the pills. It actually isn't a 6th grade ancient spirit pill. It seems like a 7th grade. I'm afraid it's more than just 7th grade, it seems to be 8th grade. It is 8th grade. Oh, I've tasted this flavor, it cannot be wrong. In today's world, the ancient alchemical techniques have vanished. How could someone possibly refine an 8th grade ancient spirit pill? Incredible. What a stroke of fortune. TSK. A group of old men were stunned, their scalps tingling, deeply affected, filled with reverence. Their gazes attempted to penetrate the barrier of the ancient sacred mountain to see the alchemist on the mountaintop. But without exception, they all failed. The barrier of the ancient sacred mountain cannot be revealed even to saints. Without permission, one must not intrude. The Danqing Saint's tears streamed down his face. "I have studied ancient spirit pills my entire life, yet I can't even refine a 1st grade ancient spirit pill. How could this person refine an 8th grade ancient spirit pill?" Looking around, since the ancient times there has been no second person. A group of old men turned to the Danqing Saint. "Brother Danqing, quickly tell us, who is this? Who is the alchemist? A divine being, perhaps the Empress?" The Danqing Saint restrained his excitement. "Absolutely not the Empress. She would never refine pills. She detests alchemy the most." "Then who is it?" The Danqing Saint replied, "To be honest, this is the first time I have known of such a defiant person in the Holy Land capable of refining an 8th grade ancient spirit pill." The head of the Dan Pavilion asked, "If you don't know, how could it be possible? This mountain, who is the master of the Tao?" The Danqing Saint responded, "This is the peak of Mending Heaven, the place of cultivation for the Empress' 8th direct disciple, also where the current leader of the Mending Heaven sect once practiced." The head of the Dan Pavilion took a deep breath. "The leader of the Mending Heaven sect is an ancient holy king of the human race. Could she have returned?" The Danqing saint shook his head. The 8th direct disciple may return to preside over the Eastern Wilderness Martial meeting, but she does not refine pills. Everyone collectively gasped in cold air. Then who could it be? The Danqing saint immediately bowed in respect towards the peak of mending heaven humbly, saying, I the old Zhang Danqing wish to witness the extraordinary presence of the Pill King, who I implore the Pill King for mercy. The other old men all shouted in unison, Please Pill King show mercy. The head of the Dan Pavilion further astonished everyone with his words, If the Pill King is willing to come out of seclusion, I, an old man, am willing to relinquish the position of head of the Dan Pavilion to you. Inside the peak of mending heaven, there was a moment of silence. Until the sky was filled with Danxian, no one had any response. The Danqing Taoist shed tears in frustration. I only wish to see that person once. Oh, why does heaven not grant this wish? The head of the Dan Pavilion also bore a face of sorrow. Do we not deserve to meet the Pill King? The 7 treasures saint knelt on the ground self-deprecating. We were still feeling proud for refining first or second-grade ancient spirit pills. Who could have known that the Pill King has refined an 8th-grade ancient spirit pill? Truly laughable. The head of the Dan Pavilion also felt ashamed. We, a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, indeed, have no right to meet the Pill King. In front of the Pill King, I, the number 1 on the Dan God ranking, am truly laughable and ridiculous. This head will announce voluntarily relinquishing the first place on the Dan God ranking. On Feishua Peak, Wang Dao had just been teleported from the peak of mending heaven. An 8th-grade alchemist. Have I truly become an 8th-grade ancient alchemist? Looking at the excised 8th-grade ancient spirit pill in his hand, Wang Dao couldn't help but frown. It actually took me a whole decade to become an 8th-grade ancient alchemist. Indeed, the Danxiao above the peak of mending heaven was all summoned by Wang Dao. If the group of Dan Dao big shots at the foot of the peak of mending heaven heard this, they would probably be so furious they would spit blood. As for their current Dan Dao accomplishments, which one did not begin their journey after 3,000 years. However, during these 10 years, Wang Dao became infatuated with alchemy. Alchemy is a wonderful thing. Eggs give birth to chickens, and chickens give birth to eggs. Over these 10 years, Wang Dao used coercion and temptation to reach a secret cooperation with the ancient kingdom of 10,000 demons, selling unnecessary pills to them in secret in exchange for spiritual herbs to continue alchemy. The ancient kingdom of 10,000 demons was bound by him and had no choice but to cooperate secretly with him. Over 10 years, not only did Wang Dao's spiritual herbs and holy medicines not deplete, but they also increased. He simply did not lack materials for alchemy. This 8th-grade ancient Tianyuan pill is enough for me to break through to the 2nd rank of a great being. In Wang Dao's hand was precisely the 8th-grade ancient Tianyuan pill he had just refined. The Tianyuan pill is a pill for 8th-rank great beings to enhance their cultivation, and each one is a priceless treasure. Although he was obsessed with alchemy, his cultivation had not fallen behind over the years. In the past decade, he has consumed both the pills he refined and those obtained through signing in, and his primordial spirit has crossed the tribulation 10 times, while his supreme body cultivation has reached a small completion of the utmost degree. Over the past 10 years, he has signed in to obtain many 7th and 8th grade breaking extreme pills. However, they have been of no use to him. He encountered the issues mentioned by the system. The breaking extreme pills were ineffective and could not break the shackles of the ancient extreme realm. Moreover, Wang Dao had a bigger problem. During these years, his primordial spirit's cultivation continued to grow stronger, and his inner monkey became increasingly fearsome. In the past year, the frequency of the inner monkey's unusual movements has been increasing, appearing every few days, potentially going out of control at any moment. The ancient secret method given by the Empress was effective at first, but its effect has been diminishing more and more. During the most recent instance of the inner monkey's unusual movement, the ancient secret method was no longer effective. Now, as soon as he makes a random move and engages in battle, the battle intent, hostility, and killing intent within him would erupt like a volcano, increasing by thousands of times. The inner monkey is a double-edged sword. The inner monkey is a part of him. The stronger the inner monkey becomes, the stronger his primordial spirit power also grows, allowing him to change his form at will with transformation techniques, and even the immobilization techniques could follow his commands. He refined an 8th grade ancient spirit pill, and the inner monkey played a significant role in that. Now his primordial spirit power is not inferior to that of 8th rank great beings. However, if the inner monkey goes out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. His 30 years of effort could all go to waste. He had asked the system how to break free from the inner monkey and the ancient extreme realm. The system told him that the inner monkey could break through all cages and shackles and could break the ancient extreme realm. Just find someone to fight. Wang Dao certainly trusts the system. But what if once the realm breaks through, the inner monkey cannot be restrained? What should he do then? One way or another, it's a knife. Oh, I might as well risk it. Wang Dao stood up and stepped into the teleportation array. I have raised the inner monkey for 10 years. It is time to take it out for a stroll. His target is the 10 trials of the divine demons. Swish. A handsome young man in white landed in the dark arena known as Wang Dao. The darkness roared, and the heavens felt oppressive. As my strength increases, the pressure in the dark arena has become even more terrifying. Wang Dao was well aware of his authority within the divine demon record. He addressed the sky saying, "Divine demon record, I wish to challenge the 10 ancient trials and personally select my opponents." As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient golden list appeared in the void. Names began to emerge, shining in gold. This list contained 123 individuals, showcasing fierce characters from various races, including humans, demons, immortals, and gods spanning from the early to the late ancient era. At a glance, over 30% of the opponents had titles beginning with XX and ending with Supreme. They were also ranked particularly high. There was no need to think. These were all super fierce characters of the Supreme Bloodline. The suffixes of the remaining individuals all ended uniformly with Children of Destiny and Daughters of Destiny. The Children and Daughters of Destiny were ranked as 8th grade bloodlines, just below the Supreme. However, there was no mention of the Chaos Supreme on the list. He had intended to find a Chaos Supreme with a similar bloodline to spar with and learn from. There were some familiar names on the ancient golden list. Tianji Shao ranked 81. This was the name of his 8th senior sister. Yi Qingqing ranked 66. This was the name of his 7th senior sister. Feng Tinglin ranked 51. This was the name of his 6th senior sister. Notably, the names in 7th and 8th places were quite intriguing. The 7th was called Nameless Dao Soldier. The 8th was Nameless Sword Soldier. Wang Dao recognized these two. His senior brother claimed to be the Nameless Dao Soldier, and his 2nd senior sister claimed to be the Nameless Sword Soldier. His senior brother was the #1 swordsman among humans, while his 2nd senior sister was the greatest immortal of all time. Both were exceptional talents in the sword path. Their rankings made Wang Dao look up to them in awe. Among the Supremes, being ranked in the top 10 was an indication of unimaginable strength. Unfortunately, his senior brother had already transformed into reincarnation and fallen. His 2nd senior sister had ascended to the heavens 2,000 years ago, leaving only legends behind. Wang Dao continued to look up the list. He saw the first place, the Empress Shenhuang. Wang Dao was not surprised. After 30 years of entry, he had long known that the Empress was also a Supreme among humans. Her power overshadowed countless Supremes in the Divine Demon record ranking. First, her strength was self-evident. At this moment, the Divine Demon record began to prompt, "Please, challenger, select your opponent." Wang Dao's gaze locked onto the Empress Shenhuang, and he respectfully stated, "I shall challenge the first place." Challenging the Empress was not disrespectful. Although he was her 10th direct disciple, due to various reasons he had never heard her teachings. To hear the Empress' teachings was his lifelong wish. Boom, boom, boom. The war drum sounded. The dark arena instantly magnified millions of times, becoming boundless, with towering mountains of endless darkness rising. Radiant light fell, paving the duel arena. A peerless figure bathed in sacred light emerged from within. It was the young Empress Shenhuang. Wang Dao felt a surge of excitement. The Empress before him looked very young, like an 18-year-old girl wearing a dress of falling clouds, her figure tall, with a celestial appearance, and exquisite beauty, her temperament ethereal and transcendent. She still carried the innocence and purity of youth. At first sight, Wang Dao felt his heart race. He had not expected the young Empress to be so charming and enchanting. Nevertheless, even so, the young Empress already possessed the aura of a Supreme. Faced with the oppressive presence of the Empress, Wang Dao felt his spirit stir, his fighting intent igniting as he began to resist. The Empress Phoenix eyes sparkled with cunning, her cherry lips curved into a faint smile, appearing harmless. "Little friend, you dare to challenge me. Your courage is commendable. My name is Jun Shenhuang, Jun as in ruling the world, Qing as in eternal blue sky, and Huang as in phoenix. If you concede, I might go easy on you." Wang Dao felt a bit dazed. The young Empress was lovely and charming, while the current Empress exuded an air of authority, keeping others at bay. Could she truly be the same person? "Can I make my move? I won't bully you, I'll give you 3,000 strikes." The young girl's cherry lips held a light smile, her eyes shining brightly. "If that's not enough, I can give you 30,000. Wang Dao calmly replied, "I have come to hear the teachings of the Empress. Please allow me that opportunity." "All right, take my strike, Ancient King's Fist." The Empress Shenhuang chuckled lightly, then launched a powerful punch into the air. There was nothing flashy about it, just pure brute force. Both were ancient dignitaries in terms of realm. Yet the Empress' momentum was terrifying, shaking the 3,000 realms, pushing against all ancient foes. Wang Dao's fighting spirit erupted like a volcano, his eyes filled with hostility, and his inner demon awakened as he punched back. Their fists collided instantly. Bang! The air rippled, and the heavens roared. Wang Dao was overwhelmed, sent flying on the spot, crashing through 1,000 hills, landing at the end of the world. Not only was Wang Dao sent flying, but his inner demon was also suppressed. Radiant light fell, and the Empress appeared before Wang Dao. Little friend, your momentum is lacking. Wang Dao lay on the ground, struggling desperately, but he simply couldn't stand up. He had exchanged a punch with the Empress, but was not injured. His supreme body and the indestructible nature of the 8-9 mystical art were temporarily sufficient. However, the punch intent emanating from the Empress was too terrifying, fully solidified, creating a forbidden zone. Within it, Wang Dao found his thought process slowing considerably. Wang Dao thought he was in the forbidden zone, but before the Empress he was nothing, until Wang Dao released his chaotic energy. Amidst the boundless chaotic energy, Wang Dao withstood the Empress' terrifying punch intent. The suppressed inner demon awoke again, his fighting spirit soaring, hostility and murderous intent flooding like a river, even more terrifying than the last time, his eyes turning crimson, reason slipping away. Still coming. The Empress paused slightly, sending a second ancient king's fist towards him. This punch was twice as terrifying as the last, its momentum pressing down like a mountain. At the moment their fists touched, Wang Dao's chaotic energy was instantly shattered, and he was sent flying again, his inner demon suppressed once more. Is it a complete crushing? Wang Dao's gaze was filled with shock, and his inner demon awakened for the third time. The 8 directions sword domain erupted immediately. The young Empress was unstoppable, her third punch crashing in the earth, shattering, and the heavens moving. The 8 directions sword domain was instantly shattered by the force of the punch. Wang Dao fell again at the end of the world. His entire body ached, he was wounded, a dull pain in his chest, feeling dizzy. The inner demon awakened again, and Wang Dao leaped into the sky, broken sky giant sword. Endless chaotic energy gathered to form a towering broken sky giant sword, majestic, carrying a sword aura that could slice through the heavens and annihilate the earth, smashing towards the young Empress. Boom! As the broken sky giant sword struck above the Empress head, she unleashed a punch that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The broken sky giant sword was instantly obliterated. At this moment, the Empress aura had reached terrifying heights. That was the posture of invincibility. Although Wang Dao had not been hit directly by her punch, the horrifying punch intent once again suppressed his inner demon. The young Empress revealed a harmless smile, but her punch intent surged once more. My ancient king's fist consists of 33 punches. This is only the 10th. Though you possess a supreme body, you are still too weak. Go back and train for a few more millennia. Provoked, Wang Dao's mindset collapsed. His inner demon awakened again, and his fighting spirit and murderous intent reached unprecedented terror, seemingly capable of drowning the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the sun and moon stars. But the outcome did not change. Before he could make a move, the Empress sent him flying with a punch. This time he was struck so hard, he vomited blood incessantly. Wang Dao stood up again. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. His inner demon awakened time and again, each time growing more terrifying, but he was still suppressed again and again by the Empress. After being hit by the Empress punches 9 times in a row, Wang Dao's inner demon reached an extreme level of terror, completely lost, rampaging to the utmost degree. The shackles of the ultimate realm were forcefully torn apart by the inner demon at this moment. After 10 years, Wang Dao broke through the ultimate realm again. Wang Dao, in a state of lost sanity, tore apart his shackles, stepping into the 8th realm and transforming into a formidable being. His physical strength surged instantly, becoming 10-fold more ferocious. The heart monkey also became 10 times more violent. As Wang Dao grew stronger, so did the Empress. Freeze! A fire stick materialized out of thin air, and Wang Dao instinctively unleashed his ultimate technique. The Empress was bound within the laws of heaven and earth. However, she was not truly confined. Her figure suddenly became ethereal, displaying an incredible power that seemed to transcend the river of time, appearing alongside Wang Dao at different temporal nodes. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, she evaded the immobilization spell. Heaven and earth stick. Wang Dao howled to the sky, his Dharma form connecting to the heavens, and he struck down with his stick. With this blow, Wang Dao unleashed an explosive force 100 times his own. Buzz! The Empress extended her jade hand and forcefully gripped the stick. Then with her 10th punch, she sent Wang Dao and his stick flying together. Wang Dao collapsed at the edge of the universe, spitting blood. The heart monkey was ruthlessly suppressed. Wang Dao regained consciousness. The heart monkey was finally subdued. With a clear mind, the extreme realm shackles were torn apart by the heart monkey. Though his body felt like it would split, Wang Dao was overjoyed. He had waited 10 years for this moment. The Empress fists were incredibly fierce, possessing the ability to suppress the heart monkey. Do you want to continue fighting? The young Empress approached Wang Dao, her clear and ethereal phoenix eyes holding a gentle smile. I forgot to tell you I used less than 50% of my power just now. Less than 50%. Wang Dao felt utterly defeated, his face filled with awe. I accept my defeat, and I am convinced. The young empress softly replied, your journey is still very long. Wang Dao nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Empress. The Empress did not linger, transforming into a phoenix, illuminating the darkness as she soared into the 9 heavens. I bid farewell to the Empress. Wang Dao was momentarily dazed, then cupped his hands in respect. He was both convinced and ashamed. In this battle, he witnessed the Empress' formidable strength. He also understood why the Empress could rank first on the ancient golden list. She was truly deserving of the title. The gap between him and the Empress was immense. In every aspect, the Empress was a myth, an insurmountable peak, the ultimate limit. He had previously dared to think he could defeat the Empress. Should I go apologize to the Empress? Wang Dao began to reflect, but ultimately abandoned the thought. The Empress was so powerful, she had failed to conquer the heavens. He feared he would not meet the Empress' expectations. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. I should focus on survival first, with a goal of 100 years, hoping to soon achieve the ancient king's fist of the Empress. Wang Dao turned and left, returning to the flying snow peak. At that moment, boundless chaotic energy surged from the void, just like 30 years ago, covering the sky above Phoenix Mountain. Wang Dao sensed it, feeling particularly shaken. Although it was not like 10 years ago, with chaotic phenomena appearing after the emergence of the chaotic energy anomaly, his own chaotic energy underwent a tremendous enhancement, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. Is this even possible? Time rewound to 10 minutes ago. At the peak of Peach Mountain, the Shenhuang Empress stepped out of the Heavenly Emperor's palace for the first time in 10 years. Her 3,000 strands of hair remained unchanged, but there was a heavy aura. Her condition was even worse than 10 years ago. In front of the mountain, a white-clad fairy was in a daze, waiting for something. She was in her early 20s, dressed in white, like an immortal, with a tall and graceful figure, skin as delicate as jade, ethereal and transcendent, resembling a fallen immortal from the 9 heavens. Upon seeing the Empress approach, the white-clad fairy rushed forward and embraced her, tears streaming from her celestial eyes, all previous reserve forgotten. Empress Sister Xiao Xiao has come back to see you. Empress Sister. Besides the little carp and Wang Dao, all other direct disciples addressed the Empress like this. The white-clad fairy was the Empress' 8th disciple, Tianji Xiao. With a semi-immortal body, she had reached the ancient Saint King realm and was now the leader of a great sect. The Shenhuang Empress gently spoke. The leader of a great sect still cries so easily. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? As long as the Empress Sister doesn't laugh at me, that's enough. Tian Zixio's eyes sparkled with tears and smiles. By the way, Empress Sister, have you found that supreme being you've been thinking about? The Empress sighed softly. The last time he appeared was 10 years ago. In these 10 years, he has been completely silent. He has probably long since left Phoenix Mountain. Tian Zhixiao showed a face of regret. He left. That's such a pity. In these years, my junior sister has written saying that supreme being has been cultivating the ancient extreme realm by himself. The 7 realms extreme realm. If the Empress Sister doesn't help him, there's absolutely no way he can break through it alone. The Shenhuang Empress said 10 years ago he had already integrated with the heart monkey of the fighting sacred ape. What? Tian Zixio's fairy body trembled lightly. He dares to integrate with the heart monkey of the fighting sacred ape. Cultivating the ancient extreme realm and integrating the heart monkey of the fighting sacred ape means that his heart monkey is much stronger than 5th senior sisters back then. There's no way he can subdue it alone. Once it erupts, it will definitely backlash, leading to certain death. Tian Zhixiao asked, didn't the Empress Sister extend an olive branch to him? The Empress looked up at the sky, her expression forlorn. I have publicly shared the ancient secret method to subdue the heart monkey, expressing my intentions. If he is unwilling to meet me, what can I do? Tian Zhixiao fell silent. Empress Sister, don't be sad. Phoenix Mountain is not dependent on him alone. We still have our senior brother. Just as she finished speaking, the two of them saw boundless chaotic energy surging from the void, covering the entire sky above Phoenix Mountain. 3,000 great paths resonated. Chaotic energy. The anomaly brought by the chaotic supreme body. Tian Zixio's face was filled with shock, but also a headache. The chaotic body was guarded by 3,000 great paths, making it impossible to find that supreme body. Even saints would be blind to it. The Empress Phoenix's eyes sparkled with excitement. It has been 10 years. Have you finally broken through the extreme realm? What truly surprised the Empress was that the Supreme did not leave Phoenix Mountain. Tian Zhixiao was filled with confusion. If he has broken through, there is only one possibility. He used the heart monkey to break the extreme realm shackles. But why can't we sense the awakening of the heart monkey? The Empress said solemnly, unless he is in that place. In the next moment, the two descended upon the dark dual arena of the record of gods and demons. Above the duel arena, the fierce battle intent and murderous aura transformed from the heart monkey were fully materialized, lingering violently. Have you successfully broken the shackles and subdued the heart monkey? The Empress saw through everything, her face filled with disbelief as her phoenix eye sparkled. Previously, she had worried that the Supreme would lose control after breaking the shackles. Now it seemed her concerns were entirely unnecessary. Tian Zhixiao drew a sharp breath. The heart monkey has been subdued by him. How did he do it? The only regret is that the God and Demon Bell did not resonate throughout the 9 heavens. It seems he failed to challenge the ancient 10 trials, exposing the drawbacks of solitary cultivation. The Empress scoffed, but her smile was full of happiness. His target for challenge was me. How could he possibly have a chance of winning? Hearing this, Tian Zhixiao's eyes widened in shock. What? You challenged, sister? The Empress sighed lightly. Not only did he challenge me, but he also managed to withstand my 10 ancient king fists, subduing the heart monkey through the intent of the ancient king fist. To be honest, for him to reach this point without any resources while cultivating alone is already incredibly impressive. The future is promising. He was able to withstand sister's 10 ancient king fists. Tian Zhixiao was dumbfounded. That's just too monstrous. The Shenhuang Empress said lightly, Xiao, now that you've returned, help your sister catch this big fish. What if we find him? Tian Zhixiao asked. The Shenhuang Empress paused for a moment, then said earnestly, if we find him, I will definitely impart all my knowledge to him without reservation. After returning to Taosan with the Empress, Tian Zhixiao sought to find that Supreme One as per the Empress instructions. She contemplated for a moment and then wrote a notice. Tian Zhixiao murmured, disciples of Phoenix Mountain within a century who can pass the ancient 9 passes will be rewarded with 100 sacred herbs, 10 sacred arts, and 1 imperial art. Is this tempting enough? It should be insufficient. Oh, let's add a bit more. 5 imperial arts and 1 ancient king herb plus the Empress' strongest ancient king fist. With this written, that Supreme One should feel like a pie has fallen from the sky. After finishing the notice, Tian Zhixiao nodded in satisfaction and immediately found an elder to post it. The elder was dumbfounded after seeing the notice. Why is the reward so generous for a direct disciple? Are you sure there are no mistakes? Tian Zhixiao replied lightly. Do you also think it's a pie falling from the sky? The elder hurriedly nodded. Yes, it is for a direct disciple. Then that's right. Tian Zhixiao was quite satisfied and said to the elder, don't ask too much, just go and post it in the name of the Empress. Sure enough, once the notice was released, the crowd was in an uproar. What's going on with this notice? A reward of ancient king herbs and imperial arts as long as one can pass the ancient 9 passes. As long as one can pass the ancient 9 passes. Do you think that's easy? Besides direct disciples, no one can achieve it, not to mention 100 years, even 1,000 years won't suffice. Isn't this specifically rewarding that Supreme One? Exactly, there are rumors that the Empress hasn't found that mysterious Supreme One yet, so she probably wants to lure him out with this opportunity. Such a generous reward, there must be a problem. Wang Dao arrived at the servant mountain to receive his daily servant tasks and happened to see a crowd gathered around the notice. Seeing the contents of the notice, he was taken aback. Is the Empress looking for me? Such a blunt way of searching feels too simplistic and doesn't seem like the Empress style. It resembles the little carp's approach more. But the little carp was currently in closed-door cultivation, striving for the great power realm. In any case, the reward was generous, making it feel like a pie had fallen from the sky. His intuition told Wang Dao that this was a fishing attempt. Someone was trying to fish him out as a big catch. I just challenged the Empress and experienced the ancient king fist. The notice mentioned the ancient king fist, so there must be a trick behind this. I need to be more low-key in the future. Wang Dao initially planned to finish sweeping the ground and return to Feishua Peak to heal, but he changed his mind directly. Feishua Peak was no longer safe. Wang Dao hastily completed his daily tasks at the servant mountain and returned to Feishua Peak. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Wang Dao caught a whiff of a fragrance that did not belong to Feishua Peak. Looking up, he saw a graceful figure standing in front of the mountain, dressed in white, like an immortal, exuding an unfathomable aura waiting for his return. Elder Sister 8. Wang Dao had never seen Elder Sister 8 in person, but had seen her portrait. This unparalleled immortal beauty was unmistakable. Wang Dao quickly greeted her. Greetings, Elder Sister 8. Tian Zhixiao looked at the 80-year-old boy before her, her immortal eyes holding a gentle smile. Should I call you little junior brother or senior brother? Wang Dao respectfully replied. You can call me little junior brother, elder sister. Wang Dao dared not show any disrespect towards this young woman. Over the years, he had heard countless legends about her. She was born of the human race with celestial blood, a saint king of the ancient human race. 2,000 years ago, she arrived at Phoenix Mountain, and 1,000 years ago, she set out on a mission under the Empress order to establish the Patching Heaven sacred ground in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, founding the Patching Heaven sect. With one person and one sword, she dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths for 1,000 years. Her elegance was unmatched. It doesn't matter if you don't acknowledge it, in my eyes you are the reincarnation of senior brother. Before Wang Dao could respond, Tian Jixuo approached him and embraced him. Wang Dao felt somewhat uncomfortable, cough cough. Tian Jixuo released. Wang Dao pinched his cheek with a playful pout and said, "Your little face is so cute, yet you have no cultivation. It truly makes one feel pity." It seems the little carp wasn't wrong. The Empress' elder sister made you sweep for 30 years. That's too harsh. How about this? Come back with your elder sister to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he'll teach you from now on. Is that all right? Wang Dao replied earnestly. I was brought back by the Empress and owe her a life-saving grace, so I must stay and repay her kindness. So I've disappointed my elder sister. Tian Jixuo pouted. How can someone like you repay kindness? Wang Dao changed the subject. Elder sister who suggested using a notice to look for that supreme one. Tian Jixuo instantly placed her hands on her hips, looking quite angry. Do you find it problematic? Wang Dao asked. I think this kind of foolishness is not befitting of the Empress status. It wouldn't be the little carp's idea, would it? Tian Jixuo nodded repeatedly. Yes, exactly her. Wang Dao was taken aback and said, when you see the little carp, please help me tell her that her bait is too straightforward and won't catch any fish. If she wants to fish in the future, she can come find me. Tian Jixuo had a dark expression and said, perhaps the little carp does not want to find that supreme one at all. She only made this move to protect your interests as little junior brother. After all, our little junior brother hasn't even learned from the Empress yet. The Empress is in poor health, unable to care for 2 disciples, let alone another one. Wang Dao looked at Tian Jixuo and suddenly understood. Earlier he had wondered who released the notice. After seeing Elder Sister 8, he had a rough guess. He had heard long ago that Elder Sister 8 had a peculiar character and was a woman who did not play by the rules. The style of this notice was indeed very much like Elder Sister 8. However, Wang Dao was concerned about another matter. Elder Sister 8, you mentioned that the Empress is in poor health. What happened? Tian Jixuo looked at Wang Dao with a puzzled expression. How can you not know how this direct disciple of the Empress came to be? The Empress returned to the heavens with severe fatal injuries. You didn't know. Fatal injuries? Wang Dao was horrified. Tian Jixuo said painfully, every grass and tree of Phoenix Mountain has begun to wither. This is a sign of the great Emperor's passing. Wang Dao took a deep breath. Does the Empress not have much time left? Tian Jixuo looked dazed, murmuring to herself, perhaps there are still about 100 years left. Turmoil is imminent. Wang Dao asked, what turmoil? You're really foolish. Tian Jixuo recounted, don't you remember what happened 1,000 years ago? 1,000 years ago, the Empress led the human and demon races to battle against the heavens. When she wasn't around, the monsters in the forbidden zones all ran out to cause chaos. Without the Empress' deterrence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, those celestial and divine powerhouses brought slaughter to the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, trampling both the human and demon races beneath their feet. These are nothing. The most terrifying thing is the dark turmoil. Without the Empress' deterrence, the dark beings will cross the dark sea and return in force, inundating the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Wang Dao's scalp tingled. Isn't 6th elder sister guarding the dark sea? She's the great marshal of the human race. I've heard she is incredibly strong and can definitely suppress it. Just hurry. Tian Jixuo scoffed. In times of peace, she can suppress the dark sea, but in times of turmoil, not even one of her would be enough, let alone 100. Wang Dao fell silent. Tian Jixuo continued. Remember what your elder sister said, never go to the dark sea, stay far away, understand? Wang Dao asked curiously why. Tian Jixuo lightly tapped Wang Dao's forehead. Why don't you learn your lesson? In his previous life you fell in the dark sea. That place is your life forbidden zone. The place where senior brother fell. Wang Dao nodded. Little junior brother remembers it all. You're really good. Wang Dao cupped his hands and said, Elder sister, I still have sweeping tasks, so I'll be on my way. Farewell. After saying that, Wang Dao stepped into the teleportation array and vanished. The author has something to say. The updates have begun. Leaving the summit of Alchemy Peak, Wang Dao continued to sweep the ground. He had suffered some minor injuries after enduring 10 punches from the Empress at the ancient 10 passes, requiring a day of recuperation. However, it wasn't a major issue. He had hardly been injured over the years, to the extent that he had never used the 7th and 8th grade healing pills he obtained through signing in. With the dual-purpose technique from his second senior sister, he could heal while sweeping without any problems. But today Wang Dao couldn't settle his mind. The dual-purpose secret technique could only be used with great difficulty, and he couldn't tap into the essence of transcending the mundane. Is it really less than 100 years since the Emperor fell? That means I have less than a century to sign in and cultivate. Wang Dao's spirit was unsettled. His goal was to sign in for 1,000 years and become a man on par with the Empress. He needed to work hard on his cultivation and couldn't waste another day. Otherwise, with the impending dark turmoil and the Empress fall, his comfortable days on Phoenix Mountain would come to an end. Wang Dao continually tried to convince himself to calm down, yet he remained restless until nightfall. Lying on the bed in the servants' quarters, he was distracted. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He finally understood that a feeling he had never experienced in the past 30 years was emerging within him. Sadness. Why must a life as extraordinary as hers also face the day of withering? Wang Dao had always believed that the Empress could exist alongside the eternal sky. The news of the Empress' impending fall was too sudden. He had seen her only a few times, no more than 3. Yet he held immense respect for that incredibly strong woman who looked down upon all living beings. If it weren't for her healing him, he would still be a disabled person unable to move. If she hadn't taken him as her disciple, his days on Phoenix Mountain would surely not be so easy and respected. If it weren't for the ancient secret techniques she taught that stabilized his restless heart, he would have lost control long ago. If it weren't for her ancient king's fist. The Empress' greatest kindness was her protection. With the Empress present, no one dared to cause trouble on Phoenix Mountain, allowing him to sign in for 30 years without worry. He had become familiar with every blade of grass and tree on Phoenix Mountain. If one day he had to leave here, he had never contemplated this question. Right now, I am capable of nothing. I can only become stronger. That night, Wang Dao left the Servant Mountain with 2 questions and headed to the Qing History Pavilion. He spent the night reading about ancient history tales of strong individuals, strange events, and legends of immortality. That night he learned a lot. The Holy King had a lifespan of nearly 10,000 years. The Empress had a lifespan exceeding 30,000 years. The Empress, who had only lived for 10,000 years, was in her golden years, and her invincible legend had only just begun. He found the answer to his first question. Mortal injuries are irreversible. The second question. Can a powerhouse like the Empress live a second life? He found no answer. The second life is elusive, untraceable. If one cannot live a second life, why did the Empress say that I am the reincarnation of her senior brother? At that moment, Tian Zhijiao encountered trouble early in the morning. The Shenhuang Empress had personally descended upon the repair peak. Her phoenix eyes stern, her aura frigid. Tian Zhijiao's scalp tingled, forcing a smile. Empress, what fiery rage is this so early in the morning? Who has angered you? The Shenhuang Empress coldly replied. Who told you to reveal to the younger disciple that I am about to fall? Tian Zhijiao's immortal eyes trembled lightly. Why can't I tell him? Did you not say that he would rather sweep the ground than cultivate? After I told him this news, he was sad all night, and even went to the Qing History Pavilion to read, and the book he read was related to you, Empress. For instance, he was looking up whether you could live a second life. The Shenhuang Empress' gaze was deep. What you told him will only add to his worries. Tian Zhijiao patted her chest. Rest assured, Empress, I can assure you that Wang Dao will definitely feel ashamed and make amends today, seeking to follow you in cultivation. You will probably see him at the peak of Peach Mountain after waiting a while, Empress. The Shenhuang Empress coldly smiled. Is that so? Just look where he is right now. Tian Zhijiao was taken aback and immediately used her divine sense to cover the entire Phoenix Mountain. A second later, she was dumbfounded. Heavens, what did she see? That guy actually went to the servant hall to collect his daily tasks again. That Wang Dao had stayed up all night, clearly showing the intention to help the Empress. Yet now he was back at the servant hall collecting daily tasks. It seemed as if nothing had happened the night before, as he began diligently sweeping the ground at the foot of the reincarnation peak, showing no sign of seeking out the Empress. Did I misjudge him? Tian Zhijiao's expression grew increasingly disappointed. After a moment of silence, she followed the Empress back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace to enter seclusion together. At the foot of the reincarnation peak. Due to his special and sensitive identity, it was Wang Dao's first time here. He did not want to live under the brilliance of others. Detected a fortuitous opportunity at the reincarnation peak. Do you wish to sign in? The host has one chance to make up for the sign-in. Do you wish to use it? As soon as Wang Dao arrived, the system prompted him. Sign in all the way. Reincarnation Peak Sign-in Reward Unranked Technique, Shenhuang Wujishu. Reincarnation Peak Sign-in Triggering Good Fortune Reward 8th Grade Reincarnation Spirit Root. Wang Dao frowned slightly. What were these rewards? He began to check the descriptions of the rewards. Shenhuang Wujishu, an unranked technique, allows one to retrieve objects from a distance, even plucking stars from the sky. Both cultivators and bloodline warriors can use it. Bloodline warriors cannot comprehend all its mysteries. Is this a spell for cultivators? Wang Dao appeared somewhat disappointed. This divine ability was only marginally usable. He then checked the 8th grade Reincarnation Spirit Root. Reincarnation Spirit Root, ranked as an 8th grade Spirit Root on par with 8th grade bloodlines, can be obtained after use. When the Spirit Root becomes the Dao Seed, one can master the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3 lives of transformation. If one obtains a fortuitous opportunity, the 8th grade reincarnation spirit root can transform into a 9th grade supreme spirit root. Wang Dao was taken aback. Was this the inheritance of cultivators? To be precise, it was the inheritance of the senior brother. Although the divine wilderness world revered bloodlines, there were still some cultivators who practiced chi cultivation, collectively known as ancient chi cultivators. For instance, the senior brother, second senior sister, and third senior sister were all ancient chi cultivators. There was no distinction of strength between bloodline warriors and ancient chi cultivators. It depended on the individual. The inheritance of human cultivators requires extremely high root bones and comprehension, making entry significantly more difficult than bloodline martial arts, thus being replaced by the more easily practiced bloodline body refinement martial arts. The system is prompting me to cultivate both martial and spiritual arts. Wang Dao was hesitant, but decided it would be a waste to let it go, so he clicked to use it. After several minutes, seeing that no heavenly phenomena emerged, he finally felt relieved. He completely forgot that he had the reincarnation Dao seed. As for the unranked, universally applicable Shenhuang Wujishu, Wang Dao was indeed in need of a divine ability to retrieve objects from a distance. However, he had no time to repeatedly use it to enhance proficiency, learning it was enough. The urgent task was to break through to the Saint Realm. He was currently merely a first-grade powerhouse of the 8th realm, far from the 9th-grade saint. A day later, at the 9th level of the Yin Tower Underground Palace, the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered. The void fractured and chaotic streams of the void turned into vast oceans. Wang Dao sat cross-legged within, as immovable as a mountain. The 8th level was called the Sky-Devouring Realm. A sky-devouring powerhouse could utilize the power of the void to cultivate their physical body, tempering their divine strength. Legend has it that there are 9 layers of void in heaven and earth. Only by breaking through the 9 layers can one's body traverse myriad worlds. For every layer of void broken, one can ascend a grade. Ordinary powerhouses do not face void tribulations, but can attract the power of the void through breaking the void. Powerful powerhouses face void tribulations, in which the power of the void is even more terrifying. Cultivating to the ancient extreme realm like Wang Dao will not only attract the void tribulation, but also the ancient void tribulation. At this moment, Wang Dao was facing the first ancient void tribulation. He roared, activating the sky-devouring technique, swallowing the ancient void power that filled the sky into his belly to refine his body. The void power rampaging within seemed intent on tearing and destroying him. Wang Dao possessed a supreme body, and after cultivating the 8 or 9 profound arts to the 8th transformation, he had forged an indestructible and immortal form. He successfully endured it. A day later, the chaotic energy within Wang Dao dispersed, crushing the overwhelming ancient void power. After entering the realm of powerhouses, his divine essence further strengthened, transforming into the essence of heaven and earth. Wang Dao's divine essence was not far from fully transforming into true chaotic energy. Second-grade powerhouse. The second ancient void tribulation, not even worth a strike. After resting for a day, Wang Dao did not leave the 9th level of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. He intended to continue refining pills. This time he broke through to the second-grade powerhouse, consuming the 8th-grade ancient Tianjuan pill, fully aware of its power. He needed more ancient Tianjuan pills. Just then, Wang Dao's powerful divine sense suddenly sensed a subtle aura appearing at the 9th level of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Elder Huangquan. Although the newcomer wore a mask, Wang Dao's divine sense was extremely sharp, and he recognized the person. This was the second-ranking elder of the inner sect, a rare ancient chi cultivator whose strength was comparable to a powerhouse, arriving on a golden flying sword, which was the best proof. Sneaky. A dignified elder, yet wearing a mask. Wang Dao continued to observe. Why is there a disturbance of void power here? Elder Huangquan wore a wary expression, but did not investigate further, quickly approaching a corpse of a holy-level undying creature. The last time the Empress came, she had eliminated all undying creatures, removing all hidden dangers in the forbidden area, but the corpse of the holy-level undying creature remained. Then Elder Huangquan summoned a terrifying black talisman and affixed it to the holy corpse. To Wang Dao's astonishment, the holy corpse actually stood up by itself. Haha, there are not just one, but multiple holy corpses of undying creatures. How wonderful. If I can refine them all into killer puppets, it would be equivalent to having dozens of holy assassins at my disposal. What fear do I have if true saints come? The Yin Tower Underground Palace is just right to suppress the pressure of the holy corpse. It's the best place to refine puppets. Heaven is helping me. The ancient killing god palace will surely return to glory. Elder Huangquan laughed sinisterly to the sky. Wang Dao was immediately dumbfounded. Elder Huangquan was actually a remnant of the ancient killing god palace. The remnants of the ancient killing god palace had infiltrated Phoenix Mountain. This was far too terrifying. Elder released that holy corpse. Wang Dao slowly stepped out of the shadows. Wang Dao. Elder Huangquan's gaze shifted sharply as he instinctively touched his mask. Shenhuang, do you recognize me? Wang Dao replied softly, Elder, do not joke. I have taught you to play Go. How could I possibly not recognize you? Elder Huangquan's expression changed multiple times before he calmed down. Shenhuang, although the Yin Tower's underground palace has been suppressed by the Empress eliminating all undead beings, the inner demons remain strong. You should hurry back. Wang Dao said. I heard everything you mentioned just now, Elder. Upon hearing this, Elder Huangquan's gaze turned fierce. What did you hear? Wang Dao replied calmly. The god of death's ancient palace will surely return to glory. Elder Huangquan sighed. Alas, I was careless. I'm sorry, Shenhuang, I truly do not wish to kill you, but you have heard what you shouldn't have. If you remain alive, I will not find peace at night. Therefore, I can only personally send you on your way. Before he finished speaking, Elder Huangquan waved his hand, and a wave of energy surged violently towards Wang Dao. After this strike, Elder Huangquan did not look back and continued with his business. Shenhuang had no bloodline, just an ordinary mortal. That single strike was enough to turn him to ashes. However, the young man's voice rang out once more. Elder Huangquan, I have listened to your teachings and have been captivated by your words about the world. While there is still time, please cease your actions. I can plead with the Empress to spare your life, allowing you to live out your days peacefully. Elder Huangquan was taken aback and turned around abruptly. The young man remained standing firmly, unyielding like a mountain, unperturbed by the collapsing heavens. Elder Huangquan's pupils contracted. You are unscathed. I said, how could a direct disciple of the Empress be merely an ordinary mortal? Receive my strike of the god-slaying palm. Wang Dao frowned. Why bother? With a loud shout, Elder Huangquan struck out, his power exponentially more terrifying than before. Under that strike, vast mountains and rivers trembled and scattered. Yet Wang Dao remained unblown away. As he looked at the young man standing firm amidst the turmoil, as if wrapped in a spring breeze, Elder Huangquan realized the severity of the situation. At such a young age, have you attained the status of a great power? What level of great power are you? Wang Dao replied nonchalantly. I have just entered the second level. You dare to meddle with mere second-level power? Elder Huangquan snorted coldly, flipping his palm. Golden divine light surged forth, transforming into a divine weapon of great power. I am comparable to a third-level great power, a terrifying ancient alchemist capable of battling fourth-level great powers. Today let me show you how I will annihilate you. Huangquan soared, the void-piercing sword. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the Huangquan sword vanished into the void, disappearing into the world. When it reappeared, it was already 1 meter away from Wang Dao, its sword aura dozens of times more terrifying than before, shining brilliantly. At such a close distance, even a second-level great power would struggle to react. A single strike would annihilate both body and spirit. Yet the Wang Dao that Elder Huangquan faced was different. Having endured 10 tribulations and having subdued his inner monkey, Wang Dao's divine sense was magnified tenfold. How keen it was. He raised one hand, effortlessly, lightly grasping forward. The lightning-fast Huangquan sword was easily caught by him, its penetrating brilliance dissipating. With his tender hand, he remained completely unharmed. With a metallic clang, Wang Dao's thumb gently pressed down, and the divine weapon shattered into several pieces. This, Elder Huangquan took several steps back, his pupils almost bursting. You caught a great power's divine weapon with your bare hands, effortlessly, without a scratch. What bloodline are you from? This young man's physical body was even more terrifying than a great power's divine weapon. The key was that this kid hadn't even used his divine essence. So horrifying. Wang Dao connected 2 killing moves, his patience wearing thin. You should just take your own life. Elder Huangquan, feeling confident, replied, If you want my life, come and take it. I fear that if I strike, you won't be left whole. Arrogant little brat. Behold my burial earth blood restriction. Elder Huangquan, infuriated, swallowed a black forbidden pill. Instantly, all his magical power turned into a darkness that could overshadow the sun, multiplying his strength several times on par with a 4th-level great power. The dark, evil magical power rapidly spread, turning the world beneath Wang Dao's feet into a black, cursed swamp, lifeless and decaying in an instant. Furthermore, the unique environment of the Yin Tower's underground palace doubled the power of Elder Huangquan's strike, causing Wang Dao's fair feet to sink into it. Elder Huangquan sneered proudly. Hairless boy, my burial earth blood restriction can bury all spirits and all laws. Within it no laws can manifest, and strange phenomena won't appear, as if falling into a pit of death never to return. You won't need to use your physical essence to fight me. You might as well never use it again. Just wait to rot away and die. Before he finished speaking, Elder Huangquan's palm flipped, and a blood-red flying sword appeared, emanating an ominous blood light dripping with blood as the wails of countless spirits echoed. Undoubtedly, this was a sword meant for killing one that had slain tens of thousands of strong beings, with countless resentful spirits sealed within. This 9 blood-dripping sword is our god of death's ancient palace's supreme assassination weapon, belonging to the category of sacred artifacts, having once drunk the holy blood of 11 saints. To die beneath this sword is the greatest honor of your life. With a loud roar, the 9 blood-dripping sword transformed into a towering blood light, shooting into the burial earth blood restriction. Sacred artifacts are far more terrifying than great power divine weapons. The burial earth blood restriction can actually limit my mobility by 10%. Indeed, quite impressive. Wang Dao sighed slightly in admiration. The chaotic divine essence transformed into chaotic energy swirling around his small hand as he boldly reached for the 9 blood-dripping sword. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the 9 blood-dripping sword was forcefully grasped. All its brilliance extinguished in the face of chaotic energy. I caught it. Elder Huangquan's eyes were about to pop out. Certainly the most shocking was that he witnessed a power that filled one with despair. Chaotic energy. Chaotic energy, something only the chaotic supreme body possesses. In that moment, Elder Huangquan suddenly understood why this young man was so formidable. The youth was indeed the chaotic body supreme that had emerged 30 years ago. He had inadvertently provoked the chaotic body. Run! Elder Huangquan abandoned the sacred artifact and immediately crushed a golden teleportation talisman. His figure rapidly faded. You cannot escape. Come here. Wang Dao's gaze sharpened, his small hand pointing at Elder Huangquan. Above him, a colossal hand of law manifested in response. In the next moment, his hand of law seemed to give birth to a black hole. The heavens and earth before him instantly collapsed, and the mountains thousands of miles away melted away, converging towards his palm. Elder Huangquan, whose form had faded into the heavens and earth, was forcibly drawn out. This is the Shenhuang Wuji hand. The elder pulled out was filled with terror as his body rapidly disintegrated. Supreme, spare me. As despairing cries echoed, Elder Huangquan merged into Wang Dao's heavenly hand, becoming part of a massive earthen ball, which was then forcefully crushed. Boom! Wang Dao lightly jumped, leaping out of the burial earth blood restriction, avoiding the chaotic currents, his fair little feet remaining spotless. Looking ahead at the chaos, the shock in his eyes deepened. He swallowed hard. Finding a place, he began to study the Shenhuang Wuji hand earnestly. In the following day, the grotto of the Wild Goose Tower, 9 levels deep, was in turmoil. It had completely transformed into a testing ground for Wang Dao. He unleashed his power time and again to master the Shenhuang Wujishu. During his final strike, Wang Dao grasped a holy corpse from 2,000 miles away with remarkable precision, avoiding any catastrophic collapse of the heavens and earth. My immobilization technique has a limited range, only effective within a mile. The Shenhuang Wujishu compensates for my absolute limitation against enemies beyond that distance. Wang Dao felt a twinge of regret. The Shenhuang Wujishu was a technique of law, not a martial skill. Lacking cultivation, his control over the Shenhuang Wujishu was still a bit lacking, only able to exert 70% of its power. With Elder Huangquan's fall, it will inevitably be discovered. The elders of the Discipline Hall will sooner or later find this place. It's time to leave. This 9 blood-dripping sword is a holy artifact of immense value. It should be able to exchange for several saintly herbs. Wang Dao stored the blood-colored flying sword in his system backpack, crushed the teleportation token, and vanished into the void. The night was approaching. Wang Dao returned to the Servants' Mountain residence where the inner sex Grand Elder had been waiting for a long time. Wang Dao was taken aback, silently thinking, how did the Grand Elder end up here? Has he discovered something? Although Elder Huangquan's death was of little consequence once it was linked to him, his identity as a supreme body would no longer be concealed. The old man, dressed in a white robe, exuded an ethereal aura, smiling as he said, "Little disciple, I have been waiting for you all afternoon. You finally made your appearance." Wang Dao cupped his hands and replied, "Disciple greets Elder Zongjing. May I ask what brings you here?" Elder Zongjing said, "Little disciple, the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference will commence tomorrow. I presume you understand the importance of the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference. Originally, it was to be hosted by the 8th disciple, but they have gone to the Heavenly Emperor's palace to discuss principles with the Empress and will not be appearing for some time. Thus, I would like to invite you, little disciple, to take the stage and host the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference." Wang Dao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't concerning Elder Huangquan, it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Dao said, "Elder Zongjing, you know that I am but a mere mortal, quite unfit to host the martial conference." Elder Zongjing hurriedly replied, "Little disciple, do not worry. Hosting the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference does not require cultivation. It merely requires a noble identity to represent Phoenix Mountain. As the Empress' personal disciple, you are the most suitable. Wang Dao still refused, saying I am too busy. Although he had never attended the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference, he had heard of it. The Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference is held once every 100 years, gathering the finest talents from the Eastern Wilderness continent over the past century, lasting for 3 months. The first place in the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference can earn the title of Martial God, becoming renowned throughout the ages. Talented young geniuses under 100 years old all yearn for it. Wang Dao would definitely go to witness the spectacle, but he would wait until later to see the top talents of the Eastern Wilderness continent. However, he had to cultivate and refine pills. Where would he find 3 months to waste? Elder Zongjing appeared troubled, but then smiled again. Little disciple, I have heard that your homeland is the Shenhuang ancient kingdom of the southern region of the Eastern Wilderness. The Shenhuang ancient kingdom has recovered its vitality since the internal conflict 30 years ago, and 15 years ago a saintess was born known as Saint Yang, possessing the cultivation of a natural monarch. That saintess should be your cousin. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she will become the empress of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom in the future. Wang Dao nodded, and then Elder Zongjing continued solemnly, your cousin's situation is precarious. The son of the heavenly authority sect, relying on his noble status, disregarding the objections of the 10 nations of the southern heavens, seeks to marry her as his Dao partner. Both the son of the heavenly authority sect and Saint Yang will participate in the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference. If you are to host the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference, you will surely shine before your cousin and suppress the ambitions of the heavenly authority sect. Wang Dao nodded. Thank you for informing me, Elder. If there is nothing else, you may return, Elder. Seeing Wang Dao's resolve, Elder Zongjing sighed lightly. I have a letter from Saint Yang. She arrived at Phoenix Mountain 3 days ago and specifically sought me out to deliver this letter to you. Handing over the letter, Elder Zongjing turned to leave. Wang Dao sat in the courtyard, his gaze profound as he opened the letter. The first thing that caught his eye was a line of elegant flowing script. Dear cousin, Saint Yang, one of the 7 kings of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, daughter of the Jinlan Emperor. Saint Yang recently arrived at Phoenix Mountain to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference, and by chance learned from the great Elder Zongjing that cousin is at Phoenix Mountain, being the Emperor's personal disciple. For a moment, surprise and excitement flooded over him. One day later, under the moonlight at Maple Leaf Valley, Saint Yang wishes to meet cousin face to face to alleviate her longing. Seeing this letter is like meeting you, Saint Yang. Wang Dao stroked his chin. Suddenly, having a saintess cousin made him feel a bit unaccustomed. However, this cousin's father, the Jinlan Emperor, was his father's brother who fought alongside his father through the internal strife, making him not an enemy of the kingdom. It was worth seeing. The key was that one day later, at Maple Leaf Valley. This letter was probably written several days ago. Wang Dao decided to go and take a look. Half an hour later, at the inner gate of Phoenix Mountain outside Maple Leaf Valley. The terrain here was open, with the bright moon hanging above the valley, occupying half the sky. As Wang Dao just arrived at the valley entrance, he saw a young girl in green, around 15 or 16 years old, sitting alone at a stone table perusing ancient texts. The girl bathed in moonlight, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her features beautiful and pure, exuding an ethereal grace. She sat upright, deeply engrossed in her reading, revealing the demeanor of a refined lady. A pair of bright eyes surrounded by a faint golden glow was particularly captivating. Wang Dao sat opposite her. Saint Yang. The girl's cultivation was evident, with a 6th grade Saint Yang bloodline and 5th grade royal cultivation. The girl stood gracefully. Who are you? Wang Dao replied. Wang Dao. Cousin. The girl's bright eyes sparkled. Cousin, why do you still look like you are 8 years old? Did you eat the legendary 1,000-year-old peach? Wang Dao nodded. When did you write to me? Saint Yang smiled lightly. 5 days ago. Wang Dao was taken aback. You waited for me for 5 days. Saint Yang shook her head gently, her face full of joy. It's nothing. Cousin is the Emperor's personal disciple, so it's very normal that you are busy and cannot spare the time. It's no blame. Wang Dao nodded. I heard you are under pressure from the heavenly authority sect. As a saintess, you could easily apprentice under any saint or elder of Phoenix Mountain to counter the heavenly authority sect. Why not do so? Saint Yang lowered her gaze. Cousin, you already know. Cousin underestimates the power of the heavenly authority sect. Although it is not a sacred ground, it has saints stationed, and its followers are spread throughout the southern region of the Eastern Wilderness, supported by countless kingdoms and tribes. My father has already asked Elder Zongjing to intervene, sending apprenticeship requests to all the saints of Phoenix Mountain, but they have all fallen on deaf ears. The reasons for this are self-evident. The saints of Phoenix Mountain are aware of the ties between Saint Yang and the heavenly authority sect. They fear offending the heavenly authority sect, thus are unwilling to accept me as a disciple. Wang Dao frowned. There is such a matter. Saint Yang added, the heavenly authority sect further coerced my father with his life, forcing Saint Yang to gamble with the son of the heavenly authority sect. If the son of the Heavenly Authority sect finishes in the top 5 at the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference, St. Yang must become his Dao partner. St. Yang has only one path to achieve a top 3 finish at the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference and become a registered disciple of the Empress. Among the rewards for ranking in the top 3 of the Dongwang Martial Contest, the greatest was eligibility to become a formal disciple, though not yet a direct one, of the female sovereign, thereby earning a single personal guidance session from her. Such guidance from the female sovereign might not guarantee breakthroughs, but the title of her formal disciple would accompany one for life, rendering all adversaries wary. It was in essence an inviolable talisman. The Dongwang holy sons and holy daughters were not limited to Shenhuang alone. A core rule governed the Dongwang martial contest. When two combatants faced off, the one with superior cultivation must suppress their realm to match that of the weaker opponent. This rule clearly favored those of lower cultivation, but recall, suppressing cultivation did not diminish physical fortitude or bloodline potency. An opponent whose true cultivation vastly surpassed another's remained nearly impossible to defeat, effectively unassailable with overwhelming odds of victory. Shenhuang had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm. Securing a place among the top 3 was no trivial feat. Wang Dao spoke calmly. Very well. I shall write a letter under my authority as the female sovereign's direct disciple, and you may deliver it to the divine prince of Tianquan's sacred sect. Shenhuang's bright eyes glistened faintly as she murmured, "Thank you, cousin." A mere gesture, he replied. As the female sovereign's direct disciple, Wang Dao possessed myriad means to resolve Shenhuang's crisis. Shenhuang gazed at him gratefully. "Cousin, will you compete in the Dongwang martial contest?" Wang Dao answered coolly, "I have no intention to." Her luminous eyes trembled slightly. "Why? Your cultivation is unfathomably profound. I cannot even perceive its depth. You must already be extraordinarily formidable." Shenhuang believes the first place in the Dongwang martial contest would be yours for the taking. Wang Dao replied calmly, "You overestimate me. I possess no ancestral bloodline. I am but an ordinary mortal." Shenhuang stared stunned. How could this be possible? After sealing the letter and handing it to Holy Daughter Shenhuang, Wang Dao departed first. Watching him go, Shenhuang's expression fell into quiet desolation. For days she had been discreetly gathering intelligence about her cousin. Learning he had long fallen from the female sovereign's favor, sweeping floors for 30 years, bearing no bloodline, utterly mundane. She had never imagined it true. "My cousin bears his own burdens. I must no longer trouble him," Shenhuang whispered softly. Upon returning, Wang Dao too entered seclusion. Senior Sister 8 had gone to discuss the Dao with the female sovereign, so claimed the sect's chief elder. In truth, she was certainly guarding the female sovereign, not debating philosophy. With Senior Sister 8 absent, Wang Dao moved far more freely. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, he advanced 1 rank, to Grandmaster 3rd rank. As for daily sign-ins, he had suspended visits to the Wheel Rebirth Peak. The senior brother's artifacts held little relevance for him. His primary sign-in locations now were Peach Mountain and the rear mountains of Danxia Peak. His objectives were the Primordial Royal Fist and Primordial Elixir formulas. Meanwhile, the Dongwang martial contest raged across the land. It comprised 5 distinct phases. The final 2 stages were the Top 40 tournament and the Top 10 tournament. The Top 40 stage had just concluded. The 10 strongest competitors selected poised to enter the Top 10 tournament. This was a moment watched by all under heaven. The champion of the Dongwang martial contest would be crowned within the next 3 days. Though Wang Dao did not attend, he received one heartening report. Shenhuang, during the top 40 stage, defeated 3 opponents in her group, securing her place among the top 10. At only 15 years old, her name resounded across Dongwang. Phoenix Mountain, the contest's host, suffered a stunning upset, claiming only a single slot in the top 10. Among Donghuang's 6 great holy sects, fewer than 1 per sect managed entry into the top 10. The top 10 format eliminated 2 contestants in the first round, advancing the remaining 8 to the quarterfinals. Competitors were divided into 2 groups of 5 competing in a point-spaced round-robin. The 2 lowest scorers in each group were immediately eliminated, leaving 8 for the quarterfinals. Similarly, in the quarterfinals round-robin, 7 grueling matches determined standings, and the 4 lowest scorers were barred from the semifinals. Even the semifinals followed a points system, eliminating the 2 lowest scorers. The final itself was decided in a single decisive bout. In short, the Dongwang martial contest spanned an exceptionally prolonged duration. Upon arriving at Phoenix Mountain, each competitor fought dozens of high-intensity matches within 3 months, a tremendous physical toll compressed into an extremely narrow time frame. This tournament structure eradicated all upsets. Indeed, whoever emerged as champion deserved the title without question. Most who reached the top 10 were already far from their peak condition. Especially Shenhuang, among the top 10, her 5th-rank emperor cultivation placed her at the very bottom. Though some rivals possessed inferior bloodlines, all were latest-stage grandmasters. For her, securing a top 3 position had become sheer fantasy. Predictably, on the day of the quarterfinals, she ranked last in points and was eliminated with 0 points. Her opponent, the Divine Prince of Tianquan, cultivated to 5th rank Grandmaster and led his group decisively. Shenhuang wept bitterly, grieving her elimination, yet perhaps also finding release. The format was simply too demanding. That same day, Wang Dao ascended the viewing platform and watched all 4 of Shenhuang's matches. She was still far too young. Had she been born a century earlier, had she trained for 100 years, winning a top 3 position would likely pose no challenge. Shaking his head, Wang Dao turned away and resumed pill refinement. Over the following 2 days, the battles intensified further, yet Wang Dao lost interest and re-entered seclusion. 2 days later, the champion emerged as foretold, under the world's rapt gaze. Qingxian, holy daughter of Qingxian Ancient Kingdom, the chief disciple of Phoenix Mountain's elders, claimed first place. Until the quarterfinals, Qingxian, holy daughter, had concealed her strength. Then she erupted, surging forward, relentlessly shattering every opponent. Only then did the world learn she was in fact a half-sage, a peerless master born within the past century. First place in the Donghuang martial contest, her triumph captivated all, fully merited. Even the Divine Prince of Tianquan was shattered by a single blow from Qingxian, holy daughter, landing 8th. Amid universal awe, the martial contest concluded. On the viewing platform, holy daughter Shenhuang departed with her nation's elite warriors, regret etched upon her face. Shenhuang, a white-haired elder, suddenly appeared behind her, blocking her path. The Divine Prince of Tianquan. Seeing him, Shenhuang's luminous eyes darkened, her delicate fists clenched tightly. What business do you have, Divine Prince? Especially at the sight of his aged visage, sorrow welled within her. She knew he practiced a forbidden primordial art, trading years of life for cultivation power, a practice widely reviled. Rumors even claimed he used women as furnaces, though these remained unconfirmed. The Divine Prince of Tianquan sneered coldly. You appear deeply distressed, yet such sorrow is unwarranted. At 15, barely blossomed, reaching the top 10 of the Donghuang martial contest is already an exceptional achievement. Shenhuang rebuked sharply. Vulgar words. Pray show proper decorum, Divine Prince. He declared arrogantly. You ought to rejoice instead, for soon you shall become my Dao consort. Shenhuang flushed with shame and fury. You failed to reach the top 3. You lost our wager. He scoffed. What if I break my word? What of it? You cannot escape my grasp. Your duty now is to please me, not scowl at me like some petulant child. Shenhuang's face paled with rage. Instantly, she produced a sealed letter and hurled it at him. This is a letter from my cousin. Should you harbor ill intent toward me, he will show you no mercy. The Divine Prince did not even glance at it, crushing the envelope into dust with a single grip. You dare threaten me? Do you think I am ignorant of your cousin? He is nothing but an ordinary mortal, a worthless wretch, unworthy even of the title direct disciple of the female sovereign. I am the Divine Prince of Tianquan. Why should I fear him? Mark my warning, refuse to return home and wed me, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. The Holy Sun Maiden's charming eyes turned red with anger. You actually dare to ignore the warning passed down by the Empress herself. The Heavenly Authority Sun coldly replied, I dare to do so because I possess the confidence. We are people from different worlds, and the intelligence of the Heavenly Authority sect is beyond the imagination of a mere holy maiden from an ancient country. I can assure you that even if the Heavenly Authority sect were to annihilate your sacred sun, ancient country's royal family, Phoenix Mountain would not do anything to our Heavenly Authority sect. I must go to receive my reward. Now, holy maiden, take care of yourself. With that, the Heavenly Authority Sun strode away. The Holy Sun Maiden, enraged, suffered a relapse of her injuries and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Holy Maiden, please calm down. A companion from the country stepped forward to assist her. The Holy Sun Maiden, tears streaming down her face, said, the Heavenly Authority sect is being too excessive. At that moment, Elder Zongjing arrived, his gaze somber, the pressure of a peak power gently flowing. The Holy Sun Maiden respectfully clasped her hands. I greet Elder Zongjing. Elder Zongjing sighed. I am sorry, Holy Maiden. If it were any other time, I would certainly help you avenge this grievance. But now I cannot. You should seek your junior disciple instead. The Holy Sun Maiden wiped her tears. I have met with my cousin, and he has his own difficulties. It would be better not to trouble him. Her cousin is merely a mortal who has not won the favor of the Empress, sweeping the floors for 30 years. If she were to offend the Heavenly Authority Sun, because of him it could provoke conflict between Phoenix Mountain and the Heavenly Authority sect. If the Empress were to be enraged, her cousin might be removed from the list of favored disciples. Very well, I will convey this matter for you, Elder Zongjing said. Also, Holy Maiden, as one of the top 10 in the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference, you will have the opportunity to enter the Ancient Sword Tomb and select a divine weapon. I can arrange for you to meet your junior disciple at the Sword Tomb. A day later, the Ancient Sword Tomb was opened. Wang Dao traveled from the Flying Snow Peak to the Reincarnation Peak. The Reincarnation Peak has a teleportation array that can directly reach the ancient sword tomb. Detected a chance here that defies heaven. Would you like to check in? As he prepared to enter the teleportation array, the system suddenly reminded him. Wang Dao had little interest in the opportunities at Reincarnation Peak, but still nodded. Check in. Reincarnation Peak check-in successful, triggering good fortune, reward ancient heavy eye, right eye. Ancient heavy eye. Wang Dao was immediately astonished. He had checked in for the ancient heavy eye. He had indeed heard of it. Those with double pupils could battle the supreme. Among the 10 trials of the ancient one, ancient heavy eye was ranked 5th. In the ancient times when prodigies emerged and saints battled for supremacy, to be ranked 5th with double pupils illustrates the fierce competition. He had heard that the eldest senior brother possessed an ancient heavy eye given to him by the empress from an unknown source, likely having extracted it from a certain double pupil's eye. The eldest senior brother had relied on this ancient heavy eye and the seed of reincarnation to see through the 6 paths of reincarnation and master the secrets of reincarnation, cultivating the reincarnation sword Dao. He even transformed into reincarnation itself, burying countless dark beings. The ancient heavy eye possesses different powers in the left and right eyes. Though he only had one, it was undoubtedly a great treasure. He never expected that such a thing could also be checked in. Wang Dao immediately checked the introduction regarding this ancient heavy eye. The ancient heavy eye right eye allows one to see through illusions, understand the laws of the world, and a single thought can open the heavens. Merge immediately. Wang Dao was incredibly excited, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit to the ancient sword tomb today. As the merging began, intense pain shot through Wang Dao's right eye, causing tears of blood to flow, unbearable agony. Wang Dao felt as if his eyeball were about to explode. After a full 10 minutes, the pain finally subsided. Everything returned to normal. Did it succeed? Wang Dao felt dizzy, the world spinning, feeling quite disoriented. He hurriedly looked into a mirror. In the mirror, his right eye was different from before. Its iris had turned a light golden color. The pupil deep within seemed like an abyss, exuding gray mist, unfathomable, capable of devouring hearts. It was as if the eyeball had formed its own world. In any case, it looked terrifying to him. Wang Dao quickly calmed himself, trying to observe quietly. Finally, the double pupil returned to its original state, appearing no different from a regular person. Wang Dao looked at the world again. He noticed it was somewhat different from before. With his left eye, the world looked the same as before. With his right eye, everything felt slower. Even the birds flying overhead moved in slow motion. Why was it like this? No matter, the important matter takes precedence. Wang Dao immediately headed toward the sword tomb. The sword tomb was hidden by the empress amidst countless voids, claiming to be a secret realm world, boundless and infinite. After a whirlwind of dizziness, Wang Dao landed in a scorching world. The ground here was cracked and magma flowed like a river, as if he had descended into the earth's core. The sword tomb contains sacred artifacts. As long as there is an opportunity, one can obtain them. For the time being, Wang Dao had little interest in the sacred artifacts, as finding the heavenly authority sun was his top priority. Elder Zongjing had already found him yesterday, telling him about the heavenly authority sun and the sacred sun, which made him quite uncomfortable. He needed to find the other party and have a good discussion. 10 minutes later, Wang Dao had not found the heavenly authority sun, but did encounter the sacred sun maiden in an expanse of scorched earth. She was staring intently at the sun in the sky, which was scorching the land, as if she wanted to pluck it down. The girl was discerning. The sun in the sky was indeed a sacred artifact, a golden orb. However, due to her low cultivation, she could not achieve it. Wang Dao transformed into a handsome young man and approached. With one hand extended, he directly absorbed the sun from the sky, leaving her utterly shocked. The might of his Shenhuang Wujidi was tremendous, plucking stars and taking the sun with ease. The sun in the sky immediately fell into his hand. It seemed almost alive, trying to break free from Wang Dao's grasp. However, as Wang Dao suppressed it, the golden light retracted, transforming into a golden orb settling down. Truly a sacred artifact, its spirit is like a living being. Wang Dao glanced at the sacred sun maiden. Although she was also looking in that direction, she said nothing. It seemed she had already tacitly accepted that this object did not belong to her. Greetings, holy maiden. Wang Dao approached the sacred sun maiden. This orb is a gift for you. As one of the top 10 in the Eastern Wilderness Martial Conference, you can enter the sword tomb and freely take away a divine weapon. Sacred artifacts can also be taken as long as you can find them. Moreover, the bloodline of the sacred sun is of the fire attribute, perfectly aligning with this fire orb. The dazed sacred sun maiden, upon seeing Wang Dao, felt her beautiful, innocent face flush slightly, unable to resist looking down. But she quickly reacted, saying, I have not met you before, why would you give me the orb? Wang Dao tossed the orb to the sacred sun maiden and said lightly, if I did not care, the holy maiden would not have lingered here for so long. Helping you pluck it down was merely a matter of raising my hand. The Sacred Sun Maiden gently shook her head. I was merely waiting for my cousin. But thank you nonetheless. May I ask how to address you? Wang Dao did not respond. His appearance before the Sacred Sun Maiden to help her seize the sacred artifact had already crossed a significant taboo. Seeing the Sacred Sun Maiden obtain the sacred artifact, Wang Dao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His physical body originated from the Sacred Sun ancient country, yet he felt no sense of belonging to that place. Occupying someone else's body and returning a sacred artifact could be considered settling a lingering regret in his heart. Wang Dao said, "Do not ask too much." The Sacred Sun Maiden's lovely eyes slightly widened in surprise, and she nodded seriously. "I understand." Wang Dao asked, "Has the Heavenly Authority Sun come in? Are you looking for the Heavenly Authority Sun?" The Sacred Sun Maiden instinctively asked, but soon realized she had spoken out of turn, saying, "The Heavenly Authority Sun indeed came, but he went south." Wang Dao nodded. "All right." As Wang Dao prepared to leave, the Sacred Sun Maiden hurriedly asked, "By the way, sir, have you seen my cousin? He is the Empress' junior disciple." Wang Dao replied, "I have not seen him." The Sacred Sun Maiden's brows drooped. "All right, then, thank you, sir." Wang Dao left again, heading south. The Sacred Sun Maiden remained where she was, continuing to wait. The area she was in was precisely where the teleportation to the ancient sword tomb arrived. If her cousin came, she would certainly not miss it. Half an hour later, Wang Dao finally encountered the Heavenly Authority Sun. In the distance there stood an ancient circular sacrificial altar sprawling across dozens of miles, its surface marred by countless cracks and scars from blades. Within the altar a torrent of black mist surged, obscuring the sky, while a black flying sword floated ominously within, emanating a disturbing dark light. This was a holy-grade flying sword trapped within the altar. Below, the Tianquan Sun fixed his gaze on the small black sword. "Do you need help?" Wang Dao appeared beside the Tianquan Sun. Looking at the suddenly appearing 80-year-old boy, the Tianquan Sun's expression darkened. "You, my young friend, are not among the top 10 of the Eastern Wild Martial Conference, yet you appear here. You must be a disciple from Phoenix Mountain. I am the Tianquan Sun, second only to one in the southern region of the Eastern Wild. If you can help me retrieve that flying sword, I will ensure you are generously rewarded." Wang Dao nodded. "I can help you, but you must agree to one thing in return." The Tianquan Sun's pupils constricted slightly. "Please speak your mind." Wang Dao said, "Grant me a bit of favor and do not entangle yourself with the Holy Sun Maiden any longer." The Tianquan Sun's expression darkened. "You have come here to persuade me to abandon my marriage with the Holy Sun Maiden." Wang Dao replied calmly, "She is not a woman you can touch. If you force it, calamity will befall you." The Tianquan Sun, undaunted, declared, "I am the Tianquan Sun, and my father is the leader of the Tianquan sect, a saint of this era. I do not require your meddling in my affairs." Wang Dao responded, "What if I insist on intervening?" The Tianquan Sun laughed coldly. "The 10 holy elders of Phoenix Mountain would not dare interfere in the affairs of the Tianquan sect. You likely lack the capability to do so. At your age, I guess you must be Wang Dao, the cousin of the Holy Sun. I have heard of you. After 30 years in Phoenix Mountain, you have not gained the favor of the Empress, sweeping floors for 30 years with nothing to show for it, not even daring to participate in the Eastern Wild Martial Conference. You want me to let go unless you bring the Empress here?" Wang Dao replied mildly, "This small matter does not require the Empress' attention." The Tianquan Sun retorted sarcastically, "Not needed. I fear you cannot summon her given your status. You likely won't even see the Empress' face. I can assure you, if you want me to give up on the Holy Sun, it will only be over my dead body. I do not need your help with the sacred artifact. You may leave now." A beautiful and noble holy maiden, a sect's sacred artifact. Tianquan Sun knew well which was of greater weight. 5 sect's artifacts could not equal one holy maiden of divine bloodline. For the descendants of the holy maiden are bound to give birth to divine bloodlines. Though the probability is small, if one does not suffice, then 100 will eventually yield a holy son or holy maiden. Those without divine bloodlines will at least be of imperial or divine rank, each one a force to be reckoned with, ensuring the prosperity of their clan. A holy maiden can change the foundation of a clan, but a sacred artifact cannot. Wang Dao helplessly said, "From what you say, it seems there is nothing left to discuss." The Tianquan Sun coldly replied, "Please leave." Wang Dao sighed, "Isn't it better to live? Why seek your own demise?" The Tianquan Sun flickered backward, surprised and enraged. "Do you intend to kill me? You, a mere mortal, how could you possibly kill me? Moreover, I am the son of the leader of the Tianquan sect. If you kill me, chaos will ensue in the southern region. Your ancient Sun Kingdom will surely perish." Wang Dao stared directly at the Tianquan Sun, then let them remain unaware. The Tianquan Sun laughed to the heavens. "I am a 5th-grade powerhouse, an ancient chi refiner. How could you, a mere mortal, possibly kill me? This is truly ridiculous." Wang Dao lost patience, then perish. Boom. Wang Dao's hand swept through the air reaching for the Tianquan's sun. In an instant the very heavens and earth seemed to collapse into Wang Dao's palm. It was the Qianyuan Wujing technique. You actually possess cultivation. Second-grade powerhouse. The Tianquan's sun was engulfed with fear as he felt himself being drawn in. Stop. We can discuss this. In 30 years he had reached the second grade of power. This was undoubtedly monstrous. Rumors had misled him. This boy was not a mere mortal. All of this was merely a facade. Wang Dao coldly stated, "Once I strike there will be no turning back." The Tianquan's son furious laughed in anger. A mere second-grade powerhouse dares to kill me, a fifth grade. Ridiculous to the extreme. Today I shall teach you a lesson. Boom. The Tianquan's sun soared into the heavens, summoning the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. It was a towering holy king phantom, immensely grand, overlooking all beings. With the laws of heaven and earth enveloping him, the Tianquan's sun's strength surged, rising from a fifth-grade powerhouse to a sixth-grade powerhouse. This holy king manifestation was able to withstand Wang Dao's Qianyuan Wujing technique. Holy King's sword technique. The Tianquan's sun shouted. A small golden sword shot from his palm, swift as lightning, hurtling towards Wang Dao. Wang Dao's Qianyuan Wujing technique, which devoured the heavens and earth, was instantly sliced apart by the flying sword, its power completely nullified. Wang Dao had seen the Tianquan's sun use this technique at the Eastern Wild Martial Conference. This sword swept all aside. In the same realm, even the top-ranked Qingxian Holy Maiden could not evade this sword. This sword could cleave through sixth-grade powerhouses. Previously Wang Dao indeed could not have dodged this sword. The gap between them was too great. But now the sword, moving too fast for the naked eye to catch, seemed to slow down tenfold in Wang Dao's perception. Wang Dao's figure flickered lightly, and he evaded it. The ancient heavy eye dissected this sword into countless time segments, allowing a single instant to be divided into 10. Wang Dao had ample time to react and dodge. His supreme body was also sufficient for his physical form to keep pace with his spiritual sense. Swish, swish, swish. The flying sword pursued Wang Dao, its blade light soaring to the heavens, capable of annihilating the world. Wang Dao evaded each strike with composure. He suddenly realized. So this was how the first level of the ancient heavy eye could be used. The Tianquan's sun was shocked. You, a mere second-grade powerhouse, how can you possibly evade the Holy King's sword technique? Even the Qingxian Holy Maiden could not achieve that. You cannot either. Your eyes. Could it be the ancient heavy eye? Upon recognizing that Wang Dao possessed an ancient heavy eye, the Tianquan's sun's scalp turned numb. The ancient heavy eye is capable of battling a supreme being. This was utterly unbelievable. The boy he had always deemed worthless turned out to be the owner of an ancient heavy eye. Wang Dao's fighting spirit surged. You are strong, your cultivation far surpasses mine, but in the end you are merely a son, not a saint. Boom. Chaos erupted within Wang Dao, transforming into chaotic energy that enveloped the surroundings, turning into a vast ocean. Where the chaotic energy passed, it obliterated everything, crushing all. Boom. Under the impact of the chaotic energy, the Tianquan's sun's Holy King manifestation was instantly shattered, obliterated within. Boom, boom, boom. PFF, PFF, PFF. Countless chaotic currents rampaged, crashing into the Tianquan's sun, his body continuously contorting and cracking, suffering under the onslaught of chaotic currents, blood and flesh, blurred bones exposed. This was due to the immense weight of the chaotic energy, as though countless heavens pressed down upon him, overwhelming the Tianquan's sun's physical form. Where the chaotic energy passed, it was a forbidden zone. The Tianquan's sun's eyes bulged with rage and fear. Chaotic energy. You are the chaotic supreme. The ancient Sun Kingdom has produced a chaotic supreme. Supreme, I was wrong. Ooh, I should not have coveted your cousin. Let me go. In that moment, the Tianquan's sun regretted to the core of his being. The cousin of the Holy Sun turned out to be a chaotic supreme, and one who possessed the ancient heavy eye at that. He had previously thought this boy did not dare to participate in the Eastern Wild Martial Conference due to his inferiority. Now he understood. This boy simply looked down upon the Eastern Wild Martial Conference. He was a legendary youth. Wang Dao coldly stated, those who have seen me strike are all dead. Even if you are the Tianquan's son, you are no exception. Just as he finished speaking, a second wave of chaotic energy erupted from within Wang Dao. The power of the chaotic energy surged. PFF. The Tianquan's sun shattered on the spot, his form and spirit annihilated. Dead. Although he had killed a fifth-tier powerhouse, Wang Dao's expression was not particularly good. He felt somewhat displeased. He was a supreme body possessing the ancient heavy, yet he could not flick his fingers to kill. He was still too weak. Looking at the golden light rain drifting through the chaotic chi, Wang Dao extended one hand to gather the light rain. This golden light rain was the fragment of the Yuan spirit of the Tianquan's sun. Previously, he heard from Elder Zongjing that the Tianquan's son knew some information about Phoenix Mountain, which made him particularly arrogant. He wanted to know what exactly the Tianquan's son knew. Wang Dao's soul-searching technique quickly uncovered the broken memories of the Yuan spirit fragments. So that's how it is. Wang Dao frowned. It turned out that the Tianquan holy sect had discovered the secret of an emperor's life about to expire from the signs of withering of everything at Phoenix Mountain. There was only one emperor powerhouse in Phoenix Mountain. Therefore, the Tianquan holy sect was certain that the empress' life was nearing its end. Isn't the imminent fall of the empress already a secret to those top forces? Wang Dao's expression was complex. The 10 holy elders did not dare to meddle in the affairs of the Tianquan sun and the holy maiden of the rising sun, probably out of considerations for peace and stability. Just like on Earth in his previous life, whenever a country was about to face a major event, they would do their utmost to maintain stability and avoid external conflicts. The trouble of the holy maiden of the rising sun had been resolved, leaving no necessity for further action. Wang Dao grasped the golden teleportation order, his figure merging into the void, disappearing without a trace. Another area of the ancient sword tomb. The holy maiden of the rising sun also heard the booming sound coming from the south, but the distance was too great, she could not see it. She also wanted to see what had happened. But upon thinking that if she left, her cousin might arrive and not find her, she abandoned the thought of going. She waited for 3 days. It's been 3 days already. The ancient sword tomb is about to close. Will my cousin not come? Does he find the rising sun bothersome? The holy maiden of the rising sun's beautiful eyes dimmed, her spirit lost. Her mood became increasingly low. She prepared to leave the ancient sword tomb. At that moment, 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended upon the ancient sword tomb. Holy ones from Phoenix Mountain. The holy maiden of the rising sun trembled slightly, filled with awe. There were 3 visitors in total. One of them was recognized by her. It was the master of the Tianquan's son, Saint Tianyi. The 3 looked cold, especially Saint Tianyi, exuding a murderous aura. Upon seeing the holy maiden of the rising sun, Saint Tianyi immediately scolded. Holy maiden, do you know with whom the Tianquan sun had a conflict at the ancient sword tomb? The holy maiden of the rising sun felt a bad premonition and respectfully asked, Holy one, has something happened? Saint Tianyi replied expressionlessly, the Tianquan sun has fallen, killed at the ancient sword tomb of Phoenix Mountain. Boom. The holy maiden of the rising sun felt as though struck by lightning, stunned. He is dead. After the shock, she wanted to laugh, but she held it back. Saint Tianyi questioned, Holy maiden, do you know with whom the Tianquan sun had a conflict? The holy maiden of the rising sun hurriedly shook her head, replying to the holy one, this little girl does not know. The place of his fall is to the south, said the 10th elder of Phoenix Mountain. The 3 holy ones immediately teleported away. After the holy maiden of the rising sun was surprised, she quickly followed. Soon she also appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The boundless chaotic chi was still swirling, devastating and terrifying. Though she was young, her understanding was extraordinary, as she knew exactly what the chaotic chi represented. Phoenix Mountain had a mysterious chaotic supreme body. It should be that chaotic supreme body that acted and annihilated the Tianquan sun. Sun, you died so tragically. Saint Tianyi howled to the sky, tears of sorrow falling furious. Our Tianquan son of the holy sect has committed no crime, yet he was brutally killed by the chaotic supreme body of Phoenix Mountain. Phoenix Mountain must give our Tianquan holy sect an explanation. The supreme body must pay with a life. The 2 holy elders of Phoenix Mountain were horrified, their hearts stirred with turmoil. They originally thought that the fall of the Tianquan sun was just an accident. They did not expect it to be due to the killing by the chaotic supreme body. Although they did not know why the 2 had quarreled, this matter was definitely beyond their ability to handle. They must report to the Empress. We shall go to see the Empress. The 3 holy ones immediately left. The holy maiden of the rising sun stayed behind, remembering something, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She suddenly recalled the handsome young man who helped her obtain the ancient Yang Pearl. At that time, she found the young man extraordinarily handsome and felt shy and flustered, but forgot one thing. That young man had inquired about the whereabouts of the Tianquan sun. Could it be that he is the chaotic supreme body? She had heard that the supreme body was incredibly mysterious, always lurking within Phoenix Mountain, with no one aware of his identity. Not even the Empress could find him. No one had ever seen him. She did not expect that she would actually see him. However, the Tianquan sun came to Phoenix Mountain for the first time and did not recognize the chaotic supreme body at all. The 2 cannot possibly have a conflict. Yet the chaotic supreme body still annihilated the Tianquan sun. The holy maiden of the rising sun suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. The chaotic supreme body could not have helped me for no reason. Could it be that the chaotic supreme body is my cousin? Only my cousin would take such a huge risk to help him kill the Tianquan sun. But soon the holy maiden of the rising sun denied this absurd speculation. How could her cousin be the chaotic supreme body? If he were, he would not have been a servant for 30 years, and he would have been valued by the Empress. In any case, that handsome young man left an indelible impression in her heart. The news that the Tianquan's son was suppressed and killed by the chaotic supreme body at the ancient sword tomb spread like wings, quickly becoming known to all, causing a sensation both inside and outside Phoenix Mountain. Everyone was shocked. All were waiting for the Empress' response. Wang Dao sat cross-legged on the reincarnation peak, also looking towards Taoshan, awaiting the Empress' reply. No one knew how the Empress would handle this. Outside Taoshan, Brother Tianyi, please wait here for news. We will go to see the Empress now. The two holy ones gave a brief explanation and ascended Taoshan. Saint Tianyi gritted his teeth and said, "You two convey to the Empress, please ask her to handle this matter fairly." 1 minute later, the Empress walked out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, accompanied by 10 holy elders as well as the heavenly knowledge. The oppressive aura of the Empress made Wang Dao's heart tremble, while Saint Tianyi beneath Taoshan felt it most acutely and immediately prostrated on the ground. Saint Tianyi endured his displeasure and gritted his teeth, saying, "This old man has met the Empress. The supreme body killing our holy son is an unforgivable crime, and it is only right to repay blood with blood to exchange life for life." On the mountain peak, the Empress Shenhuang looked down at Saint Tianyi. "A mere saint, are you teaching me how to do things?" Saint Tianyi felt as if he had heard thunder filled with awe. "Empress, please do not be angry, this old man dares not. But our Tianquan holy sect has 800 billion members spread throughout the eastern wasteland and southern domain, being the first sect of the southern domain, and countless ancient royal families worship them. If the enmity of the holy son is not avenged, I fear chaos will ensue in the southern domain. This old man thinks this is certainly not a situation the Empress wishes to see." The Empress Shenhuang coldly glared. Since when did the Tianquan holy sect have such influence? This Empress was not aware of it. "If you want an explanation, this Empress shall give you one. If the Tianquan's son is dead, then he is dead. Oh, everything ends here." Saint Tianyi's eyes widened. "Empress." The Empress Shenhuang said, "If the Tianquan holy sect does not submit, then let the Tianquan holy sect disappear altogether." Saint Tianyi was shocked and terrified, his face filled with unwillingness. "Empress, you cannot be so domineering. You must be reasonable." The Empress Shenhuang replied, "To me, the Tianquan holy sect is merely a speck of dust. Do you think this Empress would care about a speck of dust?" Saint Tianyi collapsed to the ground. The Saint of Heaven did not expect the Empress to be so assertive. Not only did she refuse to apologize or appease, but she also threatened to annihilate the sect. It's too much. She completely disregards the Tianquan divine sect. Too domineering, too tyrannical. "See them off," the Empress Shenhuang said to an elder beside her. Tian Zhixiao personally descended the mountain to send him off. "Phoenix Mountain is unreasonable. If there is no explanation, I will not leave." The Saint of Heaven sat on the ground, unwilling to rise. Tian Zhixiao replied calmly, "My surname is Tian. Tian Zhixiao, the leader of the Butian sect. The young woman before him, is she a Saint King?" The Saint of Heaven's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stood up. "No need, I will walk myself." At Reincarnation Peak, Wang Dao let out a long sigh of relief, filled with emotion. He did not expect that the Empress would actually ignore the Tianquan divine sect for his sake. The feeling of being protected by an Empress was absolutely fantastic. On that day, the people of the Tianquan divine sect left Phoenix Mountain in disgrace. The Holy Maiden of the Holy Sun waited for several days, but did not see Wang Dao, and also left the mountain with her people. The Empress and the 8th senior sister continued their seclusion. Wang Dao's life returned to its former routine, signing and sweeping the floor and cultivating. He focused on learning to use his right eye's dual pupil. Thanks to the system, he did not need to comprehend, he only needed to learn how to use it. The dual pupil possessed many talents waiting for him to master. On this day at Peach Mountain, Wang Dao began to sweep the floor and sign in at Peach Mountain. Detected an extraordinary opportunity. Here, would you like to sign in? Sign in. Peach Mountain sign in, triggering good fortune, rewarding the ancient divine forbidden art. Not the ancient king fist. Disappointment was written all over Wang Dao's face. He immediately checked the introduction of the ancient divine forbidden art. The ancient divine forbidden art is a non-ranked technique of the divine clan, second only to supreme techniques created by the father of the Empress Shenhuang. It can unlock 10 layers of forbidden divine power in the physical body, and each layer awakened grants an explosive power far exceeding one's own. The higher the bloodline grade, the stronger the forbidden divine power that can be unlocked. Cultivating to the extreme, ancient realm can awaken the 10th layer of divine forbidden power. Wang Dao's body trembled slightly. Although he signed in and obtained many sacred techniques and emperor techniques, there was only one technique to enhance his explosive power, and that was the heaven and earth one stick. Even though the Heaven and Earth One stick has 100-fold explosive power, after witnessing the Empress' ancient king fist, Wang Dao realized a serious issue. He and the Empress were both supreme, so why was his explosive power significantly inferior to hers? Moreover, after using the Heaven and Earth One stick, his body would be exhausted. In earthly terms, it was like spending $10,000 to achieve something worth $100. Clearly, there was an issue with the technique. The side effects of the Heaven and Earth One stick were evident. The technique had flaws. He needed stronger explosive power. Explosive power like that of the ancient king fist, with each layer more terrifying than the last, could unleash all of his potential. This ancient divine forbidden art can unlock divine prohibitions and awaken 10 layers of forbidden divine power, which is clearly what he needs. Integrate merge immediately. 10 minutes later. In the ancient trial of the record of gods and demons on the dark duel stage, Wang Dao sat cross-legged, allowing a saintess of the divine clan to attack him. He remained still as a mountain, trying to use the divine forbidden art. The main purpose of this was to practice in the dark duel stage, as practicing elsewhere was not safe. Because now cultivation was different from before, the time span for each cultivation session was becoming increasingly longer, as short as several dozen days, as long as 3 to 5 months. In the flying snow peak, if one was careless, they would be discovered. An hour later, after numerous attempts, the supreme blood of Wang Dao flowed backward, and a terrifyingly powerful forbidden divine power erupted within him, penetrating through his internal organs and throughout his body. Wang Dao's physical strength surged 5-fold, as if an ancient divine king had awakened, gazing down upon all beings. Did it only enhance my combat power by 2-fold? The effect of the first layer of the ancient divine forbidden art left Wang Dao somewhat disappointed. 2 days later, he unlocked the second layer of divine prohibition. With the stacking of 2 layers of divine prohibitions, Wang Dao's combat power increased 4-fold. 5 days later, he unlocked the third layer of divine prohibition, enhancing his combat power to 8-fold. After 1 month, Wang Dao unlocked 8 layers of divine prohibition. His combat power had increased by 256 times, far surpassing the explosive power of the Heaven and Earth One stick. Wang Dao became increasingly excited. He discovered a secret: every time he unlocked a layer of divine prohibition, his combat power would stack. If his conjecture was correct, once he unlocked the 9th layer of divine prohibition, he would gain 500 times combat power. Unlocking the 10th layer of divine realm would grant him 1,000-fold combat power. Below the saint, everyone else is but an ant. To contend against a saint, only the ancient mighty could possibly have that chance. The gap between an ordinary peak mighty and a saint cannot be measured by numbers. It is an absolute gap, akin to dust against the bright moon. The gap between the ancient mighty and a saint can be measured, and the difference is over 1,000-fold. Simply put, once Wang Dao becomes an ancient mighty combined with the 10 layers of divine forbidden power, he can battle a saint across realms. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the dark duel stage. In the state of unlocking 8 layers of divine prohibition, Wang Dao used the Heaven and Earth One stick to smash an opponent in the ancient trial. After this strike, Wang Dao felt somewhat weak, but he could not hide his excitement. This 10-layer divine forbidden art is clearly far superior to the Heaven and Earth One stick. However, the Heaven and Earth One stick is not useless. It can stack with the 10 layers of divine forbidden art. I only have 250 times explosive power, but combined with the Heaven and Earth One stick, I can unleash 500 times combat power. Once I unlock the 10 layers of divine prohibition, if my body can withstand it, I can unleash 2,000 times combat power. An ancient mighty with 2,000 times combat power can surely cut down a saint across realms. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still limited, and I cannot yet unlock the 9th or 10th layers. I need to cultivate more. My goal is to become an ancient mighty. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. This is also the 50th year since Wang Dao came to Phoenix Mountain. Now Wang Dao has grown into a 10-year-old tender youth, standing at 1.7 meters tall, beginning to show a handsome appearance. Every day, when Wang Dao goes to sweep the floor, he meets those beautiful and delicate young girls, and their gazes towards him gradually change. They always find various reasons to linger around Wang Dao. Among them is the Qing Xian holy maiden, who once ranked first in the Eastern Wilderness Martial Assembly. However, Wang Dao shows little interest and remains focused on his cultivation. In these 20 years, he signed in and gained many things, but aside from pills, there were no other techniques that caught his eye. The reincarnation sword classic of the senior brother, while a great treasure, was ignored after he signed in and integrated it. The ancient king fist has yet to appear. However, in terms of cultivation, he has made rapid progress. He has now stepped into the realm of ancient might. Although the 10th layer of divine prohibition requires a saint's cultivation to unlock, Wang Dao, relying on his supreme body, has already learned it in advance. The talent of the ancient dual pupil right eye has been mastered to the 3rd level after countless learnings in the ancient trial becoming proficient. With a thought, he can open the heavens. Of course, this is due to cultivation restrictions. If he were a saint now, he could perfectly control all the powers of the dual pupil. But what is most surprising is that at his lower abdomen, the reincarnation spiritual root he planted years ago, though forgotten by its master, has been growing steadily due to its strong will. It has absorbed a small portion of Wang Dao's numerous resources, slowly growing, and has already opened up an endless sea of suffering beneath his lower abdomen. The boundless power of reincarnation churns in the sea of suffering, surging like a tsunami. The once seedling has transformed into a large tree, already showing the rhythm of the Tao, likely to plant the seed of the Tao in the coming years. Cultivating the seed of the Tao means he can stand shoulder to shoulder with peak might. Its reincarnation power has already reached the level of a 6th-grade monarch. Wang Dao knows that both 8th-grade spiritual roots and 8th-grade bloodlines can be called the children and daughters of destiny, favored by heaven, capable of self-growth without cultivation. If he actively cultivates, the speed of growth will only accelerate, and being called the children of destiny is well-deserved. However, Wang Dao still has no time to attend to it. His current goal is to break through the realm of ancient might and become a saint. 20 years, the restless heart has already grown powerful to the extreme. I need to find the young empress to help release my pent-up energy. I wonder if I can defeat the young empress now. Wang Dao, standing in the dark duel stage, rose and summoned the ancient golden list. The golden list appeared, and Wang Dao immediately called out, "The record of gods and demons, I want to challenge the first place." The battle drum sounded. The dark duel arena instantly magnified millions of times, boundless and vast, with endless dark mountains rising up, even more terrifying than the last challenge against the Empress. The dark duel arena formed its own world. Endless crimson flames swept down from the 9 heavens, containing terrifying flame laws and the power of causality, swallowing towards Wang Dao. This is the heavenly burning inferno. Within the heavenly burning inferno, there is also the Phoenix Nirvana fire. A peerless figure, a woman bathed in the flames of destruction, slowly walked forward, carrying the phantom of a phoenix. Wang Dao had heard that the Empress possessed the bloodline of an ancient phoenix, but he did not see it last time. Or perhaps the Empress simply looked down upon using it. He was growing stronger, but so was the Empress. "It's you again." The Shenhuang Empress smiled faintly. "This time, are you prepared?" Wang Dao's heart raced. "I am prepared. Last time I was defeated and swept aside. I still have shadows in my heart. I hope this time I do not lose so badly. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty." Wang Dao shouted loudly, and the chaotic energy erupted, instantly engulfing the heavens and the earth with the sound of the Tao roaring. The heavens and the earth turned upside down, the void collapsed, and the sun, moon, and stars fell. Like a replay of chaos, it formed a chaotic world. The Empress' heavenly burning flames collided instantly with the chaotic energy. Boom, boom, boom. This collision felt as if 2 worlds were crashing together. Wang Dao's chaotic energy was evidently stronger than the Empress' flames, continuously overwhelming her. "Have I finally gained some advantage?" Wang Dao felt somewhat gratified. 15th punch. Boom. The Empress unleashed her ancient king fist, instantly crashing down the flames, surging sky-high, obliterating all laws, shaking the heavens and earth. This punch contained an invincible and undefeated momentum, suppressing all foes of the past and present. Wang Dao's chaotic energy was instantly pierced through, shattered, and dispersed. The fist magnified and reached Wang Dao's face. It was swift and fierce. Boom. Wang Dao refused to be outdone, gathering chaotic energy onto his fist, activating the 8-fold divine, forbidden, his physical strength soaring over 250 times, and he struck back with a punch capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Bang. The two clashed fiercely with this punch. They were both sent flying apart, neither yielding. Wang Dao trembled slightly, feeling somewhat numb. The chaotic energy around him was also shaken, falling into turmoil. The fire world surrounding the young Empress also surged violently, shaken by Wang Dao's punch. The undefeated momentum of the young Empress was also greatly shaken. "Not bad compared to last time. You have grown quite stronger. The ancient divine forbidden technique is second only to supreme techniques. It suits you well," the young Empress praised. "However, my ancient king fist is truly a supreme technique. Take another punch from me." The 16th punch was unleashed. This punch had immense momentum. The girl's aura suddenly skyrocketed, transforming into an emperor, her fist breaking through myriad laws, suppressing all. Boom. Wang Dao charged forward again, clashing fiercely with the young Empress' fist. This time he was sent flying, falling into the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy was shattered. His organs and limbs felt as if they were about to burst. The 8-fold divine forbidden could not withstand the Empress. 17th punch. Boom, 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 But before Wang Dao could catch his breath, the Empress charged forward again, her figure splitting into three, attacking from three directions, with three punches, each punch fiercer than the last, with each being different. Moreover, each punch was real, possessing the might to shatter a realm. The young Empress, also a being of ancient power, was nearing the strength of a sage. Under the pressure of momentum, Wang Dao's brain nearly stopped functioning. So fast. Ninth Divine Forbidden, activate. Wang Dao roared. The forbidden divine power within him surged once more, enhanced to 500 times, like a celestial being descending, shaking the universe, unstoppable. The Empress' momentum and pressure acted like a cage atop Wang Dao, but were instantly shattered by Wang Dao's warrior stance. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Wang Dao unleashed three punches, forcefully countering the three young Empresses. Each punch launched felt like an ancient star falling, shattering the earth. Not only that, but Wang Dao's heavy pupil right eye also opened. The speed of the Empress' attack was extremely fast. Without the heavy pupil right eye, he could not react, let alone simultaneously catch the Empress' three punches. The heavy pupil right eye flowed with gray divine radiance, as if an ancient god and demon had opened their divine gaze, seeing through the laws of the world. With the power of the heavy pupil, Wang Dao struck first. Three punches clashed with the Empress' three punches. Bang, bang, bang. The two were once again sent flying, neither side gaining the upper hand, unable to determine the victor. Wang Dao's arm trembled lightly. The Emperor's fists were too powerful, shaking his right arm to the point where it was almost unresponsive. Looking at the Empress, her jade hand trembled slightly, flowing with golden phoenix, supreme blood. She did not lose in the counterattack. However, Wang Dao's punch energy was derived from chaotic energy, extremely domineering, sharper than divine weapons, leaving several cuts on her jade arm. Ancient heavy pupil. You actually possess a heavy pupil. The chaotic body is already invincible, plus the heavy pupil. The young Empress looked incredulous. However, even more shocking was that a celestial brilliance appeared on her body, pure and flawless. The celestial brilliance seemed to come from the depths of chaos, showering down from the 9 heavens, bathing her visibly, healing her external wounds. Wang Dao's heavy pupil right eye could even see that the injuries and hidden dangers within the Empress were disappearing at a visible speed. Is this the famous celestial restoration technique? Wang Dao took a cold breath. He had refined pills on the celestial restoration peak for many years. Of course, he had heard of the celestial restoration technique. The celestial restoration technique is the strongest self-healing method of Phoenix Mountain. Not only can it repair one's own injuries and mend the cracks in the world, but it can also repair the deficiencies of the Dao. This technique was learned by the 8th senior sister, and its mysteries are boundless. Wang Dao did not expect that the Empress could also use it. In the next moment, the divine power within the Empress surged once more. An immense wave of power shattered the heavens and the earth, causing the chaotic energy surrounding Wang Dao for 10,000 miles to ripple. Her momentum and pressure increased further, and Wang Dao felt an impulse to kneel. Supreme technique, terrifying indeed. Not only Wang Dao was oppressed, but also his inner monkey. The inner monkey was the kind of being that became more terrifying the more it was suppressed. At this moment, the inner monkey, unwilling to be suppressed, was moving wildly, about to awaken. 3,000 Dao chains. Taking advantage of not yet being consumed by the inner monkey's madness controlling his body, Wang Dao activated his heavy pupil right eye, gray divine radiance flowing as he stared at the young Empress. In the next moment, boundless chaotic energy around Wang Dao transformed into 3,000 Dao chains, the Dao roaring, as if the 9 heavens and Milky Way soared upwards, each chain massive, rapidly wrapping around the Empress. This is the second technique of the heavy pupil, 3,000 Dao chains. The Dao is power that can be controlled by a sage, but the heavy pupil right eye is already interwoven it. The chaotic energy nurtures myriad paths, serving as the foundation of myriad paths. Using the power of the heavy pupil, Wang Dao successfully derived 3,000 paths within the chaotic energy, weaving them into terrifying Dao chains. Although this move was rough and the Dao was only a blurred phantom, it belonged to the level of sage power. The 3,000 Dao chains immediately intertwined with the Empress, suppressing her within. The Empress' oppressive force, momentum, and physical divine power were all suppressed. For a moment, the Empress could not move. Her momentum was growing weaker. The 3,000 Dao chains successfully trapped the Empress. Has the Empress been suppressed by me? Wang Dao's gaze was fiery. This is a historic moment. To be able to suppress the Empress signifies that he is no weaker than the young Empress. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within the 3,000 chains of the great Dao. In the next moment, before the astonished gaze of Wang Dao, golden fist imprints shattered the 3,000 chains of the great Dao. Each fist was like an infinitely massive primordial star, striking out in all directions, carrying the wrath capable of destroying everything. This was a chaotic flurry of fists, like a meteor shower attacking everything. The Empress had gone berserk. Not good. Wang Dao immediately activated his heavy eye to disperse the golden fist shadows of the Empress, frantically dodging with the 9 heavens sun-chasing technique. The furious fists covered the heavens and earth, leaving no gaps. Wang Dao had nowhere to hide and was quickly locked onto by the Empress. In the next second, the golden fist shadows expanded rapidly like 1,000 towering waves crashing over. The power of a single punch unleashed the might of 1,000 punches. The terrifying pressure caused Wang Dao's newly awakened heart demon to instantly collapse. The horror of the punching force shattered the ancient heavens. At this moment, the Empress' strength was nearly at the level of a saint. Primordial Heavy Eye, 3rd tier talent 1, thought opens the heavens. Feeling that she could not withstand the Empress' torrent of fist power, he immediately activated his Heavy Eye Right Eye. The Heavy Eye Right Eye emitted a gray divine radiance, unfathomable, transforming into a world of its own. The chaotic energy surrounding Wang Dao, spanning 100,000 miles, immediately formed a small chaotic world under the transformation of the Heavy Eye. Wang Dao stood within the chaotic world. Holding a grand realm in his hands, a universe was birthed within him. This was the ability of a saint. Wang Dao's chaotic small world was already close to the realm of a saint. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the chaotic small world was formed, it was met with the Empress' explosive onslaught. Terrifying fists transformed into 3,000 crashing waves of punches. The first half of the Empress's punch power came crashing and instantly distorting and deforming the chaotic small world. The second half of the full power struck, causing the chaotic small world to collapse and shatter. He could not withstand the Empress' brutal wave of punches. However, most of the Empress' punch power was blocked by the chaotic small world. Wang Dao was only impacted by the residual waves, suffering no significant harm. Incredible. The Empress did not attack again, gazing dreamily at Wang Dao. The 20th punch of the Primordial King Fist, you actually blocked it. The Heavy Eye alone should not have such power. The combination of chaotic energy and the Heavy Eye is simply perfect. Wang Dao's heart trembled. Has it already been 20 punches? The Primordial King Fist has 33 punches. His trump card is about to run out. Can he withstand the Empress' 33rd punch in a single day? He did not count. The young Empress said, "Right now I can only use 25 punches. If you can withstand the next 5 punches, then you will have surpassed the young me." Wang Dao's gaze trembled. He thought to himself, if the young Empress had already used 20 punches and was this terrifying, how could he possibly withstand more? His Heavy Eye trump card had already been exhausted, barely able to hold on. If the Empress could unleash all 33 punches at once, who could possibly match her? 5 punches. They'll do my best to try. Once again, Wang Dao's heart demon awakened, each time growing more intense, his gaze crimson, like an abyss, ferocity, surging like the depths of the 9 hell's battle intent, drowning the heavens, as reason began to fade. The 10th level of the primordial divine forbidden technique was awakening, 1,000-fold divine power, erupting like a volcano. At this moment, Wang Dao's strength was already comparable to that of a saint. Freeze. The irrational Wang Dao took the initiative, launching the immobilization technique first. Eternity in a moment. The Empress did not fall for it, her figure blurred, seemingly jumping out of the river of time, existing in a different temporal phase, evading Wang Dao's trump card. This was also one of the Empress trump cards. Wang Dao's second move followed as he enlarged the fire stick in his hand, transforming it into a towering pillar, smashing toward the Empress. With the 10th level of the divine forbidden technique and the heaven-splitting stick, Wang Dao erupted with nearly 2,000 times the battle power. Not a saint, yet capable of defeating one. Boom. With a single strike, the power of a saint was fully revealed, causing the heavens and earth within 1,000,000 miles to instantly plunge into despair. A petty trick. Heavenly absolute prison. The Empress battle intent soared, her divine power reaching the level of a saint, but instead of using fists, she employed a secret technique. She pointed a jade-like hand at Wang Dao. In the next moment, the chaotic energy surrounding Wang Dao within 1,000,000 miles turned the heavens upside down, the earth spinning, transforming into a world of absolute prison, erupting with black light. That black light seemed to originate from the primordial era, eternal and indestructible, shining down and bathing Wang Dao. His battle power instantly dropped by half. Other secret techniques enhance their own cultivation, but the Emperor's secret technique lowers the opponent's battle power. This move is terrifying. With half of his battle power lost, Wang Dao was no longer a threat, prompting the Empress to strike. The Primordial King Fist was unleashed as if the king of the primordial era had descended, causing the heavens and myriad realms to tremble. With this punch, the Empress unleashed 1,500 times her battle power. Meanwhile, Wang Dao's stick only retained 1,000 times battle power. Boom. The fist and the stick collided in an instant. Unsurprisingly, Wang Dao was sent flying by the Empress punch. However, this time Wang Dao's heart demon was suppressed by the Emperor's fist, becoming even more ferocious. Roar! Wang Dao seemed to roar from the abyss, swinging his stick through the air, smashing the absolute prison above. His cultivation surged again, but the Empress was already upon him. 3 consecutive punches, each one could reign supreme in the primordial era, struck before Wang Dao. Freeze! 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 The stronger Wang Dao's heart demon grew, the more terrifying the immobilization technique became. With a swing of his stick, the heavens and earth immediately froze. The Empress' 3 punches were immobilized. Even though she possessed a billion ferocious waves atop her fists capable of annihilating an entire realm, they were frozen at this moment. Boom! Wang Dao's second heaven-splitting stick came crashing down. The immobilized Empress was instantly struck by a stick sent flying, collapsing at the end of the heavens and earth, her body splitting apart, turning the ground beneath her into a sea of blood. Her Dao foundation shattered, her primordial spirit showing cracks as her origin began to collapse. However, the Empress was still the Empress. Facing such severe injuries, she still managed to rise up. Bathed in the divine light of mending the heavens, her injuries from physical to primordial spirit and Dao foundation quickly vanished. Very strong, she remarked. The last punch, 25 punches. Her gaze was cold, filled with fury, and her battle intent surged, igniting her body in flames. Her battle power continued to soar, reaching an astonishing 2,000 times. Wang Dao swung his stick unstoppable, as if it could shatter the 9 heavens and pierce through the ancient skies. Boom! Wang Dao's stick came crashing down. It seemed to strike the Empress, but she blurred, using the same technique to jump out of the river of time, evading Wang Dao's lethal strike. In the next moment, in a state of transcendence, the Empress countered with a punch, her radiant aura overwhelming the primordial era, looking down upon all as she transformed into a true primordial king, invincible and undefeated. This punch transcended the heavens and earth, ignoring distance, striking Wang Dao no matter where he was, collapsing him in a single blow. Before the fist even made contact, Wang Dao's heart demon was suppressed and shattered. Waking up, Wang Dao felt a tingle at the back of his neck and immediately used the heavy eye to evolve a small chaotic world. This time it was not for himself, for he could not withstand the Empress punch, but for the Empress. The Empress instantly fell into the small chaotic world. Yet she was not trapped by it. With a boom, the small world collapsed in an instant. Wang Dao gained back the time to evade. He immediately consumed an 8th-grade medicinal pill about the size of a watermelon. The 8th-grade primordial continuation pill. Acquired through signing in, this forbidden primordial pill, once consumed, grants a peak power for 1 second. The side effects are not significant, though it is only for a second in battles between powerful beings, especially at the level of Wang Dao and the young Empress. If a flaw is revealed, 1 second can lead to death 1,000 times over. As the pill entered his mouth, the waning power of Wang Dao returned to him. Roar! He unleashed the 4th heaven-splitting stick. Boom! The fist and the stick collided in an instant. In that moment, the heavens and earth turned upside down, primordial stars fell, and the realm collapsed in an instant. Both were sent flying, swallowed by the chaos. The outcome was difficult to determine. However, the Empress was already exhausted. Wang Dao remained standing. A minute later, the world faded away and the dark arena reappeared. The Empress' figure blurred, and a desolate voice echoed in the sky. I lost. Did I win? Wang Dao knelt in the duel arena, yet he could not smile. His body was weak, almost devoid of any strength. Now even an ordinary first-grade powerhouse could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. It would take him at least a month or 2 to recover. Taking advantage of the fact that the Empress had not completely dissipated, Wang Dao said, "In this battle, I took a pill and forcibly extended my peak combat power for a second. It was an unfair victory. Without the pill, I could have only struck 3 blows of the heaven and earth staff. With it, I unleashed a 4th blow." The young Empress chuckled lightly. It's nothing. Life and death duels are far more perilous. Some possess sacred artifacts, imperial weapons, hidden treasures, pills, and formations. You are already quite powerful, but you are an innate supreme, while I am merely a postnatal supreme. Your potential has not yet been fully tapped. Remain humble and continue your cultivation, and you will surely surpass me in the future. Take care of yourself. With that, the young Empress vanished from the heavens and the earth. Hearing her comforting words, Wang Dao suddenly understood and revealed a smile. This battle yielded immense rewards. The young Empress helped him subdue the heart monkey he had nurtured for 20 years. After subduing the heart monkey, his divine sense power increased tenfold, truly reaching the limit of ancient powerhouses. Of course, the greatest gain was still confidence. I broke through the 10 ancient barriers and defeated the strongest among them, the Empress. It will surely cause a sensation. Wang Dao grasped the golden teleportation order and vanished from the dark duel arena. Dong dong dong. The god and demon bell rang 10 times, shaking the Phoenix Mountain inside and out. All disciples of Phoenix Mountain upon hearing the bell were left dumbfounded. Some even felt a sense of awe and knelt down to worship. Heavens! The god and demon bell rang 10 times. After 1,000 years, the god and demon bell has rung 10 times again. I remember the last time it rang 10 times was 1,000 years ago on the day of Master Ba's transmission. Has another prodigy who broke through the 10 ancient barriers been born in Phoenix Mountain? Who could that person be? Is it really necessary to ask? Without a doubt, it must be that mysterious Supreme. What? He broke through the 10 ancient barriers after just 50 years of cultivation. That's terrifying. He must have received the Emperor's teachings. Incredible. We are witnessing history together. Breaking through the 10 ancient barriers in just 50 years is unprecedented in the millennium-long history of Phoenix Mountain. Some elders could not help but shed tears overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the Shenhuang Empress Tianji and the 10 saints of Phoenix Mountain all descended upon the dark duel arena. Each of them wore shocked expressions, their hearts surging with tumult, unable to calm down for a long time. The arena still bore traces of the battle. The Empress observed and said softly, 20 years ago an ancient supreme, 20 years later an ancient powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Tianji Shaoli and the 10 saints felt a chill run down their spines. Damn, how did that stinky mouse cultivate so fast? He hasn't missed a single ancient extreme realm. Why is he progressing so quickly? Shaoli felt extremely disgruntled. She began her cultivation 500 years ago and only broke through to the ancient powerhouse realm a month ago, stepping into the half-saint realm. That supreme body cultivated for only 50 years to reach the ancient powerhouse realm. Comparing speeds, it was absolutely terrifying. The key is he hasn't even received the Emperor's teachings and cultivated on his own. His talent is truly frightening. Tianji bit her lip, astonished. I wonder who he defeated. He has only cultivated for 50 years. Although he can break through the 10 ancient barriers, he should definitely be among the weakest. That makes sense. Several elders discussed among themselves. Shaoli looked at the Empress and asked, Empress, who did that stinky mouse defeat? The Empress squinted her eyes and said nothing. If you want to know who he defeated, it isn't difficult, Tianji said aloud. The ancient golden list is out. Shaoli immediately reacted, yes. Breaking through the ancient golden list, the god and demon record will inscribe the opponent's bloodline on the ancient golden list. Boom. The ancient golden list descended. Tianji looked toward the end of the list and frowned. Why can't I see it? Shaoli, however, locked onto the first position and exclaimed, Empress Senior Sister, look at the first place. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes to the first place on the ancient golden list. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, petrified on the spot, astonished beyond measure. The first place on the ancient golden list has actually changed hands. The first position was re-recorded by the god and demon record. The first place is the Supreme, with chaotic double pupils. The second place is the Empress. The Empress was defeated. This result is incredibly shocking. That supreme body cultivating alone for 50 years actually overcame the Empress. 10 elders had already knelt on the ground, speechless, filled with worship, because they not only saw the word chaos, but also the words double pupils. The ancient double pupils can fight supreme beings. Now the ancient double pupils and the chaotic supreme body have appeared in the same person. How is that possible? Shaoli stomped her feet in anger, looking at the Empress. Empress, that stinky mouse must have cheated. Tianzi's voice was pure as she said, indeed, it's difficult for the chaotic supreme body to defeat the Empress, but with the addition of the ancient double pupils, it's hard to say. Yes, what is most shocking is the phrase chaotic double pupils. The god and demon record only records it as such because that chaotic body possesses double pupils. Shaoli looked at the Empress and asked, Empress, why aren't you speaking? Tianji said, the Empress must have just arrived here and already knows everything. Sigh. The Empress let out a soft sigh. Shaoli quickly asked, Empress, why are you sighing? The Shenhuang Empress looked melancholic and said, I sigh because he possesses the chaotic supreme body and also has double pupils. Just by cultivating the ancient divine forbidden technique, he can surpass me. If he were to cultivate the supreme technique with me, I wonder how powerful he would become. Everyone was again taken aback. Shaoli gritted her teeth and said, Empress, are you planning to pass the supreme technique to him? The Shenhuang Empress replied, the supreme technique must be taught in person. He hasn't shown himself, so I have no way to do so. Tianji said solemnly, he is a supreme body cultivating the ancient extreme realm. Without the supreme technique, he absolutely cannot break through to the ancient powerhouse realm and become a saint. They'll go find him. Shaoli puffed her cheeks and said, if we could find him, we wouldn't have waited 50 years. Suddenly the Empress said, the ascension plan is postponed. Tianji was taken aback. That plan? Empress, what are you going to do? According to the plan, you must leave Phoenix Mountain this year. The Empress wants to ascend once more in the last segment of her life, seeking a glimmer of hope in the impossible. That is the plan. The Empress said postpone it for 100 years. Tian Zigio's expression changed, postpone for 100 years. Empress, if you delay by 100 years, your body may not be able to withstand it, and by then the hope will be even slimmer. Additionally, Empress, you may not even survive until that time. Shally was confused as to why they had to wait another 100 years. The Empress looked melancholic and said, that Supreme is still young, his wings are not yet fully developed, and he still needs protection. Otherwise, there is a risk of premature death. Shally gritted her teeth. That stinky mouse isn't worthy of your waiting 100 years, Empress. The Empress replied, he is worth my doing so. The news of the chaotic Supreme Body breaking through the 10 ancient barriers and defeating the young Empress spread like wildfire, rapidly extending across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Within 3 days, all major forces in the divine wilderness had learned this news. The chaotic Supreme Body from Phoenix Mountain is already not weaker than the young Empress. Is Phoenix Mountain about to give birth to an existence more terrifying than the Empress? Everyone turned pale with fear. The world was shaken. Countless obscure and terrifying gazes penetrated the void of heaven and earth, fixated on Phoenix Mountain. These gazes were almost identical to those of the powerhouses who spied on Phoenix Mountain 50 years ago. Some came from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, some from forbidden zones, and others from the depths of darkness. But this time was different. These gazes were filled not only with shock, but also with anger and repression. Obscure and terrifying voices echoed above Phoenix Mountain. Damn it, we have waited for 10,000 years and finally we see the Empress on the brink of falling. Who would have thought this wretched woman would cultivate a chaos Supreme Body no weaker than her own? Oh heavens, we have endured over 10,000 years, losing hundreds of generations, and finally see a glimmer of hope. Who would have expected that after the Empress there would still be a Chaos Supreme Body? This is unacceptable. The Empress is truly detestable. As if it wasn't enough to suppress us for 10,000 years, she even cultivates a Chaos Supreme Body to continue subjugating us. I suggest we fight back. After sleeping in darkness for 10,000 years, to wait for such a result is truly despairing. As long as the Supreme Body exists, we will never have a chance. The Chaos Supreme Body cannot become a significant force. The Empress can only live for 100 years at most. Within that 100 years, the Supreme Body will never grow to the height of the Empress. Once the Empress dies, the Supreme Body will be left unprotected, easily extinguished. Indeed, I also wager that the Supreme Body cannot become a significant force within 100 years. On Alchemy Peak, Wang Dao listened to the voices from beyond the ends of the earth, feeling a chill run down his spine. These beings exuded a terrifying pressure. Although shielded by Phoenix Mountain's barrier, a slight pressure still penetrated, leaving him breathless. Moreover, there were more than 30 different pressures representing over 30 terrifying powerhouses. The number was still increasing. It was likely that those sleeping in the depths of darkness were awakening and joining the ranks of the spies. What kind of terrifying beings are these? Wang Dao felt a wave of anxiety. There were far too many enemies of Phoenix Mountain, or rather too many of the Empress foes, and they were terrifying. These mysterious beings were so powerful that he could not discern their cultivation. Were they holy kings? Or even stronger than holy kings? Or perhaps on the same level as the Empress? He could not imagine what would happen if the Empress were to be gone one day. Who could suppress these terrifying entities? Suddenly, from deep within the earth beneath Phoenix Mountain, faint whispers began to emerge. Empress, you are not heaven. You cannot block my path. The day the Empress falls is the day we, the 8 ancient kings, break the forbidden zone. As soon as the words were spoken, Phoenix Mountain began to tremble slightly. It seemed that beneath Phoenix Mountain a terrifying being was struggling. The voices penetrating through the ground sent chills down people's spines. Wang Dao was no exception. He had heard about this long ago. Beneath Phoenix Mountain lies the most fearsome forbidden zone in Donghuang, established by the Empress, which suppresses the dark titans captured during every upheaval of darkness, collectively known as the 8 ancient kings. The ancient evil thoughts from the Yin Tower's underground came from within this forbidden zone. In the past, the sun-blocking Empress was possessed by ancient evil thoughts, which was the masterpiece of one of the 8 ancient kings. This forbidden zone, under the suppression of Phoenix Mountain and the Empress' vigilance, remained stable. Who would have expected that now it would show signs of disturbance? It is easy to imagine how tremendous the impact would be for these titans if a supreme body comparable to the Empress were to be born. He felt uneasy, even fearful and desperate, impudent. Suddenly, from the peak of Taoshan, the Empress light reprimand echoed, "Who dares to lead a rebellion? I, Shenhuang, will slay him." Though the Empress had grown old, her lingering aura remained terrifying. This light reprimand carried immense power, suppressing all defiance. The powerful divine senses that enveloped Phoenix Mountain inside and out were instantly shattered into nothingness. The divine senses of the 8 ancient kings beneath Phoenix Mountain had not yet dissipated, but they were filled with fear and dared not act recklessly. Gradually calmness returned. The 80,000 disciples of Phoenix Mountain worshipped immensely. Their reverence for the Empress deepened. Wang Dao also felt a surge of awe, deeply worshipping. Can I become a powerhouse like the Empress within 100 years? The Empress has not given me much time. Wang Dao consumed a healing sacred herb and recuperated for 3 days. During these 3 days, Tianji Shao was mobilizing efforts to search for him, the Supreme Body. Unfortunately, the Supreme Body was guarded by 3,000 great paths, and Tianji Shao did not associate him with the Supreme Body, thus returned empty-handed once again. Outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Tianji Shao reported to the Empress, still haven't found him. The Shenhuang Empress coldly replied, continue searching, we must find him quickly. Why? Tianji Shao frowned. The Shenhuang Empress explained, although the Chaos Body possesses Supreme Body refining techniques, our Phoenix Mountain lacks such a heritage. The Swallowing Heaven technique is a non-ranked body refining technique comparable to the Supreme Body refining techniques, but only effective for postnatal Supremes. For innate Supremes, practicing the Swallowing Heaven technique alone cannot fully cultivate the Chaos Body. If the Supreme Body cannot fully develop, it will have no chance against ancient powers and will never become a saint. We must further practice the Ancient King Fist. Tianji Shao nodded and turned to leave. During these 3 days, Wang Dao also behaved himself. Apart from signing in at Taoshan, he spent the rest of his time sweeping the ground, digesting the battle with the young Empress. This battle was fruitful. What shocked him the most was the supreme art of the young Empress. The first talent of the ancient heavy, I can see through the laws of the world. To be precise, it was not just about seeing through the opponent's methods, but also deconstructing their moves and causing them to self-destruct. Below the ancient 9 gates, when he used the heavy eye, he could dismantle the opponent's moves, preventing them from using their ultimate techniques and trump cards. However, he could not achieve this against the young Empress' supreme art, the Ancient King Fist. This was not an issue with his heavy eye. It was likely that the supreme art used by the young Empress could not be seen through. During these days, while Tianji Shao was at the Patching Heaven Peak, he sought to inquire about the origins of the Ancient King Fist. Tianji Shao informed him that the Ancient King Fist was one of the top 10 supreme arts of the ancient era. Tianji Shao also compared the ancient heavy eye with the supreme body. She said the heavy eye can fight supremes, but it is not truly a supreme. If the heavy eye could see through supreme arts, then it could crush all supreme bodies. Wang Dao suddenly understood. It was no wonder he lacked supreme arts. On the 4th day, with the help of the sacred herb, although he had dispelled the dual aftereffects of using the heaven and earth stick and the ancient divine forbidden art, he was already in good shape. This time, with the Empress' help in subduing the heart ape, my primordial spirit power has increased tenfold, reaching the peak of ancient powers. Unfortunately, my physical body is still lacking. The supreme body has yet to fully develop and has not reached the utmost limit of ancient powers. The pinnacle of ancient powers has 2 aspects: the limit of primordial spirit and the limit of the physical body. The limit of the physical body is the full development of the supreme body. Wang Dao found himself unable to cultivate the supreme body to full fruition. The system informed him that to fully cultivate the supreme body, one must possess supreme arts. Though the Swallowing Heaven technique is powerful and is the Emperor's core body refining technique that can cultivate postnatal supreme bodies to full or even perfect completion. But for an innate supreme body like the Chaos Body, it is ineffective. He must still sign in. Although Wang Dao did not know if the Ancient King Fist could help him, he had to give it a try. This morning, Wang Dao returned to beneath Taoshan, preparing to sign in. However, the Empress appeared before him. Sovereign Emperor. Wang Dao hastily clasped his hands in salute. Her hair was snow-white, yet the Azure Phoenix Sovereign Empress wore a radiant dusk robe, her figure tall and exquisitely graceful, still breathtakingly beautiful and noble. Her presence, so overwhelming none dared meet her gaze directly. The Azure Phoenix Sovereign Empress gazed into Wang Dao's eyes for a long silent moment before speaking. Xiao Xiao, senior sister, must have told you about my injury, did she? Wang Dao offered a nervous smile. This disciple knows. The Azure Phoenix Sovereign Empress fixed him with a cold, searching look as if questioning, since you know my time is short, why have you not returned to the Celestial Emperor Palace to cultivate under me? Wang Dao smiled faintly. There is no hurry. The Sovereign Empress will surely live on into the next life. This disciple shall cultivate under you then. Her phoenix-like eyes grew distant and profound. The next life is ethereal and elusive. Who can truly predict it? If you refuse to return to the Celestial Emperor Palace, then this master shall take the Supreme Body as her direct disciple and devote her remaining days to training him utterly. Wang Dao asked with a gentle smile, does the Sovereign Empress truly possess a means to locate that Supreme Body? The Azure Phoenix Sovereign Empress let out a cold snort. Of course I do. A resonance exists between supreme bodies. Once I awaken my most potent supreme bloodline, his presence will be unmistakably revealed. Wang Dao inwardly shuddered. Then why wait until now to employ this method? The sovereign empress replied, I did not anticipate that youth would rise so swiftly. Within merely 50 years he has already attained the realm of an ancient great expert. He shall inevitably ascend to heights I cannot reach. He will surpass me in courage, and accomplish what I could never achieve. I am inferior to her. Wang Dao rubbed his nose. Perhaps he is not as exceptional as your majesty imagines. His prolonged absence, his secret cultivation, may well stem from fear of bearing such a monumental burden. The Azure Phoenix sovereign empress arched a delicate eyebrow. Do you envy him? Wang Dao's head spun, he hurriedly shook it. This disciple dares not. Never rush to judgment before all matters have settled. Extending her jade-like hand, the sovereign empress gently stroked Wang Dao's head, her gaze softening with unexpected tenderness. Should you reconsider now and accompany me back to the Celestial Emperor Palace, I shall abandon my search for the Supreme Body entirely. Wang Dao clasped his hands respectfully. Your Majesty must place the greater cause above all else. This disciple is expendable, but there is only one Supreme Body. The Sovereign Empress fell silent, then plucked 3 strands of her azure hair and planted them upon his crown. Wang Dao grew uneasy. Your Majesty, what is this? The Sovereign Empress retorted coolly. Do you imagine I have nothing better to do than seek you out for idle chatter? Tomorrow you shall depart with senior sister Xiao Liu for the divine Yang ancient kingdom. She will help you recover your symbiotic spirit pearl. Wang Dao hesitated, offering a pure, guileless smile. Your Majesty, may I decline? It is an order. The Azure Phoenix sovereign empress rebuked him lightly. These 3 azure hairs are the talisman I bestow upon you. Wang Dao's eyes lit up. A talisman. The sovereign empress spoke softly. This journey to the divine Yang ancient kingdom marks your first trial beyond the mountain. Yet your identity is extraordinary, and danger may well await you. Should you face mortal peril, with no aid, no recourse, pluck one of these hairs. At that moment heaven shall answer your call, and earth shall heed your voice. Wang Dao rejoiced. Many thanks, your Majesty. Let us depart tomorrow. With those words the sovereign empress drifted away like mist, then paused. Wait. Gathering his courage, Wang Dao called after her. The Azure Phoenix sovereign empress turned, glancing back over her shoulder. Have you changed your mind? Wang Dao bowed deeply. Your Majesty, this disciple dares to surmise. You once refrained from fully activating your bloodline to trigger resonance with the Supreme Body, fearing fatal consequences. You bear a wound that guarantees death. Any exertion would worsen it. This disciple urges your Majesty to deliberate carefully. Her phoenix eyes flickered with faint irritation. First attend to yourself. Watching her recede into the distance, Wang Dao was seized by profound guilt. The sovereign empress had bestowed upon him 3 strands of her azure hair to protect him. Yet he continued concealing his true identity, forcing her despite her grievous wound to summon her full power solely to sense the Supreme Body. What must I do? Wang Dao's heart trembled. How can I prevent the sovereign empress from exhausting herself in her search for me? Only this remains. Having settled upon a plan, Wang Dao suddenly recalled the true purpose of his visit to Peach Mountain today. Profound destiny detected at this location. Initiate sign-in. The system had prompted him repeatedly. Wang Dao silently commanded sign-in. He hoped, this time, to obtain the Primordial King Fist. Peach Mountain sign-in activated. Supreme Fortune triggered. Reward Supreme Art. All Heaven's Prison. Wang Dao's body jolted. All Heaven's Prison. Was this not the very technique the Sovereign Empress had used just 3 days prior, causing him to lose cultivation? Was this truly a supreme art? He remembered that technique with unnerving clarity. To his astonishment, he had actually obtained it through sign-in. Though not the Primordial King Fist, Wang Dao knew its terrifying potency, an unparalleled art for transcending one's cultivation rank in battle. He immediately reviewed its description. All Heaven's Prison, ranked among supreme arts created by the father of the Azure Phoenix Sovereign Empress. The myriad heavens themselves become a prison how all beings dwell in shadowed paths. It forcibly suppresses the target's cultivation level. When wielded by an ancient great expert, it dims the Tao of a saint. When wielded by an ancient saint king, it can bring down a sovereign emperor. Its sole limitation: minimal effect against innate supremes. Caution: ineffective when cultivation disparity exceeds a critical threshold. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wang Dao. He was stunned. Could he, using this technique, topple a saint? And if he ever ascended to the realm of an ancient saint king, might he likewise unseat a sovereign emperor? No wonder it bore the title of supreme art. In that instant, Wang Dao fell utterly in love with it. Yet who precisely was the sovereign empress's father, to have forged a supreme art? Was he himself a supreme? Returning to Flying Snow Peak, Wang Dao promptly composed a letter to the Sovereign Empress, written in the guise of the Supreme Body. Though irreverent in tone, the letter carried a subtle warning: should the Sovereign Empress dare seek him, he would immediately depart Phoenix Mountain. Of course, he dared not provoke her wrath, so he also proposed a wager: if within 10 years he failed to break through to the Saint Realm, he would seek her out to confess and accept punishment. Beyond that, the letter expressed deep reverence and gratitude toward her. Once the letter was complete, Wang Dao entrusted it to the Shadow Crow, instructing it to drop the missive randomly within the cultivation grounds of the Vermilion Cloud Peak Sectmaster. Wang Dao did this not to delay time. Though unwilling to submit to the Sovereign Empress's arrangements, he had no intention of hiding forever. Once he matched her combat prowess, he would no longer conceal his identity. Then, whenever she needed him, he would stand firm, unwavering, resolute. Naturally, the letter could not be delivered directly to her. That very day, Dan Qing, sage of Vermilion Cloud Peak, read the letter and broke out in a cold sweat, every hair standing on end. Without hesitation, he rushed to present it to the Sovereign Empress. Outside the Celestial Emperor Palace, the Sovereign Empress clenched her teeth lightly, her delicate brows faintly furrowed in vexation. Tian Jishao gasped in shock. Could this be a prank? She gritted her teeth. The blood seal upon it belongs unmistakably to the Supreme Bodis lineage. Xiaoliyu stamped her foot in fury. How audacious! Who does he think he is, to demand the Sovereign Empress wait 10 years for him? Does he even comprehend what 10 years signifies to Her Majesty? All eyes turned to the Sovereign Empress awaiting her decree. Her phoenix eyes grew serene and deep, her vexation dissolving entirely. Regardless, finally he has emerged from obscurity. No longer is he but an intangible, fleeting shadow. 10 years, I, the Sovereign Empress, shall wait. Wang Dao spent the entire day studying All Heaven's Prison. At dawn the next day, Xiaoliyu arrived. The young girl remained unchanged, still appearing 5 years old, with a plump, fair-cheeked face and cheeks puffed in indignation, utterly adorable, tempting one to pinch her rosy cheeks. Yet Wang Dao dared not in the least, for this Xiaoliyu was no longer the same as before. She had shattered the barrier of the ancient great expert and entered the half-saint realm. Strictly speaking, the half-saint is not a formal realm, but a transitional stage between the ancient great expert and the saint. Here the nascent soul blooms with the flower of the Tao. As the flower of the Tao bears fruit, the Tao fruit manifests. The Tao itself made manifest. This blossoming Ganfording process constitutes the half-saint stage. Those who defy heaven's laws, however, bypass this stage entirely, ascending directly to the saint realm in one bound. Senior sister, what has angered you? Wang Dao had already packed his belongings, ready to descend the mountain. Though reluctant to leave, he could not disobey the Sovereign Empress's command. Xiaoliyu puffed her cheeks. That wretched rat again. Yesterday he sent a letter to elder sister Sovereign Empress, warning her not to search for him. Fine, yet he also demanded she wait 10 years. Preposterous. Wang Dao inwardly flinched and asked, such a thing truly occurred? Did the Sovereign Empress grow angry? Xiaoliyu stamped her foot. Elder sister Sovereign Empress showed no anger. That's precisely what infuriates me most. He isn't even her disciple, yet she indulges him so recklessly. Descend the mountain, go swiftly, return swiftly. This junior sister vows to find that supreme body upon my return. Wang Dao sighed inwardly in relief and nodded. Very well. Please guide and protect me along the way, senior sister. Shortly thereafter, the two boarded an ancient void vessel and vanished into the great teleportation array at Phoenix Mountain's harbor. Phoenix Mountain lies at the heart of the eastern wastelands, its distance from the divine Yang ancient kingdom in the southern region immeasurable. Without teleportation arrays, even a saint would require months to traverse it, let alone an ancient great expert. Moreover, the primordial mountains and primordial wilderness stretch across the route, teeming with ancient ferocious beasts. Especially the primordial wilderness. Legends claim remnants of undying immortals and gods still linger there, each a forbidden existence. Even saints dare not force their way through. Even via teleportation array, the journey requires a full day. One day later, Wang Dao's ancient void vessel emerged near the skyport of the divine Yang ancient kingdom's imperial capital. Here heaven and earth hung dim. From above, the imperial capital stretched tens of thousands of li, imposing, heavily fortified under strict curfew, bristling with armored sentinels. Ahead, a crescent moon hung suspended in the sky, pierced clean through by a golden spear. The image was profoundly striking. In his memories, his homeland's moon had never appeared thus. Because the void vessel flew the banner of Phoenix Mountain, they were met immediately upon disembarking by a large delegation. Even the divine Yang sacred maiden herself arrived, accompanied by 3,000 divine soldiers drawn up in solemn formation to escort them. Cousin, why have you returned? At the sight of Wang Dao, the divine Yang sacred maiden's eyes brimmed with tears. Notably, she was only about 18, graceful and poised, clad in azure robes, radiantly beautiful. Having ranked among the top 10 in the Eastern Wasteland's martial assembly, she had partaken of Millennium Peaches, likely the reason her youth remained eternal. Wang Dao frowned. Did you know I would come? The divine Yang's sacred maiden smiled faintly bashfully. No, I did not. But any distinguished guest arriving from Phoenix Mountain receives personal reception by our highest dignitaries. Wang Dao nodded. This is my senior sister Baiya. At those words the crowd stirred faintly, and countless eyes welled with tears. 20 years earlier, following the Eastern Wasteland's martial assembly, they had learned that the Ninth Prince, the eldest brother of the current human sovereign, had not perished in war, but had been taken to Phoenix Mountain by the Sovereign Empress and chosen as her direct disciple. Now the Ninth Prince had returned, and brought with him a direct disciple of the Sovereign Empress. The divine Yang ancient kingdom was saved. Wang Dao gazed upward at the moon pierced by the golden spear and asked, Shenhuang, what has transpired? The divine Yang's sacred maiden's bright eyes shimmered with moisture and hatred. A warning from the heavenly balanced divine sect. If Shenhuang refuses to serve as their sacred maiden at the heavenly balance palace, they will not only shatter the moon, but strike down our sun as well, plunging the divine Yang ancient kingdom into eternal darkness. 5 minutes later, Wang Dao followed the little carp to the imperial palace, led to the outside of the emperor's sleeping quarters. Along the way, he learned about the significant troubles facing the nation from the Holy Yang Saintess. 20 years ago, the Tianquan's sun fell at Phoenix Mountain, and the troubles of the Holy Yang Saintess have been resolved. However, less than 6 months later, the Tianquan sect unexpectedly produced a holy son with reincarnation roots, whose cultivation has reached the 9th tier of great ability. This child has far greater potential than the Tianquan son. Upon his birth, he was proclaimed the reincarnation holy son by the Tianquan sect, causing a stir among the myriad nations of the southern region. The Tianquan sect sought a perfect match for the reincarnation holy son. Undoubtedly, the Holy Yang Saintess was the best candidate. The Tianquan sect approached again with a marriage proposal. However, at this time, the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, after 50 years of hiding its strength, has become increasingly powerful, and the emperor refused the unreasonable demands of the Tianquan sect. Because of the presence of Wang Dao, the personally trained disciple of the empress, the Tianquan sect did not dare to act brazenly. Instead, they arranged for spies to incite the national master of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, offering the emperor an ancient sacred technique. After practicing this technique, the emperor's cultivation surged. Unexpectedly, this technique became a source of calamity. It originated from the infamous Hall of Killing Gods in the southern region, despised by all nations and classified as a forbidden technique. With this pretext, the Tianquan sect could openly target the Shenhuang ancient kingdom. Under the Tianquan sect's slander, the Shenhuang ancient kingdom was even accused of being the master of the Hall of Killing Gods, becoming a target for public outrage. The emperor requests your presence, said an elder attendant as he approached. Wang Dao and the little carp followed the Holy Yang Saintess inside. In a hall deep within the sleeping quarters, Wang Dao and the others saw the emperor of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom. He was a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor, a 9th-tier venerable. However, at this moment, he emanated a deathly aura, his skin turning black, barely clinging to life, with a faint stench of decay. Father! The Holy Yang Saintess cried out and knelt down in tears upon seeing the middle-aged man. 7th uncle. Wang Dao hesitated before speaking softly. The Shenhuang ancient kingdom has 7 emperors divided into 2 factions. 50 years ago, the Tianquan sect supported the opposing faction, overthrowing the direct line led by his father. However, the appearance of the empress scared off the Tianquan sect, and his father's supporters brought 7th uncle to the throne. Xiao Dao, is that you? The Jinlan emperor gazed at Wang Dao, overwhelmed with emotion as he tried to embrace him, but his frail body coughed up a mouthful of lifeless black blood. It was a shocking sight. Wang Dao supported the Jinlan emperor as his darkened hand tightly gripped Wang Dao's wrist, astonished. Xiao Dao, why do you have no cultivation? How could this be? I am not suited for cultivation. Please do not blame me, 7th uncle, Wang Dao replied. The Jinlan emperor immediately broke into tears, looking up to the heavens and lamenting, how unjust is the Dao. Wang Dao glanced at the little carp. She understood that to find the companion spirit pearl for Wang Dao, they would have to start with the older generation. Only the Jinlan emperor remained of the 7 emperors of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom. The others had perished in the internal strife 50 years ago. The Jinlan emperor must not die. The corruption curse of the Tianquan sect, the little carp said angrily, pointing a finger at the Jinlan emperor from a distance. Her palm immediately radiated a holy light, pure and unmatched, bathing all in it, dispelling all evil, bringing peace to her heart. Thereafter, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Jinlan emperor was purified, and the corruption curse within him was immediately dispelled, an infinite vitality emanating from his limbs. The Xinlan Emperor's injuries healed at a visible rate. The damaged bloodline power was undergoing rebirth. Although Wang Dao knew that the sky repair technique was remarkable and had seen the Empress perform it, witnessing the little carp using it still filled him with shock. Is this the sky repair technique from Phoenix Mountain? The Xinlan Emperor wept tears of joy, kneeling down and bowing 3 times and 9 times. I thank the Empress for her life-saving grace. I am in your debt. The little carp pouted. The true sky repair technique is 100 million times more powerful than this. Oh, I have only learned the basics. Do not misunderstand me. Upon hearing this, the others looked upon Phoenix Mountain and the sky repair technique with even greater reverence. The little carp then said to the Xinlan Emperor, "Less chatter. Since you are fine now, it is time for me to ask you a question. We came to the Shenhuang ancient kingdom for the companion spirit pearl of our junior brother. Who knows anything about this matter?" The holy young saintess shook her head, gently confused. The Xinlan Emperor stroked his chin and replied, "Companion spirit pearl. I have not heard of it." The little carp gritted her teeth. Was there any celestial phenomenon when our junior brother was born? Upon hearing this, the Xinlan Emperor's eyes lit up. This royal one remembers now. A Xiao Dao was not born within the palace, but during the time when my brother and sister-in-law went to pacify the ancient wasteland in the west. Xiao Dao was injured in the womb and should have been pregnant for 3 years, but was born a year early. I heard my brother say that Xiao Dao's birth was marked by a protective sign from the heavens which frightened the taboos in the ancient wasteland. Wang Dao had little interest in the companion spirit pearl, treating it merely as a routine task to fulfill the Empress' orders. But the little carp was both surprised and delighted. Is there anything else? Did you mention anything about the companion spirit pearl? I have not heard of it. The Xinlan Emperor shook his head, pondering carefully before continuing. However, this royal one does remember that after my sister-in-law returned, she became resentful towards the Tianquan sect. Every few days she would confront the Tianquan sect. It seemed as if the Tianquan sect owed her something. The little carp gritted her teeth. Then that's just right. Reincarnation roots are exceedingly rare. I said, how could the Tianquan sect suddenly produce a reincarnation root? It must be due to the companion spirit pearl. After saying this, the furious little carp walked out. Wang Dao quickly grabbed her. "Sister, where are you going?" The little carp revealed a cold smile. "Of course I'm going to kill my way into the Tianquan sect and help you retrieve the companion spirit pearl." The Xinlan Emperor was both surprised and angry. Xiao Dao cannot cultivate because he lost the companion spirit pearl. Cousin actually has the companion spirit pearl. The holy young saintess followed up, saying to the little carp, "I will accompany you. Years ago I met the Empress and received some guidance and additionally received an immortal pill as a gift. I am now a 9th tier great ability. I will go with you and definitely bring back my cousin's companion spirit pearl." The little carp replied, "No need, I can handle this by myself. The Tianquan sect is only a day's journey away. I will be back within 3 days at the latest. Just make sure to protect our junior brother." Wang Dao added, "Sister, how about I go with you? The Tianquan sect is guarded by saints and not just one." The little carp said, "Since you know there are saints, wouldn't it be more dangerous for you to go? Stay put and wait for me to bring back the companion spirit pearl. The Empress sent me to accompany you not just to help. I also need experience. My experience is to suppress saints." After saying this, the little carp soared into the sky and vanished without a trace, conveniently pulling out the spear that pierced the moon. Once she left, the Xinlan Emperor worriedly asked, "Xiao Dao, what cultivation level does this little disciple have?" Wang Dao replied, "Half-saint cultivation." The Xinlan Emperor's expression darkened. Half-saint, can they stand against a saint? Wang Dao shared this concern. The little carp only cultivated the ancient extreme realm of great abilities and had not trained in other realms. Could she really leap over to defeat a saint? Wang Dao decided to follow her. At this moment, an old man hurriedly arrived, addressing the Xinlan Emperor. "Your Majesty, a serious matter has arisen. 2 half-saints from Baorishanghua have come, and they are right outside the imperial capital demanding to take you to the Tianquan sect to seek justice." "What?" The expression of the Xinlan Emperor changed drastically, filled with uncontrollable anger. "The Baorishanghua, the lackeys of the Tianquan sect, are too arrogant." The Holy Sun Maiden was also greatly enraged, saying, "Father, let me deal with them." The Xinlan Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. You are only a 9th rank expert with insufficient skills. How can you fight against a semi-holy? And 2 of them at that?" After saying this, the Xinlan Emperor turned to Wang Dao and asked, "Wang Dao, can you still contact your senior sister?" Wang Dao shook his head. "No, I can't." The Xinlan Emperor's expression stiffened as he said to the Holy Sun Maiden, "Holy Sun, you stay with Wang Dao in the city. I will take people to confront the 2 of them. The city is safe. A semi-holy cannot enter. No matter what happens later, do not leave the city easily." The Holy Sun Maiden gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes, father." Wang Dao asked, "7th uncle, is Baorishanghua very strong?" His memory of Baorishanghua was vague. The Xinlan Emperor spoke solemnly. Baorishanghua was merely a 1,000-year kingdom a millennium ago, having split from our Shenhuang ancient kingdom. It lacks 9,000 years of history compared to our ancient southern domain, a 10th-year kingdom. However, they have clung to the thigh of the Tianquan sect and have grown stronger over the last 500 years, even integrating the bloodline of the Golden Crow from the ancient wasteland, reaching a power level among the top 2 in the southern domain. 100 years ago, all 10 sons of Baorishanghua appeared simultaneously, and the emperor of that country stepped into the ranks of the saints. Their strength is second only to the Qingxian ancient kingdom. Wang Dao nodded slightly. He had not heard of Baorishanghua, but he had heard of the Qingxian ancient kingdom. The first-place winner of the Eastern Wasteland Martial Conference, the Holy Maiden of Shenhuang, came from the Qingxian ancient kingdom. If it weren't for our Shenhuang ancient kingdom experiencing internal strife 50 years ago, my elder brother and sister-in-law would have likely reached the semi-holy realm by now. What fear would there be of 2 semi-holy beings? Let's go and meet them. The father and daughter hurriedly left, and Wang Dao followed along, heading towards the southern gate together. The southern gate of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom was formed by an ancient mountain range stretching across the horizon. To the north lay the city, while to the south was an endless expanse of ancient mountains. Standing atop the towering city wall of the ancient mountain range, one could see the vast ancient forests with a wild aura rushing forward. At this moment, 2 suns hung in the sky, one golden and one black, shining brilliantly and making it hard to look directly at them. The terrifying light caused the ancient forests to ignite, turning the world into flames. Within the city, one could feel a suffocating heat. However, Wang Dao still saw clearly. Those were 2 semi-holy beings radiating golden light. Xinlan Emperor, come out and face us to receive punishment from the Tianquan sect. In the sky, the black sun, semi-holy, shouted, shaking the heavens and earth. The Xinlan Emperor angrily rebuked. I have seen the 2 semi-holy national masters. I was merely schemed against by petty men, mistakenly practicing the killing techniques of the killing god ancient temple. What sin is that? The old semi-holy of the Black Sun shouted angrily. You are quibbling. The killing god ancient temple was destroyed by the Empress 1,000 years ago. All nations and tribes in the southern domain prohibit practicing the techniques of the killing god ancient temple. Thus you are not only guilty but deserve death. The Xinlan Emperor's face turned ashen as he retorted, to add a crime, what excuse is there to not have one? If I do not go with you today, what will you do? The old semi-holy of the Black Sun shouted. Our nation's saint has said if the Xinlan Emperor does not submit to the law after tonight, 10 suns will cross the sky, and half of the ancient cities of the 3,000 kingdoms of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom will be turned to ashes under the sun. All the innocent lives lost will be counted on your head, Xinlan Emperor. The Xinlan Emperor trembled with rage, saying, they are all innocent. Baorishanghua, does it think there is no one in our country? The Holy Sun Maiden gritted her teeth, and with a light reprimand immediately flew out of the city tower. The barrier of the imperial capital is one way, no one can enter from the outside, but one can exit. Holy Sun, do not go out. The Xinlan Emperor shouted loudly. But it was already too late. Boom. The Holy Sun Maiden burst out of the imperial capital, and the 9 heavens mystic fire pearl in her hand immediately flew out, rapidly enlarging into a golden sun, crashing towards the 2 suns in the sky. Although the Holy Sun Maiden was only a 9th rank expert, the 9 heavens mystic fire pearl was a sacred artifact, and this strike possessed immense power, already equating to that of a semi-holy. But she was up against 2 genuine semi-holy beings. The disparity between the 2 sides was all-encompassing. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 suns in the sky, one golden and one black, did not collide with the 9 heavens mystic fire pearl, but instead deftly avoided it and ferociously crashed towards the Holy Sun Maiden. The Holy Sun Maiden dodged the golden sun, but could not evade the black sun, which struck her directly. Boom. The Holy Sun Maiden was blasted away, hurtling towards the ancient forest below. In the next second, an area of hundreds of thousands of miles exploded in an instant, turning into an abyss, seemingly piercing through the earth. The Holy Sun had been defeated. She could not even withstand a single round. The 9 heavens mystic fire pearl changed ownership. The black sun loomed over the abyss, its dark light increasing 100-fold, suppressing the Holy Sun Maiden. The Holy Sun Maiden was unable to move. Holy Sun, damn it! The Xinlan Emperor, furious, pounded his fist against the hard city wall, his eyes turning red. Release my daughter and return her sacred artifact to her. I will go with you. The Black Sun shouted. Although we are semi-holy beings of Baorishanghua, we are also elders of the Tianquan sect. The Holy Sun Maiden attacked us, a grave crime. This sacred artifact has been confiscated, and she must be taken back to face punishment. If you want to save your daughter, you must go to the Tianquan sect to accept your fate yourself. After saying this, the Black Sun dragged the Holy Sun Maiden out of the abyss, preparing to take her away. The Jinlan Emperor furious shouted, Baori Shenhuang and the Tianquan sect are too arrogant, truly believing that there is no one in our Shenhuang ancient kingdom. My elder brother's son is currently cultivating on Phoenix Mountain, ranked among the Empress' personal disciples. When he attains enlightenment, he will surely destroy your Baori Shenhuang and level the Tianquan sect. However, the two elders ignored the Jinlan Emperor. Is heaven trying to destroy our Shenhuang ancient kingdom? The 5 great experts who accompanied the Jinlan Emperor along with 3,000 divine soldiers were all filled with rage, but utterly helpless. In the internal strife, 50 years ago the Shenhuang ancient kingdom had already exhausted its foundation and had no trump card left to eliminate semi-holy beings. Let's fight them. Let us sacrifice ourselves for the country. Your Majesty, we will go first. The 5 great experts of the kingdom immediately flew out of the city wall. No, you mustn't. The Jinlan Emperor's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he immediately tried to block them. But he was merely a 9th rank expert and could not stop this group of great experts. Do not know when to stop. The black sun scoffed coldly, unleashing a brilliant light, turning heaven and earth into a purgatory. The 5 great experts immediately ignited, their bodies engulfed in black flames. They were about to turn to ash. Just then winds rose and clouds surged the heavens, and earth changed color, and all sunlight suddenly faded. The crisis facing the 5 great experts was alleviated. What is going on? The 5 great experts were both shocked and terrified. Look, a huge hand is coming from the sky, grabbing the sun. Finally, everyone saw clearly. That enormous hand obscured the sky and the sun, enveloping the 2 suns. It was an incredibly terrifying hand, as if it spanned the river of time, capturing the sun and moon of ancient epics. The 2 suns tried to flee but could not escape the grasp of that enormous hand. With a soft pop, the golden sun was captured first. The massive hand tightened its grip and it exploded, turning to dust. Elder brother, the black sun screamed in terror, spare me, saint. It immediately discarded the 9 heavens mystic fire pearl and the holy sun maiden, prostrating itself before the enormous hand. But that enormous hand showed no mercy, seizing the black sun. With a pop, the black sun was also crushed. The 2 semi-holy beings were shattered to dust, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the entire city was in shock. The whole nation was in an uproar. A sage, so terrifying in power, and is that truly a sage? Before him, a half-sage is but an ant, crushed with a flick of the finger. And our nation's sage has intervened. When did our realm acquire a sage as its protector? And are you blind? Only a sage could dare intervene on our behalf. We actually have a sage guarding our land. Unbelievable, and a sage has acted. The salvation of our nation is at hand. In the imperial capital erupted in jubilation, cheers soared so fiercely they scattered clouds across the heavens. Several of the realm's supreme cultivators stood awestruck and reverent, gazing upward at the colossal hand eclipsing the sky. And inconceivable, His Majesty has summoned a sage. His Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. In hearing the thunderous acclaim, Emperor Jinlan instinctively knelt, his scalp prickling with awe, his eyes wide with profound reverence. In with the sage safeguarding the realm, the heaven-right divine sect would no longer dare repeatedly oppress the ancient Shenhuang kingdom. Where had this sage come from? He had no idea. Yet the sheer magnitude of that power was unmistakable, visible to the naked eye. And could it be the sage of Shenhuang Mountain? Emperor Jinlan immediately turned toward Wang Dao nearby and asked agitated Xiao Dao, "Do you know this sage?" And Wang Dao gently shook his head, silent. This was merely a manifested avatar conjured by Wang Dao's art of transformation, not his true self. Ni's true form hovered aloft, crushing 2 half-sages within his grasp. Even a sage's cultivation might not pierce the veil of his transformation art. And he possessed the secret technique of dual-focused mind, enabling him to command his avatar while his true self remained engaged elsewhere. Meanwhile, high above, and Holy Sun Saintess knelt between heaven and earth, her youthful, exquisite face alight with shock and elation. "Is it you?" Others failed to recognize the one who intervened, but she, radiant and perceptive, knew instantly. And she had seen that very hand 20 years ago, in the ancient sword tomb of Shenhuang Mountain, when it plucked the sun itself for her. Later she learned the one who had intervened was none other than the chaos sovereign of the human race. And that fleeting encounter had haunted her thoughts for 2 decades. Now witnessing that same celestial technique once more, could it truly be the sovereign? And locking onto the source of the intervention, the saintess soared forth to offer her gratitude. This time she saw clearly. And the one who had acted was indeed that unforgettable, peerlessly handsome man. And it truly is him. And her chest rose and fell gently, astonishment and delight shimmered in her gaze, and a delicate flush bloomed across her pure, lovely cheeks. At that moment the handsome youth turned and began to depart. "My lord, please wait." and ignoring all shyness, the Holy Sun Saintess immediately gave chase. Does the Saintess require something? And the handsome youth paused. I never imagined my savior would be you, my lord. Unmindful of her disheveled state or the blood staining her robes, the Saintess flew before Wang Dao, her bright eyes crinkling with a tender smile. I shall never forget your life-saving grace. My lord, would you honor us by returning to the palace where I may welcome you with the rights due a sovereign? I am unavailable. Then, the handsome youth spoke unprompted. Your Holy Sun bloodline is extraordinary, no less potent than the Golden Crow bloodline. Yet your cultivation art falls short. That is why you falter before half-sages. Without a fitting body-refining art, your Holy Sun's sacred body will never attain perfection. And the Saintess lowered her head, her voice thick with sorrow. Forgive me, my lord. I have disappointed you. Though our realm possesses saint-level body-refining arts, they are fragmented and incomplete, utterly incapable of unlocking the sacred body's ultimate potential. And the handsome youth replied, Go to Shenhuang Mountain. I shall obey your words, my lord. In clutching the collar of her robe, the Saintess hesitated, on the verge of speaking again. Before her, the handsome youth dissolved like mist upon the wind, vanishing without trace. My lord. He's gone. Her luminous eyes went hollow. Is it truly so difficult to share even a single meal with you, eh? Her voice carried a faint plaintive tremor. She was but a saintess ranked among the top 10 of the Eastern Wasteland Martial Assembly, whereas he was the sovereign body itself, the chosen heir of the female emperor. To a sovereign, she was no different from the countless mortals beneath the heavens. The Holy Sun Saintess wandered back into the city, dazed and adrift. Upon the city wall a breeze stirred. Wang Dao opened his eyes. His true self had returned. Half-sage cultivators. This is the extent of their strength, he pondered inwardly. Perhaps it was not that these two half-sages were weak, but rather that he had grown immeasurably strong. The Holy Sun Saintess passed him by descending the ramparts. Emperor Shenhuang hurried forward and gently grasped her wrist, her spirit still unmoored. Shenhuang, do you know the one who intervened? I do, yet I may not speak of it. The sovereign's identity was shrouded in utmost secrecy, as she might well be among the rare few ever granted such an audience. She dared not reveal his identity, lest she draw peril upon him. As her father, how could Emperor Shenhuang fail to discern his daughter's quiet yearning? Our daughter has grown. Emperor Shenhuang spoke solemnly. Shenhuang, your sage interlocutor's words reach my ears. He spoke truthfully. Though your bloodline is exalted, your body-refining art is inadequate. Remaining here would only hinder your ascension. You must journey to Shenhuang Mountain. The Saintess sniffled softly. He refuses to escort me. He leaves me no choice. Of course there is a way. Emperor Shenhuang gestured toward Wang Dao. Xiao Dao is a direct disciple of Shenhuang Mountain. If he consents, you need only assume a suitable identity and accompany him there. At these words, the realm's elders nodded in silent agreement. Though none voiced it aloud, the plan was sound. The conflict between the Shenhuang Kingdom and the Heaven-Right Divine Sect centered entirely upon the Holy Sun Saintess. Once she departed for Shenhuang Mountain, the Heaven-Right Divine Sect, seeing no further advantage, would abandon its campaign against the Shenhuang Kingdom. The Saintess asked, Father, what identity would serve best? Xiao Dao, allow me to clarify your uncle's status. Seventh uncle is His Majesty's adopted son, wed to your paternal aunt, holding the title of foreign prince. With no worthy successor to bear the realm's burden, His Majesty assumed the throne, but by ancestral right sovereignty must revert to you upon your coming of age. Shenhuang asked, Father, how does this relate to my cousin escorting me to Shenhuang Mountain? It relates profoundly. After circling his point, Emperor Shenhuang reached the crux. A female emperor's direct disciple, paired with a saintess, will forge an alliance of unparalleled might, restoring our kingdom's former glory. Therefore, Shenhuang, I wish you to marry your cousin. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her slender frame trembled, speechless with shock. An excellent solution. Once married, she departs as the consort of Prince Dao, elegant and unassailable, and once wed, the Heaven-Right Divine Sect abandons all hope. Dual victory achieved. His Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Wang Dao's scalp prickled. Hastily he interjected, Seventh uncle. No, Shenhuang is my cousin, and I devote myself solely to cultivation. Romance holds no place in my path. He harbored one final vow, to help the female emperor live a second life, in gratitude for her protection. What is wrong with a cousin? Emperor Shenhuang declared with unwavering conviction. Since time immemorial, affection between cousins has been nature's ordained harmony. Forgive me, father, I cannot marry my cousin. Moreover, my heart already belongs to another. To bind me thus would be profoundly unjust to him. Nonsense. Do you deem your cousin unworthy, of the female emperor's 9 direct disciples? Has any ever been ordinary? Your cousin is a direct disciple of the female emperor, but once he recovers his soul-bound spirit, Pearl, his rise will be meteoric, surpassing even the one you hold dear. Shenhuang bit her lower lip, silent yet unyielding. Gone was her usual gentle composure. In its place blazed the fierce, unrelenting resolve of a maiden who would not turn until she struck the southern wall. Wang Dao waved his hand, sighing, "Seventh uncle, I wield little influence and lack both authority and inclination to escort Shenhuang. Let this matter rest here. My senior sister is deeply cherished by the female emperor. I shall petition her. She will surely grant aid." In the saintess bowed, eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, cousin." Pouting slightly, the young woman added softly, "My heart is already pledged, cousin. I beg your forgiveness." Wang Dao revealed a bitter smile. "Are you fond of the person who saved you just now?" The Saint Yang maiden shyly lowered her head. "I only hold respect for my cousin Saint Yang." Wang Dao sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Truly inconsiderate. The Emperor of Jinlan snorted coldly and waved his sleeves away. When arranging accommodations, Wang Dao specifically instructed that no one was to disturb him for the next 3 days. Afterward, he left a doppelganger at his residence that could last for 10 days, while he himself departed from the Shenhuang ancient kingdom under the cover of night, heading towards the Tianquan divine sect. The Shenhuang ancient kingdom is located in the far west of the southern region, bordered by the ancient wasteland to the west, and north the ancient mountain range to the south, and the Baorishan kingdom to the east. The Baorishan kingdom split off from the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, occupying 30% of its territory and fertile land, with a saint governing it. An hour later, Wang Dao broke through the void, passing through a bustling mountain city where 3,000 ancient divine mountains stood like a forest sprawling across miles. Each divine mountain was steep and towering, magnificent and imposing like ancient divine swords piercing the clouds, evoking awe. 3,000 Divine Sword City. Is this the capital of the Baorishan kingdom? Wang Dao stopped to observe the ancient divine mountains. It was inscrutable, and a holy aura permeated the area. Wang Dao activated his heavy pupils, and the holy aura immediately dissipated, allowing him to see clearly. An old man entered his line of sight. This old man's eyes resembled the ancient divine sun, impossible to gaze upon directly, yet exuding a scent of decay and age. Baori Saint. The Emperor of Jinlan had mentioned this old saint before. The Baori Saint was originally the guardian saint of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, ranking among the top-tier saints. 1,000 years ago, the Shenhuang ancient kingdom was ruled by a formidable powerhouse who, summoned by the Empress, led an expedition against the heavens, only to fall one by one beyond the celestial realm. Seizing the opportunity, the Baori Saint led his people to split off and establish their own kingdom. At this moment, the Baori Saint seemed to be in a fit of rage, having sensed someone spying on him from the shadows, and he roared furiously, "Who dares to spy on the sacred grounds of a saint?" Wang Dao's breath quickened. This was his first time standing against a saint. He felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Pointing with one hand from afar, Wang Dao forcefully drew a golden crow from a holy mountain and turned to leave. He even employed the 9 heavens pursuit technique. In an instant, Wang Dao seemed like a true dragon breaking free from its cage, leaving behind the myriad worlds. "You brat!" The Baori Saint was enraged, crossing through the void with the power of spatial laws instantly appearing before Wang Dao. At this point, Wang Dao had already stopped taking out a treasure box and leisurely storing the golden crow, sacred medicine, inside, before putting it into his system backpack. The two had already arrived at the outskirts of an ancient wasteland. "Brat, daring to steal our sacred medicine, reveal your name." Wang Dao dusted off his hands and said calmly, "There's no need for a dying person to know my name." The Baori Saint was infuriated. "You impudent wretch, are you deliberately looking for trouble?" Wang Dao replied, "Don't think too highly of yourself. Killing you is merely a matter of convenience." Arrogant. The Baori Saint's long hair flew wildly in anger. "You mere capable one, while your methods are impressive, do you dare to stir up trouble before a saint? Have you grown tired of living? Hand over the sacred medicine and commit suicide as an apology, and I will spare your entire clan." As he spoke, a tangible pressure from the saint descended, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and the sun, moon, and stars to fall. One thought shattered the heavens. The power of a saint. Those bathed in the pressure of a saint would have long since collapsed, their souls scattered. Yet Wang Dao felt nothing, unable to help but frown. "As a first-tier saint, is your pressure only at this level? If not, please increase it further." His words instantly enraged the Baori Saint. However, Wang Dao had ulterior motives. A heart monkey under pressure would rebel on its own. The heart monkey's constant resistance would make it stronger. To break through the ancient capable ones, he needed to utilize the heart monkey. The heart monkey had recently been suppressed by the Empress and returned to tranquility. He must harness the pressure from the saint to continue nurturing the heart monkey, making it stronger than before. You mere peak, capable one, how can you withstand the pressure of a saint? I don't believe it. Since you're so close to dying, I will grant you relief, the annihilation of the gods technique. Oh. The Bowery Saint was furious, utilizing a secret technique of the primordial spirit, multiplying his pressure fivefold, covering millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The overwhelming feeling from the saint not only intensified, but became scorching, attempting to burn Wang Dao's primordial spirit. Wang Dao sighed lightly, showing disappointment. Too weak, can you not be stronger? The Bowery Saint coldly replied, you speak so boldly. Once my annihilation of the gods technique is unleashed, if you do not die, I will end my own life. However, Wang Dao was not simply talking nonsense. His primordial spirit had endured 10 tribulations and had strengthened through subduing the heart monkey. The pressure and momentum of the Empress Ancient King's fist were terrifying, dozens of times stronger than the Bowery Saint's annihilation of the gods technique. Not only had he experienced it, but he could also break free from it. However, facing the annihilation of the gods technique, the heart monkey was no longer motionless. It finally began to stir. Wang Dao closed his eyes, revealing a smile. You still have some use after all. A minute later, the Bowery Saint was stunned. The annihilation of the gods technique, 5 times the pressure of a saint, couldn't extinguish this youth. The Bowery Saint stared intently at Wang Dao. Why is your primordial spirit so strong, you mere peak, capable one? This is impossible. Tell me why. Wang Dao opened his eyes and said, there's no need for explanations. You should prepare to end your own life. If I say to end my life, I will, and if I tell you to eat shit, will you melt for me? The Bowery Saint, enraged, erupted with boundless golden light, transforming into a realm of golden light of the saint. In an instant, a miraculous phenomenon appeared, illuminating the ancient sky and turning the world into a hell. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky instantly melted within it. Unable to eliminate Wang Dao with pressure, the Bowery Saint resorted to the power of his saint bloodline. Wang Dao finally felt a hint of threat. This move could annihilate an ancient kingdom that had lasted for 10,000 years. Fighting against the young empress was different. The power of a saint was not much weaker than that of the empress, but a saint existed on a higher level, capable of manifesting a realm of saints. In this world, various paths comprehended by the saints were abundantly present. The Bowery Saint mastered the path of space. Once trapped in this world, as long as he could not see through the path of space, no matter how fast he was, the 9 heavens pursuit technique could not escape the confines of this realm, sinking into the mire. Besides that, Wang Dao's body also ignited. The bloodline power within him continuously evaporated. In this world, besides the path of space, it was also filled with the path of fiery destruction. Brat, kneel. At that moment, the Bowery Saint brazenly attacked, transforming into a golden crow, his sharp claws reaching for Wang Dao's head. He intended to soul search this youth to see what his background was. If it was ordinary, he would kill him directly. If he couldn't be provoked, he would teach him a lesson before sending him away. This ends here. Not wanting to waste any more time, Wang Dao unleashed forbidden divine power within him, like a volcanic eruption, instantly activating the 9 layers of divine prohibition. In an instant, the bloodline pressure of the chaotic body erupted, devouring the 8 wastelands, covering the 9 heavens, forcefully dispersing the pressure of the Bowery Saint. Wang Dao pointed at the Bowery Saint with one hand. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun, the paths were inverted, and the Bowery Saint's world twisted and shattered. In the heavens and earth, a massive golden vortex appeared, enveloping an area of 1,000,000 miles. It seemed as though a heavenly abyss was opening, connecting to the heavens and summoning countless celestial beings. The Bowery Saint was instantly drawn into the heavenly abyss. Break for me. The Bowery Saint roared, attacking the heavenly abyss that had latched onto him, but his strength weakened. Increasingly, the power of the paths dimmed, and the bloodline power began to decline. The heavenly abyss above his head was expanding. Soon after, in the Bowery Saint's desperate gaze, his cultivation dropped below that of a half-saint. My cultivation dropped. What kind of technique is this? The Bowery Saint shouted in despair, his pupils about to split, immediately taking out a sacred secret talisman, preparing to crush it and escape. You dying person, you are not worthy of knowing. Come here. Wang Dao, standing beneath the 1,000,000-mile heavenly abyss, extended his other hand, as if drawing in the entire world. The Bowery Saint's body retreated, flying into Wang Dao's grasp, being forcefully suppressed. In that moment, the Bowery Saint's primordial spirit trembled. Who could tell him what was the origin of this extraordinarily fierce youth? Wang Dao lightly remarked, a sage is merely this much. The Bowery Saint desperately shook his head. No, it's not that I am too weak, but that you are too strong. Too strong. I understand now. The 2 half-saints from my country were ruthlessly killed in the Shenhuang ancient kingdom. It must have been you, right? Who exactly are you? The most despairing part was that this young man had not released any divine power throughout, making it impossible for him to discern the opponent's bloodline. Where did the Shenhuang ancient kingdom find such a prodigy? Wang Dao replied, "Those who know my identity are already dead. Are you sure you want to know?" The Bowery Saint's pupils threatened to split as he desperately shook his head. "I don't want to know. I don't wish to know. Please don't tell me." Wang Dao coldly stated, "My name is Wang Dao. I come from Phoenix Mountain, personally taught by the Empress, and the world calls me the Supreme Body." The Bowery Saint felt utterly hopeless, trembling. You are the Supreme Body. The Shenhuang ancient kingdom birthed the Supreme Body. So the Supreme Body. No wonder you are so powerful. Wang Dao said indifferently, "You should not have attacked the Shenhuang ancient kingdom." I was wrong. The Bowery Saint kept wailing and pleading, "I should not have obeyed the Tianquan divine sect to conspire against your Shenhuang ancient kingdom, nor should I have coveted the territory of your Shenhuang ancient kingdom. Please spare my life, Supreme." Wang Dao replied, "If admitting fault were useful, what use would it be to cultivate such powerful abilities?" With a puff, Wang Dao's great hand clenched, and the Bowery Saint's head instantly exploded. His primordial spirit and Dao foundation shattered. A sage possessing the bloodline of the 6th grade Jinwu divine body thus fell. Wang Dao discarded the headless corpse of the Bowery Saint, yet the piercing scream still echoed above the desolate region, lingering on, causing those who heard it to tremble. Wang Dao collected the shattered fragments of the Bowery Saint's primordial spirit to prevent anyone from deducing his identity through them. Wang Dao then waved his hand gently, and the heavens turned upside down, dissipating the celestial prison above. You reap what you sow. You cannot live. Wang Dao felt no sense of belonging to the Shenhuang ancient kingdom. He was entirely focused on cultivation, hoping to repay the emperor's kindness one day. Thus this was the first and last time he visited the Shenhuang ancient kingdom. He did not wish to have to return in the future because of the Tianquan divine sect or the Bowery kingdom. After Wang Dao departed into the void, the headless corpse of the Bowery Saint staggered to its feet. Anyone witnessing this would surely be terrified to death. The Bowery Saint walked toward the direction of the 3,000 divine sword city, burdened by 10 suns, moving very slowly. It was not that the Bowery Saint was not dead, but that the will of the saint's body was sustaining him. With the primordial spirit extinguished, yet the will unbroken, the ancient god demons could still battle the heavens, even after having their heads severed, roaming the vast expanses of the world, remaining immortal through the ages. The human race also had ancient emperors who fought against the heavens during their lifetimes and transformed into forbidden zones after death, continuing to wage war for hundreds of thousands of years. This is because their physical wills are incredibly powerful, having condensed an indestructible battle soul imprinted into their bodies, forming a kind of instinct. Instinct drives the physical body. Although the Bowery Saint had not cultivated an indestructible battle soul, his physical will was not weak. Though the Bowery Saint was dead, the bloodline of the sage remained wherever he passed. Blood stained the mountains and rivers, shaking the universe, causing all beings to tremble. At dawn, the headless saint's corpse finally returned to the northern part of 3,000 Divine Sword City, having exited the ancient wasteland, and saw the 3,000 Divine Sword City at the end of the world. Then, unable to bear the burden, it finally collapsed at the end of the world. The 10 suns in the sky fell to the mortal realm. An endless blood rain began to pour from the sky, spanning millions of miles, covering the entire territory of the Bowery Kingdom. The heavens wept blood, an omen of the sage's fall. The sage has fallen. Oh my, our country's sage has been slain. Who is it that has slain our sage? The strong of the Bowery clan stood on the sacred mountain. Seeing the sage fall, they wailed inconsolably. The 48 billion beings of the Bowery Kingdom all knelt down, crying loudly. This day marked the end of the Bowery Kingdom. The news swiftly spread among the thousands of nations and tribes of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, causing shock across the land. Good. Hearing this news, Emperor Zhenlan, after a moment of terror, burst into wild laughter, slapping his thigh. The half-saints and sages of the Bowery Kingdom had fallen. The Shenhuang ancient kingdom could reclaim its lands now. Is it him? In a palace, the Holy Sun Maiden, upon hearing this news, slightly parted her cherry lips, astonished, yet filled with admiration. The news of the Bowery Saints' fall quickly spread throughout the southern domain. Those who heard it trembled, their scalps going numb. The southern domain was shaken. Shenhuang Mountain Tianquan Divine Sect. Shenhuang Mountain is the base of the Tianquan Divine Sect, located at the center of the southern domain, gathering many powerful human beings from the southern lands. The Tianquan Divine Sect held a high status in the southern domain, but this human sect was not originally a major sect. 1,000 years ago, it was merely a deliberation agency. It was a platform for the royal families of various ancient nations to discuss and negotiate. Everyone used this platform to formulate rules which all nations had to abide by. But 1,000 years ago, after the Empress conquered the heavens, darkness and chaos descended. The southern lands suffered unprecedented calamities. Shenhuang Mountain formed an alliance and stood up to battle the dark beings, gaining unprecedented prestige. Some took this opportunity to establish Shenhuang Mountain as the Tianquan divine sect, seizing the power of the nations. At that time, all nations were severely weakened after the dark turmoil, recuperating and hiding their strength. The Tianquan divine sect grew in influence until the nations recovered, only to find that the Tianquan divine sect had become a colossal entity. The sect's followers spread throughout the various nations of the southern domain. Their roots were deep and firmly planted. Logically, given the high status of the Tianquan divine sect, they should have received the news of the Bowery Saints' fall immediately. But the reality was different. They were facing a great trouble at the moment. An immense tidal wave surged from all directions, spanning millions of miles, flooding the nine heavens and surrounding the Shenhuang mountain of the Tianquan divine sect. The Tianquan divine sect's channels of information were completely cut off. Moreover, the Tianquan divine sect had no idea who was responsible and was on high alert, preparing to activate the ancient Great Formation at the mountain gate. The Tianquan divine mountain did not wait long. The true instigator of the chaos had appeared. It was a 5-year-old girl with 2 dragon horns resembling white jade on her head, holding a variety of snacks in her hands, likely bought from nearby cities. She walked upon the surging tides of the 9 heavens, her mouth greasy from eating. Finally full, now I have the strength to fight. The little carp wiped her mouth with her sleeve, placed her hands on her hips, and shouted at Shenhuang mountain, "Where is the master of the Tianquan divine sect? Come out or else." The little girl merely raised her voice, but the terrifying dragon might swept across the vast land, reaching the ears of every disciple at Shenhuang mountain like ancient thunder, deafening. At Shenhuang mountain, Saint Tianyi did not recognize the little carp and angrily rebuked, "Little girl, this place is Shenhuang mountain, not a place for you to act wildly. Go back where you came from to avoid disaster." However, the little carp recognized the voice of Saint Tianyi. "Old man, let your leader come out immediately, or else don't blame me for breaking into the mountain." Saint Tianyi was full of arrogance. "The presumptuous dragon girl, how could Shenhuang mountain be broken by a mere half-saint like you?" The Shenhuang mountain was shattered and in ruins. The surrounding mountains collapsed. The heavens and earth were incomplete, the moon bright and the sun dark. But this was an ancient divine mountain. How could a human ancient divine mountain that survived the great wars of ancient times and multiple dark upheavals be easily shattered by a mere half-saint? Saint Tianyi proudly declared, "If you are unconvinced, come at me." The Saint of Tianyi dared not act recklessly. He had already discerned that this little girl possessed an unparalleled beauty, a 7-rank bloodline of the dragon clan with a lineage that was exceptionally noble, likely a descendant of the ancient legacy. The East Sea in the 8 Desolations is home to the dragon clan of the ancient legacy. The Tianquan sect could not afford to offend the dragon clan of the East Sea, as the Tianquan sect lacked the strength of a sacred ground, while the East Sea ranked among the top 10 sacred grounds in the 8 Desolations. He did not dare to provoke the dragon clan lightly. He could only drive this little girl away. "Do you think this lady dares not?" As she spoke, the little carp soared to the heavens, unleashing a punch that sent countless stars plummeting, crashing before the majestic south gate of the Tianquan sect. The little girl had revealed her second type of ancient legacy bloodline, the bloodline of the ancient Kunping. Her soaring form was the Kunping clan's secret technique, the soaring technique, not weaker than the Royal 9 Heavens Pursuit of the Sun technique, with even greater explosive power, more suited for close combat. The Royal 9 Heavens Pursuit of the Sun technique is suited for drawn-out battles and chase battles. This punch exerted a pressure that shook the 8 Desolations. It was the ancient king's fist. Boom. The south gate was struck with great force, distorting the barrier, causing tremors that shattered the surrounding land and sky for 1,000,000 miles. However, the sacred mountain of the world is an ancient divine mountain. Although its barrier had weakened significantly, the south gate's defenses were the weakest among the surrounding portals. Yet for a half-saint, its defensive power was terrifying and unassailable. After the barrier twisted, it quickly rebounded, erupting with a surge of azure light that sent the little carp flying thousands of miles away. The rebound power surged, engulfing the vast ocean currents of the 9 heavens, as well as the countless fallen stars, turning them to dust. Damn it! Although the little carp was unharmed, she was infuriated, for she had failed to break through the south gate of the sacred mountain. The followers of the Tianquan sect were equally shocked, their scalps tingling. This little dragon girl was too fierce, her half-saint presence causing tremors within and around the sacred mountain, turning heaven and earth upside down. The Saint of Tianyi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This girl was extraordinarily gifted, possessing 2 types of ancient legacy bloodlines. Her soaring movement and that world-shaking punch demonstrated her formidable and unfathomable skills. The key was that this little dragon girl was still a cub of the ancient legacy. She was not yet of age. If such a powerful ancient legacy cub was already so strong, what would she be like when she grew up? Boom, boom, boom. The little carp, unwilling to concede, soared 3 times, unleashing 3 ancient king's fists in an instant. Each strike shook the heavens, causing the sun, moon, and stars to fall, and the void to collapse. Her explosive power was already close to that of a saint, yet she still could not break through the south gate. Standing amidst heaven and earth, the girl's gaze blazed with fire. Before setting out, the Empress had warned her that unless absolutely necessary, she must not reveal her identity nor openly oppose the Tianquan sect. For the Tianquan sect wielded immense influence, easily provoking conflict. How can the majesty of the ancient sacred mountain be infringed upon? The Saint of Tianyi scolded with arrogance. Little girl, even if you are a descendant of the ancient legacy bearing supreme blood, the dignity of the human race in the southern region of the East is not something you can trample upon. The sacred mountain and the Tianquan sect are not something a mere cub like you can provoke. If you come to provoke us, there must be a reason. State your business. Stymied in her aggressive approach, the little carp felt humiliated and gritted her teeth, saying, "Your sect master stole something. You demand that he return it. Otherwise, when my family arrives, they will surely level your sacred mountain." The Saint of Tianyi angrily retorted, "Ridiculous. My sect master is upright and honorable. When has he stolen anything from your dragon clan? Lady Dragon, if you dare to slander our sect master again, don't blame me for being impolite." The little carp huffed. "I knew you wouldn't admit it, you little thief. Old man, come out and fight." The Saint of Tianyi coldly replied, "I won't stoop to your level. Get out of here now." The Saint of Tianyi lacked the courage to provoke the ancient dragon clan. 500 years ago, the East was just emerging from a dark turmoil, with hardly anyone able to stand firm. Their strength had greatly diminished, and now all factions were biding their time, waiting for the next dark upheaval. The East was the Empress Garden, and she had long since issued an edict forbidding any trouble. Anyone who dared to cause strife would be destroyed. The Empress would not allow any factions to create sharp conflicts or engage in civil war. Even the taboo beings in the ancient wasteland dared not stir trouble, and the overlords in the ancient forbidden zones were also submissive. Anyone daring to instigate a war between the Tianquan sect and the ancient dragon clan was courting death. You are truly courting death. The little carp exploded with anger. She had promised her little junior brother to bring back the accompanying spirit pearl. If she couldn't even enter the south gate of the sacred mountain, wouldn't she look ridiculous when she returned? She was prepared to unleash even greater power. Just then, a middle-aged man in golden robes descended from the heavens, carrying a radiant sun, wheel his figure towering as he looked down upon the masses with an air of superiority. That sun disk was formed from the gathered power of the faith of countless followers, and all beings that saw it had to prostrate themselves. This man was none other than the sect master of the Tianquan sect, named Wang Quan, a first-grade saint from the ancient Godsun kingdom, still quite young, his demeanor majestic and radiant. The world revered him as the sect master Wang Quan. "Lady Dragon, you allege that I have stolen something from you. May I ask what it is?" Another saint had appeared. The three saints of the Tianquan sect stood together with two of them present. The little carp let go of her delicate little hands that had been tugging at her hair and lightly reprimanded, 60 years ago, did you steal a spirit pearl from the ancient Godsun kingdom?" "Ridiculous." The sect master Wang Quan replied indifferently. "I am upright and honorable. When would I ever steal? If Lady Dragon does not believe it, you may enter the mountain to search." As he spoke, sect master Wang Quan waved his hand, dispelling the barrier of the south gate. The little carp furrowed her brows. It had been resistant to entry just moments ago, now it suddenly opened. Was there a trick? While she hesitated, sect master Wang Quan continued, "Lady Dragon, are you not daring to enter the mountain?" "Infamous sacred mountain, how could I possibly be afraid to enter?" The little carp soared upward, flying into the south gate. Although the south gate of the sacred mountain did not appear large as she passed through it, the barrier suddenly unleashed its power. The south gate magnified 100-fold, transforming into a colossal portal, with each pillar towering to the heavens, the great Dao roaring, and within the entrance a vast ethereal expanse. As the little carp flew inside, she instantly transformed into a speck of dust. "Do you dare to trick me?" Soaring technique. The little carp was furious, immediately changing with the wind, revealing her true form, transforming into a white dragon, intending to break through the south gate. However, even though the power of her dragon form was immensely strong, it could not break through the ancient barrier of the south gate. The south gate was insurmountable for her. Boom. The little carp transformed once more, revealing her Kunping form. A carp that leaps over the dragon gate can transform into a dragon. Today she intended to surpass the south gate. In her Kunping form, she was immensely large, flooding the south gate with her presence. She leveraged her strength to soar through the sea and fly over the south gate. Finally, she broke free from the shackles of the great Dao world, half of her body crossing the south gate, appearing within the sacred mountain. This scene was incredibly shocking, sending chills through everyone within the sacred mountain. Even the Saint of Tianyi and sect master Wang Quan could not help but gasp. It is all over now, Sect Master Wang Quan murmured as he saw the south gate suddenly change, the second barrier surging forth. The south gate suddenly transformed into a teleportation portal awaiting the little carp. The little carp did not understand the change, only feeling her body relax, believing she could escape the south gate, thus rushing into the world beyond. As a result, she had escaped the south gate, directly being teleported away, disappearing within it. Long live the Sect Master. With the great threat resolved, 30,000 followers prostrated in unison, paying their respects. The Saint of Tianyi looked at Sect Master Wang Quan with trepidation, asking, "Sect Master, where have you sent her?" Sect Master Wang Quan replied indifferently, "To the depths of the long sleep wasteland north of the sacred mountain." Had that dragon girl been sent to the depths of the long sleep wasteland? That was the ancient wasteland. The sacred mountain was in an uproar. Boom. At that moment, a massive hand reached out from the ends of the heavens and earth, spanning billions of voids, crossing over the south heaven gate and delving into the teleportation array that had just sent away the little carp. Filled with the fluctuations of destructive power that could annihilate the world, it shattered the prosperous avenue of the south heaven gate, as if entering a realm devoid of life. This hand was terrifying, containing the forbidden divine power of ancient deities and demons, traversing the 8 desolations, overshadowing both ancient and modern eras. Even the Heavenly One Sage and the Lord of the Royal Authority trembled before it, suffocated by its presence. What a powerful hand! Did a sage make a move? Was it to rescue the Dragon Clan's celestial maiden who had been teleported away? However, this hand ultimately arrived too late, grasping only emptiness. It grasped nothing. Who dares to trespass the South Heaven Gate? The Heavenly One Sage was enraged and instantly flew into the South Heaven Gate, transforming into the gatekeeper, dispersing the still mighty hand. But in the next moment, the Heavenly One Sage paid the price. Boom. A power resembling a black meteor akin to a chaotic star formed and traversed the void, ruthlessly shooting into the South Heaven Gate. The speed was so fast that the Heavenly One Sage could hardly react. The speed was so fast that the Lord of the Royal Authority only saw a fleeting shadow. The Heavenly One Sage attempted to block this chaotic star, but was immediately sent, flying, a hole appearing in the center of his sacred body pierced through. The Heavenly One Sage was a sage of the Dao, his physical body far inferior to that of bloodline saints. Yet this strike could obliterate the laws of the world and shatter the great paths of heaven and earth. Sacred blood flowed like a river, staining the South Heaven Gate red. This strike was extremely ruthless, severely injuring a sage on the spot. Even the supremely solid essence of the sage was riddled with cracks. The sacred body seemed on the verge of collapse. That chaotic star did not stop shooting into the South Heaven Gate and merging into the teleportation array, following the little carp. The revered mount of the world at this moment fell into an unprecedented silence throughout history. In ancient times, the divine wilderness once had myriad realms. After the 4 clans opened the contest for the world, countless ancient ancestors of the human and demon races battled against the invasion of the celestial beings. After that ancient war, the divine wilderness was ravaged by the celestial beings, the saints were extinguished, and the supreme bloodlines of the human race perished. The 2 races then lost their fortune, compounded by the dark world devouring numerous realms. Now the divine wilderness has transformed from a plethora of realms to only 2 great realms remaining. The 4 seas and 8 desolations form one realm, while the 9 heavens and 10 earths form another, also known as the 2 realms of heaven and earth. The fires of ancient warfare persist to this day, forming various ancient desolate domains. In the 8 desolations, over half the territories are covered by ancient desolate regions. In the human and demon realms, no entry is allowed for millennia. In the Eastern Desolation, there once thrived the most prosperous place, where ancient powerful clans stood tall and countless sects proliferated, with great paths flourishing and saints emerging, allowing the Supreme to be seen every 1,000 years. However, after the ancient times, the Eastern Desolation has turned into a boundless desolate domain of vast expanse of mountains and rivers, where not a blade of grass grows. The Empress pacified the boundless desolate domain, erecting the Phoenix Mountain upon the desolate earth, repairing the dragon veins, forging the pathways of heaven and earth, and spreading spiritual seeds, thus restoring some vitality to the central region, yet the ancient splendor can never return. Moreover, with the dark turmoil, the divine wilderness has long ceased to be suitable for cultivation. The inheritance has already been severed, and the next step is the extinction of races. This is the reason for the human race's rebellion against the heavens. They seek to carve out a pure land in the heavens. With no other choice from the revered mount of the world to the countless nations in the north, it is merely half a day's journey for the mighty before reaching the ancient desolate region known as the Eternal Sleep Desolate Domain. This is one of the most terrifying desolate domains in the southern region. It is the land of eternal sleep, where entry is permitted but exit is forbidden. The Eternal Sleep Desolate Domain is a terrifying zone second only to the ancient forbidden areas. Once a sage from the Qinxian ancient kingdom ventured into it, but in just one day, he dreamt for 10,000 years, aging in the blink of an eye. The people of the southern region turned pale at the mention of it. The little carp was teleported deep into the Eternal Sleep Desolate Domain. The void cracked for miles. As the little carp broke through the void, she saw the surroundings shrouded in a gray haze filled with deathly stillness without a sound. In this world it felt as if she was the only one remaining. Beneath her feet lay a stretch of black wasteland burned by divine flames, tainted by celestial blood, with immortal skulls and remnants of soldiers buried within the ruins half exposed. The wasteland was soft like mud. With each step she took, dark red blood oozed up. The little carp was not alarmed, but attempted to use her divine sense to perceive her position. At that moment she panicked. She was a half-saint with her divine sense having already blossomed into a second flower of the great path, her power immensely strong. Yet now she could only perceive a radius of less than 10,000 miles. She also saw a human saint's corpse, likely having fallen within the last 1,000 years, the sacred bones still intact, the residual power still present. Logically speaking, when a saint falls, their corpse remains uncorrupted for 10,000 years. Yet this human saint's corpse had astonishingly lost all flesh. On the sacred bones there were chilling bite marks. Moreover, there were no signs of battle around, as if it had been consumed in silence. What could have happened to render a saint utterly defenseless? The flesh and blood of the saint have been eaten. The ancient desolate domain. This is the ancient desolate domain. Damn the celestial authority sect for sending me to the ancient desolate domain. When I get out, I will not let them off easily. The little carp took out a rusty bronze compass, hoping to find a direction. But the bronze compass was useless, spinning wildly. It can't be. The little carp discovered an even greater problem. A pervasive, oppressive gray mist in the world was silently eroding her physical bloodlines and divine sense, causing dizziness and weakness. She began to feel drowsy, wanting to lie down and sleep. This deathly energy was sensitive to vitality, and the deathly energy from the mountains and rivers around her was increasing, growing thicker, converging towards her. The little carp was clever and understood in an instant. This is the Eternal Sleep Desolate Domain, the great desolation of eternal sleep. The little carp trembled. I understand now. The reason the saint was eaten is that he fell asleep. I cannot sleep. I must find senior brother. The little carp panicked, wanting to use the sky repairing technique, but due to the previous erosion by the deathly energy, she could no longer use it. Her strength was continuously declining, her mind growing hazy, and her body increasingly weak. She took out a teleportation talisman given by the Empress, hoping to break through the void and escape. This talisman could avoid the calamity of being slain by the Saint King. However, within the Eternal Sleep Desolate Domain, where no laws could manifest, the teleportation talisman lost its great power and was completely ineffective. This is the ancient desolate domain where anything deemed impossible could occur. Amidst the boundless deathly energy, countless greedy gazes emerged, increasingly more fixating on the little carp. Senior brother, save me. The little carp cried out, fleeing in panic. Her mind began to swirl, her thoughts drifting back to the day she awoke alone and wandering in the forbidden zone. She felt utterly helpless. It was then that senior brother suddenly appeared, sweeping through the forbidden zone with a sword and bringing her back to Phoenix Mountain. From that moment on, she idolized senior brother to the utmost. Now her instinct led her to think of senior brother. Boom. Shortly after, the little carp collapsed softly. A terrifying presence hidden within the deathly energy surged forth, engulfing her in a torrent of death. Boom. At that moment, boundless chaotic energy spread forth, enveloping an area of millions of miles, including the region where the little carp resided. The chaotic energy surged violently, as if someone was reenacting chaos. Trapped within the chaotic energy, the overwhelming deathly aura was immediately shattered, revealing the beings hidden within. Those 5 remnants of immortals were battered and torn, their bodies riddled with wounds, bearing grotesque visages and emanating a decayed, deathly aura. The pure immortal blood had long since rotted. They possessed formidable cultivation comparable to that of a saint, yet their strength was but a fraction of its former glory. They should have perished long ago, yet they survived in an inexplicable manner. Struck by the chaotic energy, they were all sent flying without exception. The little carp was also thrown into the air, but her strong physique remained unscathed by the chaos. In contrast, the remnants of immortals comparable to saints fared poorly. Struck by the chaotic energy, their already fragile bodies disintegrated further. A handsome young man traversed the ocean of chaotic energy, embracing the little carp. It was Wang Dao. Seeing that the little carp had not been harmed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I arrived in time, or my junior sister would have faced great calamity. Previously, upon reaching Shenhuang Mountain, he had witnessed the little carp being tricked and sent away by a teleportation array. He knew that things were not looking good. He had attempted to retrieve the little carp from the teleportation array entrance, but was a beat too slow. Fortunately, he had followed closely behind. His fortune was also remarkable, as he found the little carp almost immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Boom. Wang Dao waved his hand, awakening his mastery of the ninefold divine prohibition, unleashing 500 times his combat power and sending the 5 decayed remnants of immortals flying across the air. Although the 5 remnants of immortals were comparable to saints, their state of decay was severe. Faced with Wang Dao's palm, which transformed from chaotic energy, 4 of them were instantly shattered. The decayed immortal blood rained down across the heavens. Damn it! The remaining remnant of an immortal was not killed, but was severely shaken, turning to flee. However, could he escape within Wang Dao's chaotic energy? Within the chaotic energy, a form of chaos emerged, bringing with it the weight of heaven and earth, shattering everything and returning all things to their origins. Having not fled 1,000 miles, the remnant's broken body could no longer withstand the pressure of the chaotic energy, collapsing as his limbs and bones shattered. A wave of chaotic energy swept over, scattering flesh and bone with the wind. There should be more remnants of immortals here. The deathly aura is ineffective against my supreme body, but this is not a place to linger. I must leave immediately. Wang Dao encountered the same issue as the little carp, unable to ascertain the direction. There was also another problem. Disturbed by the deathly aura of the long sleep wilderness, his heart monkey was stirring restlessly, comparable to the oppressive might of the saint of the precious sun. Wang Dao's eyes brightened. He found a direction and began to run forward. The 9 heavens pursuing the sun technique allowed him to move swiftly. 1 minute later, Wang Dao suddenly noticed that the heart monkey's abnormal movements had weakened. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he ran towards another direction. After another minute, he finally found a direction that could strengthen his heart monkey. Wang Dao's gaze burned with intensity as he sprinted towards that direction. After running for an hour, the heart monkey had finally grown to an astonishing level, on the verge of losing control. Wang Dao immediately invoked the ancient heart technique given by the Empress, suppressing the heart monkey before continuing to run forward. Countless remnants of immortals watched him along the way, yet they dared not approach. Their fragile primordial spirits were deeply wary of Wang Dao's heart monkey's abnormal movements. With the heart monkey's abnormal movements, Wang Dao's primordial spirit power brims with hostility, killing intent, and extreme violence. To approach Wang Dao would mean being devoured and shredded by the heart monkey. An hour later, he arrived at a dilapidated ancient divine mountain, where ruins lay scattered, likely remnants of a certain ancient holy place in the southern region. The shattered mountains and rivers left by the ancient war stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, lying silently amidst the surging deathly aura. Behind Wang Dao, however, was a different scenario. As he made his way here, the deathly aura surged behind him, and the number of pursuing remnants of immortals increased. There were no fewer than 80, all eyeing him covetously. These remnants of immortals were somewhat less decayed than those he had encountered before, and the strength of the newcomers continued to grow. They no longer feared Wang Dao's heart monkey. If this place is correct, the heart monkey's growth rate is faster than anywhere else. Wang Dao stroked his chin and directly flew into the ruins of the holy place. To his surprise, the remnants of immortals did not dare to pursue him further. It seemed there was some fear of this ruin. This was good. Wang Dao could focus on nurturing the heart monkey. Here, the heart monkey's growth rate was astonishingly fast, thrilling him. Every hour, he had to use the secret technique given by the Empress to suppress the heart monkey. Each time he suppressed the heart monkey, it would rebound and grow stronger. Based on past experience, the Empress' secret technique could help him suppress the heart monkey 8 to 9 times. After 10 times, the heart monkey would become immensely powerful. The Empress' ancient secret technique would no longer be effective. A day passed swiftly. The little carp's condition improved continuously and was about to awaken. Meanwhile, in the past day, the heart monkey continuously grew stronger. After 10 suppressions, it was now close to a state of losing control. Wang Dao's aura became incredibly violent, his gaze gradually reddening, with killing intent overflowing for miles. Detected a fortuitous opportunity in the ruins of the Holy Land of Creation. Would you like to sign in? The host has one more chance for a supplementary sign-in. Would you like to use it? Suddenly, the system prompted him. Though disturbed by the heart monkey, Wang Dao maintained extraordinary composure and did not lose his rationality. Was this place truly a fortuitous opportunity? Wang Dao nodded. Sign in. Sign in at the ruins of the Holy Land of Creation. Successful, triggering great fortune. Reward a vial of creation materia. What is creation materia? Wang Dao quickly examined the description. Creation materia, originating from chaos, gives birth to primordial beings and innate gods and demons. The creation materia found by saints in chaos has a considerable chance of enhancing the grade of a Dao seed when used. Enhancing the grade of a Dao seed. Can an 8th grade Dao seed be elevated to 9th grade? Would it be useful for his reincarnation Dao seed, which was transformed from the reincarnation spiritual root? If his reincarnation Dao seed could be upgraded, it would become a supreme Dao seed. This seemed like a good thing. Continue signing in. Wang Dao took a deep breath. Sign in at the holy land of creation, successful, triggering great fortune, reward a fragment of the supreme art, transforming decay into the miraculous. Wang Dao's hair stood on end as he suddenly stood up. He signed in for the supreme art. The supreme art is far more powerful than imperial arts. Transforming decay into the miraculous, this fragment of the supreme art of creation can transform decay into the miraculous, renowned alongside the human race's sky repairing technique, and is the #1 recovery technique of the human race. The stronger one's bloodline, the faster the technique works, perfectly aligning with the indestructible supreme body of the human race. It has remarkable effects on sequelae-type injuries. But is it just a fragment? However, being comparable to the sky-repairing technique of the human race made Wang Dao's blood boil. He was in desperate need of a self-healing technique. Once his ancient divine prohibition technique opened, the 8th level of divine prohibition sequelae would arise, especially after opening the 10th level of divine prohibition, where if he did not consume pills, the sequelae would last for 10 days and half a day. During this phase, his combat power would be severely diminished, preventing him from using the 2nd level of divine prohibition technique again. It was quite troublesome. A fragment is fine as long as it can treat sequelae. Learn it immediately. Wang Dao sat down. At that moment, the ruins of the holy land of creation suddenly trembled violently. A terrifying celestial might erupted, causing Wang Dao to feel suffocated far beyond what those remnants of immortals could compare to. This was the pressure of a complete celestial being. Wang Dao's gaze darkened. In the vast wilderness of the long dream weren't the remnants of the immortals, all battered and torn in both body and soul. How could there still exist a saint of the immortal race with an intact primordial spirit? Boom. Suddenly, a brilliant immortal light pierced through the ruins, illuminating the sky over the relic for 1,000,000 miles around. An elderly figure from the immortal race emerged slowly from the depths of the earth, bathed in sacred immortal radiance. I never expected that after completing the fragment of the Tao of transformation, the heavens would send a supreme body as a gift to me, the elderly immortal said, coldly staring at Wang Dao. In the periphery, hundreds of remnants of immortals worshipped in awe, saying, "We pay our respects to the holy immortal." Wang Dao frowned. This saint of the immortal race was a first-grade saint, and although still somewhat weak, the disparity in bloodlines between the immortal and human races was glaringly obvious. The bloodline of this elderly immortal was comparable to that of a human race saint, possessing the battle power of a saintly body. For a human saint to defeat him, they must possess at least the strength of a saintly body. Although they were of the same realm, this saint of the immortal race was likely many times stronger than the aged Baori saint. Ultimately, he couldn't help but ask, as an immortal saint, why do you remain here instead of leaving? Furthermore, while other immortals have become remnants, why have you not? The saint of the immortal race replied coldly, "It is of no consequence to tell you, for I am a dying man. We were meant to perish in the endless ages, yet within the wasteland there remains the blood of the immortal emperor. Under the protection of the immortal emperor, we can last for 100,000 years. If we leave and lose the protection of the immortal emperor's blood, we would decay in an instant. As for myself, I fortuitously acquired the fragment of the Tao of transformation from the Tao of transformation immortal gate, transforming decay into the miraculous, allowing both my body and primordial spirit to be reborn. As long as I consume your chaotic supreme body for sustenance, I should be able to leave this long, slumbering wilderness." Wang Dao breathed a sigh of relief. "You can't leave the long, slumbering wilderness. That's good. You may continue your slumber. I will take my leave. Farewell." Wang Dao turned and fled, as if a primordial deity was chasing the sun and moon across the heavens, 1,000,000 mountains and rivers left behind in a flick of the wrist. With powerful strides, he shattered the void beneath him. Where he passed, the heavens and earth trembled. "Young friend, please hold." The remnants of the immortals could not catch up to Wang Dao, but the elderly immortal's speed was astonishing, possessing the power of instant movement. In a single thought, he appeared before Wang Dao. A radiant hand of immortal light infused with the power of the Tao transformed into a space to capture Wang Dao. "Why force me to kill you when living is an option?" Wang Dao's strength surged as he became furious, activating the tenfold divine restriction in an instant. His body became like a vast prison of heaven and earth, forbidden divine power gushing forth as he reached the pinnacle. Surging chaotic energy engulfed the 8 desolates, crushing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shattering the world of the immortal elder. "Do you dare to resist?" The elder of the immortal race was somewhat astonished by Wang Dao's strength, as he was still quite weak, possessing less than half of his strength. He immediately summoned a long sword of immortal weapon. This long sword of immortal weapon was completely snow-white, as formidable as a human saint weapon, its sharp immortal radiance seeming capable of piercing through the ancient skies, striking towards Wang Dao's brow. Freeze. Wang Dao couldn't be bothered to use his heavy eyes and directly employed the freezing technique. The incredibly sharp immortal weapon capable of slaying a first-grade human saint suddenly became still hovering before Wang Dao. It was fixed for a second. Wang Dao extended his hand and directly seized the immortal weapon, disregarding whether it still bore the remnants of the immortal elder's primordial spirit and immortal blood imprint, forcibly storing it in his system backpack. He succeeded. The long sword vanished. The immortal elder instantly lost contact with the flying sword, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. What the hell? Where is my immortal weapon? The elder of the immortal race descended, striking a palm towards Wang Dao. Wang Dao's killing intent surged, his battle spirit blazing as he exclaimed, "Freeze again." The freezing technique activated once more. The elder of the immortal race was momentarily frozen in a daze. Through his training in subduing the heart of the monkey, Wang Dao's freezing technique was already effective against the saint of the immortal race. In that moment of confusion, it was more than enough to kill him. Wang Dao swung a stick, transforming into a stick of heaven and earth, smashing down with the force of collapsing heavens and splitting earth upon the elder's head. Bang! Under 2,000 times the battle power, the elder of the immortal race's head was instantly crushed, his Dao palace collapsing, and cracks appeared in his primordial spirit. Both the source of his immortal body and physical form showed signs of cracking. The elder of the immortal race screamed in pain and anger, falling from the sky and crashing through the wilderness. Within a radius of several 100,000 miles, a deep abyss was instantly created. Damn human supreme body, I will surely devour you today. The heavily wounded elder of the immortal race soared into the air again. Moreover, his injuries visibly healed. Wang Dao's gaze turned fierce. Was this the self-healing power from the fragment of the Dao of transformation? Rebirth on the spot. Quite formidable, he liked it. Do you think that possessing the fragment that transforms decay into the miraculous means you can escape death? Wang Dao pointed towards the elder of the immortal race, and in an instant the heavens and earth turned upside down. The absolute prison of the myriad heavens rapidly formed, causing the void of 1,000,000 miles to spin, the sun and moon to be inverted. An ancient celestial abyss rapidly took shape, swallowing the elder of the immortal race. This was one of Wang Dao's most formidable trump cards against saints, the absolute prison of the myriad heavens. Break. The elder of the immortal race recognized the horror of this move, unleashing all his strength in a single palm to attempt to shatter it. Freeze, freeze, freeze. Wang Dao immediately used the freezing technique, immobilizing the elder. 3 instances of the freezing technique were stacked in use. The elder of the immortal race was momentarily frozen in place. His thoughts of breaking the absolute prison of the myriad heavens were dashed. In the next moment, under the influence of the all-encompassing power of the Dao and the bloodline power, he rapidly dimmed. By the time he broke free from the freezing technique, his cultivation had already dropped to the half-saint level. Is this the supreme technique? The elder of the immortal race's eyes nearly burst with rage and despair. I grant you the death penalty. Wang Dao swung a stick as the heavens collapsed, and the earth shattered instantly, exploding the elder's head. The human supreme, terrifying indeed. The elder of the immortal race fell within the void, his blood of the saint crushing the void, overwhelming 1,000,000 miles. He murmured to himself, attempting to rise again. However, his body shattered inch by inch, and his primordial spirit collapsed, transforming into a rain of light. A saint had perished at this moment. Why force me to kill you when living is an option? Wang Dao suppressed his heart of the monkey. Yet he was still quite displeased. This reckless battle was utterly meaningless, only serving to bury oneself. Moreover, he had utilized his strongest battle power, and the after effects coursed through his entire body. After this battle, his heart of the monkey grew even stronger, nearly going out of control. Gathering the shards of primordial spirits, Wang Dao began to sense. The harvest was substantial. He learned many things. For instance, this was merely the edge of the core area of the long slumbering wilderness, and he and Shaoliu had not truly stepped into the core area. Inside there existed even more terrifying remnants of immortals. And the immortal kings. Those immortal kings, although decayed and broken, were still immortal kings. The immortal race's immortal kings could compare to the ancient human race's holy kings, reaching the level of the 8th senior sister during their peak years. Even if they were decayed, a single palm could still crush him. Most importantly, he had confirmed the direction. To the south of the sacred land of transformation was the closest path to leaving the long slumbering wilderness. Wang Dao carried Shaoliu and turned to leave. A day later, Wang Dao, exhausted, finally emerged from the long slumbering wilderness. However, before him stood two first-grade saints, the Heavenly One saint, and another he did not recognize. One bright, one dark. They seemed to be waiting for him, and Xiao Liu. Upon seeing the two emerge from the long slumbering wilderness, the two saints were utterly dumbfounded. How could someone be transported deep into the long sleep wasteland and still manage to save another? Who exactly is this young man? The Tianyi sage felt a surge of fear and trepidation towards the king of Dao. The only certainty was that it was this brat who had flown into the southern heavenly gate and severely wounded him. In the shadows, the other sage was equally astonished, his scalp tingling. The Tianyi sage was injured and could not discern the mysterious young man's strength, but he had realized something. This brat was merely a peak power. He couldn't fathom how a mere power could severely injure a sage and venture deep into the long sleep wasteland to rescue someone. However, both sages felt relieved. This brat was currently very weak. It was likely that he had exhausted all his energy to escape the long sleep wasteland. The Tianyi sage immediately scolded, "You brat, who are you? Quickly reveal your name." Wang Dao looked at the two sages, one bright and one dark, and said, "If you don't want to die, step aside." The Tianyi sage was enraged. "What a big tone. Your friend provoked the sage of the world, and you have injured me. Now in this state, who gives you the courage to speak to this sage like that? Kneel." Boom. Wang Dao remained silent, and the fire stick materialized in his hand, rapidly enlarging into a pillar of heaven and earth, thrusting into the world before him. Blood of the holy immortal flowed from it, its fierce aura intimidating the 8 directions. Wang Dao's gaze was cold. "Come and fight." He hadn't planned to reveal his strength before these two sages, as it would expose him as the supreme body. That would only add trouble. His grudge with the sage of the world and the heavenly authority god sect could wait until the little carp awoke. But it seemed that fighting was unavoidable now. Seeing the blood on the stick, both sages felt their scalps tingle and their pupils dilate. It was actually the blood of a holy immortal. The blood of a holy immortal still carried vitality. This young man, did he use this stick to extinguish a holy immortal in the long sleep wasteland? They were not surprised that this brat could kill a holy immortal. The remaining immortals in the long sleep wasteland had their strength reduced to a mere 10th, making them easy to kill. However, the purity of the holy immortal's blood on the stick was astonishing, vibrant with life. This was clearly not a flawed holy immortal, but a complete first-grade holy immortal. The strength of any holy immortal was comparable to that of a human sacred body achieving sanctification. The human sacred body was already rare, and those who achieved sanctification among them were less than a handful in the southern region. This brat at the level of a mighty power managed to defeat a holy immortal comparable to a human sacred body. Though both were first-grade sages, they were far from the strength of a sage who had achieved sanctification through the sacred body. Even 10 of their kind would not stand a chance against a single human sacred body or a holy immortal. Such combat power was truly astonishing. Gai Jiutian, this brat's bloodline must surpass that of the sacred body. He could be a son of heaven or a child of destiny. If we obtain his bloodline, it would be a tremendous opportunity for our heavenly authority god sect with benefits outweighing risks. You have a mysterious identity and no one knows of your existence. If you kill this brat now, no one will know. The Tianyi sage, feeling emboldened, transmitted this to the hidden sage. In the shadows, the other sage transmitted back. This child's background is immense, and this girl has connections with the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Killing him would come at a great cost with endless future troubles. Be cautious, Tianyi brother. The former empress, before ascending to heaven, first exterminated your killing god ancient temple, and the remnants still linger. You, a killing god, have been protected by the heavenly authority god sect for 500 years. Shouldn't you do something for the sect? Do you want to be an ungrateful person? This brat is a human, but is affiliated with the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. He should be a servant. As long as we kill him and spare the unconscious dragon girl, it will suffice. I will be the good guy, and you will be the bad guy. The hidden sage nodded. Good. Neither of them realized that their conversation was overheard by Wang Dao's heart monkey. The heart monkey of the fighting war holy ape was exceptionally sharp and could hear the sage's transmission. Wang Dao furrowed his brow. The heavenly authority god sect is actually colluding with the killing god ancient temple. The Tianyi sage's face changed drastically. You can actually hear our conversation. Since you have heard it, then you must die. Whoosh. Suddenly a sword of slaughter descended from the heavens, bloodlight, surging, overwhelming Wang Dao, as if a killing god had descended. The hidden killing god sage made his move. Why bother? Wang Dao looked on with pity, cold and disdainful. In the next moment, a secret power surged within him, rejuvenating him like a withered tree regaining spring. The ninefold divine seals were activated once more. Chaotic energy surged forth, and a gigantic hand shot up to the heavens, seizing the killing god's sword in the blink of an eye. This sword was merely a divine weapon inferior to a sacred artifact. With a crack, it was crushed by Wang Dao's grip. Freeze. Wang Dao was too lazy to use the supreme prison, directly employing a binding technique. The killing god guy Jiutian was momentarily frozen. Wang Dao cradled the girl and grasped the fire stick, striking the killing god with it. This strike was indeed the heaven and earth stick. Though this killing god of the ancient temple was a powerful human sword cultivator, his strength was far inferior to that of a holy immortal from the wasteland. His physical body was instantly shattered, leaving only his remaining soul, which was beginning to disintegrate. Chaotic energy. Chaotic supreme body. We have encountered the chaotic supreme body from Phoenix Mountain. In that moment, Guy Juxian's primordial spirit wailed in despair, regretting it with all his heart. He finally understood why this young man was so defiant. This brat was the rare chaotic supreme body that appeared once in 10,000 years at Phoenix Mountain. His strength was indeed terrifying. The most critical issue was that the Empress was protecting him. Offending him was tantamount to offending the Empress. It's over, everything is over. Seeing the chaotic energy, the Tianyi sage was already scared to the point of wetting his pants. The Heavenly Authority God sect was in big trouble. This brat was actually the chaotic supreme body favored by the Empress. Just a moment ago, they had conspired to obtain the bloodline of the supreme body. The Tianyi sage turned to flee, panic-stricken and disordered, escaping back to the sage of the world mountain. Did I let you go? Wang Dao immediately pursued him, activating the tenfold divine seals. By the time he reached the southern heavenly gate of the sage of the world mountain, the Tianyi sage had already stumbled through the gate, wailing, "The sky is falling, the sky is falling." "Elder, what is the panic about?" Countless people inquired. 5 sages from the southern region had arrived, observing the southern heavenly gate from the end of the world. The Lord of the Wang Authority also appeared. Upon seeing the chaotic energy, he understood everything. Boundless chaotic energy had already spread, engulfing the 9 heavens and flooding into the southern heavenly gate. A young man walked through the chaotic energy, casting a glance at the southern heavenly gate, causing its barrier to lose 30% of its power. Then the young man ignored the barrier of the southern heavenly gate and slammed down with a punch, crushing it, effortlessly striking into the southern heavenly gate. Boom. The moment his fist collided with the southern heavenly gate, the barrier crumbled instantly. The terrifying force of the punch struck the southern heavenly gate, hitting the Tianyi sage. The Tianyi sage's body exploded, his soul scattering, killed at the southern heavenly gate. A single punch from a sage, and he was crushed. Holy blood stained the southern heavenly gate. The followers of the Heavenly Authority God sect were horrified, filled with rage. They couldn't imagine that the Heavenly Authority God sect was the foremost power in the southern region, with followers as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. The southern heavenly gate was the holy gate, the most revered place in the eastern wilderness southern region, worshipped by myriad nations, where no sage dared to tread recklessly. Yet now the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Authority God sect, the Tianyi sage, had been killed at the southern heavenly gate, blood splattering across the 9 heavens, staining the southern heavenly gate. What utter disrespect and arrogance! But the Lord of the Heavenly Authority God sect knelt down, trembling with fear. The moment he saw the chaotic energy, his mentality shattered. The supreme body of Phoenix Mountain had come to their doorstep. The chaotic energy surged into the southern heavenly gate, turning the world upside down. Wang Dao walked through the chaotic energy, possessing an invincible aura, his supreme prison above his head. "Do you know who the girl in my arms is?" The Lord of the Wang Authority's cultivation has plummeted to the half-sage level. Terrified, he stammered, "I don't know." Wang Dao's gaze was disdainful. "She is the 9th direct disciple of the Empress." The Lord of the Wang Authority thought of something, but upon hearing Wang Dao speak, he could not help but feel dread, crying out, "The Heavenly Authority God sect is innocent. Ignorance is no sin. I wish to see the Empress and plead for forgiveness." No one had dared to commit such an act against the Empress' direct disciple for ages. He had opened a new chapter. No need to plead for forgiveness. Oh, just be cautious in the next life. Wang Dao flicked his fingers, and a sword energy fell from the 8 wastelands, severing the Lord of the Wang Authority's primordial spirit. A sage can be extinguished with a mere flick of the fingers. The world was in shock. The sages of the southern region worshipped. From this point on, the southern heavens shattered, and the Wang Authority fell. Outside the southern sky, the saints were dumbfounded, shocked beyond measure, unable to suppress their reverence. Is this the newly born supreme of the human race? Fighting beyond one's level, can a saint be extinguished with a snap of the fingers? The form of the supreme shakes the ancient and stuns the present. I never expected to witness the supreme of the human race in my lifetime. After the Empress, another supreme has been born in the human race. The great undertaking of conquering the heavens will surely succeed. In the hearts of the saints, there was only reverence, nothing but reverence. Although the leader of the Tianquan sect had been destroyed, the gods saw it as a minor issue. Though the Tianquan sect was the foremost sect in the southern region comparable to the holy land of the human race, it had countless followers. Provoking the Tianquan sect was tantamount to offending all its followers, inevitably leading to war and even chaos in a region. However, if the one who acted was the supreme of the human race, that would be a different matter. Although the Tianquan sect had immense influence and astonishing mobilization power, it was incomparable to the influence and mobilization power of the human race's supreme. Every supreme is a being that all living beings of the human race look up to. They are the backbone of the human race. When Wang Dao entered the sacred mountain of the world, tens of thousands of Tianquan sect followers scattered crawling in greeting. Their gazes were filled with profound reverence. Most people except for a few harbored no hostility, only awe and worship. This is the influence of the human race's supreme. Wang Dao stood before the sacred mountain of the world, gradually calming his restless heart. Looking at the two holy corpses on the ground and the blood-weeping phenomena of heaven and earth, there was no trace of mercy in his eyes. Trapping the little carp and coveting his supreme bloodline, he was in collusion with the hall of the killing god. The death of the Saint Tianyi and the leader of the Wangquan sect was not to be regretted. Although he could now sweep away saints with a snap of his fingers, he remained unperturbed. His goal was to become a powerhouse like the Empress. The Chaos Supreme Body, Ancient Heavy Eye, Ancient Divine Forbidden Art, All Heavens Absolute Prison Heaven, and Earth Stick Immobilization Technique, 9 Heavens Sun-Chasing Art. Each of these skills was more defiant than the last. The ability he just signed in at the sacred land of creation, transforming decay into wonders, was truly extraordinary. Although this skill could only be used once in a short period. However, he could rely on this fragment of supreme art to possess peak combat power twice. This was the most monstrous aspect. Previously, although his explosive power was strong enough to compete with the young Empress, his endurance was lacking. The fragment of transforming decay into wonders compensated for his lack of endurance. Nevertheless, he was still not very satisfied. What he truly desired was the ancient royal fist. Once I find the companion spirit orb, I shall return. Wang Dao's gaze swept across the sacred mountain of the world, his powerful divine sense enveloping every corner. He successfully found the reincarnation holy body. It was a young man who was currently filled with hatred, hidden in the mountains, almost grinding his teeth, but dared not show himself. The young man possessed a mysterious power resonating strongly with the reincarnation seed within Wang Dao's body. He gently extended his hand. A white orb hidden in the young man's lower abdomen instantly transformed into a beam of light, flying out of his body, breaking through the air to land in Wang Dao's hand. This white orb was the size of an egg, pure and flawless, emanating a pure reincarnation power. When Wang Dao held it, he felt as if his life merged with it into one. That feeling was like a part of his own body. Indeed, this is it. Wang Dao put away the companion spirit orb and then turned to leave with the little carp. As for the use of the companion spirit orb, he was still unclear and would study it upon returning. Meanwhile, the young man of the reincarnation holy body, after losing the reincarnation orb, visibly withered in the reincarnation seed within his lower abdomen. Upon seeing Wang Dao exit the southern sky gate, the saints of the southern region rushed to greet him, their faces filled with reverence. Little saint, we greet the supreme. The little saint is the minor ancestor of the Qingxian ancient kingdom. My granddaughter is also on Phoenix Mountain, named Qingxian Saintess. She greets the supreme. 5 old men wore flattering smiles, hoping to familiarize themselves with Wang Dao. In the future, they could say they had seen the supreme. At this moment, Wang Dao still looked like a handsome young man, slightly nodding. Surely no one wishes to help the Tianquan sect, right? Upon hearing this, the saints' heads shook like a drum in a storm. What a joke! The Tianquan sect oppressed the Empress' direct disciples. They were just trying to distance themselves and were not about to help the Tianquan sect. It was rumored that the Saint of the Sun had been subdued by a mysterious figure 2 days ago, likely the work of the Supreme. No one wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Saint of the Sun. The Qingxian ancestor boldly declared, "Please, Supreme, command me. I shall personally lead the charge to disband the Tianquan sect and restore the sacred mountain of the world to its original state." Wang Dao nodded slightly. The Tianquan sect has nothing to do with me. I have matters to attend to, and will take my leave first. Supreme, take care. We respectfully send off the Supreme. In the respectful gazes of the 5 saints of the southern sky, Wang Dao stepped through the void and departed. That day, the emergence of the human race's Supreme and the subjugation of the leader of the Tianquan sect spread throughout the southern region, causing unprecedented uproar. The world worshipped. In the capital of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, Emperor Zhenlan and the Saintess of Shenhuang were equally elated upon hearing this news. Especially the Saintess of Shenhuang, who cried directly. The pressure from the Tianquan sect had been too great. Now she could finally escape the nightmare of the Tianquan sect. Saintess of Shenhuang, thanks the Supreme for helping me to be free. The saintess of Shenhuang knelt towards the east, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Meanwhile, on Phoenix Mountain, Tian Jixiao learned of the news and immediately went to the Empress. That Supreme appeared in the southern region and even killed 4 saints. The closed-door Qing Huang Empress Phoenix eyes trembled, her face filled with disbelief. Immediately, the Qing Huang Empress exited the Heavenly Emperor Palace, gazing far and wide, her sight covering every corner of the southern region. However, she only found the little carp and Wang Dao in the capital of the Shenhuang ancient kingdom, not the Supreme. Tian Jixiao added, "There is another piece of news. The little junior sister was trapped by the Tianquan sect and was teleported to the depths of the Great Sleep Wilderness, almost facing eternal damnation. It was he who rescued the little junior sister." The Qing Huang Empress' eyes lit up. Very good. Tian Jixiao also felt this was good news, indicating that this Supreme had a sense of belonging to Phoenix Mountain. If that Supreme had no sense of belonging, did not consider himself a member of Phoenix Mountain, how could he risk himself in the wilderness to rescue the little carp? Previously, she and the Empress knew little about his character. This was a good discovery. The Qing Huang Empress' face grew increasingly annoyed as she said to Tian Jixiao, "Why is it that others can meet him, but I cannot? How ridiculous. Xiao, do you think I am very intimidating?" Tian Jixiao felt a shiver down her spine. This indicates that this child is extremely cautious and low-key not arrogant or self-important. The Empress lightly gritted her teeth and said, "Cautious and low-key, ooh, I see it as cowardly as a mouse." Was the Empress feeling psychologically unbalanced? Tian Jixiao pondered internally that Supreme had secretly learned many of the Empress' signature skills. Who would dare to show themselves? What if the Empress got annoyed and slapped him to death? However, she still immediately issued a command from afar to the 5 saints of the southern sky. "I am the leader of the Supplementing Heaven sect. The Empress has commanded, come quickly to pay respects on the mountain." At this time, the 5 saints of the southern sky were gathered in a treasure land, drinking fine wine and discussing the human race's Supreme, comparing the Empress, and dreaming of the future. Suddenly, a dignified voice echoed in the heads of the 5. They instantly felt uneasy. How could they not recognize the leader of the Supplementing Heaven sect? He was the ancient Saint King of the human race, the direct disciple of the Empress. "The Empress wants to see us." Why does the Empress want to summon us? It must be regarding the human race's Supreme. Let's go, hurry over. The 5 saints of the southern sky immediately tore through the void. A few minutes later, they arrived at Phoenix Mountain, descending at the foot of Peach Mountain. Tian Jixiao invited the 5 old men onto Peach Mountain. Although the 5 old men had seen the Empress before, they trembled upon seeing her, now feeling the urge to kneel and worship. Little Saint pays respects to the Empress. Tian Jixiao said, "Let the Empress see once more the majesty of the Supreme you have witnessed." The Qingxian ancestor was bewildered, reporting to the Empress, "Isn't the Supreme your disciple? You can just find him directly if you want to see him." The other saints quickly reacted. Could it be that the rumors were true and the Empress had not met that Supreme? Tian Jixiao angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Just do what you're told." The 5 old men trembled in fear. Soon the Empress saw the battle of Wang Dao through the eyes of the 5. From the pursuit of the Saint Tianyi entering the southern sky gate, the heavy eye, and a punch to break the southern sky gate, to hammering the Saint Tianyi to death at the southern sky gate, and finally, using the all heavens absolute prison to suppress the leader of the Wangquan sect. The Empress watched repeatedly, her phoenix eyes finally shining with brilliance, but more than that, it was shock. Through observation, she gained a deeper understanding of that Supreme. When she saw the human race's Supreme use the all heavens absolute prison, her expression became strange, unclear whether it was surprise or anger. When did that kid learn this Supreme art? This technique was known only to her on Phoenix Mountain. Other direct disciples couldn't learn it. How did that kid manage to learn it? Moreover, she spent 100 years fully mastering it, but that kid was able to use it skillfully after only 50 years. A prodigy. Not only was he a supreme body, but his comprehension was also extraordinarily defiant. The key was, how did that kid learn it? Did she unknowingly impart it to him in her sleep? The Empress still felt unsatisfied. Are there more battles? An old man said, "Yes, I also saw him engage with the killing god from the hall of the killing god Gaijutian." The Empress immediately fixed her gaze on the eyes of that old man. This time she saw more the immobilization technique, heaven and earth stick, and the pure and flawless blood of a first-grade holy immortal on the stick. The Empress' chest lightly heaved. Did that kid slay a holy immortal in the wilderness? Of course, the most shocking part was that the kid was exhausted when he walked out of the wilderness. But when facing 2 saints, one light and one dark, he used a secret technique, instantly restoring his strength to peak. The supreme art of creation from the sacred land of creation. As expected of the Empress, she immediately saw through Wang Dao's techniques. She was filled with confusion as she had searched for this technique for many years, scouring all corners of the world, yet had not found it. Where did this kid get it? This is supreme art. This kid already possesses 2 supreme arts by his side. Practicing for 50 years and learning 2 supreme arts, his comprehension is beyond description. I will step out for a moment, the 5 saints await here. The Shenhuang Empress dropped this line and ventured into the southern region alone. That same day, a sensational piece of news spread across the southern wilderness. A mysterious female saint was standing up for the Tianquan sect, aiming to challenge that supreme. In the ancient country of Shenyang, the little carp finally awoke. Wang Dao sat beside her while Shenhuang stood nearby. The little carp looked at Wang Dao, then at herself, feeling quite bewildered. How did I end up here? 10 minutes later, the little carp jumped out of bed, exclaiming, "What? That Supreme One saved me back. He destroyed the heavenly authority divine cult and sent me back." The little girl added with a hint of jealousy, "Humph, that stinky rat who needs his help. By the way, where is he?" Wang Dao took out the accompanying spiritual pearl, saying, "He brought senior sister back, left the accompanying spiritual pearl, and then left." The little carp looked disappointed. "A dignified Supreme One, actually." Just then Shenhuang rushed and, looking flustered, "Wang Dao, something big has happened." "What is it?" Wang Dao stood up. Shenhuang said, "Someone is standing up for the heavenly authority divine cult. They have captured the 5 saints of the southern sky all at once, claiming that if the Supreme of Phoenix Mountain does not meet her, she will kill the 5 saints." Wang Dao looked at the little carp senior sister. The little carp bit her lip. "Does this have anything to do with us? I don't want to save that stinky rat, let him die." Wang Dao smiled. "All right." The little carp said, "Get ready, we are going back to Phoenix Mountain." Preparing to nod, she was about to leave the room. Shenhuang's saintess charming eyes were moist, seemingly anxious for that Supreme One. "Wait." The little carp called Wang Dao again, handing him a sacred talisman. "This is the talisman of 8th senior sister. As long as you crush it, 8th senior sister will appear." Wang Dao asked, "Didn't senior sister say she wouldn't save anyone? Also, I have no cultivation. I can't crush this talisman." The little carp huffed angrily. "If I want, save him, can't you?" They captured the 5 saints of the southern sky all at once, not leaving any behind. "It must be someone above the 1st grade saint. Hurry and call senior sister." Wang Dao took the talisman and handed it to Shenhuang's saintess. Shenhuang was overjoyed and immediately crushed the talisman. However, they waited for an hour, but Tian Jixiao still did not appear. "Why is no one coming?" Shenhuang couldn't help but look at the little carp. The little carp was also surprised. Senior sister must have been delayed by other matters. "They'll go find her right away." Wang Dao nodded. "We should listen to senior sister." However, Wang Dao felt that something was strange about this matter. He had in his hand the fragments of the primordial spirits of the leader of the Wangquan cult and the Tianyi saint, and he had sensed it on the way back. According to their memories, the heavenly authority divine cult had no other saints and no saint friends. Where did this saint who was provoking him come from? He had encountered Qingxian, old ancestor, and others. The strength of the 5 saints of the southern sky was not that of a 1st grade saint, but rather above the 2nd or 3rd grade. To capture all 5 of them, at least a 4th grade saint was needed. For now, he couldn't afford to provoke them. There was also another possibility: someone was luring him out. It was better to listen to the little carp and let 8th senior sister handle it. A day later, Wang Dao and the little carp returned to Phoenix Mountain, accompanied by Shenhuang's saintess. This was Wang Dao's request to have the little carp bring her back. The little carp did not refuse. In her view, Shenhuang's saintess should have come to Phoenix Mountain 20 years ago. Later, under the arrangement of the little carp, Shenhuang joined the core elders faction, becoming a disciple of the saint. With the higher-ups of the heavenly authority divine cult exterminated, the core elder quickly agreed. The emergence of a saintess disciple delighted the elder greatly, fearing that other elders would snatch her away, and before even accepting her as a disciple, he promised many benefits. Other saint elders rolled their eyes. After settling Xinjiang's matters, Wang Dao returned to Alchemy Peak and began drafting the remains of the supreme technique of creation and harmony. This was a technique for recovery. Although he didn't know if it would be useful for the Empress, he still wanted to give it a try. What if this technique could help with the Empress' fatal injuries? He revised it dozens of times over the course of 3 days before he was satisfied and placed the drafted technique into an envelope. Using this method to communicate with the Empress is truly helpless. But through signing in, I've learned many of the Empress' inheritances. If she finds me, I might get a good scolding. It can only be like this. Half a day later, the Danxing saint discovered the letter. Have I become a communication device for the Supreme Body and the Empress? The Danxing saint was both surprised and delighted, immediately passing the envelope to Tian Jixiao. Tian Jixiao immediately summoned the Empress back. A few minutes later, the Shenhuang Empress returned from the southern region with a dark face. "Don't you know which Supreme One I'm looking for?" "What is it?" Tian Jixiao smiled mysteriously. "Empress sister, you can release the 5 saints of the southern sky, There's no need to pretend to be someone from the heavenly authority divine cult to lure the supreme body into action. The Empress maintained a blank expression. Why? Tianji Xiao handed over a letter that supreme body has returned and even wrote you a letter. There are good things. The Empress quickly opened the envelope. Inside were 2 pieces of paper. After reading the first piece of paper, her delicate body slightly trembled and her phoenix eyes shone with brilliance. The remains of the supreme technique of creation and harmony. She had been searching for this self-healing technique for many years and had found many, but was missing the core. The core was about transforming decay into the miraculous. One of her disciples had even entered the darkness for 500 years to help her search. Unexpectedly, that supreme body not only found the core of the technique of creation and harmony, but also brought it to her. After trying to cultivate it for a bit, she confirmed its authenticity. This was the only technique known to humanity that could heal fatal injuries. That little fellow had good intentions. The Shenhuang Empress was overjoyed and looked at the second letter. Hello, Empress. Last time I told you to wait for me for 10 years. After going back and thinking about it, I realized I was too selfish. You must be very angry. I hope this remains of the supreme technique will be helpful to you. Also, you don't need to worry about me or look for me. When I become an emperor, I will definitely pay you a personal visit and apologize. Also, I heard that you will stay in the mortal realm for another 100 years for me. Please don't. You should do what you need to do. The Shenhuang Empress lightly gritted her teeth. What an arrogant little brat, still not a saint, yet daring to covet the fateful cultivation of the emperor level strong. No wonder I waited a day without seeing that supreme body. It turns out that little brat had already run back to Phoenix Mountain. He must have taken a boat back with the little carp and Wang Dao. What a pity she realized it too late. Tianji Xiao smiled lightly. Empress sister, I've seen it. That little brat has great respect for you. This technique will definitely be somewhat effective for your fatal injuries. That little brat has good intentions. The Shenhuang Empress said quietly, I see he must have caused a huge mess in the southern region and wants this Empress to help him clean up the mess. That's why he's being so enthusiastic. This Empress doesn't want his unsolicited benefits. Go help me copy a section of the Ancient King Fist and find a way to send it to him. Tian Zixio's eyes widened. Send the Ancient King Fist. That's your strongest technique, Empress sister. Is there a problem? Also, I need to enter seclusion to cultivate this supreme technique. You should go see Wang Dao and teach him how to use the accompanying spiritual pearl to cultivate the reincarnation spiritual root. Tianji Xiao nodded. What about that supreme one? The Shenhuang Empress sighed softly. Don't scare him. Having returned from the world, Wang Dao rested for a day. He used the ancient divine forbidden technique for the second time, breaking into the southern heaven gate to suppress the master of the Wangquan sect, and now his legs still felt weak. The ability to transform decay into the miraculous is indeed powerful, but it can only be used once every half-month. Forcing a second use in a short period depletes a significant amount of his physical essence, indirectly costing him hundreds, even thousands of years of lifespan. The physical essence is difficult to replenish. It is irreversible below the level of a saint. Only saints can replenish the physical essence, but they cannot restore their lifespan. Injuring his physical essence made it difficult for him to ascend to the saint level in the short term. The next day, Tianji Xiao arrived at Alchemy Peak to inform Wang Dao about the method of using the companion spirit pearl. The method was quite simple. Tianji Xiao taught him a breathing technique called the innate qi refinement technique. Then he instructed him on how to absorb the source power of the companion spirit pearl. As long as he absorbs enough, he will eventually cultivate the reincarnation spiritual root within his body and begin his path of cultivation. Tianji Xiao also told him that once he cultivates the reincarnation spiritual root, he should seek the Empress for the lineage of the reincarnation spiritual root. Wang Dao nodded repeatedly. He already had the reincarnation spiritual root, and it was evolving into a Dao seed. With the mother qi of creation knowing the function of the companion spirit pearl, he could directly refine it and fuse its essence. Wang Dao dared not fuse it directly. He had to take it slow. Otherwise, if the Empress or Tianji Xiao came next time and did not see the companion spirit pearl, his secret would be exposed. After all, the companion spirit pearl contained boundless source power of reincarnation. Previously, what was absorbed by the reincarnation Holy Sun was merely a drop in the ocean, a tiny fraction. With the supreme body bearing the burden, the Empress demands on me are no longer so stringent. I do not need to admit my mistakes to be taught cultivation. Unfortunately, I am that supreme body. Besides this, Tianji Xiao brought particularly important news today. The Empress is going to gift the Ancient King Fist to the supreme body. The reward method is to break through the 10 ancient levels and defeat any of the top 20 supremes to obtain it. Wang Dao was very excited and moved. He gifted the incomplete scroll of the creation Hunyuan technique to the Empress, not expecting any repayment, yet the Empress reciprocated with her most supreme technique. He knew that the Empress would be exceptionally happy to receive the incomplete scroll. Wang Dao took a month to recover to his peak. After confirming that Tianji Xiao Little Carp and the Empress had all gone into seclusion, he immediately headed to the 10 ancient levels. Last time, although I defeated the Empress, I left without claiming the reward. I wonder if the reward is still available. Wang Dao stood on the dark duel arena looking at the sky and saying, "Divine and demonic record, I defeated the first place last time. Is the reward still there?" The divine and demonic record responded yes. Challengers who break through the 10 ancient levels will receive 3 8th grade immortal transformation pills, 3 8th grade heavenly wisdom pills, and a manual. Wang Dao was surprised this time the reward actually included 8th grade immortal pills. One of the pills is of 9th grade while the 8th grade is the Saint pill. The 9th grade is the Emperor pill. Each grade is further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and top grades, followed by the ancient pills. After the ancient pills comes the immortal pills. Immortal grade pills from the immortal clan are of a higher small grade than the pills refined by the ancient human clan. This does not imply that the human clan's alchemy is inferior. In reality, it is the different environments and materials that lead to the disparity in the effects of the pills. The ancient human clan can also refine immortal pills, but they require immortal materials. Wang Dao currently does not possess any immortal materials and cannot refine 8th grade immortal pills. Swish, swish, swish. A manual and 2 jade bottles descended from the sky, floating before Wang Dao. Although the 2 jade bottles were sealed with immortal wood stoppers, the sight was astonishing. Through the transparent jade bottles, Wang Dao saw 6 immortal pills surrounded by immortal energy. His gaze was fervent. He was about to strike for the saint level, and these immortal transformation pills were immensely useful for him. The heavenly wisdom pills also have extraordinary effects, enhancing one's comprehension tenfold and increasing innate talent. This is a pill that reverses fate worth dozens of times more than the immortal transformation pills. Wang Dao then looked at the manual. The manual prominently displayed 4 characters: Ancient King Fist Manual. Wang Dao's blood surged. The Ancient King Fist, have I really obtained it? The Empress truly gifted me the Ancient King Fist. Wang Dao immediately grabbed the manual, stored it in the system's backpack, and clicked on learning. The system suddenly prompted, this secret technique does not belong to system sign-in rewards and cannot be understood through the system. The host must cultivate it independently. Wang Dao, after returning to Alchemy Peak, he began to comprehend the Ancient King Fist. A day later, Wang Dao had gained nothing. 10 days passed. Apart from the sign-in pills, he made no progress in comprehension. Wang Dao sighed, I overestimated myself. I need to consume the heavenly wisdom pills that reverse fate. Wang Dao consumed 1 pill a day. On the 3rd day, he felt his intellect multiply by hundreds, finally comprehending the Ancient King Fist. The Ancient King Fist consists of 33 layers representing 33 heavens. Each punch corresponds to 1 layer, each unique in its own right. This martial art was created by the Ancient King, and its corresponding supreme body is the most formidable among the human clan's 10 fiends. In simple terms, someone can fuse 10 kinds of ancient ferocious beasts into a single bloodline, possessing the potential of all 10 bloodlines and immense strength to fit the Ancient King Fist. The most remarkable aspect of this martial art is that it is both a supreme body refinement technique and a supreme killing art. Cultivating the fist technique can slay enemies and also strengthen oneself. Its intricacies are boundless. Only those with a supreme body can cultivate the first 10 punches. Little Carp, for this reason, has only learned up to the 4th punch. Wang Dao muttered to himself, currently the Empress has only revealed 1 bloodline, which is the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Although the Phoenix bloodline is powerful, it is not a supreme bloodline. I wonder what kind of supreme body she is. With a clue in mind, Wang Dao began to delve into his comprehension. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Phoenix Mountain appeared even more desolate than 10 years ago, with no green in sight. Withered yellow leaves fell like rain. Many spiritual herbs and even holy medicines, including countless peaches of immortality, had perished. This is not a good omen. That day, everything was as peaceful as usual. But the crowd noticed that the wilted vegetation of Phoenix Mountain seemed to awaken like withered wood in spring, reviving overnight. This resurgence of power spread throughout Phoenix Mountain and the entire eastern wilderness. It seemed that spring had arrived. Within Phoenix Mountain, there was a chorus of cheers. Has the Empress escaped certain death? Let's hope it's not just a fleeting glimpse of light. Shut your mouth. Countless people were invigorated. The 10 Saint Elders were all in tears. They were very close to the Empress and knew her condition. They could hardly imagine what would happen if the divine wasteland were without the Empress. 500 years ago, the Empress fought against the heavens, launching an invasion across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The forbidden zones rose and the darkness descended. They were all witnesses of that chaos and still bore the shadows of it. But now it seemed they no longer had to worry. Yet a more shocking event was yet to come. Boundless chaotic energy seeped out from the void, paving the way for the ancient azure sky, spanning millions of miles, as if replaying the chaos. Countless innate spiritual roots, the 3,000 innate divine demons of the 3,000 paths, appeared atop the chaotic energy. The three chaotic innate clans, the Qilin Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, all manifested, paying their respects with a grand momentum. This phenomenon was like 60 years ago, but the scale had grown by hundreds of times. The great path poured down like sweet rain, transforming into myriad auspicious lights that fell upon Phoenix Mountain, bathing all living beings. Some disciples who had hit a bottleneck were blessed by the sweet rain at this moment, breaking through on the spot. Such a phenomenon of the chaos body. Could it be that the supreme body has become a saint? It cannot be wrong. The chaos body supreme has become a saint. Is the Empress back at her peak and the chaos body supreme has become a saint? Double happiness has come. For Phoenix Mountain, this was the most heart-shaking day ever. But for the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the major forbidden zones, and the forbidden existences in the depths of darkness, this was a day filled with despair. In the dark dual arena, Wang Dao sat cross-legged, bathing in the divine rain of the great Dao, surrounded by auspicious lights from myriad paths, with 3 flowers of the great Dao blossoming above his head as he was evolving the Dao fruit. These 3 flowers of the great Dao were exceptionally terrifying. One exhibited the phenomenon of the 6 paths of reincarnation, its gaze piercing through the cycle of reincarnation as if arriving in the past with a glimpse of the future. One represented the path of the heavy pupil, ethereal and mysterious, exuding gray mist, continuously evolving multiple worlds only to be destroyed in a cycle of rebirth. The last flower, representing the path of chaos, was the most fearsome, shrouded in boundless chaotic energy, nurturing countless innate spiritual roots and 3,000 divine demons of the great Tao, as if replaying the chaos and creating all things. The 3 flowers of the great Tao were gifts from the heavens, bearing fruit. It is worth mentioning that there were remnants of the sword energy of the heavenly Tao on each of these flowers, seemingly struck by the heavenly Tao, yet not obliterated, but having endured. Above his head there remained an undispersed golden eye of the heavens. That eye spanned millions of miles of void, laying across a river of time, as if traversing from the primordial era, overlooking him with unparalleled might. This heavenly eye was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, presiding over Wang Dao's tribulation of becoming a saint. Over the past 10 days, Wang Dao had been tormented to the brink of death by the numerous terrifying tribulations it had manifested. 70 years of signing in, and I am on the verge of becoming a saint. This was a historic moment, and Wang Dao found it hard to believe. Beneath him lay an ocean of supreme blood, flowing like a river, paving the boundless dark dual arena, emanating a fierce sword energy of the heavenly Tao. He was acutely aware of what he had experienced over the past 10 days, how arduous it had been. Unlike the little carp, he had not gone through the semi-saint phase, but instead leaped directly from an ancient power to the level of a saint. Whether through Dao seeds or bloodlines, one could bloom flowers of the great Dao, thus entering the semi-saint realm. The semi-saint phase is the process of the flowers of the great Dao culminating in the Dao fruit. The day the Dao fruit is realized is when the tribulation of becoming a saint arrives. The tribulations encountered during this process are completely different for those who experience the semi-saint phase and those who do not. His flowers of the great Tao did not undergo cultivation, but were forged through the trials of the tribulation of becoming a saint without any softening process. That heavenly eye spanning across the river of time evolved through 84,000 tribulations, unleashing terrifying thunder tribulations, inner demon tribulations, and various fearful means to attack him. From the ancient times, numerous heavenly tribulations had disappeared, all appearing together and striking him in various forms. Among them, Wang Dao saw the ancient heavenly court transformed from the heavenly Dao, descending with 100,000 immortal soldiers and divine generals, forming a great array of the heavenly Dao to suppress him in chaos. There was also the heavenly Dao manifesting reincarnation, dragging him within, almost causing him to lose himself in the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, his heart's monkey timely tore apart the illusion of the 6 paths, revealing his true self. Among them, the most terrifying were the sword of the heavenly Dao and the heavenly Dao grinding wheel. The sword energy of the heavenly Dao fell like rain upon the world, transforming into a river of eternal time, shattering his chaotic energy, crashing upon him, and upon his 3 flowers of the great Dao. The flowers of the great Dao were battered by wind and rain, their physical essence riddled with holes. This was no longer a heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. The supreme body was too defiant, and heaven sought to destroy it. The heavenly Dao directly absorbed his primordial spirit into it, grinding it to pieces. Wang Dao was nearly killed. Fortunately, as a chaotic supreme body with 3,000 great Dao protecting him, the chaotic energy evolved 3,000 divine demons of the great Dao, shattering that heavenly Dao grinding wheel. The ancient supreme body becomes a saint after enduring 48,000 tribulations. I have gained heavy pupils and possess an 8th-grade reincarnation Dao seed, having endured 84,000 tribulations, not weaker than the ancient supreme. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. I did not let down the ancient king fist of the emperor. Wang Dao stood up. The 3 fruits of the great Dao had already been formed. With a thought, Wang Dao opened the world of the Dao Palace, revealing a universe incredibly brilliant and infinitely forming, with countless suns and moons shining. He drew the 3 fruits of the great Dao into it, merging them into one. Thus, he completed the final step of transformation, becoming a true saint with a stable realm. Boom! Wang Dao swung a fist towards the heavens. This punch rattled the 3,000 realms, overwhelming ancient foes, shattering the void for 800,000 miles, revealing the chaos with immortal power surging within, forming an eternal abyss. The dark dual arena beneath him instantly crumbled. The eye of the heavens vanished without a trace. Now I can fight 5th-grade saints. Wang Dao turned and left. The sword wounds from the heavenly Dao on his body visibly disappeared. At the peak of Peach Mountain in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the portal opened and the Phoenix Empress stepped out, her 3,000 silken strands flowing. Today the Empress was different from before. Her pair of beautiful noble phoenix eyes flowed with vibrant life, sweeping away the previous gloom. This was a good omen. Congratulations to the Empress for returning to the peak. The 10 Saint Elders had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing the Empress they immediately prostrated. The Empress said nothing, gazing eastward. Her pair of phoenix eyes pierced through billions of voids. Although the supreme body was no longer visible, she clearly saw the stance of that punch. After 70 years in the world, having endured 84,000 tribulations, has the supreme body become a saint. This punch could suppress a saint who has become a saint with a 5th-grade saint body, a saint immortal. You have not let this Empress down. The proud rise and fall of the Empress' chest was difficult to believe. That supreme body had managed to become a saint in such a short period while cultivating alone. In the past, she had taken a century to reach this step, and she had only endured 78,000 tribulations, while the supreme body had endured 84,000. If the Empress knew that Wang Dao also possessed the reincarnation Dao body, she would likely be even more shocked. However, the Empress did not see it. She thought the remnants of reincarnation power lingering in the depths of the void were left over from the tribulation of reincarnation manifested by the heavenly eye. Otherwise, her expression would surely be even more pronounced. How could he possibly endure so many tribulations? 10 years ago, when I transcended the tribulation to become a saint, I only endured 33,000 tribulations. It seems the 8th senior sister only had 39,000 tribulations. Heaven knows, and the little carp also rushed out from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The little carp wore a baffled expression. The 10 Saint Elders knelt on the ground, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. Tian Jixiao also saw that punch of eternal indestructibility and sighed. This punch is terrifying. I fear that when I reach the 6th or 7th grade saint level, I won't be able to withstand his ancient king fist. He has not let down the supreme body nor the emperor's high hopes. Upon hearing this, the 10 Saint Elders all felt their scalps tingle. The little carp gritted her teeth and said, the key is that he cultivated alone, without consuming resources. If any other holy land produced a supreme, they would probably exhaust all the resources and foundation of a holy land to reach this level. The Phoenix Empress also considered this issue for the first time, her phoenix eyes trembling slightly. Indeed, that kid became a saint without asking for many resources. Where did he get so many resources from? Suddenly, the master of Alchemy Peak, the saint of alchemy, said, Empress, I might know where the resources of the supreme body come from. Everyone turned to look at the saint of alchemy. The saint of alchemy said, in the past few years we have repeatedly seen someone refining 8th grade and 9th grade ancient elixirs on Butian Peak, yet we cannot find the alchemist. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Donghuang, various nations of the demon clan have ancient spiritual pills flowing into the market, selling at high prices. Major holy lands on the Tianzhou side have sent people to purchase, managed by the Wanyao ancient kingdom, which has gained immense profits. Over the past few years, their national strength has reached the top 3 in the northern region. Their ancestor has continuously advanced 2 grades, now reaching the 5th grade saint level. I suspect the supreme body is well versed in alchemy, being a saint-grade alchemist capable of refining ancient sacred pills. The elixirs that flowed into the market in the northern region ultimately transformed back into spiritual medicines and sacred medicines, returning to the alchemist. It is estimated that over the past few years at least 100 sacred medicines have flowed into the hands of that alchemist. Only a supreme body would consume such a large quantity of sacred medicines, especially recently. The Wanyao ancient kingdom has purchased 50 sacred medicines in one go over 5 years, which is quite revealing. The Phoenix Empress looked incredulous. That guy's resources come from the northern region, the central continent. The little carp Tianji Xiao and the 10 Saint Elders were all stunned. The supreme body, not yet 100 years old, has already surpassed others in alchemy. This level of comprehension is truly frightening. What a relief. The Phoenix Empress took a deep breath. How wonderful. At that moment, rumbling sounds erupted as the heavens and earth changed color. Winds rose and clouds surged. The world cracked as thunder rumbled, and countless purple mystical lightning burst forth from the void, transforming into an endless river crashing towards Phoenix Mountain. The barrier of Phoenix Mountain instantly twisted. A catastrophic disaster was imminent. The Phoenix Empress' phoenix eyes narrowed. Has it finally come? It seemed that everything was as predicted. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a terrifying pressure lingered. It was the pressure of a quasi-emperor from the celestial clan. Sister Emperor, leave this to me. Before the Empress could make a move, Tianji Xiao had already soared out from Phoenix Mountain, displaying the demeanor of an ancient holy king. A snow-white jade hand stretched across the sky, transforming into a realm where all lightning converged upon it. The attack of a quasi-emperor from the celestial clan was forcefully neutralized by Tianji Xiao. However, this was merely the beginning. From the south, a massive dark sword suddenly pierced through the void, colossal and omnipotent, aiming at the southern gate of Phoenix Mountain, attempting to breach the sacred ritual of Phoenix Mountain and shatter its barrier, opening the forbidden zone beneath it. As the sword emerged, the heavens and earth transformed into eternal night. This was a quasi-emperor weapon from the depths of darkness. This strike was even more ferocious and domineering than that purple mystic lightning. Before the sword arrived, cracks appeared in the external barrier of Phoenix Mountain. The sword comes. Tianji Xiao reached out first, and a celestial imperial weapon appeared in his hand. With a single slash in the air, the snow-white sword energy spread like an ancient celestial river, striking the black sword. Clang! The black sword shattered into hundreds of fragments, scattering across the heavens and earth. In the face of a celestial imperial weapon, the quasi-emperor weapon was utterly defenseless. Celestial imperial weapon. A terrified roar echoed from the depths of darkness. The old fool is truly fortunate. Has his mind grown dull enough to forget the Empress' majesty? Tianji Xiao let out a cold laugh. Grasping the fragments of the lightning in one hand, he then swung the imperial sword overhead, dividing the front into two and drawing a line of separation. This line of separation was eternal and indestructible, forcefully isolating the boundless purple mystic lightning that threatened to engulf the heavens and earth, preventing it from breaching even a fraction of Phoenix Mountain's vicinity. 9 heavens and 10 earths, remnants of celestial deities, overlords of the Forbidden Zone's dark giants, come and battle, if you dare. Tian Zixio's voice penetrated the heavens and earth, resonating above the major Forbidden Zones. Boom! Suddenly outside the southern gate, the heavens and earth fractured, and a dark river connected here. Boundless darkness surged forth, engulfing the world as Phoenix Mountain was instantly transformed into eternal night. All living beings trembled. Horrifying dark creatures emerged along this dark river, approaching the outskirts of Phoenix Mountain. This terrifying darkness was devouring the barrier of Phoenix Mountain. Everyone shuddered. Boom! Suddenly, a 5-clawed golden dragon flew in from the south, tearing through the darkness, landing outside the southern gate of Phoenix Mountain, its imperial might shaking the very skies, transforming into a golden dragon spear that fiercely shot down. This strike seemed capable of piercing through an entire realm, shattering the 8 desolates, causing Phoenix Mountain to tremble. Human race's tyrannical body. Ah! A voice of pain twisted in the darkness. The golden dragon spear radiated golden waves that suppressed the heavens and earth, crashing through the boundless darkness. Only then did everyone clearly see that the spear had directly impaled a decayed dark quasi-emperor against the southern gate. The golden dragon spear was still dripping with the blood of a dark emperor. It is the dragon spear of our human race's Grand Marshal, a human imperial weapon. The Grand Marshal is the 7th direct disciple of the Empress. Has she returned to protect Phoenix Mountain? The Grand Marshal has been stationed in the Dark World, did not expect her to have returned. I heard the Grand Marshal's strength is extraordinarily formidable. Although she is a holy king, she can single-handedly challenge any overlord of the Forbidden Zones. What is this? 500 years ago, the Grand Marshal achieved eternal glory in the Battle of the Realm, single-handedly confronting 3 dark giants of Emperor level, slaying 2 with the dragon spear, while 1 fled. Her strength is not inferior to that of the 8 direct disciples. They say the ancient double pupils possess supreme stature, but our human race's 8th grade bloodline tyrannical body also bears supreme stature. Amidst countless gasps, a tall and voluptuous young female, holy king clad in silver armor, broke through the heavens and stepped onto the southern gate. Her presence was imposing. With each step it seemed as if the heavens and earth were beneath her feet, a single black ponytail, flowing like a dragon in the wind, fiercely grasping the dragon spear. Upon her appearance, Phoenix Mountain erupted in jubilation. Among the human race of the Eastern Desolation, aside from the Empress, this woman held the highest prestige. The sixth direct disciple of the Empress, the Grand Marshal of the human race, the most formidable female, holy king of the human race, her achievements were unparalleled. Even the dark giants who avoided her considered her a taboo. She was also the most likely candidate to become the second emperor of the human race after the Empress. Her name was Feng Tinglan. Before her appearance, the ancient 8 kings beneath Phoenix Mountain had been stirring. But once she appeared, they immediately quieted down. The atmosphere became so tense that no one dared to breathe. This was the deterrent power of the Grand Marshal of the human race. The Empress was too lazy to kill them, but this woman would. The dark creatures she had slain had already filled half of the Dark Realm Sea. She bowed towards Peach Mountain from afar, respectfully saying, "Sister Emperor, I am late in returning. And congratulations, Sister Emperor, on suppressing your mortal wound." On Flying Snow Peak, Wang Dao also spotted the sixth direct disciple, Feng Tinglan, his gaze filled with awe and reverence. He had once challenged the sixth direct disciple during the ancient 10 barriers and knew that this tyrannical body of the human race was extraordinarily imposing, second only to the Empress' ancient royal fist in terms of momentum. Now witnessing her again, he was even more shocked. She stood between the heavens and earth, making one unable to help but look up, not daring to meet her eyes. This woman possessed the stature of an emperor. Tianji Xiao realized that Feng Tinglan had appeared. The heavens and earth subsequently fell silent. No one dared to cause trouble. However, the Empress made her move. With a flip of her palm, 2 innate spiritual roots emerged, one a purple wood, the other a green wood, entwined with chaotic energy. The purple wood transformed into a flying sword heading eastward, traversing endless realms, vanishing into the abyss where the celestial punishment zone resided. The green wood also transformed into a flying sword heading southward, deep into the darkness. "Spare me, Empress. You vile woman, it wasn't me who did it. How can you kill me? You shall not die a good death." In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, 2 voices of despair immediately rang out. One echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The other shook the 4 seas and 8 desolates. All beings across the realms were filled with dread. When the 2 swords returned, one carried the blood of a celestial emperor, the other the imperial blood of a dark emperor. They exuded an unparalleled ferocity. That imperial blood was flawed, representing the 2 dark emperors of destiny who had been ruthlessly slain by her. The world trembled. This was the consequence of provoking the Empress. The dark giant who was wrongly killed died with eyes wide open, instilling fear in the living overlords of the forbidden zones. The Empress would not hesitate to kill too. What if someone provoked the Empress and ended up taking the blame? Wouldn't that be a tragic death? The Empress was definitely intentional. Of course, that was not the main point. The main point was that the Empress possessed the strength to utterly annihilate 2 flawed emperors, indicating her powers were reviving. The revival of the Empress was a nightmare. With the Empress shielding the Supreme Body would only grow stronger. Thus she would become the second Empress. Once the Supreme Body thrived for the next 10,000 years across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the major forbidden zones and the dark realms would be unable to raise their heads. On Flying Snow Peak, Wang Dao also heard the 2 cries of despair, his scalp going numb. Following that, he was filled with immense excitement. It seemed the Empress had also recovered, suggesting that the remnants of the creation primordial supreme art were effective on her. On Peach Mountain, Tianji Xiao expressed some concern, saying, "Sister Emperor, why stoop to their level?" The Shenhuang Empress coldly replied, "Since they wish to know my strength, I will grant their wish and let them know." Feng Tinglan also arrived at Peach Mountain. "Senior sister." Little Li Yu flew towards her. "You little rascal." Feng Tinglan embraced Little Li Yu, stowing the dragon spear, and made her way to Peach Mountain. Tianji Xiao returned as well, smiling faintly. "Senior sister, you seem to be stronger than 500 years ago." Feng Tinglan replied, "What good is being strong? Even if I become stronger, I cannot bring back big senior brother." After saying this, she looked towards the Shenhuang Empress. "Sister Emperor, has your mortal wound healed?" Everyone turned to gaze at the Shenhuang Empress. This was also the matter of utmost concern for the 10 elders and the 3 direct disciples. The Shenhuang Empress pondered for a moment and said, "It's somewhat better than before." "Somewhat better." Feng Tinglan immediately knelt on one knee. "Please, Sister Emperor, speak the truth and do not deceive us." Tianji Xiao and Little Li Yu also knelt down, tears welling in their eyes. The Shenhuang Empress spoke softly. "Very well, it does no harm to tell you. Sister has suppressed her mortal wound." Everyone felt delighted. The Shenhuang Empress continued, But the mortal wound has entangled sister for 500 years, taking nearly 40,000 years of her lifespan, which cannot be reversed. Sister's current time is running out. Everyone was in tears. Feng Tinglin, expressionless, asked, "Is the mortal wound truly irreversible?" The Shenhuang Empress replied softly, "If it were reversible, it would not be a mortal wound." Tian Jishao wiped his tears, saying, "Sister Emperor is powerful. She will surely live out a second life." Little Liu nodded through her tears. The Shenhuang Empress said, "Sister will be away for a while visiting some old friends, and will return in 30 years. You all should prepare well. Xiao, you also find a way to prepare the supreme body. Tinglin, while I am away, you will oversee Phoenix Mountain." After saying this, the Shenhuang Empress floated away. The three direct disciples knelt down to see her off. The Empress had no friends. If she had any, they would be those truly terrifying ancient giants in the darkness. There was no need to provoke the Empress lightly. In an unknown confrontation, she would certainly not be afraid, but they would band together. The Empress' departure this time was likely a determined decision to sweep away the obstacles in the darkness, preparing for her second life. Little Liu asked, "Senior sister, what does it mean that the Empress wants the supreme body to be prepared?" Tian Jishao replied, "Of course it means to prove the heavenly destiny. The divine wasteland has long been shattered and the heavens and earth are incomplete. Only one being of heavenly destiny can be nurtured. That being is Sister Emperor, and it is impossible to nurture a second being of heavenly destiny. Holy kings wishing to step into the realm of heavenly destiny must ascend to the heavens to seek their destiny. The Empress has mentioned that in the search for the next life amidst impossibilities, she will definitely take someone with her. There will be greater opportunities to contend for the heavenly destiny." Feng Tinglin said, "Ascend to the heavens. That is an incredibly dangerous endeavor. The Empress was heavily injured upon ascending during her peak years, and how much more so now in her twilight. Ascension is merely the only choice among no choices." Tian Jishao frowned. "Does the Empress have other options?" Feng Tinglin replied seriously, "Of course there are. I have dealt with dark beings for a long time, gaining many of their memories and learning numerous secrets about living out a second life. In the divine wasteland, as long as the Empress prepares thoroughly, it is possible to live out a second life. However, many methods cannot bypass one prerequisite condition, which is to disperse the heavenly destiny." Tian Zixio's expression turned blank. Dispersing heavenly destiny. Self-sabotaging one's realm. If so, why doesn't the Empress clearly state it? Feng Tinglin replied, "Perhaps she has not considered it well whether to remain in the human realm or ascend to the heavens. Previously, the Empress was troubled by her mortal wound, which obscured any glimmer of hope. Now that the mortal wound is suppressed, the chances are even greater. In all matters, one must prepare for the worst. Among the major forbidden zones, the supreme beings left behind by the ancient royal family are sleeping. The human race has intelligence that they have sensed the Empress' unstable destiny and are gradually awakening. Once the Empress's heavenly destiny disperses, the supreme beings of the forbidden zones will surely emerge to contend, igniting the war of supremacy. The chances of the supreme body seizing the heavenly destiny are greater than ours." Tian Jishao realized the seriousness of the problem. "We at Phoenix Mountain have never feared anyone, let alone that we have a supreme body. I will immediately notify the 7th direct disciple and the 5th direct disciple to prepare." Little Liu lamented. "If only big senior brother, second senior sister, and third senior sister were still here, it would be perfect. Those three could battle the supreme beings. Senior sister can fight too." After comforting little Liu, Feng Tinglin added, "Remember, once the Empress finds a way to live out a second life in the divine wasteland, we must prepare thoroughly to protect Sister Empress, even at the cost of our lives." Tian Jishao nodded solemnly. "I hope the supreme body can stand on our side. I will find a way to contact him right away. The author has something to say today. I wrote the outline, only 5,000 words. Tomorrow I aim for over 8,000 words. Please support Xiaoming Urge for updates." 3 days later, beneath the reincarnation peak, Wang Dao received his daily task and came here to clean as part of his routine check-in. Although he had become a sage, he did not become arrogant, but instead continued to immerse himself in cultivation. His reincarnation Dao seed, though not upgraded to a 9-pin Supreme Dao seed, had already blossomed into a flower of the Great Dao after merging with the primal essence of creation and absorbing the essence of accompanying spirit pearls, resulting in the formation of the reincarnation Dao fruit. Controlling the reincarnation Great Dao, he gradually became very interested in its power. His senior brother at the ancient Sage King realm embodied reincarnation and buried countless dark beings. This included many dark overlords at the emperor level. Wang Dao yearned for such unparalleled power. All of his senior brother's skills were recorded in a volume of the reincarnation scripture. That kind of technique, while very dangerous, may only be used once in a lifetime. It's like a nuclear weapon. Oh, I can choose not to use it, but I cannot live without it. 3 days ago, little Liu came to him to vent her frustrations, saying that the Empress had not truly recovered, merely suppressing a fatal injury, but her lifespan in this life had already been exhausted. The Empress had since left Phoenix Mountain, stepping into darkness to prepare for her second life. That was the most dangerous time. Would the 9 heavens and 10 lands allow the Empress to live out her second life? At that time, the divine wilderness would undoubtedly fall into turmoil. Phoenix Mountain would be the epicenter of the catastrophe. 8th senior sister was already searching for him, hoping he could share in the trials with Phoenix Mountain. Little Liu also told him that the fate of the divine wilderness could only have one supreme being at a time. Unless the Empress died, the supreme body could not become an emperor. Therefore, when turmoil arrives, he could only reach the ancient sage king realm at best. Currently, he had only cultivated 25 punches of the ancient king fist, with 8 punches yet to be mastered. It was time-consuming and laborious, and he might not finish his training before the turmoil began. He had to make a backup plan. Detected an extraordinary opportunity at Reincarnation Peak. Would you like to check in? The system's voice sounded. Wang Dao thought to himself, check in. Reincarnation Peak check-in successful, rewarded with the lifetime insights of the nameless Taoist. Wang Dao was momentarily taken aback. Could he actually gain his senior brother's lifetime insights through the check-in? This was truly a valuable treasure. His senior brother had been brought back to Phoenix Mountain by the Empress from chaos 9,000 years ago, initially of low status, merely a lamp boy, beside her, naturally dull, gentle, and humble, referring to himself as a Taoist, and grew into greatness later. In the end, he became the strongest among the Empress' many direct disciples. His senior brother's lifetime insights would surely aid him in cultivating the reincarnation Dao body. Wang Dao immediately began to merge with these insights. In an instant, countless beams of wisdom spread throughout the cosmic sea at the center of his brow. It was as if he had received enlightenment, instantly comprehending the reincarnation Dao body. He forgot the world, forgot himself, and witnessed the 3 most powerful moves of his senior brother. The first move was the reincarnation flying sword used against an ancient supreme who had come to Phoenix Mountain to cause trouble. With the ancient heavy pupil of his right eye opened, he saw through the 6 paths of reincarnation and glimpsed the supreme's past self. Then the reincarnation flying sword shot into the 6 paths of reincarnation, returning to the past to slay that supreme's past self. That supreme's present self was immediately grievously injured, and his supreme body collapsed, ruthlessly suppressed by his senior brother. Hiss! Wang Dao couldn't help but gasp in cold air. This move was truly frightening. To slay the past self of a great enemy and wound their present self, its profundity was limitless and unfathomable. This sword was also why his senior brother was revered as the strongest sword of humanity. Next came his senior brother's second move. The scene depicted a duel between his senior brother and the Shenhuang Empress in the world of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Empress suppressed her realm to that of a sage king to battle his senior brother. Naturally, his senior brother was not a match. In the presence of the ancient king fist, he fell into a disadvantageous position and was passively beaten. However, at a critical moment, his senior brother traversed the 6 paths of reincarnation, returning to the peak of that life, exhibiting the prowess of an emperor-level powerhouse. With one move, he suppressed the Empress, forcing her to unleash her emperor-level strength. Corresponding memories also surfaced in Wang Dao's mind. Before arriving at Phoenix Mountain, his senior brother had already lived through 3 lives. His arrival at Phoenix Mountain marked his 4th. His true form was an innate spiritual root born from chaos, named the Reincarnation Heavenly Root. In his strongest life, he was known as the Reincarnation Heavenly Emperor during the ancient times. The innate spiritual roots are extraordinary in that they are born from chaos with an incredibly long lifespan. Millions of years from non-existence to existence, millions of years to grow, and millions of years to take form. Their life force is exceptionally resilient. Even if they die in battle, as long as the innate spiritual root is not completely extinguished, it can return to chaos and cultivate for an era, and in the next era, it can once again enter the world. Perhaps the person is not the same as before, memories may fade, but the power remains. His senior brother awakened in the 4th life, found by the Empress in chaos, and brought back, assisting him in taking form early. He then remained beside her as a lamp boy, listening to her teachings for nearly 10,000 years before finally achieving enlightenment. This move of his senior brother, traversing the 6 paths of reincarnation, returning to the past, and regaining the combat strength of that peak life, was even more extraordinary and terrifying than the first move, the reincarnation flying sword. It was a true battle beyond levels. Wang Dao was left in shock upon witnessing this move, feeling both admiration and acceptance. Little Liu had previously nagged him, complaining about his chaotic supreme body, saying that if his senior brother were still around, he wouldn't need any supreme body at all. Reflecting on it now, there was some truth in those words. Wang Dao was already deeply attracted by his senior brother's power. A third image began to surface at the center of Wang Dao's brow. His senior brother stood at the edge of the dark sea beside him with sixth senior sister Feng Tinglan. At this moment Feng Tinglan was heavily injured and spitting blood. Her dragon gold spear had been shattered, leaving only half. The blood of the dominant body had already been drained from battle and could only hide behind his senior brother. Before his senior brother were boundless dark beings, including 33 dark beings at the emperor level and 3 ancient dark overlords. Though those 3 ancient dark overlords were also incomplete dark emperors, their realms and life were extremely high. Even with flaws, their strength was still comparable to that of complete emperor-level powerhouses. Feng Tinglan had been defeated by these 3 ancient dark overlords, and her imperial weapon had also been shattered. His senior brother stood alone with his sword calm in demeanor, showing no signs of retreat. The 3 ancient dark overlords did not pause, but directly launched an attack against his senior brother. His senior brother soared into the sky, his physical body evolving into the 6 paths of reincarnation, sweeping up the boundless dark beings, including 33 dark beings at the emperor level and 3 ancient dark overlords together, traversing the 6 paths of reincarnation, returning to endless epochs before. Those incomplete emperors and ancient dark overlords were all taken back to their childhood years. The childhood of an emperor is the weakest time. Then they were directly melted into his senior brother's 6 paths of reincarnation. Wang Dao felt his scalp tingle. This technique was unprecedented and incredibly shocking. The supreme technique of the 10,000 realms could only drop a person down a great realm, but his senior brother's move directly brought a group of incomplete dark emperors and 3 ancient dark overlords back to their childhoods, crushing them in their infancy. Wang Dao found himself at a loss for words to describe the terror of this move. This was the power of the great Dao and absolute dimensional strike. Unfortunately, after using this move, the 6 paths of reincarnation collapsed, and his senior brother also vanished into the cycle. However, according to memories, this move was not necessarily fatal. His senior brother had no bloodline, only the Dao body. The Dao body could not withstand the collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation, hence it turned to ashes. I am the chaotic supreme body. How can I withstand the collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Wang Dao muttered to himself. There was no answer. In any case, this time he gained a lot. With his senior brother's lifetime insights, he could avoid wasting time on further comprehension. The methods of cultivating these abilities were all contained in the reincarnation scripture that the Empress had imparted to his senior brother. He must obtain this scripture. The voice of Elder Zongjing echoed behind Wang Dao. The 6th senior sister and the others are waiting for you on the ship. Please go over there. Wang Dao opened his eyes and asked, 6th senior sister is looking for me. Did she say what it was about? It had been 3 days since the 6th senior sister returned, and they hadn't met due to her busy schedule. Elder Zongjing shook his head. I do not know, but it seems the 6th Shenhuang wants to take you down the mountain for some travel, otherwise she wouldn't be waiting for you on the ancient ship in the void. Is she a holy king? Does she still need to take a ship to go out? Wang Dao hesitated. He did not wish to leave Phoenix Mountain as he still needed to cultivate. He didn't want to waste even a single day. Furthermore, right now the rulers of the Forbidden Zones and the Dark Giants wanted to kill him. Leaving Phoenix Mountain would only give them an opportunity. 10 minutes later, Elder Zongjing brought Wang Dao to the port of Phoenix Mountain. On a passing ancient ship in a secret realm, Wang Dao saw Feng Tinglan brewing tea. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. The woman had a tall and voluptuous figure exuding an air of nobility with a waist-length ponytail that was particularly captivating, and her black fitted outfit perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. In her tranquil moments, there was a hint of laziness about her, making it hard to believe that she was the human marshal who had filled the half of the Dark Realm's sea with the corpses of dark beings. 6th senior sister, Wang Dao clasped his hands together. Feng Tinglan approached him, embracing him tightly, and slightly excited senior brother. Wang Dao felt innocent, saying, Senior sister, I am the junior brother. He had heard that the 6th senior sister was particularly close to the senior brother, addressing him as such. He had also heard from Xiao Liu that the senior brother had transformed into reincarnation, causing the 6th senior sister to grieve for 100 years and make a heavy vow. In this life, if I do not fill the Dark Realm's sea, I shall not become an emperor. I don't care. Feng Tinglan released Wang Dao, smiling through her tears. In my eyes, you are indeed the senior brother. 500 years ago, I was weak and helplessly watched you disappear into reincarnation, unable to do anything. From now on, let me protect you. Wang Dao was somewhat resistant to the identity of senior brother, saying, 6th senior sister, did you call me here just to reminisce? Feng Tinglan reluctantly let go of Wang Dao, a fleeting look of disappointment passing through her eyes. How could she not see that the young man was quite resistant to the title of senior brother? She did not push further, saying, I heard that the junior brother has been on Phoenix Mountain for 70 years, only coming down once 20 years ago. This time sister is going to the northern region, so I will take you along to have some fun. A proper relaxation will help you in your cultivation and understanding. No refusal allowed. The woman's stance grew increasingly firm. Wang Dao felt helpless. The woman before him was the strongest female, holy king of humanity. How could he refuse her? Coincidentally, in the past 6 months, the ancient kingdom of 10,000 beasts had taken away a lot of pills, but no spiritual and holy medicines had been sent over, suggesting that something had gone wrong over there. Since he was going to the northern region, he might as well see what had happened in the ancient kingdom of 10,000 beasts. Wang Dao said, "Senior sister, please take me directly to fly over. You are a holy king, it's just a thought to travel between Phoenix Mountain and the northern region." Feng Tinglan returned to her seat, lazily replying, "That's too boring, we will take the ship. Senior sister has fought outside for many years and is exhausted. You should spend more time with her." Wang Dao nodded, asking, "What is senior sister going to do over there?" Feng Tinglan said lightly, "I just discovered that the resources for the human supreme to become a saint come from the northern region. In the northern region, he has a spokesperson and I need to trace it back to find him and eliminate him." Wang Dao was secretly alarmed. Had his resources been discovered? Wait, senior sister wants to kill him. Are you scared? Feng Tinglan's lips curled into a slight smile. "I was joking. Senior sister must cut off that Supreme's channel for obtaining spiritual medicines from the outside, because once someone with ill intent focuses on him, they can trace it back to the chaotic Supreme body. This is too dangerous for him, who is cultivating alone. He won't even know when he will be assassinated. In these days, senior sister has captured many assassins from the 9 heavens and 10 regions. As long as his resources are cut off, she can get resources from Phoenix Mountain, making it hard for her to remain unseen." Wang Dao's mouth twitched lightly. "Senior sister, you are indeed the human marshal. Your thinking is thorough, but won't this be too ruthless?" Feng Tinglan replied, "Senior sister does not possess the strength of the Empress, so I must ensure everything is comprehensive and nip the problem in the bud." Wang Dao fell silent. It seemed he truly had to make a trip to the northern region, otherwise if senior sister uncovered something, he would be completely unaware. Just then someone knocked on the door. Feng Tinglan's divine sense swept out, seemingly spotting someone displeased, her brows slightly raised, but she still allowed the person outside to enter. A young holy son draped in a purple cape and exuding charm walked in, slightly bowing. "Tinglan, I heard from below that someone saw you on the ship. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't expect it to be true." Feng Tinglan coldly replied, "Speak if you have something to say." The young holy son shook his folding fan, smiling wryly. "Tinglan, I have pursued you for 500 years, yet you remain as cold as ice, keeping me at a distance of 1,000 miles. Upon hearing this, Wang Dao glanced at the young man. The young holy son was slender while Feng Tinglan was tall and voluptuous, forming a striking contrast. However, this youth had decent cultivation. A 5th-rank saint with saint-level spiritual roots, and his body had become a saint. Meanwhile, the 6th senior sister was the human marshal, the human body of dominance, the number 1 holy king of humanity, with so many titles. It was strange if the 6th senior sister were to look at this holy son. Feng Tinglan replied expressionlessly, "As the human marshal, I have no interest in romantic affairs." The young holy son said in a low voice, "The human body of dominance cannot go without descendants." Feng Tinglan's gaze turned domineering and sharp. "Are you instructing me on what to do?" The young holy son quickly waved his hand. "Forget it, I knew I would be rejected. Anyway, I have already become the biggest joke over there in Tianzhou, so I don't mind being laughed at again. By the way, what is this young brother's name?" Upon mentioning Wang Dao, Feng Tinglan's expression softened considerably. "He is my fellow junior brother. This is Xiao Dao, a disciple of the Tianshu holy land of Tianzhou," he introduced. Tianzhou is the center of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, where there are very few wild regions and half of the human holy lands are established there. This point is well known. The young holy son glanced at Wang Dao and immediately clasped his hands. "So it is the 10th Shenhuang of the Empress. I am honored." Wang Dao nodded slightly. The young holy son immediately took out a box, saying, "Since this is our first meeting, I didn't bring any gifts, so I will present this low-grade phoenix holy medicine to the junior Shenhuang. Please do not disdain it." Wang Dao was slightly taken aback. A gift of holy medicine upon their first meeting, and it was the rare phoenix holy medicine born from true blood of the phoenix. Such holy medicines born from bloodlines would benefit him greatly. He estimated that 3 of them could help him elevate to the 2nd rank of saint. Feng Tinglan interjected, "Our Phoenix Mountain does not lack holy medicines." Wang Dao's heart was bleeding. Phoenix Mountain does not lack them, but he does. The young holy son smiled. "Junior Shenhuang, you don't have to be polite. It's just a mere holy medicine. I have plenty of them. To be honest, in the coming years, I, the holy son of Haotsong, will be taking care of the holy medicine business in the eastern wilderness." As he spoke, the young holy son took out another one, this time a mid-grade phoenix holy medicine whose efficacy was nearly 10 times stronger than the previous one. Wang Dao clasped his hands. Thank you, Holy Son Haotsong. I will surely befriend someone like you. The young Holy Son patted Wang Dao on the shoulder, saying, I have more holy medicines. If Junior Shenhuang likes them, let's go take a look. Wang Dao nodded, all right. Feng Tinglan instructed, hurry there and back. 1 minute later, Wang Dao arrived at the young Holy Son's compartment, where he saw dozens of holy medicines. As expected, the young Holy Son, having returned from the southern region, must have gone to procure holy medicines. The young Holy Son smiled proudly. Do you like it, Junior Shenhuang? Wang Dao's gaze turned sharp. Do you wish to die? Saint Sun Haotsong observed the situation and said, Little apprentice, don't be angry. This holy pill is called the Heart Awakening Pill. Your senior sister is devoid of emotions, filled with murderous intent, and her heart is as hard as iron. This pill can help her regain her emotions. She is also a human race overlord body. Aside from the supreme body, hers is the strongest bloodline of the human race. However, she is already 2,000 years old and has no descendants, causing great concern among the major sacred grounds of the human race. If she were to die in battle one day, the human race overlord body would become extinct. Wang Dao's gaze was cold. If you mention this matter again, prepare to be suppressed by my senior sister. After saying this, he turned to leave. He is an alchemist. How could he not know the name of this pill? It is not the Heart Awakening Pill, but rather the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Pill for tempering the Dao heart. After consuming it, one's emotions will be magnified thousands of times. A quasi-emperor taking this pill uses it to refine their focus, ultimately cutting off their 7 emotions and 6 desires. But this thing cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, desires will be insatiable. Wait, what do you plan to do? Are you going to tell your senior sister? Saint Sun Haotsong quickly grabbed Wang Dao, his voice serious. Little apprentice, don't think that I know nothing about you. You have no cultivation, and the Empress doesn't value you. The entire sacred forces in the divine wilderness probably know about it. These holy medicines are invaluable and can be exchanged for everything you need, thus reversing your fate. With a slap, Wang Dao struck Haotsong across the face. Haotsong clenched his fists, growing more furious. Do you dare to hit me? Wang Dao was merely a mortal. The slap didn't hurt. But as the saint son of the Tianchu sacred ground, being slapped by a mortal was a great humiliation. Haotsong wanted to retaliate against Wang Dao, but he held back. Hitting the Empress direct apprentice could be fatal. Get lost. Haotsong's gaze turned cold. I can tell you that my grandfather is a quasi-emperor expert. Even if you tell your senior sister, she wouldn't dare to do anything to me. My grandfather is highly esteemed in Tianzhou, and she still needs to rely on the prestige of our Tianchu sacred ground to enhance the cohesion of the Tianzhou human race experts and issue commands. She wouldn't dare to touch me. And you, as long as you are stripped of your position as her apprentice, I can kill you at any time. Wang Dao's gaze was cold, filled with killing intent. Are you furious out of helplessness? Haotsong sneered. I think you really are tired of living. Just as Wang Dao was about to make a move, the entrance to the cave opened and Feng Tinglan walked in. Little Dao, why did you take so long? It's time to go back. Wang Dao gathered his thoughts. Yes, senior sister. Feng Tinglan pulled Wang Dao away. But the next moment, Feng Tinglan snatched all the holy medicines and turned to leave. Slap. A slap struck Haotsong's face. Blood sprayed everywhere. Teeth flew out. Who gave you the audacity to incite my junior brother? Feng Tinglan's gaze was cold. How could the Tianchu sacred ground have such a disgraceful person like you? Haotsong was shocked and terrified. Tinglan, don't let me see you again. Feng Tinglan waved her arm in the air, sending Haotsong flying, and took Wang Dao away. Back in the rented cave, Feng Tinglan looked at Wang Dao with concern. Little Dao, were you scared? Wang Dao was surprised. Senior sister, you heard everything. Doing small actions under the eyes of the ancient sacred king that waste is really overestimating himself. Feng Tinglan snorted coldly, pulling Wang Dao into an embrace. Don't be afraid of him. If he threatens you again, tell your senior sister. Senior sister will deal with him. Wang Dao felt inexplicably warm in his heart and smiled. I'm not that weak. Feng Tinglan also smiled. In that situation, little Dao actually didn't betray your senior sister. I am very touched. These holy medicines are all for you. In the boundless north region, the ancient mountain range stretches across, where almost every ancient country and royal family has a piece of the ancient mountain range with resources far more abundant than the southern region. Tianzhi's presence in the eastern wilderness north region is also quite strong. One day later, in the north region, the Jinping Ancient Kingdom. The Jinping Ancient Kingdom is the #1 demon kingdom in the north region, possessing 3 ancient mountain ranges within its territory, abundant resources, and rich heritage. Within the kingdom, there is a sacred king, the old ancestor of the Jinping, who is a mount of the quasi-emperor of the Tianchu sacred ground in Tianzhou. The Jinping Ancient Kingdom is protected by the Tianchu sacred ground, and no one dares to provoke it. In this era, there is also the Jinping Saint Sun, who is young and has already become a 5th-grade saint before reaching 500 years of age. He is known as the new king of the North region. At this moment in the Golden Hall of the Jinping Ancient Kingdom's royal palace, the demon emperors of the North region are gathered for a conference of the various nations. The Jinluan demon emperor of the Wanyao Ancient Kingdom has a grim expression in the hall, because this meeting is aimed at the Wanyao Ancient Kingdom. The Jinping Saint's son, who commands great power, sat high on the throne looking down at the Jinluan demon emperor. The Wanyao Ancient Kingdom has been buying holy medicines at exorbitant prices in the North region and even in Zhongzhou. This action disrupts the balance of heaven, earth, and humanity, creating a grave mistake that has incurred public outrage. Today, the demon emperors and saints of the various nations are here, and the Wanyao Ancient Kingdom must give us an explanation. The Jinluan demon emperor was furious. Nonsense about disrupting the balance of heaven and earth. Aren't you just jealous? You Jinping Ancient Kingdom are clearly envious that my Wanyao Ancient Kingdom has earned millions of spirit stones in recent years, enjoying the priority rights to use the ancient holy pill. Also, don't think this emperor doesn't know that you have invited the Tianchu sacred ground to get involved in this business. Pretending to be ignorant is meaningless. The Jinping Saint's son slammed the table. Nonsense. It is known to all that in this era, even at Shenhuang Mountain and Alchemy Peak, the human race Dan Pavilion, and the Qibao Ancient Kingdom, none of these places can refine the ancient holy pill, yet your Wanyao Ancient Kingdom's holy pills are flowing endlessly. Today, this saint's son represents the nations of the North region and questions you: are you colluding with the Forbidden Zone? The experts of the various nations looked coldly at the Jinluan demon emperor. There was no sympathy at all. The Wanyao Ancient Kingdom was buying holy medicines at exorbitant prices, and holy medicines are the top resources of each nation, incomparable to spirit stones. The quantity of holy medicines determines the growth potential of the top experts of a nation. But holy medicines are not in the hands of every royal family. The borders of a nation are vast, with ancient clans standing tall. Many strong clans below could not resist temptation and secretly sold them. Over the years, holy medicines have been lost in large quantities across the nations. The Jinluan demon emperor was furious. You talk nonsense. How could our Wanyao Ancient Kingdom collude with the Forbidden Zone? The Jinping Saint's son shouted sternly. Then quickly explain where your pills come from and who instructed you to do this. If you do not clarify, the nations of the North region will definitely take action against the Wanyao Ancient Kingdom. The Jinluan demon emperor's expression changed, feeling aggrieved. You are being too excessive. We are buying holy medicines, but have we sold fewer pills? You all here who hasn't consumed the ancient holy pill? Especially you Jinping kid. 20 years ago, you were merely a 2nd-grade saint. In these 20 years, you have sold me 20 holy medicines, trading for countless spirit stones and many pills. Otherwise, how would you have achieved your current 5th-grade realm? The Jinping Saint's son's expression stiffened. If everyone buys, and I don't, wouldn't that put me at a disadvantage? Ultimately, your Wanyao Ancient Kingdom is the root of the disaster. Today, the Wanyao Ancient Kingdom must provide an explanation. The Jinluan demon emperor, furious to the point of laughter, said, Very well, I will tell you. We are working for Shenhuang Mountain, and we do not need to provide an explanation. If the nations do not comply, they can go to Shenhuang Mountain and demand an explanation. The Jinping Saint's son's expression darkened. Who is Shenhuang Mountain? Speak out immediately, and we will verify it. The Jinluan demon emperor squinted his eyes. To be honest, we also do not know. The Jinping Saint's son suddenly erupted, striking the Jinluan demon emperor and sending him flying out of the hall. The Jinluan demon emperor coughed up blood. For such a huge business, you don't even know who is behind it. Don't know or can't say. The Jinluan demon emperor grinned wickedly. Are you trying to do business with that person to find out who he is? Even if you kill me, neither your Jinping Ancient Kingdom nor the Tianchu sacred ground will be able to find that person. You can't do this business. The Jinping Saint's son was furious, grabbing the Jinluan demon emperor. Stubborn, I can only search your soul. At that moment, 2 figures, a man and a woman, broke through the void outside the majestic golden hall. The woman was tall and voluptuous, her ponytail flowing like a dragon in the wind. Today's young people are truly fortunate. They no longer know the might of Shenhuang Mountain. They actually dare to interfere in the affairs of Shenhuang Mountain. In an instant, everyone in the hall turned to look at the newcomer. Who are you? The holy son of the Golden Peng did not recognize Feng Tinglan and angrily rebuked. How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Golden Peng ancient nation? However, several elder demon emperors knelt down in unison, expressing utmost reverence. We welcome the Grand Marshal's arrival. The most excited among them was the Golden Luan demon emperor. Under the pressure from the holy son of the Golden Peng, he felt cornered. Unexpectedly, the Grand Marshal of the human race had arrived. Boom. The 3 words Grand Marshal echoed in the holy son's mind like thunder, causing his scalp to tingle and his pupils to dilate. Is this woman truly the human overlord, the grand marshal of the human race, the strongest among humans beneath the Empress? He bent his knees, suddenly kneeling. Holy Son of the Golden Peng, I pay my respects to the Grand Marshal. Feng Tinglan walked into the Golden Hall with her hands behind her back, looking indifferently at the Holy Son of the Golden Peng. You are the Holy Son of the Golden Peng, known as the first Holy Son of the Eastern Wilderness North region, are you not? The Holy Son of the Golden Peng lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as he replied, Yes, Grand Marshal, that is me. Feng Tinglan continued, I heard that you wanted to do business with Phoenix Mountain. The Holy Son of the Golden Peng hastily nodded, but immediately shook his head. No, I don't want to. Today the Grand Marshal personally came to inquire about the Holy Pill business, which likely had something to do with the Grand Marshal. To dare interfere with the Grand Marshal's business is to seek death. The Golden Yuan Demon Emperor immediately cried out, Grand Marshal, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just envious of the business between my Wan Yao ancient nation and Phoenix Mountain. In order to take over this business, he has falsely accused me. He claims this emperor is cooperating with the Forbidden Zone. Moreover, to force this emperor to submit, they even cut off our channels with Phoenix Mountain and seized 30 spirit herbs purchased from Zhongzhou, causing our nation heavy losses. The spirit herbs we bought did not arrive at Phoenix Mountain on time. Upon hearing this, Feng Tinglan's gaze gradually turned cold as a pressure from a Saint King instantly radiated out, causing everyone in the Golden Hall to prostrate themselves, their hearts stopping in fear. The human Grand Marshal was enraged. Wang Dao's expression was also not good. He had said that he had cooperated with the Wan Yao ancient nation for nearly 50 years without any mistakes. Why did the Wan Yao ancient nation collect the pills but fail to provide the spirit herbs on time recently? The Holy Son of the Golden Peng and the Holy Son of Haotsong truly deserve to die. After a round of accusations, the Holy Son of the Golden Peng was terrified. Grand Marshal, we did not seize the spirit herbs, truly not. At least our nation absolutely did not participate. I stake my life as a guarantee. If you don't believe me, Grand Marshal, you can search my soul. Feng Tinglan said coldly. Then who seized them? The Holy Son of the Golden Peng was nearly in tears. Grand Marshal, I don't know. You can ask the Holy Son of Haotsong, he might know more than I do. I am innocent, I am merely a pawn. It was the Holy Son of Haotsong from the Tianzhou Holy Land who made me do this. They bought many pills from the Wan Yao ancient nation and felt they were at a loss, wanting to take over this business themselves. Therefore, they asked me to threaten and entice the Wan Yao ancient nation to seize the management rights, but robbing spirit herbs is something our nation would never do. The Holy Son of the Golden Peng regretted deeply. He had no idea that the spirit herbs had been seized. He felt he had been unfairly burdened. The Demon Emperor of the Golden Peng ancient nation approached from afar, kneeling outside the Golden Hall. Grand Marshal, please spare my son's life. Oh, my Golden Peng is willing to compensate with a great ancient mountain range. Feng Tinglan reached out to grasp the Holy Son of the Golden Peng from afar and directly searched his soul. The Holy Son did not dare to resist. Although soul-searching would leave certain hazards, it was better than being killed. A minute later, Feng Tinglan threw aside the Holy Son of the Golden Peng, having found nothing. She coldly glanced at him and said, Sever an arm and contemplate your actions for 100 years. I will spare your life. Are you satisfied? Feng Tinglan was very angry due to her lingering fear. If she had not coincidentally encountered the dispute over the spirit herbs, the Chaos Supreme Body would likely have descended to resolve this matter. A major confrontation with the Golden Peng ancient nation and even the Tianzhou Holy Land might ensue. The Supreme Body was directly exposed in the North region, which was too dangerous. With a slight misstep, it could be directly annihilated by a terrifying existence emerging from the Forbidden Zone. It should be noted that there exists a great ancient Forbidden Zone in the North region, the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone, located at the northernmost point of the North region. The Holy Son of the Golden Peng wept with joy. Thank you, Grand Marshal, for sparing me. The Demon Emperor of the Golden Peng ancient nation also bowed 3 times and knocked his head on the ground. Grand Marshal, you are merciful. Crack. The Holy Son of the Golden Peng directly crushed an arm, blood splattering. His teeth were ground to dust. Seeing this scene, the Golden Yuan Demon Emperor was immensely grateful yet shocked. Until now, he still could not believe that it was the Grand Marshal doing business with the Wan Yao ancient nation. Feng Tinglan then asked, Everyone, what is the recent situation of the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone? Has there been any unusual activity? The Demon Emperors of various nations all shook their heads. We don't know. What a joke. The Moonfall Mountain is a forbidden zone. Even those on the verge of becoming emperors perish upon entering. The area within 1,000,000 miles is a forbidden zone. Who would go there for no reason? Feng Tinglan did not say anything more. She called over the Golden Yuan Demon Emperor and said, You come with me. We bid farewell to the Grand Marshal. All the Demon Emperors from various nations knelt down to see her off. Wang Dao also left satisfied. If it weren't for 6 senior sisters' help, he estimated, he would have been in trouble. With such a powerful senior sister backing him, he could practically become invisible. Wang Dao and the others left the Golden Peng ancient nation. Under the guidance of the Golden Yuan Demon Emperor, they arrived at the place where the spirit herbs had been robbed. It was a deep ancient jungle where fierce beasts roared beneath the stars. Wang Dao followed alongside. This is the place where the ship was blown up. Someone shattered the void passage from Tianzhou, annihilating everyone and taking away the spirit herbs on the ship. It was a saint-level technique. The Golden Yuan Demon Emperor pointed at the debris scattered across the ground and said, besides that, our nation's connection with Phoenix Mountain through Yin Crow was also intercepted, resulting in the loss of 10 spirit herbs. We have also identified the ambush point, which is in another location. Feng Tinglan replied, there's no need to go to the other place. I have already received information from the Holy Son of the Golden Peng confirming that it was the Holy Son of Hao Tsang who did this. Upon hearing this, a flash of killing intent crossed Wang Dao's eyes. He examined the debris, finding nothing of value. Feng Tinglan also observed for a while a Saint King could see much more than a saint. The Golden Yuan Demon Emperor said, we suspect this was done by the Tianchu Holy Land. This ship belonged to the Tianchu Holy Land. Our Wan Yao ancient nation also paid a fortune to hire a saint for protection, but that saint mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The Tianchu Holy Land has yet to provide an explanation. Feng Tinglan replied, it was not the Tianchu Holy Land, someone framed them. There is a presence of the Moonfall Mountain's remnants here. Hearing this, the Golden Yuan Demon Emperor's face changed dramatically. The remnants of the Moonfall Mountain. Did those from the Forbidden Zone take action? Wang Dao also looked at Feng Tinglan, as he did not know much about the Moonfall Mountain. The Golden Yuan Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically. The remnants of the Moonfall Mountain have been active in the north region. What do they want? Feng Tinglan did not explain, but her gaze turned cold, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. In recent days, she had uncovered many hidden agents from the Forbidden Zone within Phoenix Mountain, all targeting the whereabouts of the human supreme body. Among them were the remnants of the Moonfall Mountain. The undercover agents from the Moonfall Mountain were indeed investigating something strange. She had not traced the human supreme body, but rather the alchemists. Feng Tinglan had initially been puzzled, but now it seemed that the remnants of the Moonfall Mountain had already grasped some key information. They had begun their investigation into the supreme body through the final whereabouts of the spirit herbs, starting from the identity of the alchemists, getting closer to the truth. Now they had intercepted the spirit herbs belonging to the human supreme body, likely intending to lure them out. Once the supreme body is spotted, the Moonfall Mountain will definitely show no mercy. Little Dao. Feng Tinglan summoned Wang Dao. You first take the boat back to Phoenix Mountain. Senior sister needs to go to Moonfall Mountain. Wang Dao nodded. All right, senior sister. But I want to know what kind of place is Moonfall Mountain. Feng Tinglan replied, Moonfall Mountain is one of the 9 forbidden areas of the divine wilderness, home to the Moonfall clan. Every member that steps out can cause great trouble for the eastern wilderness. Recently, the celestial punishment forbidden area that came to challenge Phoenix Mountain is also an ancient forbidden area, but in front of Moonfall Mountain, they are merely younger siblings. The 9 forbidden areas possess immense deterrent power. Even senior sister should not tread lightly. Wang Dao expressed disbelief. Then what makes Moonfall Mountain so powerful? Feng Tinglan patiently explained, each member of their clan possesses a forbidden area power. Once infected by this force, the physical body will collapse. It's incredibly terrifying. You'll understand once you see it yourself, but I hope you never have to encounter it. Wang Dao nodded. The Golden Yuan Demon Emperor hurriedly asked, Grand Marshal, what about the pill business in the future? Feng Tinglan replied, for now it remains the same. She did not inquire further about the details of the pill business. 10 minutes later, Feng Tinglan secretly sent Wang Dao aboard an ancient void ship within the territory of the Wan Yao ancient kingdom, and then she left. The ancient ship would set sail after a day. Not long after Feng Tinglan left, Wang Dao also departed from the ancient void ship. He headed directly to the Haotian Dao Academy of the Jinping ancient kingdom. The Haotian Dao Academy is a venue established by the Tianchu Holy Land, where the Holy Son of Haotian had recently disembarked. After losing the sacred medicine, he felt a surge of anger within. If this feeling was not released, he would likely remain upset for decades. At this moment, within the Haotian Dao Academy, in a saint-level venue, Holy Son Hao Tsang and Holy Son Jinping sat together, sharing their miseries over drinks, exchanging stories of their tragic experiences. Although the injuries on Holy Son Haokang's face were covered with medicinal patches, blood still seeped out, and his gaze was fierce. Jinping, can you swallow this humiliation? Holy Son Jinping replied coldly, of course I cannot, but she is the Grand Marshal of the human race, an ancient Saint King. What can we do? Holy Son Hao Tsang said grimly, I can't do anything to her, But the one who truly angered me is that hairless brat beside her. If I see him, I will definitely kill him. Come on, big brother, don't be impulsive. No matter how useless that kid is, he is still the direct disciple of the Empress. Holy Sun Jinping sighed. I think we should return the sacred medicine. Otherwise, when the Grand Marshal comes looking for us, it will be another matter altogether. Holy Sun Haozong exclaimed angrily. They have already taken dozens of sacred medicines. Why should I give them more? If I get angry, no one will have a good time. Holy Sun Jinping asked. Big brother, you seem very confident. Where does your confidence come from? Holy Sun Haozong smirked with pride. You wouldn't know this, would you? Not long ago, I captured 2 severely injured members of the Moonfall clan who have attained sainthood at 6th grade saint level. I have them perfectly under my control now, but they obey me like dogs. If they dare to provoke me, I'll set them loose on you. The ones who stole the sacred medicines from the Wan Yao ancient kingdom twice were actually all my doing. The second time, I used that member of the Moonfall clan to do it. No matter how the Grand Marshal investigates, she can only trace it back to the Moonfall clan. Suddenly a voice came from the end of the venue. Is that so? Upon hearing this, both men went on high alert. It's you. Upon seeing Wang Dao, Holy Sun Haokang's face changed dramatically. Hairless brat, when did you arrive, and what have you heard? Wang Dao approached with his hands behind his back, coldly stating, Unfortunately, I arrived just 10 minutes ago and heard everything I needed to hear. He was quite shocked as well. If he had not personally heard their conversation, he would never have known that the ones who robbed him of his sacred medicines twice were Holy Sun Haozong. Sixth sister had also been misled. Holy Sun Jinping felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He recognized the tall young man in front of him as the one who had appeared in the Imperial Palace alongside the Grand Marshal not long ago. Just moments ago, Holy Sun Haozong had also told him that this kid was the Empress' 10th direct disciple. This boy, hearing these messages, was extremely unfavorable for him, and he didn't know which side to stand on. Holy Sun Haozong became anxious. The secret of colluding with the Moonfall clan was not something he could bear alone. He gritted his teeth and said, Wang Dao, where is your senior sister? Wang Dao replied coldly, Don't worry, my senior sister is not here. She has gone to Moonfall Mountain. Holy Sun Haozong sneered, Your senior sister is not here. That's good. Wang Dao said, I think you misunderstood. My senior sister not being here is not good news for you. She wouldn't dare kill you, but I would. Holy Sun Haozong, hand over all the sacred medicines, and I will leave you with your complete corpse. Holy Sun Haokang's smile grew increasingly radiant. You, a mere waste, you want to kill me. Let me think, the Empress' 10th direct disciple being killed by the Moonfall clan at the Haotian Dao Academy, does that kind of death seem appropriate to you? Wang Dao looked at Holy Sun Jinping. What about you? Do you want to join your big brother in killing me? Holy Sun Jinping remained silent, choosing to watch the spectacle without helping either side. Little brat, do you remember how you beat me? Holy Sun Haozong stepped forward towards Wang Dao. Today, I will make you suffer endlessly, unable to live or die. And I will castrate you first. Saying this, he flicked his fingers, and a sword chi shot towards Wang Dao's legs. Wang Dao merely glanced at the sword chi, and it dissipated into nothingness. With the power of his dual pupils, Holy Sun Haokang's expression changed drastically. You have cultivation. No, you have a protective treasure. Die. Wang Dao whispered, and an 8 desolation sword chi was unleashed with a snap of his fingers. Whoosh. This sword chi seemed incredibly gentle, like a small grass swaying, generating a slight breeze. But when it reached Holy Sun Haozong, it suddenly erupted with boundless power, sweeping away everything in its path. The third sword of the sky-splitting demon sword technique. The wind rose, and the heavens trembled. That gust of wind originating from the grass swept through the universe and the stars. Faced with this sword, Holy Sun Haokang's physical body was instantly torn apart by the sword chi, leaving only his head behind. A 5th grade saint critically injured with a snap of the fingers. The entire venue twisted under the impact. Holy Sun Jinping was also swept away by the sword chi. He attempted to escape, revealing his form as the golden-winged roc soaring high, but the sword wind swept in, shredding his limbs and skin, revealing stark, white bones. It was a sight too horrific to behold. Wang Dao was quite satisfied with this move. Although it was a sneak attack, he did not expect a 5th grade saint to be so fragile, unable to withstand a mere imperial technique, collapsing instantly. At this moment, both Holy Sun Jinping and Holy Sun Haozong were engulfed in despair. Holy Sun Jinping gritted his teeth. Direct disciple, why did you hurt me? Wang Dao replied coldly. You chose not to leave, didn't you want to watch the spectacle? He'll let you see it to your heart's content. Holy Sun Jinping instantly fell silent. Saying this, Wang Dao grabbed Holy Sun Jinping and used his power to forcibly erase his memory. Cries of anguish filled the air. Holy Sun Haozong was horrified, staring at Wang Dao, with just his head remaining desperate. You are not an ordinary person. You are a 1st grade saint. A 1st grade saint. How could I defeat you? But I am a 5th-grade saint. Holy Sun Haozong was filled with countless questions in his heart. He must have been ambushed, which is why he lost. Wang Dao grabbed Holy Sun Haokang's head and coldly stated, "You really shouldn't have touched my sacred medicines." Holy Sun Haozong shed desperate blood tears, crying out, "Please don't kill me. Just let me go. I will give you the sacred medicines, however many you want I will give you. I will have someone bring the sacred medicines over right away." Wang Dao replied coldly, "No need to bother, I will take them myself." Saying this, Wang Dao exerted force with his hand, preparing to crush Holy Sun Haokang's head. At that moment, Holy Sun Haozong, filled with resentment, shouted, "You dare to kill me, you actually dare to kill me. If I die, you won't survive either. Moonfall clan, come out." Whoosh. In an instant, boundless blood light surged forth from the palace at the end of the Taoist temple, instantly spreading across the entire temple, transforming it into a sea of blood, tumultuous and overwhelming. Had it not been for the extremely solid and closed nature of the temple, this blood light would have surely engulfed an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, turning the entire Haoyan Dao Academy into a hell. Amidst the myriad of blood lights, 2 crimson blood moons immediately rose. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 6th-grade female saints currently performing the Blood Moon Dao realm together. Achieving saintly status and establishing a Dao realm is one of the core skills of a saint. Their Blood Moon Dao realm and the accompanying Blood Moon phenomenon were so astonishing that even Wang Dao could not see them at first glance. The Moonfall Mountain Legacy. 2 6th-grade saints. Not only that, but Wang Dao had already confirmed that his opponents were 2 saintesses who had emerged from a forbidden zone. Standing in the sea of blood bathed in the endless starlight of the blood moon, Wang Dao clearly felt that the balance of yin and yang within him had been disrupted, with yin overpowering yang. The power of his bloodline was gradually dissipating. The great Dao was dimming. He was also experiencing significant suppression. The power of the forbidden zone was terrifying. He was indeed a supreme body, yet even he was affected so profoundly, one can only imagine the fate of others. The Moonfall Mountain Legacy. It is indeed the Moonfall Mountain Legacy. The Golden Peng Saint's son cried out in agony, his plight far more horrific than that of Wang Dao, as his bloodline rapidly disintegrated, his realm visibly collapsing. He struggled desperately, trying to flee the temple, but the Blood Moon Dao realm had already sealed the temple, creating a world of its own. Thus the Golden Peng Saint's son was left with nothing but his wails. "What are you waiting for? You two save me quickly." The Haozong Saint's son shouted continuously at the 2 members of the Moonfall Mountain Legacy. "Let him go, or you will die in the Blood Moon Dao realm as well." One of the 3-eyed women from the Moonfall Mountain Legacy coldly threatened Wang Dao. The other black-clad woman of the Moonfall Mountain Legacy gazed at Wang Dao with surprise. It was her first time seeing a 1st-grade saint manage to remain within their Blood Moon Dao realm with seemingly little impact. This was simply inconceivable. The Haozong Saint's son taunted Wang Dao, saying, "Wang Dao, your strength indeed astonishes me, but you are merely a 1st-grade saint. You cannot defeat them. Hurry and let me go. Otherwise you will surely perish here today. Even the Empress cannot save you. I'm telling you." Wang Dao placed the Haozong Saint's son's head against his belt. Though they possess the power of the Forbidden Zone, they are indeed extraordinary, yet compared to you 2 brothers, they are merely slightly stronger ants. The 3-eyed woman immediately took action, a blood light shooting from her heavenly eye. "You overestimate yourself." Annihilation Seal. This blood light instantly transformed into an annihilation character, rapidly expanding in the heavens and earth, descending to suppress Wang Dao. This was a secret technique of the primordial spirit, directly targeting Wang Dao's primordial spirit. Moreover, it was a primordial spirit imperial technique. This annihilation seal descended with an unfathomable force of obliteration, erasing everything, causing the nearby Golden Peng Saint's son's Dao realm to instantly collapse. Wang Dao's universe Dao realm rumbled, but did not collapse. Although he was a 1st-grade saint, his primordial spirit had been cultivated through subduing the heart's monkey, making it nearly as strong as his physical body. His ancient heavy pupil in his right eye activated. It pierced through myriad laws. That annihilation seal instantly shattered. Ancient heavy pupil. You possess the ancient heavy pupil. The character seal. The 3-eyed saintess activated her heavenly eye, condensing a seal character that rapidly enlarged, containing boundless suppression power. The Haozong Saint's son and the Golden Peng Saint's son, under the suppression of the seal character, saw their Dao realms turn to dust, their primordial spirits being crushed and on the verge of destruction. Both of their faces were filled with terror. A mere heavenly eye dares to contend with the heavy pupil. Wang Dao lost interest. The seal character posed a certain threat to him, but it would not claim his life. He activated the heavy pupil, gazing at the 3-eyed woman's heavenly eye. The three-eyed woman was taken aback, suddenly feeling pain in her forehead as her heavenly eye was attacked by the heavy pupil, resulting in cracks, blood flowing profusely and issuing a piercing scream, forcing her to close it. The seal character also dissipated into nothingness. In the contest against the ancient heavy pupil, her heavenly eye completely fell into a disadvantage. The Golden Peng Saint Sun and the Haotsong Saint Sun, witnessing this scene, felt their scalps go numb. The Emperor's 10th direct disciple actually possesses the ancient heavy pupil. This fellow has hidden himself too deeply. They were all deceived. The black-clad woman's gaze sharpened, coldly looking at Wang Dao. You kid appear to be a mere mortal, yet your strength is so against the heavens. According to the information we gathered from the Moonfall Mountain, the Chaos Supreme Body possesses the ancient heavy pupil. It seems you are indeed that Chaos Supreme Body. The Haotsong Saint Sun's scalp went numb as he stared intently at Wang Dao. You are the Supreme Body from Phoenix Mountain. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you be a Supreme Body? I don't believe it. The Haotsong Saint Sun was going insane. Although he knew the secret of the Chaos Supreme Body having the heavy pupil, he could not believe that Wang Dao was that Chaos Supreme Body. The Golden Peng Saint Sun was also trembling, his face filled with horror, not daring to make a sound. He never imagined that the Empress' most useless direct disciple was actually the human race's Chaos Supreme Body. This fellow had hidden himself too deeply. Fortunately, he did not join the Haotsong Saint Sun in dealing with this fellow. Otherwise, he would surely be finished today. The three-eyed woman's gaze also turned exceedingly sharp. No wonder he is so powerful. A first-grade saint can withstand the Dao realm of our sixth-grade saints. It turns out he is the supreme body of the human race. I initially thought I would have to remain dormant beside the Haotsong Saint Sun for several years, but I did not expect that we would catch such a big fish so soon. Let's capture this big fish and complete our mission. Hearing their conversation, the Haotsong Saint Sun felt his scalp go numb. What do you two mean? The black-clad woman sneered. You a waste think you can control us. We are merely pretending to ally with you, staying by your side to monitor the supreme body of the human race. As she spoke, the black-clad woman and the three-eyed woman instantly shattered the ancient secret seed that the Haotsong Saint Sun had planted within their primordial spirits, freeing themselves from his control. The Haotsong Saint Sun felt like his pupils were about to burst, suppressed to the point of wanting to spit blood. He, the distinguished son of the Tianchu sacred land, had actually been used by others. Wang Dao's gaze turned cold, a wave of fear washing over him. The sixth senior sister's crisis awareness was too sharp. Her concerns had become reality. Had he not been in the state of the sage, he would have likely fallen into this pit today. Go! The two women of the Moonfall Mountain immediately summoned flying swords, two blood-soaked, sacred flying swords that transformed into two streaks of blood shadows, shooting towards Wang Dao. The two flying swords hid within the sea of blood, elusive and difficult to catch with the primordial spirit, but they had already locked onto Wang Dao's primordial spirit. Ants! Wang Dao soared into the sky, chaotic energy surging forth, transforming into an invincible form, and struck down with a punch. This punch overshadowed the heavens and earth, unstoppable and devastating. It was indeed the first punch of the ancient King Fist. Originally, Wang Dao possessed the combat power of a fifth-grade saint, but with this punch his strength surged once again, able to contend with sixth grade. Boom! As the punch descended, the blood Dao realm shattered. The two sacred flying swords were also sent flying, their brilliance dimmed and their power non-existent. The terrifying wind from the punch sent the two women tumbling out, spitting blood, as the invincible and undefeated momentum overwhelmed them, making it hard for them to breathe, their primordial spirits trembling. This was the ancient King Fist, which shattered everything while exuding an exceptionally terrifying momentum, as if the king of the ancients had descended, suppressing all defiance. Wang Dao coldly stated, "You think you can capture me with this level of power?" The two Haotsong Saint Sun's pupils seemed ready to burst. The ancient King Fist. It is actually the ancient King Fist. The Golden Peng Saint Sun also trembled, the Chaos Body. He truly is the Chaos Supreme Body. Although they had previously known Wang Dao was a Supreme Body, seeing it with their own eyes still left them in shock. The Supreme Body is indeed terrifying to this extent. Use the sacred artifact binding dragon rope. The two women of the Moonfall Mountain were also horrified. They did not expect the human race's Supreme Body to be so formidable. A first-grade saint could confront two sixth-grade saints, and in such a dominant manner. Had it not been for the fact that they were far superior in cultivation, having only fifth-grade saints, they would have likely faced complete annihilation. In the next moment, the two women joined forces to summon a golden rope. The rope contained terrifying binding power, transforming into countless golden dragons, the golden light, shaking violently, interweaving into a net, forming a world that rapidly locked Wang Dao within. But they were slow. Wang Dao's second punch had already arrived. The terrifying fist descended as Wang Dao seemed to transform into an ancient king, the chaotic energy surging as if the heavens and earth were collapsing under this punch. It's over. Self-destruct too, for one. The two women screamed in despair. The woman in black chose to self-destruct. However, Wang Dao's fist was too powerful, as if suppressed by the heavens and earth, they could not lift their heads. All abilities were suppressed, unable to be used. The self-destruction also failed. Boom. In the desperate gaze of the two women, they were crushed by the chaotic fist wave, obliterating both body and spirit. The power of the chaotic fist even shook the solid and indestructible Dao platform, causing cracks to appear. 6th grade saints so easily defeated. Wang Dao felt no great joy in slaying the two 6th grade saints. The opponent was merely a sacred body while he was a supreme body. Killing two 6th grade saints was nothing to boast about. His true opponents were the ancient supreme beings sleeping within the forbidden zones, as well as the ancient dark titans. Before the divine wilderness allows the birth of a second destined emperor, he must fight across borders against these terrifying existences. That would be the true challenge. Supreme, spare me. I was wrong. I want dare again. Woo woo woo. I will return the sacred medicine to you. The sacred medicine is in the palace at the end of the Dao platform, a total of 41 plants, all for you. From his waist, the anguished cries of the holy son of Haotsong echoed. No need to apologize, just pay attention in your next life. Wang Dao discarded the holy son of Haokang's head, grasping the void with a large hand. Crack! The head of the holy son of Haotsong shattered on the spot. The primordial spirit was destroyed. Wang Dao's gaze was cold, devoid of any pity. If it weren't for his current supreme realm, he might have ended up here. Wang Dao made his move again, capturing the holy son of the Golden Peng. The holy son of the Golden Peng was very strong. If he hadn't self-dislocated an arm earlier, he wouldn't be in such a desperate situation today. Even so, he still withstood the impact of the blood sea and the chaotic energy. His physical strength, being the first sacred son of the northern region, was not merely for show. The holy son of the Golden Peng was terrified, his pupils nearly bursting. Supreme. Calm your anger, Wang Dao said indifferently. You have seen too much just now that you should forget. Do you comply? The holy son of the Golden Peng nodded repeatedly. I comply, I wholeheartedly comply. I should not know anything otherwise. When the Moonfall Mountain's remnants return, they will definitely find the Supreme through me. I do not wish to become a sinner. Please erase my memories, Supreme. Wang Dao immediately knocked the holy son of the Golden Peng unconscious and once again used secret methods to erase the holy son's memories from the past few days. Soul searching and memory erasure techniques are not great skills. They are trivial, and Wang Dao had long since signed to acquire them. 1 minute later, Wang Dao walked out from the grand hall at the end of the Dao platform, having obtained the sacred medicine, picking up 2 sacred flying swords from the Moonfall Mountain's remnants, as well as the dragon binding rope. Sacred artifacts and sacred medicine are both priceless treasures. Although Wang Dao cannot use them if he lacks sacred medicine one day, he can simply sell these sacred artifacts. After tidying up the aftermath, Wang Dao tore apart the Dao platform's barrier with both hands, disappearing into the void. Upon returning to the ancient void ship shortly after, news spread across the major demon nations of the northern region that the holy son of Haotsong had been subdued and the Moonfall Mountain's remnants and the supreme body had appeared at the Haotian Dao Academy. The holy son of Haotsong was subdued by a human supreme body. The Moonfall Mountain remnants are causing chaos at the Haotian Dao Academy. This news sent shivers down the spines of countless people. Meanwhile, in the forbidden zone of Moonfall Mountain, unusual movements also occurred. From afar, a blood-red ancient blood moon rose above the Moonfall Mountain, rapidly enlarging, with boundless blood light spreading, enveloping the forbidden zone. Once a blood moon appears in the Moonfall Mountain forbidden zone, it signifies that a living being has emerged from the forbidden zone. This time, the blood moon above Moonfall Mountain was boundless, revealing just how terrifying the existence about to emerge from the forbidden zone was. Feng Tinglan sat atop the chaos with a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around her body, shattering the chaotic void, opening a realm of chaos, coldly observing the changes of Moonfall Mountain. Why has there been such terrifying movements in the forbidden zone? Feng Tinglan frowned, sensing that something was amiss, and began to probe, her divine sense spreading across the northern region and even the entire eastern wilderness. Soon she learned that the supreme body had stirred up trouble. That guy has descended, subdued the holy son of Haotsong, and even confronted the holy maiden who emerged from Moonfall Mountain. He actually subdued the 2 6th grade saints of the Moonfall Mountain remnants. Feng Tinglan's proud chest heaved violently, filled with anger, but more so with shock. She did not miscalculate. The Moonfall Mountain remnants had set their sights on the human supreme body. However, she did not expect the Moonfall Mountain remnants to appear at the Haotian Dao Academy, awaiting the supreme body. It is likely that the human supreme body did not expect this either. Looking at the present with the Moonfall Mountain's movements, so fierce the blood moon covering thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, expanding the forbidden zone nearly tenfold, she understood. The overlord within Moonfall Mountain must have known that the supreme body was in the northern region and was about to emerge to subdue the human supreme body. Boom. The five-clawed golden dragon sword transforming into the flowing dragon golden spear. Feng Tinglan grasped the flowing dragon golden spear, her human domineering bloodline boiling with substantial battle intent, shattering the chaos, the void of heaven and earth radiating with immense power. It completely surpassed the level of ancient holy kings and even quasi-emperors. It was sufficient to compare with the Emperor of Deficiency. Boom. In the next moment, Feng Tinglan thrust out her spear, the golden spear light, shattering the sky, piercing through the blood-colored world of the Forbidden Zone, striking the blood moon above Moonfall Mountain. This thrust was incredibly domineering, as if it could pierce through the ancient heavens and earth, unstoppable. The boundless blood moon was struck by the spear light, instantly collapsing and vanishing. The resounding sound of the spear echoed through the 9 heavens. The Moonfall Mountain remnants should not emerge from the Forbidden Zone. Feng Tinglan stepped out from the chaos with myriad golden lights descending from the sky, splitting the blood sea, paving the way. Feng Tinglan faced no obstacles as she approached the towering Moonfall Mountain. Humanity's great marshal. An ancient hoarse roar immediately resonated from within the mountain. Feng Tinglan's gaze was cold and domineering, her battle intent overwhelming, causing the heavens and earth, the mountains and rivers to tremble, as if a forbidden zone stood in the world, declaring, "Do you not comply? Step out and fight." She did not dare to enter Moonfall Mountain, but she was not afraid of the great powers emerging from Moonfall Mountain. The human domineering body is overwhelming, and I will remember this for Moonfall Mountain. That elder's voice was grim and filled with rage. There will be plenty of time in the future. Once my Moonfall Mountain emerges from the Forbidden Zone, we will definitely settle today's matters with you. Feng Tinglan's gaze was disdainful. This marshal is always ready to welcome you. Shortly after, the blood moon of Moonfall Mountain retracted and eventually disappeared, returning everything to tranquility. The 9 ancient blood rivers that flowed out from Moonfall Mountain once again dried up. The overlord of the Forbidden Zone was frightened away by the human great marshal. Half a day later, Feng Tinglan left the Forbidden Zone. Yet her heart was not at peace. If she had not come to Moonfall Mountain and discovered the unusual movements of the Forbidden Zone timely, deterring it, otherwise this overlord would have emerged and the human supreme body would have been lost. Half a day later, when Feng Tinglan arrived at the Wang Dao Academy, a group of imposing white-haired elders had already been waiting for her for a long time. The leading one whom Feng Tinglan recognized was the old quasi-emperor of the Tianchu sacred land. Not only that, but the old quasi-emperor also brought 4 old friends for old holy kings. In Tianzhou, these elders are all highly respected sages. Their words carry great weight. As soon as the old quasi-emperor saw Feng Tinglan, he immediately pressed for an answer. "Great Marshal, your Phoenix Mountain Supreme has subdued my grandson. You must give me an account." Feng Tinglan's gaze was aloof. "Why, when the supreme body descends, do you only kill him and not the golden palm? Don't you know in your hearts?" The old quasi-emperor looked up to the heavens, tears falling, heartbroken. "Great Marshal, your response truly chills the hearts of Tianzhou people. Does the great marshal not fear that the people of Tianzhou will be disappointed, and from now on their hearts will be estranged, no longer listening to your commands?" Feng Tinglan said, "The holy son of Haotsong colluded with the Moonfall Mountain remnants. He deserves to die. Is this answer satisfactory to you?" As the ancient ship of the void was about to depart from the Jinping ancient kingdom, Wang Dao awaited Feng Tinglan. Feng Tinglan entered the cave sky with a dark expression, clearly upset, her chest heaving intensely. Wang Dao handed her a cup of enlightenment tea, but Feng Tinglan did not accept it. Instead, she took the teapot and drank it all in one go. Wang Dao worriedly asked, "Sixth sister, who has upset you?" Feng Tinglan huffed, "I'm furious. Just as I left, the supreme body destroyed the holy son of Haotsong, causing me a heap of trouble. An old quasi-emperor from the Tianchu sacred land came looking for me to account for it." Wang Dao scratched his nose and said, "That guy indeed wronged you, but I heard that the holy son of Haotsong colluded with the remnants of the Moonfall Mountain. He deserved to die." Feng Tinglan explained, "The death of the holy son of Haotsong is indeed regrettable. But you do not know the supreme body has been detected by the Forbidden Zone of Moonfall Mountain, and a dominator of the Forbidden Zone is about to emerge, aiming to subdue the human race's supreme body. If it weren't for me stopping him and frightening off that dominator, the supreme body might have already perished." Wang Dao's heart raced. He had alarmed the dominator of the Forbidden Zone of Moonfall Mountain. This was too dangerous. Sixth sister had unknowingly saved his life. At that moment, Wang Dao felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Feng Tinglan. "I'm sorry, sixth sister, I won't run around recklessly anymore," he thought to himself. Feng Tinglan stroked Wang Dao's head, her gaze softening. Little junior brother, you need to grow up quickly. I really don't want to place the hopes of Phoenix Mountain on a supreme body I've never seen before. Rest assured, sister, I will work hard, Wang Dao replied, feeling guilty. By the way, sister, are you going to cut off the supreme Buddhist access to the holy medicine? Feng Tinglan looked at Wang Dao. Little Dao, you have quite a few questions today. Wang Dao chuckled lightly. I'm young and have a big curiosity. Feng Tinglan's voice turned slightly cold. I initially did not plan to cut off the supreme Buddhist access to the holy medicine, as there are better methods, but I need to teach him a lesson. Let him come and admit his mistake on his own. Wang Dao was silent. Feng Tinglan continued, because we Phoenix Mountain do not lack holy medicine. We have 9 ancient medicine gardens with 9 rare ancient medicines, each which can be equivalent to thousands of holy medicines. Moreover, the Empress returned from her ascension, bringing back many high-quality immortal pills. As long as the Supreme Body comes to admit his mistake, I will not treat him unfairly. Wang Dao licked his lips. Should he proactively admit his mistakes to Sixth Sister? This seemed like the most rational choice. Without access to holy medicine, his cultivation would surely be delayed, especially after reaching the supreme rank, as he would need more resources, and signing in would not be sufficient. However, Wang Dao had not yet reached the ancient Holy King rank and did not want to reveal his identity for now. He had been in hiding for 70 years and was not far from the ancient Holy King rank. He did not want to take any risks. If there were not enough pills, he could deal with it later. Upon returning to Phoenix Mountain, Wang Dao forgot all his worries and resumed his daily routine of signing in alchemy and cultivation. During his trip to the northern region, he had obtained quite a few holy medicines, and once refined into pills, advancing to the 3rd rank saint or even the 4th rank would not be a problem. This does not even count the pills obtained from signing in. His current pill grade from signing in had already reached the saint pill level. His chaotic body supreme body was stuck at the minor success stage before reaching sainthood. However, after practicing the ancient king fist, he had already broken through the bottleneck. Now, as long as he could fully integrate the 33 punches of the ancient king fist, his supreme body could reach great completion. The day his supreme body reached full maturity, he would be able to rival the holy kings. Holy kings rank among the 9 grades of saints. The ancient holy king ranks among the 10 grades. Therefore, Wang Dao needed a large amount of holy refining pills. As for the aspect of the nascent soul, Wang Dao was not worried. He could continuously subdue his inner demons to strengthen his nascent soul, thus enhancing his Dao power. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Wang Dao had been refining pills in the 9 layers of the Yin Tower underground palace, turning all the holy medicines he obtained into holy pills. It has been 10 days since I last signed in, or I need to go out. Wang Dao eagerly left and arrived at the Reincarnation Peak. There were no Dao fields or extra buildings on the Reincarnation Peak, only an inconspicuous sword cottage. The place where the Master Brother attained enlightenment. Detected that the sword cottage has a heavenly opportunity. Do you want to sign in? The host has 4 additional signing chances. Would you like to use them? Wang Dao thought to himself, sign in once. Signing in at the sword cottage of Reincarnation Peak, triggering a stroke of good fortune, rewarding the reincarnation scripture. Wang Dao's body trembled. He realized that he had not triggered good fortune many times in total, but every time he did it never disappointed him. And now he had obtained the reincarnation scripture. Thinking about how the reincarnation scripture could help him cultivate powerful skills like the reincarnation flying sword, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After merging, countless memories of cultivation appeared in Wang Dao's mind. He was sure this was what he wanted. Wang Dao did not immediately start cultivating. He still had 4 signing chances left. Where should he use them? Although Ninth-Rank Peak could yield ancient holy pills from signing in, it only produced a little over 10 a year, which was a very low ratio. Wang Dao arrived at the entrance of the 9 ancient medicine gardens of Phoenix Mountain. Little Junior, this is the ancient medicine garden. Please stop here. A mist of primal purple energy emerged from the void, transforming into a pure and sacred purple-clad woman. A female holy king. Xiao Heavenly Maiden. Wang Dao had heard that the one in charge of the 9 ancient medicine gardens was the 7 heavenly maidens, who were 7 innate spirit roots that had taken human form, coexisting with the ancient medicine gardens. Here only the Empress herself has the qualifications to enter. Even close disciples like Sixth Sister cannot go in. To obtain the holy medicine inside, one must get permission from the Empress and have the 7 heavenly maidens gather them. The purple-clad woman should be the great heavenly maiden Xiao Heavenly Maiden. Wang Dao then said, it's fine, him just wandering around not going in. Once he had signed in on the back mountain of Ninth-Rank Peak and obtained a 7th grade ancient spirit medicine, he felt that the ancient medicine garden should also yield holy medicines through signing in. Upon learning of his intentions, the purple-clad heavenly maiden no longer paid attention to Wang Dao. Signing in. Wang Dao silently thought. Signing in outside the ancient medicine garden, rewarding half a holy medicine. Although it was just an 8th grade, Wang Dao saw hope. His speculation was correct. The ancient medicine garden could yield ancient spirit medicines through signing in, indicating that there was a chance to obtain holy medicines through signing in as well. Sign again. Signing in outside the ancient medicine garden, rewarding an ancient, half-holy medicine. Continue signing. There are no more opportunities here. Please choose elsewhere. Wang Dao was taken aback. There were no more opportunities outside the ancient medicine garden. He felt a bit regretful, but more so a sense of surprise. If he could sign in inside the ancient medicine garden, that would be wonderful. At that moment, the figure of Xiao, heavenly maiden, gradually began to fade, as if she was about to leave. Wang Dao hurriedly asked, "Sister Xiao, do you all usually reside in the ancient medicine garden?" Xiao, heavenly maiden, halted her dissipating form and gently replied, "Yes, little junior. We are busy taking care of the holy medicines in the ancient medicine garden every day. If it weren't for today being my turn to guard the gate, you probably wouldn't have seen me." Wang Dao said, "I have nothing to do. I can help you clean and take care of your daily needs." Xiao, heavenly maiden, quickly shook her head. "Thank you for your concern, little junior, but that is not allowed. The Empress would punish us." At this moment, Feng Tinglan descended from the sky and appeared beside Wang Dao. Besides the 7 heavenly maidens and the Empress, there is another person who can enter the ancient medicine garden. "I have met 6th Junior." Xiao, heavenly maiden, slightly bowed. "What 6th Junior said is correct. Master Brother is also qualified to enter." Feng Tinglan pointed at Wang Dao and said, "He is the reincarnation of Master Brother." Xiao, heavenly maiden, hesitated a bit. Feng Tinglan said, "If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Wang Dao successfully obtained the pass for the ancient medicine garden, granting him free access to it. He looked at Feng Tinglan with a face full of gratitude and asked, "Sister, aren't you curious why I want to enter the ancient medicine garden?" Feng Tinglan replied calmly, "The ancient medicine garden is a realm of the ancient world where one can feel as if they have returned to the ancient times. It is far more suitable for enlightenment and cultivation than the flying snow peak. If you wish to work hard on your cultivation, how could I not help you, junior brother?" As she spoke, Feng Tinglan took out a green bronze ring which contained an additional space and handed it to Wang Dao. "Inside are some pills that can assist you in establishing your reincarnation spiritual route soon." Although Wang Dao no longer needed these low-grade pills, he still nodded and said, "Thank you, senior sister. Junior brother, cultivate diligently, and if you need anything in the future, just tell me directly." Feng Tinglan gently patted Wang Dao's head and floated away. Wang Dao watched her leave, feeling grateful for the unconditional trust from his senior sister. Then, holding the pass, Wang Dao stepped into the void portal before him, merging his figure into it. After a shift of stars and a tumult of the heavens and earth, Wang Dao arrived at the ancient medicine garden located amidst the vast emptiness. As soon as he arrived, Wang Dao saw 9 ancient divine mountains standing majestically before him, soaring into the heavens, their grandeur overwhelming. The primordial purple energy coiled around the ancient divine mountains, creating a spectacular sight. He estimated that the ancient king's medicine was planted atop each of these ancient divine mountains. Each ancient divine mountain covered millions of miles with flowing springs and soaring waterfalls forming large purple rivers. Upon closer inspection, these rivers were composed of refined spiritual energy surging with vigor. The purple spiritual energy indicated the liquefaction of top-grade spirit stones. These rivers flowed into the void, transforming into the ancient spiritual veins of Phoenix Mountain, nourishing every corner of it. Throughout the mountains and fields, ancient spiritual herbs were abundant and visible everywhere. The closer one got to the ancient divine mountains, the higher the grade of the spiritual herbs. Each ancient divine mountain served as a herbal garden with various rare herbs. Atop one ancient divine mountain, a phantom of a golden dragon appeared amidst the clouds, exuding a dragon's roar that resonated through the heavens. Is this the ancient medicine garden? That golden dragon must be the ancient true Dragon King's medicine. Wang Dao took a deep breath, feeling as though he was inhaling top-tier spiritual energy. What astonished him even more was the unique nature of the heavens and earth here, completely different from the outside world. Being here gave him a sense of returning to the past, as if he were in the ancient world. Undoubtedly, this place was highly conducive to cultivation. Detected an extraordinary opportunity. Here, would you like to check in? The system chimed in. Wang Dao still had 2 check-in opportunities left, but he didn't plan to check in immediately. Eventually, he followed the river to the foot of the ancient True Dragon Mountain, surrounded by sacred herbs. This opportunity is extraordinary. Would you like to check in? Check in, Wang Dao recited silently. Checking in at the foot of the ancient True Dragon Mountain rewards you with a low-grade dragon blood sacred herb. Wang Dao's eyes lit up, and he thought, check in again. Checking in at the ancient True Dragon Mountain rewards you with a low-grade dragon soul sacred herb. Although both the Dragon Blood Sacred Herb and the Dragon Soul Sacred Herb were of low grade, Wang Dao was still extremely excited. The Dragon Soul Sacred Herb was more precious than the Dragon Blood Sacred Herb, as it was a sacred herb for the primordial spirit capable of enhancing one's spiritual power. Though Wang Dao's primordial spirit was powerful synchronized with his physical cultivation, it didn't mean that cultivating the primordial spirit was easy. Many bloodline warriors encountered bottlenecks, primarily due to insufficient primordial spirit cultivation. Wang Dao's strong primordial spirit was due to having the Heart Monkey. While the Heart Monkey was a double-edged sword, it was the strongest cultivation method for the primordial spirit in the God Wilderness. Alas, I don't have enough check-in opportunities. Wang Dao left the ancient medicine garden with a sense of regret. With the 7 heavenly maidens guarding it, it was not suitable for cultivation, and over the years he had grown accustomed to training in the Dark Duel Arena. The Dark Duel Arena of the Book of Gods and Demons had countless arenas and was highly confidential. Even when tribulations descended, as long as the outside world was not paying attention, it would remain undetected. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Wang Dao had successfully transcended 2 major tribulations and entered the 3rd grade Saint realm. However, at this moment he had already consumed all his sacred pills and sacred herbs. He originally had a pile of sacred pills, and in addition to having checked in for over 30 sacred herbs this year, he had exhausted them all. He had only managed to elevate 2 grades, which surprised Wang Dao. The resources consumed by the Chaos Supreme Body are too terrifying. So many pills and sacred herbs could only allow me to rise 2 grades. Although the growth of the reincarnation body also required some resources, it was nowhere near as demanding as the Chaos Supreme Body. The Chaos Supreme Body was like a bottomless pit. I can no longer waste check-in opportunities in the future. Previously, Wang Dao had been focused on cultivating the Ancient King Fist and learning to control the 6 realms of reincarnation, so he didn't check in every day. Sometimes when he grasped crucial insights, he would go days without checking in. The only consolation was that he had comprehended an additional punch of the Ancient King Fist over the past year. Furthermore, he was now able to activate the 6 realms of reincarnation. Activating the 6 realms of reincarnation was a prerequisite for using the 3 extraordinary moves of his senior brother. Subsequently, Wang Dao continued to check in. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. Outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Tianji Xiao and Feng Tinglan stood together, their expressions grave. Feng Tinglan had also been in closed-door cultivation for several years, focusing on mastering great techniques, and had just exited her seclusion. Is there any news from the Emperor's sister? Tianji Xiao replied. Yes, not long ago the Emperor's sister slayed an ancient dark giant in the depths of darkness, shocking the world. The chilling screams echoed across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, reaching the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Moreover, the Emperor's sister sent word that she has found 4th senior sister in the depths of darkness. Feng Tinglan nodded. 500 years ago, 4th senior sister couldn't accept the fact of senior brother's fall. She vowed to eradicate the dark world, and then she entered the depths of darkness, disappearing from this world for 500 years without a trace. I hope she can return with the Emperor's sister. Tianji Xiao added. However, the Supreme Body has not appeared for 10 years. Feng Tinglan was taken aback. What? There has been no news of him for 10 years. Why didn't you tell me in time? He hasn't requested any resources from Phoenix Mountain. Tianji Xiao shook her head. No. In fact, 10 years ago, I tried every means to contact him at the request of the Emperor's sister, but couldn't reach him. I believe that after the Northern Territory War, he did not return to Phoenix Mountain. Feng Tinglan's delicate body trembled. How could this be? Tianji Xiao whispered. I also don't know where the problem lies. The most likely scenario is that you have cut off his sacred herb channels, and he lost his resources, so he no longer returns. Feng Tinglan became anxious then. In these 10 years, has anyone in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses been selling ancient sacred pills in bulk? Tianji Xiao shook her head. No, he seems to have vanished from the world. Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth. That's unlikely. He needs resources and must find someone to cooperate and sell ancient sacred pills. Could it be that he encountered an accident? Tianji Xiao nodded. There is such a possibility, but the likelihood is low. However, it is a fact that he has left Phoenix Mountain. Feng Tinglan clenched her fists, feeling frustrated. I cut off his sacred herb channel, causing him to lose resources. Xiao, do you think I was wrong? Tianji Xiao said. It could also be as you said, he might have been captured. Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth. If he was captured, the most likely captors would be the forbidden area of Moonfall Mountain. I will go to Moonfall Mountain and find out the truth right now. Tianji Xiao quickly grasped Feng Tinglan's arm, saying, Senior sister, do not act impulsively. The Moonfall Mountain is one of the 9 forbidden zones of ancient times. If you enter, I fear you may never return. Now that the Phoenix Mountain has lost the Supreme Body, when our Empress seeks to reclaim her second life, she will need to rely on you along with the 4th and 5th senior sisters. We cannot afford any more accidents. Feng Tinglan said in a deep voice, "It should be my fault for harming the supreme body. My domineering nature disregarded his feelings, severing his channel to the sacred medicine, which led to his failure to return to Phoenix Mountain and his subsequent capture. I must take responsibility." Tian Zhixiao replied helplessly, "If you want to go to Moonfall Mountain, it cannot be now. The Tianzhou Peach Conference starts tomorrow, and as the Grand Marshal of the human race, you must not be absent. 10 years ago, Saint Zihaotsong perished, and you and the Tianchu sacred land have become estranged. They have already begun to disobey. Senior sister needs to leverage the Peach Conference to re-establish absolute authority." Feng Tinglan coldly replied, "A mere Peach Conference is not as important as the Supreme Body. Without the Supreme Body, with our strength, the hope of protecting the Empress and allowing her to live her second life is rather tenuous." Tian Zhixiao continued to dissuade her, saying, "Though that may be true, the major sacred lands of Tianzhou are the backbone of the human race. If Senior Sister loses their support, what will happen 10 years from now at the Heaven and Earth Alliance? The Heaven and Earth Alliance is fraught with danger. If the major sacred lands refuse to follow you, how will you contend with the 9 heavens and 10 earths?" Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth and asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" Tian Zhixiao replied, "I will go to Moonfall Mountain and you will attend the Tianzhou Peach Conference." Feng Tinglan said, "Your strength. It's not that Senior Sister looks down on you, but if you enter Moonfall Mountain, you will definitely not return. I will go to the Peach Conference first, then head to Moonfall Mountain. Now that the Empress is not at Phoenix Mountain, I am in charge. You must listen to me." For the past 9 years, Wang Dao had been devoted to his cultivation. He was completely unaware of the concerns of the 6th and 8th Senior Sisters. At this moment in the Dark Arena, 10 years from 1st to 5th grade is still too slow. The higher realms require increasingly rare sacred medicines. Unless one possesses the ancient royal medicine, it is difficult to truly cultivate the chaotic body to perfection. Wang Dao opened his eyes. 3 days prior, he had just survived the 5th Great Tribulation and ascended to the 5th grade saint. Over the past 9 years, he had signed in various places in the ancient medicine garden, obtaining quite a few sacred medicines, including many top-grade ones. However, the chaotic body's consumption was like an endless pit. The consumption of the chaotic body was hundreds of times greater than that of other sacred bodies. He still had over 10 top-grade sacred medicines left, which, while immensely valuable, were obscure sacred medicines that could not be used for cultivation or to enhance his realm. They would need to be refined into pills and sold in exchange for medicines that could enhance his realm. A few minutes later, Wang Dao arrived at the ancient medicine garden, ascending to the peak of the ancient phoenix, Divine Mountain. Here there was an ancient phoenix royal medicine born from the flames of the phoenix, resembling a phoenix undergoing nirvana. Even Wang Dao could not approach it, otherwise both his physical body and soul would turn to ashes. With the phoenix blood sacred medicine and all the sacred medicines I currently possess, I can refine a sacred pill that enhances bloodline grade. This kind of pill is worth as much as an imperial technique. It will definitely fetch a good price. Although he had previously signed in for the Phoenix Blood Sacred Medicine, it had all been refined into pills. Sign in. Also, I will use all 10 of my supplementary sign-in opportunities. Wang Dao silently communicated with the system, having not signed in for a month due to his tribulation breakthrough. If one does not sign in for 3 consecutive days, the system will reward an additional sign-in opportunity. Signing in at the ancient Phoenix Divine Mountain rewards 1/2 of a sacred medicine. Signing in at the ancient Phoenix Divine Mountain rewards 1/2 of a sacred medicine. Signing in at the ancient Phoenix Divine Mountain rewards a ball of ancient Phoenix Blood True Fire. Signing in at the ancient Phoenix Divine Mountain rewards 1 top-grade Wudong Dao Fruit. Signing in at the ancient Phoenix Divine Mountain rewards 1 top-grade Phoenix Soul Sacred Medicine. Signing in at the ancient Phoenix Divine Mountain rewards 1 top-grade Phoenix Blood Sacred Medicine. On the 10th sign-in, Wang Dao finally obtained the Phoenix Blood Sacred Medicine. The materials he needed to refine the bloodline-enhancing pill were finally complete. He turned to leave just as Feng Tinglan had been waiting for a long time. The woman was still dressed in black tight clothing, her figure tall and voluptuous with long slender legs and a ponytail that danced like a dragon in the wind, which was her signature look. However, her expression was one of melancholy. Wang Dao approached her and asked, "Senior sister, do you have something on your mind?" Feng Tinglan remained composed, saying, "It's nothing. Tomorrow morning, Senior Sister will go to Tian's his Tianshu sacred land, taking the most outstanding disciples from our sect to attend the Peach Conference. You should go with Senior Sister as well." Wang Dao nodded, saying, "Yes, Senior Sister." He certainly understood the significance of the Peach Conference. The ancient peach of the Peach Conference is provided by Phoenix Mountain, and the event takes place in Tianzhou, the center of the 4 seas and 8 desolates, occurring once every 100 years, aimed at enhancing Phoenix Mountain's influence and cohesion in Tianzhou. The Peach Conference is also known as the 10,000 Saints Conference. When the peach is presented, all saints gather. If the Empress were present, she would generally not miss it. He intended to refine pills for sale and had been worried about not having a place to sell them. The Peach Conference was perfectly timed. After explaining this matter, Feng Tinglan prepared to leave. Wang Dao called out to Feng Tinglan saying, "Senior sister, are you really okay? You seem quite downcast." Feng Tinglan hesitated for a moment, then touched Wang Dao's head saying, "Thank you for your concern, Wang Dao. Senior sister is fine as she just misses the Empress." Wang Dao did not think much of it. After returning, he went to the 9th level of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. The Yin Tower Underground Palace had been sealed off, and only through the teleportation array at the ancient Divine Mountain could one come here, so he could refine pills here without being disturbed. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The boundless pill tribulation surged, and golden lightning enveloped the entire 9th level of the Yin Tower Underground Palace. Refining the ancient sacred pill was inevitably accompanied by pill tribulations. However, Wang Dao's alchemy skills had already reached a profound level, and refining sacred pills was no challenge. He was not afraid of pill tribulations. Before long, the pill tribulation subsided, leaving only the boundless golden, heavenly fire in the air with the pill furnace of heavenly creation that was already floating above the sea of flames. Boom! Wang Dao flicked his finger, and the lid of the pill furnace flew off, releasing a burst of 7-colored light that illuminated the world, fragrant for miles around. 2 pills, 1 large and 1 small, flew out of the furnace. 1 top grade, 1 low grade. Wang Dao felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time he had ever refined 2 ancient sacred pills. This pill was called the Ancient Fate Altering Pill. Theoretically, a top-grade Ancient Fate Altering Pill could help a bloodline saintess elevate her bloodline to the 7th grade, becoming a peerless celestial maiden with at least a 10% probability. This was a pill that could alter fate against the heavens. For the saints of those sacred lands, this pill held a deadly allure. As for the smaller one, its glow was dim, and it likely would not fetch a good price. The low-grade Ancient Fate Altering Pill, while it might theoretically help a saint or saintess elevate their bloodline, only existed as a theoretical possibility. Wang Dao tidied up, took the pills, and left the Yin Tower Underground Palace. After having breakfast, Feng Tinglan had already sent someone to pick him up to head to Taoshan. Upon arriving at Taoshan, Wang Dao was surprised to see Saint Yang and Saint Shenhuang, who were also being taken to attend the Peach Conference. Saint Qingxian had also reached the 5th grade saint. Saint Yang had only come to Phoenix Mountain for 30 years, and while her cultivation was slightly lacking, she had still reached the 4th grade saint. Though he hadn't seen Saint Yang in the past 30 years, he had heard that she had been very diligent and hardworking. However, compared to the little carp, she was still somewhat lacking. The little carp possessed top-notch resources and countless celestial pills, having reached the 8th grade saint 5 years ago, and was now striving for the Saint King realm. "Cousin." Saint Yang waved at Wang Dao, both surprised and delighted. Wang Dao chuckled, saying, "Long time no see." After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Tinglan gathered everyone into her palm world, breaking through the heavens to head to Tianzhou. Tianzhou, located at the center of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, has a territory even more vast than the Eastern Wasteland. This time without taking a ship and guided by an ancient holy king, the speed is exceptionally fast. 10 minutes later, Wang Dao and the others emerged from the void, and before their eyes appeared a magnificent heavenly palace. Indeed, it was a grand and majestic heavenly palace spanning tens of thousands of miles, suspended above the sea of clouds, with multiple holy beasts guarding the entrance. Wang Dao knew that some super holy places possessed their own heavenly palaces, relics from ancient times, symbols of their heritage, containing numerous excellent cultivation sites. Although they did not have a powerhouse like the Empress, the strength of the mid-tier experts was not necessarily inferior to that of Fenghuang Mountain. At that moment, many powerful figures were entering the heavenly palace in a continuous stream. Wang Dao even spotted some figures from the immortal and divine races, likely the prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, all possessing remarkable strength and exuding arrogance. Wang Dao looked at Feng Tinglan and asked, "Senior sister, this is a gathering of the human and demon races. Oh, why are there immortal and divine races here?" Feng Tinglan replied calmly, "We are in a time of peace, and the 2 realms of heaven and earth can freely interact. Did you not see that your 8th senior sister also went to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to establish a holy ground? However, the cultivation conditions in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands are inferior to those in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, lacking by 30%, which is why we rarely see those from the immortal and divine races." Wang Dao suddenly understood. Following Feng Tinglan, they landed outside the Eastern Heavenly Gate, where someone immediately came to greet them. "We welcome the Grand Marshal." As soon as Feng Tinglan arrived, a holy king came forth to welcome her. Once the title Grand Marshal was mentioned, Feng Tinglan instantly became the focal point of the gathering. Countless guests who had already entered the Heavenly Palace walked out from the Eastern Heavenly Gate, coming to welcome the Grand Marshal, not daring to obstruct, but instead lining up on both sides of the gate to welcome Feng Tinglan. Almost all the prominent powerhouses of Tianzhou came out to welcome her. Although the descendants of the immortal and divine races were extremely unwilling, they also proactively made way. Wang Dao was astonished. His 6th senior sister had quite the presence. Feng Tinglan exchanged pleasantries with various powerful figures along the way, and a short distance took them a full 2 hours to traverse. 6th senior sister's aura was not to be underestimated, commanding the entire scene. Outside the Eastern Heavenly Gate, a sea of people gathered, with those unable to enter the Heavenly Palace coming to catch a glimpse of the human Grand Marshal. Finally, the group entered the Heavenly Palace and was assigned accommodations. The Peach Blossom Gathering would last for 10 days. The first 2 days had no major arrangements, allowing enough private time for the guests. This time was to socialize, spar, discuss Dao, and exchange treasures. Wang Dao, however, had little interest. While Feng Tinglan sought out the old quasi-emperor of the Tianzhou Holy Land for discussions, he shut himself in his room to focus on comprehending the ancient King Fist. However, just a few minutes after sitting down, someone knocked on the door. Wang Dao opened it. Outside stood the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sun, her hair cascading down her shoulders as she shyly smiled. "Cousin, can you accompany me for a walk?" Wang Dao carefully observed the girl before him. After years apart, the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sun still hadn't shed her youthful innocence, looking no more than 19, clad in radiant garments, tall and graceful, her skin fair as snow, like a pure and ethereal orchid, beautiful and innocent, breathtakingly lovely. She remained as shy as ever. Wang Dao asked, "Can't you walk alone?" The Holy Maiden of the Holy Sun replied, somewhat aggrieved, "Today is your birthday, cousin." "Is it?" Wang Dao was unaware of his own birthday. The Holy Maiden of the Holy Sun earnestly stated, 30 years ago, if you hadn't assisted me, I wouldn't have had the chance to cultivate at Shenhuang Mountain, nor would I have achieved what I have today. But all these years I have been engrossed in cultivation and haven't been able to celebrate your birthday with you. This time I have some free time, please allow me to treat you to a good meal." Wang Dao replied, "I don't have time." The Holy Maiden's moon-like eyes reddened slightly. "Back then I refused my father's suggestion and did not agree to marry you. Are you dissatisfied with me because of that?" Wang Dao helplessly said, "You're overthinking it. I truly don't have time. I need to cultivate." The Holy Maiden of the Holy Sun sniffled, "All right then." With that she left in disappointment. Wang Dao closed the door, shook his head, and continued his comprehension. The ancient King Fist had become increasingly difficult to understand in its later stages, consuming much time, yet he had no choice but to delve into it. Because it was crucial to his ability to cultivate the Supreme Body. Wang Dao truly did not want to waste a moment. In fact, if it were possible, he wouldn't have attended the Peach Blossom Gathering at all. That evening, Wang Dao stepped out of his room to get some fresh air, transforming as he walked. Before long, he was drawn to an auction hosted by the Tianzhou Holy Land. The auction had just begun. Wang Dao arrived at the treasure consignment area and saw people queuing outside the palace to consign their treasures. Although consigning pills is quite risky and may expose my identity, there is currently no better way to sell the fate-altering pills in my possession. Minutes later, Wang Dao successfully arranged the consignment of 2 fate-altering pills and exited the palace. He was quite satisfied. He had previously overlooked one thing. While his 6th senior sister knew he could refine pills, the Tianzhou Holy Land and outsiders did not. By consigning the holy pills, others would assume he was from Shenhuang Mountain and wouldn't dare to inquire further. Afterwards, the palace directly stopped accepting consignments and closed down. Inside the palace, the elder overseeing the consignment hurriedly ordered, excitedly stating, "Quickly take these 2 pills and put them up for auction tonight, as the finale, starting the promotion now to ensure everyone knows about them." In no time, the auction became the focus of the evening. Almost all the forces attending the gathering were present, with no empty seats. Ancient holy pills. Someone is consigning ancient holy pills at the auction, and there are 2 of them. Feng Tinglan, who was negotiating with the old quasi-emperor of the Tianzhou Holy Land, could no longer remain seated upon hearing this news. In shock, her proud chest rose and fell sharply. That supreme being who had disappeared for 10 years had also come to the Peach Blossom Gathering. He hadn't been captured by the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone. Feng Tinglan's expression grew serious as she immediately halted the negotiations and headed to the auction. At a little past 1 in the morning, the ancient fate-altering pill was finally set to be auctioned. When the first low-grade fate-altering pill appeared at the auction, almost no one made a move. Although the low-grade ancient fate-altering pill was valuable, their target was the high-grade one. The high-grade one had the potential to nurture a 7th-grade bloodline emperor or empress. The first pill was quickly secured by a mysterious person for 3 million supreme spirit stones, a price equivalent to 3 holy herbs. When the second pill appeared on the display before the host could introduce it, the auction was already in an uproar. It truly is a high-grade ancient fate-altering pill. That mysterious alchemist from Shenhuang Mountain managed to refine a high-grade ancient holy pill, and it's the most precious ancient fate-altering pill. The price for this pill is estimated to be unaffordable for anyone besides those from Holy Land-level forces. Countless people gasped in astonishment. In a private box, Feng Tinglin's breathing quickened as she stared intently at the pill. Indeed, it was a pill for the chaos body. That guy not only hadn't been captured, but he must also be in dire need of holy herbs, otherwise he wouldn't dare to auction such a priceless pill. 100 million Supreme Spirit Stones, we at the Tianchu Holy Land will take it. The old quasi-emperor of the Tianchu Holy Land made a shocking statement, directly pushing the auction to its climax for the night. 1 billion. Feng Tinglan made an astonishing decision, secretly bidding. As Feng Tinglan spoke, the auction immediately fell into unprecedented turmoil. 1 billion Spirit Stones. Who has such audacity? That pill is worth 1 billion Spirit Stones. A single pill priced so terrifyingly high. This pill is the only one of its kind in the world deserving of such a price. This pill can cultivate emperors and empresses. This price may not even be the highest bid tonight. The person capable of refining such a pill is truly extraordinary. Oh, I am eager to witness their skill. Countless people were astonished. Naturally, the most shocked were the head of the Pill Pavilion and the ancestor of the Seven Treasures Ancient Kingdom. The two elders knelt on the ground, filled with awe and reverence. The head of the Pill Pavilion murmured, "In just a few short years, that alchemist from Phoenix Mountain has actually managed to refine the supreme ancient fate-altering pill. Such alchemical prowess truly makes them the best in history." The ancestor of the Seven Treasures Ancient Kingdom also sighed in humility. Incredible. The world has changed dramatically, no longer the ancient times, yet such a pill can still be refined. I fear that even with another 10,000 years of effort across 3 lifetimes, we would still struggle to catch up. The head of the Pill Pavilion dreamily remarked, "If I could become their disciple, I would surely elevate my alchemical skills before I die." The ancestor of the Seven Treasures Ancient Kingdom, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "I fear we are not worthy to be their disciples. If I could witness this master even once in my lifetime, I would die without regrets." If this conversation between the two alchemical masters were to spread, it would surely leave many in shock. It should be noted that the two of them, along with the master of Alchemy Peak, are the 3 strongest alchemists across the seas. 11 billion Spirit Stones. I am determined to obtain this pill. Ooh, I request everyone to give me some consideration. Suddenly, a voice calling out a bid once again shook the entire venue as the old quasi-emperor of Tianchu Holy Land spoke up. Countless people felt their scalps tingle. 11 billion Spirit Stones. This is already the price of a quasi-ancient king medicine. That a single pill could fetch such a price left the vast majority of attendees in disbelief, further deepening their reverence and admiration for the profession of alchemist. Feng Tinglin's chest heaved with pride, her teeth gently clenched. She had already offered an astronomical price, yet there were still people vying for it. Such a pill that can elevate bloodline quality, capable of cultivating holy sons and daughters into emperors and empresses, the one brought back by the empress from the heavens, does not exist in this category, because such pills are incredibly rare and would not be seen on the market. She also wanted to buy it for her little junior disciple to make preparations. Her little junior disciple's comprehension is lacking. He is yet to awaken a reincarnation spirit root. If he doesn't succeed in the near future, he will need help integrating a powerful bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it is to merge perfectly later on. If in the future her little junior disciple needs to integrate an external bloodline, this pill can ensure he maintains a minimum standard, and even if he doesn't progress further, he will still be above a holy son and emperor. Forget it, let this be compensation for the supreme body. Feng Tinglan quickly made her decision, betting her entire dowry, 12 billion. The more expensive the pill, the more resources the supreme body will receive. Is there any higher bid? Is there any higher bid? The host shouted with all his might. 13 billion. At this moment, someone else made a bid, but it was not the old quasi-emperor of Tianchu Holy Land. This price sent shivers down the spines of countless people. The major holy lands of the human race could afford this price, and the celestial race could also bid, making it impossible to guess who was bidding. Feng Tinglan trembled, unable to believe how sought after this pill was. The old quasi-emperor of Tianchu Holy Land called out again, 2 billion Spirit Stones, plus a quasi-ancient king medicine. Quasi-ancient king medicines can also be used for bidding during consignment. The king's path has already permitted it. As long as it is suitable for bloodline cultivation, any quasi-ancient king medicine can be used. A single quasi-ancient king medicine is invaluable, equivalent to 100 holy medicines. The competitiveness of this price from Tianchu Holy Land is evident. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Are they bidding with a quasi-ancient king medicine? Feng Tinglan clenched her fists, feeling powerless. Like her countless descendants of celestial and divine races were infuriated, having come in haste without bringing many spirit stones. Otherwise, they definitely would not have given up so early in the bidding. Is there any higher bid? Is there any more? Congratulations to Tianchu Holy Land for winning the supreme ancient fate-altering pill. Feng Tinglan sat back down, filled with reluctance. The price is too high. Continuing to bid would be irrational. I hope that the supreme body will consign similar pills next time. Additionally, the supreme body obtaining a quasi-ancient king medicine will definitely allow for further progress. But thinking about it, that guy, although not taken by the Moonfall Mountain, has also not returned to Phoenix Mountain. It seems he no longer considers himself a part of Phoenix Mountain. Oh, why should she care about what he does? Phoenix Mountain, it seems, was a misplaced investment. Feng Tinglan left in solitude. That night, Wang Dao successfully acquired 21 million spirit stones and a quasi-ancient king medicine. Among them, the extra million was the price of the low-grade fate-altering pill, which was not expensive. In the room, Wang Dao looked at a stone box in front of him. The stone box was ancient and unadorned, but inside it lay a golden fruit, terrifying like the sun, radiating scorching heat, with a phantom of a golden crow swirling around it. This is the quasi-ancient king medicine, ancient golden crow fruit. Wang Dao suppressed his excitement, not daring to look too long, and immediately stored it in his system backpack. With so many spirit stones plus this ancient golden crow fruit, it would certainly help him break through a small realm, reaching the level of a 6th grade sage. Wang Dao couldn't wait to return to Phoenix Mountain to begin his cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Just then someone knocked on the door. Before Wang Dao could open it, his divine sense detected a familiar, graceful figure. The Holy Sun Saintess had arrived again, looking pained, clutching a jade box inlaid with gold silk. Wang Dao opened the door. Upon seeing Wang Dao, the Holy Sun Saintess mustered her courage, smiled, and handed over the jade box. Cousin, this is a birthday gift from the Holy Sun. Though it's late, please be sure to accept it. Wang Dao was taken aback. What is it? The Holy Sun Saintess smiled lightly. You'll know once you see it. Wang Dao opened the jade box, and then he was dumbfounded. Inside lay a fate-altering pill, precisely the low-grade fate-altering pill he had refined, originally consigned at the auction, unexpectedly bought by the Holy Sun Saintess. The pill he sold someone else bought to give back to him. Was this a joke from the heavens? The Holy Sun Saintess said earnestly, Cousin, this pill can elevate bloodline quality. It should be useful to you. Wang Dao frowned. Where did you get so many spirit stones? You've only been at Phoenix Mountain for 30 years, your resources are good, but you can't possibly have so many spirit stones left. The Holy Sun Saintess' moon-like eyes flickered. Cousin, don't ask too much. Happy birthday, cousin. Holy Sun will take her leave now. Of course, she didn't have that many spirit stones. She only had a little over 1 million, with the remaining 9 million borrowed from her master. Wang Dao pushed the treasure box back into the Holy Sun Saintess' hands, saying, I don't need this. This item I recognize can elevate the Holy Sun's bloodline to that of an empress. Keep it for yourself. The Holy Sun Maiden suddenly felt deflated. Such a precious pill, does her cousin not like it? Since you do not like it, I shall take my leave. Hope you rest well. With a sniffle, the Holy Sun Maiden turned to leave. Perhaps she was not mistaken. Years ago, she had rejected her father's proposal to marry her cousin, and he still harbored feelings of regret. Wait! Wang Dao called out to the girl. The Holy Sun Maiden's heart leaped with joy as she quickly turned back. Cousin. Wang Dao replied calmly. Although I do not need that pill, I still thank you. Saying this, Wang Dao handed her a cave heaven stone, placing it into the girl's delicate hand. The Holy Sun Maiden looked at it with curiosity. Cousin, what is this? Wang Dao explained. This is the Phoenix Blood True Fire and the Wutong Dao Fruit, both of which can greatly enhance your bloodline. The Wutong Dao Fruit can also strengthen the power of the Fire Dao. This should be beneficial for the perfection of your Holy Sun sacred body. The Holy Sun Maiden, fully aware of how the Phoenix Blood True Fire and the Wutong Dao Fruit could aid her, trembled slightly, saying, Cousin, these 2 items are too precious. Since the Holy Sun has not given you anything, I cannot take your things. Wang Dao said mildly. I am your cousin, there's no need for such politeness. Go back now, and I hope the Holy Sun becomes a celestial maiden soon. By the way, do not overthink things, focus on your cultivation. The Holy Sun Maiden was overjoyed, tears of happiness in her eyes. Thank you, cousin. I have so much I want to say to you. Wang Dao sat on the doorstep and asked, What does the Holy Sun wish to say? The Holy Sun Maiden sat down beside him, hesitating for a moment before mustering her courage to say, Cousin, I have seen the supreme body of the human race. Wang Dao nodded. I know, I was also in the imperial capital that year. The Holy Sun Maiden bit her lip gently. Before that, I had already seen him. It was after the Eastern Wilderness Martial Assembly in the Sword Tomb of Phoenix Mountain. He helped me kill the Heavenly Authority Sun, alleviating my troubles. Wang Dao looked at the girl, and then the girl lowered her head, biting her cherry lips. Then the Holy Sun The Holy Sun just could not forget him. If the Holy Sun had not met him, I would have followed my father's orders and married my cousin. I am sorry, cousin. Seemingly feeling embarrassed, the girl hurriedly ran back to the neighboring room. Wang Dao's gaze was profound. Was this the consequence of meeting the Supreme? If the Holy Sun knew that he was that Supreme, what would she feel? Without further thought, he closed the door and continued his comprehension. At dawn, amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, a terrifying aura emerged from the next room where Wang Dao was. This was the aura of a celestial maiden, but it was not quite the same. Soon Wang Dao pinpointed the issue. The bloodline of the Holy Sun Maiden was rapidly transforming and elevating, on the verge of ascending to become a celestial maiden. Has that low-grade fate-altering pill taken effect? Wang Dao found it hard to believe that the low-grade fate-altering pill, which was ignored by the powerful of the 8 directions, had actually succeeded for the Holy Sun. Indeed, she was a girl of great fortune. A catastrophic trial for the bloodline was imminent. Once she surpassed it, the Holy Sun had an 80 to 90% chance of becoming a celestial maiden. Countless powerful beings gathered around the courtyard, discussing and expressing their amazement. Celestial maiden. Is someone here ascending to become a celestial maiden? Did she consume that top-grade fate-altering pill from last night's auction? Incredible, that pill can indeed cultivate an unparalleled celestial maiden. Countless eyes turned green with envy. Especially among the younger generation, jealousy and resentment ran rampant. Feng Tinglan and the Grand Elder of the Sacred Clan arrived, and were overjoyed to see the Holy Sun's bloodline elevating so dramatically. That pill is truly a marvelous item. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Clan was overwhelmed with emotion. First, let her transcend the tribulation. Feng Tinglan, also taken by surprise, immediately took the Holy Sun away from the heavenly palace in search of a place for her tribulation. Countless people followed, going to witness the event. It was a day of great attention. The pills refined by Wang Dao had become the focus of discussion at this Peaches of Immortality Grand Assembly. That night, the Holy Sun returned, carried back by Feng Tinglan, already unconscious, but without serious issues. Her Holy Sun bloodline had been elevated to the 7th tier, and she had truly become a celestial maiden, noble and indescribable. Moreover, her realm had also risen to the 5th tier of a saint. Upon receiving this news, Wang Dao felt quite satisfied. Although he did not have romantic feelings for the Holy Sun, he still held a good impression of his cousin. He was sincerely happy for her success in ascending to Celestial Maiden. The news of a holy maiden from Phoenix Mountain ascending to Celestial Maiden using a pill spread overnight throughout the Heavenly Palace and various regions of Tianzhou, causing a global sensation. In the Divine Wasteland, over thousands of years, the only place to give birth to Celestial Maidens was Phoenix Mountain. The Empress has methods to cultivate Celestial Maidens, but the numbers are extremely few, showcasing how difficult it is to cultivate them. Yet now a single pill could transform a holy maiden into a celestial maiden, making Wang Dao's pills legendary, even causing the Peaches of Immortality Grand Assembly to extend by 2 days. Everyone was waiting to see if there were any similar pills available for sale at the auction. This was a historic moment. The invited ancient beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths had previously thought that the Peaches of Immortality Grand Assembly was beneath them, and thus never participated, instead sending younger generations. But now these ancient beings appeared all at once. Even some lords of sacred lands without invitations showed up shamelessly. Various sacred lands of the Immortal Clan jointly requested Feng Tinglan to allow Phoenix Mountain to sell similar pills once again. Feng Tinglan, of course, did not possess such pills. They were sold by the Supreme of the human race, having nothing to do with her. However, she did not outright refuse, and publicly stated that she would consider it before making a decision. The ancestors of the 7 treasures upper nation and the head of the human race pill pavilion formed a grand team of alchemists, jointly requesting Feng Tinglan to hold a meeting to allow them to witness the prowess of that unparalleled alchemist. Feng Tinglan felt helpless. Everyone wanted to meet that alchemist, and she was no exception. In the room, Wang Dao wore a serious expression. I did not expect that the 2 pills would possess such tremendous power, completely overshadowing the Peaches of Immortality Grand Assembly. He had originally planned to make a bid at the auction or to purchase some sacred herbs to refine a few more fate-altering pills. But now he decided to hold back. He would wait until the excitement subsided. Otherwise, he would only add to the chaos for his 6th senior sister. 2 days later, the well-cared-for Holy Sun awoke. Feeling the bloodline within her become tens of times more powerful, the girl's eyes became misty. She knew she had succeeded. But she also understood that while the effects of that pill were extraordinary, its potency was not sufficient to take her through the final step to ascend to Celestial Maiden. It was the Phoenix Blood True Fire that helped her complete the last step. Congratulations, junior sister, on ascending to Celestial Maiden. From now on, you cannot be called Holy Sun Maiden. You must be called Holy Sun Celestial Maiden. Qing Xian, the holy maiden, sat at the bedside, her smile somewhat bittersweet, forcing a cheerful facade. Although she envied the Holy Sun, she found it hard to accept that the latter had become a celestial maiden. The Holy Sun looked at Qing Xian. Senior sister, how many days have I been asleep? 2 days. Today is the 3rd day. The Peaches of Immortality Grand Assembly has already begun. The legend of the 6 relatives awaits you to attend the Peaches of Immortality Dao Assembly as soon as you wake up. The Holy Sun scanned the neighboring room with her divine sense and noticed her cousin was not there, feeling unsettled. Did my cousin go? Qing Xian nodded. Yes, your cousin has already gone with the 6 relatives. Let's go too. The Holy Sun maiden immediately stood up, transformed, changed into her most beautiful attire, and dashed out. The Peach Blossom Dao Assembly was held within the ancient celestial court of Heaven Palace. Rising above an endless sea of clouds, the ancient celestial court stood in solemn majesty, its snow-white stone pillars piercing the heavens. Within the ancient celestial court stretched boundless golden cloud seas studded with countless celestial thrones, each occupied by a venerable sovereign. Over 7/10 of the realm's strongest cultivators from the 4 seas and 8 wastes had gathered. Every seat was filled. So many had come that additional thrones had to be erected. Even the elite cultivators of the immortal clans and divine clans from the 9 heavens and 10 realms dared not raise their voices here, trembling before the celestial sovereigns above. For this was the paramount assembly of humanity and the demonic clans. At that moment, legions of identically robed maidens glided upon auspicious clouds into the ancient celestial court, bearing exquisite delicacies, rare wines, and the primordial peach of immortality. Yet no one touched them. All sat motionless as if awaiting some sacred arrival. At the far end of the court, 2 towering thrones stood tallest, one occupied by Feng Tinglin, the other by the elder quasi-emperor of Tianchu Holy Land. Both sat upright and still waiting in reverent silence. At last, as 2 figures appeared beyond the court's threshold and were ushered in by attendants, a ripple of stir finally swept through the ancient celestial court. Every gaze converged upon the entrance, upon the maiden draped in radiant rosy robes. She stood at the center of universal attention, as if receiving a ceremonial gaze of homage. She was one of today's central figures, for she was a celestial maiden. Holy maidens of humanity appeared occasionally, but since the primordial age, a true celestial maiden of humanity had not graced the world for 10,000 eons. Upon becoming a celestial maiden, Shenhuang's status among humanity and across the 4 seas and 8 wastes soared 1,000-fold. At last, we behold her, truly a celestial maiden indeed. No wonder she bears such celestial grace, peerless in elegance, yet so young. Humanity has gained another celestial maiden, cause for great celebration. She is breathtakingly beautiful and utterly charming. I long to take her as my bride. Dare you even dream of it? Countless young geniuses across the ancient celestial court were captivated by Shenhuang. The elders spoke of her in hushed reverence. The younger generations of immortal and divine clans watched her with wary trepidation. Even the elder quasi-emperor of Tianchu Holy Land rose and bowed deeply. This humble elder respectfully welcomes celestial maiden Shenhuang. Attendants, prepare a throne for her. Shenhuang's scalp prickled, her heart pounded wildly. She had no idea what was unfolding, only that every eye in the court was fixed upon her, as if her very pulse might falter and cease. She had never faced such a grand assembly. Hastily bowing toward the elder quasi-emperor, she murmured, "This unworthy maiden greets your eminence, senior quasi-emperor. Your kindness honors me deeply, but a throne is truly unnecessary." "Shenhuang, come sit beside your senior sister," Feng Tinglin said softly. Shenhuang exhaled as if released from mortal peril, and hurried to Feng Tinglin's side. Wang Dao stood beside Feng Tinglin. Unseated, for few were granted thrones. Among the youth, none dared sit alongside elders or the human sovereign marshal. It would be grievous disrespect. Shenhuang paid no heed to protocol. Upon spotting Wang Dao, she seized his hand and whispered, "Cousin, why do they?" Wang Dao replied calmly, "You are now a celestial maiden. Such beings are exceedingly rare among humanity. Thus you naturally become the focal point of all eyes. As a celestial maiden, you need fear no one. Stand with confidence." "Cousin's instruction is just," the maiden murmured, yet her grip on Wang Dao's hand tightened, trembling with nervous intensity. At that moment, the elder quasi-emperor of Tianchu Holy Land rose, his brows lifting with elation as he proclaimed aloud, "The Peach Blossom Dao Assembly begins now. Let all Dao friends raise this cup together. And let us also celebrate the birth of a new celestial maiden of humanity." All raised their cups. Even the 3 juniors, Wang Dao, Shenhuang, and Qing Xian Holy Maiden, each received a goblet of fine wine. Though they remained standing, Feng Tinglin's table overflowed with delicacies, shared generously, each receiving their own portion. After the guests drained their cups, an ancient immortal king of the immortal clan stepped forward without delay, addressing Feng Tinglan with a booming voice, "Sovereign Marshal of Humanity. By tradition, the first event of the Peach Blossom Dao Assembly is the gathering of prodigies. Its purpose is a contest of skill among the younger generation. Coincidentally, your Phoenix Mountain has just ascended a new celestial maiden. My grandson, though modest in talent, wishes to test his mettle against celestial maiden Shenhuang of Humanity in this gathering." Celestial maiden Shenhuang's moonlit eyes flickered faintly. Feng Tinglan responded coldly, "Celestial maiden Shenhuang has only just transcended her tribulation and remains unsteady. She is unfit to fight. If the holy sons and holy maidens of Facian Holy Land wish to challenge, let them come to Phoenix Mountain on another day." The immortal king who spoke was well known. The great elder of Facian Holy Land, the Sword Heaven Immortal King, a peerless cultivator whose immortal body had attained the rank of Immortal King. An Immortal King corresponded to a Saint King among humanity. Yet due to their superior bloodline, immortal clans held innate advantages, what they called racial bloodline supremacy, enabling them to overpower Saint Kings of equal cultivation level. The senior cultivators of humanity's great holy lands remained silent, not out of indifference, but because they too wished to witness the true strength of this newly ascended celestial maiden. Sword Heaven Immortal King smiled faintly, his tone laced with disdain. "A celestial maiden dares not accept a challenge from the holy son and holy maiden of the immortal clans." Feng Tinglan remained unmoved. "If you seek combat, I, the Sovereign Marshal, shall personally oblige you." Sword Heaven Immortal King's expression shifted ever so slightly. Even the aura of the immortal clan's senior cultivators darkened perceptibly. Beneath the Empress Dao, among immortal kings and saint kings alike, few could match Feng Tinglan in combat. Perhaps only the fifth and fourth disciples of Phoenix Mountain itself. Outside the forbidden realms where ancient beings slumbered, neither the immortal nor divine clans possessed such a figure in this age. Shenhuang gently bit her lower lip, stepping closer to Feng Tinglan's senior sister. "Allow me to fight." Though protected by her senior sister, Shenhuang knew her duty as a disciple of Phoenix Mountain. To refuse battle would tarnish Phoenix Mountain's august dignity. "Excellent." Sword Heaven Immortal King laughed heartily, then turned to the younger immortal clan cultivators beside him. "Who among our youth will challenge celestial maiden Shenhuang of Humanity?" "I shall." "Let me go." One after another, vigorous young immortals surged forward, powerful, confident, eager to claim glory. "You step forth." To defeat a celestial maiden of humanity was unparalleled honor. Sword Heaven Immortal King would yield it to no one. He pointed to a young immortal prince whose cultivation had reached the 8th rank of Saint Immortal. "My worthy grandson, you shall go. Do not disgrace our immortal clan, or the prestige of Facian Holy Land." "Yes, grandfather." At the youth's emergence, the faces of humanity's cultivators paled. The immortal clan had sent an 8th rank Saint Immortal youth to challenge humanity's celestial maiden. How utterly shameless. The youth donned a cultivation suppression bracelet, lowering his power to the 4th rank of Saint, then smirked arrogantly. "Celestial maiden of humanity, you have just undergone tribulation. Your injuries remain unhealed. I shall face you at the 4th rank of Saint Immortal. Surely that is no unfair advantage. Should you deem even that too formidable, I shall suppress further, to the 3rd rank of Saint Immortal, for our bout." Spoken with calm detachment, those words were profoundly insulting, immediately enraging humanity's younger generation. "Celestial maiden Shenhuang, strike now? Crush this arrogant, immortal whelp's pride." Countless young human geniuses raised their fists in fervent cries. Feng Tinglan gazed at Shenhuang and nodded satisfied. "Go if your heart commands it." Empowered by that affirmation, Shenhuang soared into the center of the ancient celestial court. "There is no need to hold back. Engage me at the 5th rank of Saint Immortal. I am Shenhuang, pray enlighten me." "I am Feng Jioga," the immortal youth declared with a haughty smile as a surging tide of ancient immortal phoenix blood roiled through the court. "To subdue a mere girl like you requires no 5th rank power. 4th rank suffices. Should you lose, you shall return with me and become my consort." Feng Jioga had intended only to provoke humanity's youth, but these words now openly challenged all of humanity. To scorn a celestial maiden of humanity was to scorn humanity itself. "Celestial maiden, silence him," intoned the elder quasi-emperor of Tianchu Holy Land himself. Humiliated and enraged, Shenhuang instantly summoned the 9 heavens mystic flame pearl, transforming it into a boundless blazing sun that hurtled toward her foe. The 9 heavens mystic flame pearl is both a supreme offensive artifact and a spatial storage artifact. It can devour any flame and refine it for its own use. Having now absorbed the phoenix blood true flame, its power is incomparably greater than before. An endless torrent of phoenix blood true flame surged downward, spontaneously coalescing into a sovereign realm of phoenix fire. Feng Zhouge was instantly engulfed, trapped within this infernal domain as if cast into purgatory itself. He could not stir. Boom. In the next instant, the nine heavens mystic flame pearl transformed into an ancient primordial star and plummeted, striking Feng Zhouge with cataclysmic force. Feng Zhouge was instantly suppressed. In but a single exchange, his arrogance exacted its price, challenging the human clan's solar sovereign maiden. With mere third-rank sage immortal cultivation, he stood no chance whatsoever. An absolute crushing domination. This is the fate of those who scorn the sovereign maidens of humanity. Truly exhilarating to witness. No wonder she is the sovereign maiden, peerless in grace and radiance. Even at her weakest, she remains a sovereign maiden. Wang Dao's eyes gleamed with sudden appreciation. Since ascending to the title of sovereign maiden, Shenhuang's strength had surged astonishingly. A thunderous, unrestrained laugh erupted from the Phoenix Mountain's grand elder sage, shaking the heavens of the ancient celestial court inward and outward. Though unnamed, all understood he mocked not only his disciple's opponent, but the entire immortal clan. Do not underestimate a sovereign maiden. Tianjian Shenhuang rebuked Feng Zhouge in fury. Indeed, for Feng Zhouge, a scion of the immortal clan's Phoenix immortal bloodline, to be swept aside in one move humiliated every immortal clan member, leaving them too ashamed to meet each other's gaze. The sovereign maiden's strength truly surpasses even this holy prince's expectations. Feng Zhouge relaxed his cultivation suppression, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a fifth-rank sage immortal. White immortal phoenix flames roared forth like an ocean, instantly coalescing into a majestic white immortal phoenix that soared above the ancient celestial court. I was merely warming up. Shenhuang descended gracefully, her palm striking forward with devastating force, flames erupting in turbulent spirals. Boom. With a deafening crash, Feng Zhouge's phoenix flame realm shattered instantly. Even as he manifested the immortal phoenix form, Shenhuang's palm struck him with irresistible force, shattering his transformation and sending him hurtling backward, reverting to his mortal shape. Feng Zhouge was swept aside, once again. Without employing any human clan's sacred technique, Shenhuang's strike churned the very cloud seas of the ancient celestial court. The human clan erupted anew. That single blow also shattered the cultivation suppression bracelet binding Feng Zhouge's wrist. Who claimed earlier that a third-rank sage immortal could challenge a sovereign maiden? Why have you stopped posturing? Continue. Young human clan prodigies hurled icy ridicule without mercy. Feng Zhouge rose from the cloud seas, teeth clenched. Though his 8th-rank sage immortal cultivation spared him injury, those barbed words pierced like thorns in his eyes and daggers in his flesh. His 8th-rank sage immortal aura exploded forth like a tidal wave. He instantly teleported before Shenhuang. She attempted to retreat, unwilling to engage in close combat, but found herself ensnared. She had no choice but to fight. Two distinct flames intertwined. The two warriors clashed in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Boom, 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 crack, crack, crack. Palm strikes and fist shadows filled the skies above the ancient celestial court. Shenhuang wielded an ancient sage-level body technique and sacred arts, but Feng Zhouge, possessing 3 full ranks of suppressed cultivation, possessed superior physical might. Unsurprisingly, Shenhuang fell into the defensive, yet fought with unyielding tenacity. Crack. After dozens of exchanges, Feng Zhouge seized an opening. Soaring skyward, he transformed once more into the 9 heavens immortal phoenix, and brought down both wings, hurling Shenhuang away. The maiden collapsed onto the cloud seas with a stifled groan, then immediately rose. A trace of blood glistened at the corner of her lips. Kneel before me. Purgatory. Feng Zhouge roared. A pair of wings eclipsing sun and moon unfurled stirring torrents of immortal phoenix flame that crashed towards Shenhuang with apocalyptic ferocity. The sheer violence of that strike sent faint tremors rippling across the entire ancient celestial court. Scorching heaven palm. Shenhuang shot forward with equal speed, executing 9 consecutive teleportations from disparate angles, unleashing 9 blazing palm strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Yet she underestimated Feng Zhouge. With a single wing shake, he shattered her palm imprints and sent her flying once more. Boom. The 9 heavens mystic flame pearl descended, only to be swatted aside by one of Feng Zhouge's colossal heaven-obscuring wings. Immortal Phoenix, Purgatory Realm. Feng Zhouge instantly unfolded his realm, exhaling boundless immortal phoenix flames imbued with the terrifying power of the Nirvana Dao path, swiftly consuming Shenhuang. Shenhuang dared not falter. The 9 heavens mystic flame pearl hovered above her head, projecting its own sovereign realm to enfold her. Simultaneously, her personal sage realm activated in an instant. The two realms overlapped seamlessly, fusing perfectly, yielding a synergistic effect far exceeding their sum. One offensive, one defensive. The duel evolved into a profound strategic contest. This time Shenhuang did not disappoint. Her dual-realm defense held firm. For 5 full minutes Feng Jioga's immortal phoenix purgatory raged unceasingly, yet failed to incinerate her layered protection. Feng Jioga then deployed a celestial-grade sage artifact sword, still unable to breach the 9 heavens mystic flame pearl. Enough of this. With a thunderous command, he unveiled his final trump card. He activated a secret art, his aura and pressure surging violently, his cultivation soaring visibly, transcending all limits to ascend into the rank of immortal king. His combat prowess multiplied 100-fold. That celestial-grade sword blazed forth, a single world-splitting slash, its light piercing the heavens, cleaving through primordial azure skies. Shenhuang's dual-realm defense shattered instantly. A terrifying bladoluminescence flashed toward Shenhuang's brow. She had lost. Had this been mortal combat, she would already lie dead. Halt! Mot Dao Run, Shenhuang's master, intervened in the blink of an eye, diverting the celestial sword's path. The fatal strike missed entirely. Mot Dao Run rescued Shenhuang. Feng Jioga's battle fervor burned fiercely. He lunged to pursue, only to be crushed to his knees upon the ancient celestial court by a single thread of Mot Dao Ren's oppressive aura. His cultivation forcibly reverted. An ancient sage king, the human clan's grand elder, Mot Dao Ren. Feng Jioga raised his head and let out a long, triumphant howl. I have won. Where's my applause? Immortal clan members leapt to their feet, raising arms high in thunderous, exultant cheers. The human clan's atmosphere sank into heavy silence. Not a word uttered. Clearly Shenhuang's defeat had tarnished the human clan's honor. Forgive me, master. Shenhuang bowed her head in shame, then darted behind Wang Dao, her eyes red-rimmed. Forgive me, cousin. I have disgraced the divine solar ancient kingdom and shamed Phoenix Mountain itself. It matters not. We still possess the supreme body of Phoenix Mountain. Shenhuang's eyes lit up with hope. Will the supreme body compete? Has he not arrived yet? Feng Tinglan's expression darkened as she glared coldly at Mot Dao Run in the distance. Why does Shenhuang not know the imperial arts? Is she unworthy to learn them? In this bout, Shenhuang had not only forfeited the human clan's prestige, she had also compromised Phoenix Mountain's dignity. Mot Dao Run wore an expression of humble remorse. Esteemed 6th disciple, please calm your anger. I believe Shenhuang still too young. The consolidation of her foundation and advancement in cultivation were paramount. Mastering the imperial arts would distract her. I shall teach them to her upon our return. Grand Elder, do not despair, soothed the elder quasi-emperor of Tianshu Holy Land. Shenhuang's potential is already evident to all. She is young. This loss will benefit her more than harm her. Mot Dao Ren clasped his hands respectfully. 3rd Elder speaks wisely. 10 venerable sages, renowned for virtue and cultivation, formed the human clan elders council known collectively as the 10 Elders. Mot Dao Run served as 1st Elder. The elder quasi-emperor of Tianshu Holy Land was 3rd Elder. These 10 elders possessed peerless cultivation, surpassing all others in the human clan, and embodied supreme moral authority. Their words carried the weight of 9 cauldrons. Tianjin Shenhuang smiled wryly. Phoenix Mountain has merely lost one sovereign maiden, no disgrace at all. Who does not know that Phoenix Mountain's current generation harbors the Chaos Supreme Body? 1st Elder of the human clan, Supreme Marshal of humanity, please summon the Supreme Body to breathe fresh air. Feng Tinglan replied icily. The Supreme Body remains in seclusion. He did not attend. Or perhaps he dares not come. I hear the human clan's Supreme Body seeking to shatter the ancient ultimate boundary, fuse the mind ape of the combat Saint Macaque, leaving him like your Phoenix Mountain's 5th disciple, neither fully human nor truly demon. So he dares not emerge, to avoid public humiliation. Feng Tinglan's fury surged. Just as she prepared to retort, a figure materialized from nothingness within the ancient celestial court, coalescing into a strikingly handsome youth. The youth surveyed all the immortal clan's young elites with quiet composure. Phoenix Mountain boasts many illustrious figures. To confront a mere 8th-rank sage immortal requires no intervention from the Supreme Body. I shall suffice. All of you may attack together, or engage in rotating combat. I welcome it all. I seek defeat. The moment those words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. The Celestial Clan was furious. Who is this person to speak so arrogantly? Is he alone challenging our young generation of the Celestial Clan? He seems to be merely a 5th-grade holy man who gave him the courage to take on so many. Seeking defeat. I have never seen someone so audacious. Let Jiogong fulfill his wish. Feng Tinglan quickly glanced at the elders accompanying her, secretly asking, this child is a disciple of our Phoenix Mountain, who brought him here? A group of elders shook their heads, unable to recognize him. Daoist MOT said, "It seems we have no one of this name at Phoenix Mountain. Should we go ask?" Feng Tinglan waved her hand and transmitted, "Let's observe first." She felt that this child seemed familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen him. When Shenhuang saw the handsome young man, she was utterly stunned, her delicate body trembling with excitement, tears streaming down her face. Yes, she recognized that back. It was the man she had yearned for day and night. He finally revealed himself. He hadn't shown up for many years, or was he here today to support her? "Cousin, he's here." Shenhuang secretly transmitted to Wang Dao beside her, but at that moment Wang Dao remained silent. This was because Wang Dao's avatar had already appeared in the midst of the ancient heavenly court. He was also from Phoenix Mountain, and the young generation of Phoenix Mountain had been humiliated. The senior sisters held esteemed status and couldn't easily step forward lest they be criticized for bullying the weak, while the younger generation's Qing Xian Holy Maiden was not a match for Feng Jiugong. He could only use an avatar to take action. "Who are you?" Feng Jiugong coldly looked at Wang Dao. Wang Dao murmured, "A nameless nobody not worth mentioning." Feng Jiugong arrogantly replied, "Since you know you are a nameless nobody, how dare you fight?" Wang Dao said, "Though I am a nameless nobody, defeating you is not a problem. Come on, I'll give you 3,000 moves." Wang Dao retaliated. He would repay Feng Jiugong's previous humiliations in kind. His words infuriated the entire Celestial clan. Arrogant. Feng Jiugong felt insulted. How dare a 5th grade holy man, a nameless nobody, challenge an 8th grade holy immortal with 3,000 moves? Wang Dao added, "Not enough. 30,000 moves would also be fine." "Ignorant fool, shut up forever." Feng Jiugong was enraged, and the celestial grade's sacred weapon flying sword transformed into a beam of unparalleled celestial light piercing through the air. This strike was incredibly fierce, making the human race's powerhouses feel their scalps tingle, for it was this very sword that had defeated the celestial princess Shenhuang, nearly annihilating her. Clang! Wang Dao remained unperturbed, and with a flick of his finger that sacred flying sword was sent flying. With a crack, the tremendous force shattered the sword, scattering its fragments throughout the ancient heavenly court. Had it not been for the ancient heavenly court being a world unto itself, the shards of the flying sword would have penetrated through it. The venue fell silent. A mere flick could shatter a sacred artifact. Everyone was dumbfounded, some even kneeling. What defines a celestial grade sacred artifact? Sacred artifacts are categorized into 6 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, supremagrade, ancient sacred artifacts, and celestial grade sacred artifacts. Ancient sacred artifacts and celestial grade sacred artifacts differ little. Celestial grade sacred artifacts are the strongest, incredibly powerful, and resilient. Yet now a 5th grade holy man had shattered a celestial grade sacred artifact with a mere flick. What kind of shock was this? Shenhuang also knelt, watching the strike unfold, her cherry lips slightly parted, able to hold a cherry. Had the supreme body become this terrifying? She had thought that through her diligent training, she should be comparable to the supreme body, but unexpectedly, she still couldn't catch up, and the distance seemed even greater. The feeling of defeat was so intense. Is this kid really a 5th grade holy man? When did Phoenix Mountain produce such a monstrous young generation? Could it be that an old monster is impersonating him? He truly is a 5th grade holy man. There's no mistake. But the question is, who among the 5th grade holy men can shatter a celestial grade sacred artifact with brute force? Countless people were asking, shaking their heads, seeking an answer. Some holy kings displayed their abilities, attempting to see through Wang Dao. Daoist MOT confidently proclaimed, "Phoenix Mountain absolutely doesn't have such a person. He must be an impersonation from another young generation of a different force." Feng Tinglan remained silent, continuing to watch the battle. "You must not be of the young generation. You must have used a transformation technique." Feng Jiugong was also frightened, glaring at Wang Dao, shouting furiously. Wang Dao coldly replied, "How can a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the world?" "Shut up." Feng Jiugong soared into the 9 heavens, transforming into a celestial phoenix, her cultivation soaring as she returned to the celestial king realm, unleashing boundless celestial phoenix, sacred fire. "Nirvana world, melt for me." Feng Jiugong was creating the strongest world. But when Wang Dao extended his hand, that world immediately collapsed into his palm. With a gentle squeeze. Boom. The world manifested by the celestial king was crushed by Wang Dao with brute force. My holy man world was crushed. Impossible. Looking at a 5th grade holy man crushing his own world, Feng Jiugong's pupils nearly burst, almost spitting blood. Wang Dao's gaze was indifferent. With such a level of strength, who gave you the courage to disdain Phoenix Mountain and dare to covet the celestial maiden of the human race? Wang Dao pointed at Feng Jiugong with one hand and utilized the Qian Yuan Wuji hand. "No, I admit defeat. Grandfather, save me." Feng Jiugong turned to flee but was immediately drawn in her body, falling into Wang Dao's world. Her soul, trembling, in fear, disregarding her dignity, she cried out for mercy. Human race, little friend, please hold your hand. The Celestial Sword King immediately took action, reaching out to draw Feng Jiugong, attempting to snatch her away. Wang Dao immediately changed his move, flicking his finger to unleash a sword chi. A destructive, world-destroying sword chi shot out. The Celestial Sword King hurriedly extended his arm to try to block the strike. Puff! The Celestial Sword King's arm was instantly severed, blood spilling within the ancient heavenly court. But the residual force of that sword chi did not cease, instantly reaching Feng Jiugong. Puff! In the midst of countless terrified gazes, Feng Jiugong's head was severed. The shrill scream sent chills down the spines of all the Celestial clan. A holy man does not die from decapitation. However, having been struck by Wang Dao's domineering and fierce sword chi, it would take years for her to recover. Wang Dao stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the young people of the Celestial clan, indifferently saying, "Who else?" The young generation of the Celestial clan fell into an unprecedented silence. The Celestial clan included hundreds of young talents, accounting for over 60 to 70% of their young generation. The Celestial talents who could come here were all outstanding, each representing the elite of the Celestial clan. They could fully represent the young generation of the Celestial clan. Yet now no one dared to meet Wang Dao's gaze. The young generation of the Celestial clan did not dare to look up before Wang Dao. What an astonishing scene this was. The human race shook off the previous gloom, each one raising their arms in cheers, their blood boiling. Damn it! With one sword he took down two. Can even the Celestial kings not stop him? So domineering. No wonder he dared to utter the words seeking defeat to the young generation of the Celestial clan. This guy is too strong. He stands alone and has made the young generation of the Celestial clan not dare to look up. This is the true king of the human race. Even if he is not now, he will surely be in the future. Looking forward to his era, countless human race geniuses shouted with all their might. Countless beautiful and charming women of the human race gazed at him with infatuated eyes. Shenhuang had already stood up again, appearing quite calm. She kept telling herself to remain composed because she realized that she had been a bit too excited before making some excessive actions and forgetting her cousin's feelings. But her gaze had never left that undefeated figure within the ancient heavenly court. That man stood there. The young generation of the Celestial clan did not dare to look up. This was a scene she would never forget. Only this man could achieve this. The world is in the palm. It is the Qianyuan Wu Ji hand. The 8 Desolation Sword Chi, it was passed down from my lineage. He is one of us from Phoenix Mountain. Lord Mot jumped up in excitement. Feng Tinglan also stood up, her chest heaving violently, her gaze sharp and astonished. Is it you, the supreme body? Feng Tinglan suddenly realized it. Among the younger generation of Shenhuang Mountain, none possessed such terrifying physical strength, capable of shattering sacred artifacts even as 5th-rank sages. The 8 Desolation Sword Chi and the Qianyuan Boundless Palm were profound techniques reserved exclusively for the supreme body. She had known the supreme body had arrived the moment he began selling pills. Who else could it be? Only the supreme body would dare challenge the entire younger generation of the Xian clan, alone. That young man stood there, and every scion of the Xian clan bowed their heads in deference, a feat only a human sovereign could command. Shenhuang Mountain trembled with exhilaration, her gaze utterly consumed by his silhouette. Had the great battle not yet concluded, she would have already rushed forward to seize him and demand answers. Feng Tinglan knew. Every major power present had reached the same conclusion. Numerous Xian kings quivered in trepidation, their eyes brimming with utmost dread. They too had deduced the youth's true identity. All Xian clan holy lands had already begun contemplating retreat. They must evacuate their younger generation from the Peach Immortality Assembly immediately. To linger any longer would etch today's events into the Xian clan's collective memory as an eternal soul-shattering shadow. Such a trauma would cripple this entire generation. Though the Xian clan's lifespan exceeds humanity's by nearly double, some of their elders had witnessed the terrifying rise of the female sovereign herself. 10,000 years ago, the female sovereign single-handedly shattered all Forbidden Zone's subjugated primordial sovereigns and forbidden emperors alike and ascended with invincible, peerless might, her fists even compelling the Dark Realm itself to kneel and swear fealty as she marched triumphantly onward. Even the last forbidden emperor who once held the mandate of heaven dared not face the fully matured young female sovereign in combat. He knelt voluntarily, ceding the mandate to ensure his descendants' survival, and thus preserve the continuity of his forbidden domain. This was the terror of the human sovereign. Every contemporary Xian and divine clan cultivator of that era suffered irreversible Daoheart collapse, achieving nothing, rendered utterly broken. Now across the 9 heavens and 10 realms, the Xian clan faced humanity's second sovereign, the Chaos Sovereign Body. This youth lacked the female sovereign's overwhelming brilliance, her undefeated record, or her supreme dominion. But he was a primordial sovereign born with sovereign essence. His potential surpassed even hers, forged not through cultivation, but destiny. He had not yet reached 100 years, still a human child nurtured beneath the female sovereign's protective wings. If they did not depart now, this generation too would be irrevocably ruined. Behold, the divine clans of the 9 heavens and 10 realms, who had long observed from the sidelines, had already withdrawn in haste. Before the immortal peaches were even served, the pavilion stood empty. Not a single soul remained. He has come. At last he has truly arrived. Unbelievable. His sword strikes are so formidable, even Xian kings cannot withstand them. At last we see him in person. What a stunning opening salvo. A gathering of human elders gasped in awe, faces radiant with reverence. The younger generation, lacking sufficient insight, scrambled to ask questions. Who is he? Why did the divine clans leave without even tasting the peaches? If the divine clans departed and the Xian clan's youth dare not lift their heads, does this young man truly inspire such fear? Several grandsons beside the elder quasi-emperor of Tianchu, Holy Land, raised their voices in inquiry. The elder quasi-emperor sighed deeply and replied, indeed, he inspires awe, not mere fear. For he is our human chaos sovereign body. At those words, humanity erupted in jubilation. Its younger generation leapt to their feet, stunned into silence. Wang Dao's avatar instantly became the epicenter of all attention. Is he truly the chaos sovereign body of Shenhuang Mountain? No wonder. Even raw brute force alone shattered a Xian-grade sacred artifact. Inconceivable. At last we behold the chaos sovereign body in flesh and blood. So it was our own human sovereign body who compelled the divine clans to withdraw, and left the Xian clan's youth too terrified to raise their eyes. It should have been obvious. Who else could stand alone against the Xian clan's entire younger generation? Only the human sovereign body. Wang Dao had known from the moment he chose to act that his identity would inevitably be revealed. Hence he sent forth an avatar to fight. Even if defeated, he had overestimated the Xian clan's younger generation. Before the sovereign body, they were but ordinary mortals. Has the Xian clan truly run out of warriors? Wang Dao struck back with equal measure, issuing another challenge. If you still hesitate, then let the entire younger generation advance together. The Xian clan's faces turned ashen, fury seethed within them, yet no voice dared rise in protest. They waged one final internal struggle, then made their choice. 10 Xian kings from the younger generation stepped forward, each ranked higher than Feng Zhouge, each bearing distinct, exalted bloodlines. Clearly the Xian clan was resolved to suppress the human sovereign body's aura of invincibility, to erase this very day the indelible shadow cast upon their youth. Tianjin Xian king spoke coldly to Wang Dao. None can deny the majesty of a sovereign's bearing. Even 10 fighting as one brings no shame. Human sovereign, dare you accept this duel? Human elders flared with indignation. The elder quasi-emperor of Tianchu, Holy Land, rebuked fiercely. How shameless. The Xian clan sends 10 Xian kings to fight a single 5th-rank sage. Grand Marshal, we urge you to intervene personally. Tianjin Xian king continued icily. The Grand Marshal's cultivation realm, body forging arts, killing techniques, secret arts, and forbidden methods have all reached their absolute zenith, capable of slaying even a flawed emperor. 10 Xian kings. 100 would fall before him. Yet the Grand Marshal himself would never stoop to overpowering the young. Feng Tinglan ignored Tianjin Xian king, entirely fixing her gaze upon Wang Dao's avatar. Can you do it? Wang Dao's avatar replied calmly, thank you, senior sister, for your concern, but I hope they grant me defeat. Feng Tinglan's eyes widened. This youth's confidence knew no bounds. His words ignited the battlefield anew. The elder quasi-emperor of Tianchu, Holy Land, himself intervened, carving out a designated arena within the ancient celestial court. He feared the ancient court might be shattered by these youths' fury. Hold nothing back. Fight with full force. Feng Tinglan stepped forward, standing vigilant, personally anchoring the human sovereign body's position to prevent any unforeseen calamity. Go on, defeat the sovereign. Descendant of the celestial war immortal, lead the Xian clan to crush the sovereign. Xian clan spectators who had not entered the fray roared wildly. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 Xian clan youths surged into the heart of the ancient celestial court, unleashing their unique arts. Exotic saint-grade bloodlines blazing forth Xian-grade sacred artifacts, transforming into cataclysmic beams of light that crisscrossed the heavens. One summoned the Xian Dao weak water world, spreading it flat across the ancient celestial court. A torrent so perilous that immersion meant annihilation of all Dao principles, utter loss of leverage, and eternal inescapable sinking. Another coordinated from behind, invoking a phantom of an Xian emperor, through a unique secret art, unleashing boundless imperial pressure to suppress Wang Dao. Still others employed Xian Dao esoteric arts to empower their close combat comrades, amplifying their battle prowess by more than double. Meanwhile, those whose bodies were supremely resilient charged ahead, brandishing Xian-grade sacred artifacts, intent on closing in and engaging Wang Dao in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Instantly, the ancient celestial court descended into chaos. Wang Dao no longer held back. 10 Xian kings battling a single 5th-rank sage avatar. If he did not unleash his full power, defeat was inevitable. After all, not all of his abilities manifested fully in avatar form. Boom! Wang Dao stomped. The heavens overturned, the earth convulsed, and the ancient celestial court trembled violently. The 3,000 weak water worlds collapsed instantly. Wang Dao locked his gaze upon the most imposing Xian king, one bearing the bloodline of the war immortal, whose presence posed the gravest threat. This warrior was surely the descendant of the celestial war immortal spoken of by all. He wielded a golden greatsword whose war intent rivaled even that of the fighting sage monkey. Its weight so immense it seemed to drag down 10,000 heavens, causing the clouds themselves to sink beneath its burden. Amidst the celestial upheaval, their gazes met. Boom! The war immortal's descendant struck first, swinging his greatsword across heaven and earth. Golden sword Qi crashed forth, dense, overwhelming, unstoppable, slamming toward Wang Dao in an instant. Wang Dao evaded in a blur. The sword Qi grazed past him, nearly cleaving his avatar in two. He had tested its potency. Indeed, it was formidable. Boom! 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 Having dodged, Wang Dao retaliated, launching 9 counterpunches from varied directions. Hum! 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 The war immortal's descendant swung his golden greatsword in perfect rhythm, parrying all 9 blows. He shattered Wang Dao's fist force. But clearly the war immortal's descendant was not Wang Dao's primary target. By the time the war immortal's descendant realized it, Wang Dao had already pierced through the encircling ranks, arriving before the young female Xian king, who had been enhancing her close combat allies, doubling their battle prowess. Stop him! Don't let him reach! Su Miaoling. The war immortal's descendant roared. The young female Xian king froze in terror. Sovereign, spare my life. Before her cry faded, her body was already hurtling away. Struck by Wang Dao's fist, she flew like a meteor, crashing into the ancient celestial court with a spray of Xian blood and unceasing wails. She lay grievously wounded. Though the war immortal's descendant tried to shield Su Miaoling, he arrived a breath too late. Without her enhancement, his and his comrades' battle prowess plummeted by half. You dare injure my sister, you court death. The war immortal's descendant raged, his hair bristling with fury. Taste my blade, the heaven-cutting sword realm. And so Wang Dao was ensnared within the war immortal's sword realm. Yet Wang Dao's gaze was fathomless as abyssal prison. Turning back, he unleashed the primordial sovereign fist. Boom! The heaven-cutting sword realm had barely coalesced, its myriad phantom swords shimmering into existence. Yet at the impact of Wang Dao's fist, it shattered instantly. The explosive force of that punch surged outward like a tidal cataclysm, crushing decay, obliterating the 8 desolations. More terrifying than the fist's raw power was the sheer crushing aura of the primordial sovereign fist. No. The war immortal's descendant, crushed beneath the fist's oppressive aura, dropped to his knees, immobile, then took the full blow, flying backward like a meteor. Spurt. Crack. His chest caved inward, blood splattering across the ancient celestial court. The golden greatsword he'd held across his chest snapped cleanly in two. Thus fell the war immortal's descendant, possessing bloodline prestige rivaling that of the heavenly sovereign. The primordial sovereign fist. It's the female sovereign's primordial sovereign fist. The sovereign body has mastered it. Countless human elders cried out in shock, hearts ablaze with fervor. Feng Tinglin's chest rose and fell rapidly. He has truly learned the primordial sovereign fist. After Su Miaoling and the war immortal's descendant fell, the remaining 8 Xian kings were paralyzed with dread. Advance. Yet they did not retreat. They lunged together toward Wang Dao, making one final desperate assault. Wang Dao's avatar dimmed drastically after unleashing the primordial sovereign fist. 10,000 tide surge. Even a mere avatar needed no restraint. This self-crafted technique deployed for the first time in actual combat. In that instant, chaotic energy erupted from the avatar like a volcanic cataclysm, transforming into boundless, ceaseless waves, layer upon layer, stretching infinitely across the 8 desolations and the 9 heavens and 10 realms, sweeping heaven and earth alike. This self-invented technique was not inherently powerful. It merely employed chaotic energy in a novel way. He created it specifically to keep enemies at bay, never allowing them near. Close-quarters combat carried immense risk, especially when fighting beyond one's realm. A single misstep in melee could mean grievous injury. Margin for error was virtually non-existent. Wang Dao understood well his own shortcomings. His cultivation foundation was incomplete, and his close combat skills remained flawed. His Nine Heavens sun-chasing art excelled at fleeing chasing or overwhelming weaker foes, but failed utterly in cross-realm melee, lacking both speed and explosive power. Thus, the 10,000 Tide Surge was born, to repel adversaries from 10,000 miles away. Yet its destructive force was staggering. The chaotic waves of the 10,000 Tide Surge obliterated all resistance, transforming into an absolute chaotic energy forbidden zone. The 8 Xian Kings' Xian-grade sacred artifacts, their personal domains, even their very selves, were all swallowed and hurled away by the surging tide. None could withstand it, not even approaching Wang Dao. All were swept aside, engulfed in chaotic energy, grievously wounded. Within the 10,000 Tide Surge's forbidden zone, the 8 Xian Kings faded utterly, dimmed into insignificance. All 10 defeated Xian Kings were hastily rescued, each grievously injured, some weeping in terror, their Dao hearts utterly shattered. The devastation was unspeakable. In their eyes, the man atop the ancient celestial court towered higher than 10,000 heavens, an insurmountable mountain they would never scale in this lifetime. Silence reigned across the ancient celestial court as all absorbed the aftermath of that battle, words insufficient to capture its magnitude, yet lingering endlessly in memory. Feng Tinglan swallowed hard, fearing Wang Dao might vanish, and rushed forward the moment the battle ended, seizing his arm. To her shock, her grasp passed through empty air. Wang Dao's form was fading, growing increasingly translucent. The sovereign body is dissolving. What is happening? A chorus of cries rose in alarm. An avatar. That was only an avatar, not the sovereign body's true self. Heavens! Was it truly just an avatar that challenged 10 Xian Kings? Was it only an avatar that fought us? Only an avatar that subdued us? If even his avatar possesses such transcendent power, what unimaginable might does his true self wield? Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Even Feng Tinglan's scalp prickled with awe. Puff, 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 puff. Upon hearing the revelation, the 10 young Xian Kings who had battled the human sovereign recoiled, pupils dilated, terror and fury contorting their features, blood erupting from their mouths. The sovereign body insults us unforgivably, using only an avatar to humiliate us. The war immortal's descendant threw back his head and roared, spewing a crimson jet before collapsing unconscious. At this moment, the hearts of the 10 young immortal kings shattered completely. The human race's supreme body was merely at the 5th rank of the saint realm, yet these 10 immortal kings failed to defeat a 5th rank saint even when facing the opponent's avatar, and were utterly overwhelmed. This blow was far too severe. The young generation of the immortal race that did not participate in the battle also felt an unprecedented shock within their hearts, each one instinctively harboring an unfortunate sentiment. Being born in the same era as the Chaos Body Supreme was their greatest misfortune in this life. Some immortal race talents were so frightened that they burst into tears. The Heavenly Sword Immortal King was very unwilling and shouted, "It's not shameful to lose to the human race supreme. Our immortal race has its own supremes in the forbidden areas, and when they emerge, they will surely defeat the human supreme and wash away today's disgrace. Let's go." Within minutes, the young generation of the immortal race across the 9 heavens and 10 earths followed the footsteps of the divine race, fleeing from the heavenly palace of the Tianchu sacred land. At this moment, the ancient heavenly court was filled with cheers. Regardless of whether they were the young generation, the middle-aged generation, or the older generation of the human race, all were filled with fervor, proudly lifting their heads. Our human supreme body, with just one avatar, has defeated 10 immortal kings. Such a record is too dazzling. If the avatar is this powerful, the true body strength is even more anticipated. The human supreme body has emerged for less than a century, yet possesses such strength. The Empress truly excels in her teachings. His future will undoubtedly be brilliant, leaving everyone in eager anticipation. He will surely become the second Empress. Among this generation of the immortal race, there are many outstanding talents claiming to be a rare golden generation in 10,000 years, yet they did not expect such a dismal ending. What does it matter if it's a golden generation? Phoenix Mountain now has a human supreme body, as well as the Holy Sun Heavenly Maiden. This is a mythical generation. Congratulations to Phoenix Mountain and also to our human race for giving birth to such an extraordinary supreme body. This is the honor of the human race. After witnessing the potential of the human supreme body, all major sacred lands and ancient royal families in Tianzhou felt an extreme reverence towards Phoenix Mountain. Feng Tinglan was extremely satisfied with this. The purpose of the Pan Tao Dao meeting was to enhance Phoenix Mountain's presence in Tianzhou, to strengthen its influence, and to foster unity. Initially, she thought it would take a considerable amount of effort along with various promises and benefits to convince the various forces in Tianzhou. But with the emergence of the supreme body, she no longer needed to waste her breath. The The human race has an innate admiration and reverence for their own supreme body, or one might say every clan has such feelings for their own supreme body possessing an incredible calling power. However, at this moment Feng Tinglan's attention was focused on the soon-to-disappear Wang Dao. She waved her hand to set up a barrier isolating the surroundings and began a dialogue with the vanishing avatar of Wang Dao. Feng Tinglan's eyes were complex. Where have you been for the past 10 years? Wang Dao replied softly, deliberately altering his voice, returning to sister, I have always been at Phoenix Mountain, never leaving. Feng Tinglan was taken aback. This guy had never left, so why was there no sign of him? Did he not know that she had almost gone to the Moonfall Mountain to look for him? Feng Tinglan had too many questions. But Wang Dao's figure was already nearly dissipated, so she could only choose a key question to ask. 10 years ago, when you severed your sacred medicine channel, you didn't hold a grudge against me. Wang Dao replied lightly, sister did the right thing. If you hadn't done so, I might have fallen into the hands of the Forbidden Area Overlord facing eternal damnation. Not only do I not harbor resentment towards you, but I must also thank you. Feng Tinglan's eyes widened in shock as she asked the critical question, who exactly are you? What is your identity at Phoenix Mountain? Why can't we find you? Wang Dao replied softly, I have always been by your side, and the Empress' side now, and in the future. Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth and said nonsense. Wang Dao's figure was already beginning to blur, saying, I don't have much time left until we meet again. Wait, I have one last question. Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth and asked, why do you have to hide and not show yourself? Is it that we and the Empress are not worthy of your trust? As soon as she finished asking, Wang Dao had already disappeared without a trace. Feng Tinglan clenched her fists, both angry and frustrated, wanting to hit someone. The question she wanted to ask the most had not been answered. However, upon careful thought, this conversation was not without gains. The Supreme Buddhist words, I have always been by your side, and the Empress' side now, and in the future. Did this indicate the Supreme Buddhist mental state? Feng Tinglan felt a sense of loss as she returned to her seat. Wang Dao's true form also returned to normal, but his heart remained unsettled for a long time. He never expected that his actions this time would provoke such a shocking impact. The divine race retreated, and the young generation of the immortal race dared not lift their heads. He had offended the entire immortal race across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He turned to look at the Holy Sun beside him. The Holy Sun was still in a daze, staring blankly at the ancient heavenly court as if her soul had been drawn away. Wang Dao shook his head helplessly. Congratulations to Phoenix Mountain for acquiring a remarkable supreme. Please convey our regards to the Empress, congratulating her on receiving a supreme disciple. Various congratulatory voices were incessant. I will relay your words to the Empress. Feng Tinglan was absent-minded, but the Empress also has a message for me to convey to the friends of various forces in Tianzhou. The Empress says that a dark turmoil is approaching and the human race values peace above all. The old quasi-emperor of Tianzhu's sacred land immediately stood up. What the Empress says is true. We will definitely adhere to her. We'll prepare for battle and await the next dark turmoil. We will earnestly follow the Empress will. The various forces in Tianzhou all bowed and clasped their hands, feeling sincere respect. Feng Tinglan's purpose for this trip was also considered achieved, saying the ancient peaches of the Pan Tao Dao meeting, which mature once every 9,000 years, are a gift from the Empress. Please enjoy them to the fullest, my dear friends of the human race. Thank you for the Empress' grace. Finally, they began to eat the peaches. Wang Dao also received one, but he had already eaten one many years ago. The primary effect of the ancient peaches is to extend lifespan and stabilize the cycle of life. Eating a second within 100 years has little effect, usually consumed once every 100 years. Thus, the Pan Tao Dao meeting is held once every 100 years. After finishing the peaches, Feng Tinglan stood up to bid farewell. Everyone, I the Grand Marshal still have military affairs, so I won't stay long. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. I raise a glass to all of you. Everyone raised their cups, downing them in one go. Although the Pan Tao Dao meeting lasted several days, with the departure of Phoenix Mountain, the climax had come to an end. As Feng Tinglan prepared to leave, 5 elders from the Human Race Elder Council, including Master Mot and the old quasi-emperor of Tianzhu, sacred land, all stood up. Grand Marshal, please wait. The Human Race Elder Council has one more question for you. Feng Tinglan frowned. There's no need to ask. Clearly she knew what the Elder Council wanted to ask. Master Mot exchanged glances with the old quasi-emperor of Tianzhu's sacred land, who had a troubled expression, and finally spoke. If the Grand Marshal does not allow me to ask, I must still ask. The Grand Marshal is a unique human race's overlord body, already 2,000 years old in the golden years, and it is a great time to bear offspring during this era of peace. With the dark turmoil approaching, the Empress plans for her second life. The future is perilous and uncertain. I implore the Grand Marshal to prioritize the greater good, marry soon, and ensure the continuation of the overlord body bloodline. After speaking, the elders of the Human Race Elder Council all knelt down. Master Mot did the same. The Elder Council, born in ancient times and continuing to the present, exists to protect the human race's bloodline, ensuring its eternal continuity. After ancient times, when the gods became scarce and the land was devastated, the human race's bloodline dwindled, yet they managed to preserve some powerful bloodlines, such as the human overlord body bloodline. The reason the human overlord body bloodline has persisted to this day is thanks to the Elder Council. In the times without a supreme, the overlord body of the human race was the most precious bloodline. The Elder Council, now in front of most of the human race's powerhouses, bringing up old matters, hopes to leverage the strength of the human race to persuade the Grand Marshal. Feng Tinglan was furious, but given the circumstances she restrained herself and said coldly, "There's no need to bring this up again. Our human race now has a supreme body which can stabilize our fortune." That's not the same. The old Quasi-Emperor took a firm stance. The supreme body doesn't exist in every era, and it cannot be inherited. It's an anomaly. However, the human overlord body can be inherited. According to our Elder Council statistics, among the descendants of the overlord body, at most 10, there will definitely be one overlord body. Feng Tinglan clenched her fists. Did this group of old men take her for a fool? Master Mot remained calm and said, "Although I am also from Phoenix Mountain, I must speak up. If the overlord body bloodline is lost, our Elder Council will be sinners. After we die, we would have no face to meet the pioneers of the Elder Council. I implore the Grand Marshal to consider this seriously." The old Quasi-Emperor of Tianshu's sacred land also said, "Indeed, if you kill us, we must speak, and Phoenix Mountain also has a supreme body. The human supreme body and the overlord body descendants may give birth to a chaos overlord body descendant, which is very much anticipated." Feng Tinglan. She was already on the verge of exploding. This group of old men was trying to set her up with the human supreme body. When she saw the supreme body, she just wanted to hit him. The old Quasi-Emperor of Tianshu's sacred land spoke freely. "Elder, both the Grand Marshal and the supreme body are from Phoenix Mountain. You need to facilitate this matter. If you fail, you will have committed a grave sin." Master Mot shrank his neck, sweating profusely. Outside, he dared to advise the Grand Marshal of the human race, but in Phoenix Mountain, if he spoke to Feng Tinglan like this, he would definitely get beaten up by the temperamental and unpredictable Feng Tinglan. He had already endured many beatings due to his old bones. Seeing Feng Tinglan silent, the old Quasi-Emperor continued, "Grand Marshal, look, in such a grand event today, our Elder Council's second elder is absent. Why? Because he went to search for the human race's lost golden divine vein bloodline, and has been gone for hundreds of years. Not only the second elder, but many in the Elder Council are making efforts. We hope the Grand Marshal can understand our good intentions. When pressure fails, they resort to a sob story." Another elder said, "Grand Marshal, you used to always evade saying that there were no suitable young talents among the human race for you. But now that there is a supreme body, what do you say? You should make an effort." Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth in silence. The Elder Council's request was difficult to refuse. She was born from the Elder Council, and her overlord body bloodline was fused later, all thanks to this group of old guys. After joining Phoenix Mountain, she soared to great heights, and with the Empress' help, she regained the strongest form of the human overlord body. At this moment, the Holy Sun beside Feng Tinglan heard the sharp questions discussed by the Elder Council. She had an ominous premonition from the start, and when she heard the Elder Council trying to pair the Grand Marshal with the supreme body, her face turned pale. Anxiety and disorientation filled her. Looking at Feng Tinglan, her eyes held a hint of envy. Just as Feng Tinglan was about to compromise and make some commitments, a figure rushed into the ancient heavenly court in a flurry, shouting, "Grand Marshal, it's bad, something serious has happened. 3 forbidden area overlords have emerged from the Tianzhou sword ruins, bringing ancient supremes into the world, and are heading towards the Tianshu sacred land." With this statement, the whole place fell silent. Feng Tinglan's expression became serious. "Sword ruins? One of the 9 forbidden areas?" "Yes." Master Mot and the old Quasi-Emperor, along with other top human race powerhouses, all changed their expressions, trembling with fear. "They must be coming for our human supreme body." In an instant, a wave of panic swept through the entire ancient heavenly court. Wang Dao's expression turned grave to the extreme. Though he had never understood the strength of the sword ruins being one of the 9 forbidden zones, its power was undoubtedly on par with that of Moonfall Mountain. Furthermore, the supreme of the sword ruins has emerged. This is an extremely dangerous signal. He was aware, of course, of how terrifying it is to face a fellow supreme, especially those who have lived for countless eons and have slept within the ancient forbidden zones. With the Empress absent, no one on Phoenix Mountain could withstand this threat. Coincidentally, the Empress has been in the Dark World for 10 years. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the Heavenly Palace. Feng Tinglan shouted, the 5-clawed golden dragon swirling around her, immediately flying out of the ancient heavenly court. At the same time, she crushed 2 jade tokens. One was to summon Tianji Shao. The other was to summon her 7th junior sister Yi Qingqing. Clearly, she did not have absolute confidence to face the Supreme emerging from the 9 ancient forbidden zones and began calling for aid. Elder Mot and the Old Emperor immediately rushed out as well. Although the Old Emperor had some conflicts with Phoenix Mountain, he did not hesitate in the face of such a grave matter. Just as the three of them flew out of the Heavenly Palace, a river surged from the south of Tianzhou vast, as the Milky Way shattering the void of heaven and earth, creating boundless chaos. Upon closer inspection, this river was not formed from flowing water, but from gathered sword energy. It was a river of swords. It is easy to imagine the dire consequences if the Heavenly Palace were to be submerged by this river. The newly ascended Celestial Maiden and the supreme body of the human race were here. Faced with this river, Mot Daoist and the Old Emperor both looked extremely grim. This river was not only terrifying, but it also contained an incomparably powerful supreme pressure that caused their primordial spirits to tremble. The Supreme of the Sword Ruins has indeed emerged. Retreat. Feng Tinglan reminded the two elders, retreating a distance herself, her domineering bloodline fully awakening, burning, fiercely breaking through limits, and surpassing the old emperor, reaching the level of a flawed emperor. The pressure of her domineering body suppressed all firmly, holding down the endless supreme pressure that flowed from the river of swords. However, that river still submerged everything in front, devouring the heavens and earth, tearing everything apart. If she hid any longer, the Heavenly Palace behind her would turn to dust in an instant. Feng Tinglan did not hide any longer. She pointed forward with one hand, opening the world in her palm, directly drawing the river of swords into her hand, forcefully suppressing it. Her palm resembled an abyss with an endless river of swords pouring into it, causing the heavens to rumble as they faced resistance. The terrifying impact made Feng Tinglan stagger backward. The river of swords was too terrifying. Feng Tinglan struggled to suppress it, and her hand began to swell, the world in her palm continuously approaching collapse. She could not maintain her suppression of this river of swords for long. At that moment, a sword aura from the celestial realm descended from the 9 heavens, illuminating the vast azure sky, as if possessing the power to create worlds, slicing into the chaos. Boom! The chaos shattered, and the river of swords was split in two. The flow of the river ceased instantly. A figure in white descended from the sky, bathed in boundless celestial light, her form pure and unblemished, holding a celestial emperor's sword. The sword aura flowed like a river of paths. Although her momentum was not as strong as that of the human race's domineering Feng Tinglan, her aura was not weaker, both existing in the same realm. The leader of the Celestial Restoration sect, Tian Ji Shao, has arrived. This time her displayed strength was far greater than when she previously defended Phoenix Mountain. As soon as she appeared, her peak battle power radiated. She stood between heaven and earth, merging with the heavens, merging with chaos, merging with the Tao, ethereal and mysterious, exuding a sense of transcendence, surrounded by a river of pure white light, as if transformed by the passage of time. She transcended time, appearing as if she did not belong to this era. Her techniques were supremely skilled, and the supreme pressure coming from afar had no effect on her. Unlike Feng Tinglan, who could withstand it, Hedon. Sister, I have arrived. Tian Ji Shao joined Feng Tinglan. Good timing. Feng Tinglan shouted, slamming her palm down, causing the heavens to tremble and chaos to swirl, forming an indelible imprint of her palm, severing the river of swords, rendering its continuation powerless. The latter half of the river was broken by her. Within the Heavenly Palace, the human race was filled with fervent excitement. The 6 kin and 8 kin have arrived. They should not be the last ones. Wang Dao also clenched his fists, quietly feeling both frustrated and angry. His frustration stemmed from being too ostentatious. Had he not acted today, the Sword Ruins would not have made such a significant move. His anger came from his own weakness, as he was unable to assist his sisters. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the river of swords rumbled. 4 towering phantoms emerged from the river, their auras continuously growing stronger, the supreme pressure also surging violently, appearing at the severed point. The phantoms solidified into 4 terrifying beings. 3 middle-aged men with white hair carried long swords. Though they appeared weary, their auras were immensely terrifying, their gazes looking down upon all beings, instilling fear in everyone within the Heavenly Palace. These were 3 flawed emperors of the Forbidden Zones. However, the most terrifying was the young man in white at the forefront. He was a supreme of the human race. He was very young, and unlike the other 3, he lacked weariness. Instead, he was full of vigor, his eyes radiating dominance, as if he were the only protagonist of this realm. His cultivation was not particularly strong, only at the realm of the ancient Holy King, but no one dared to underestimate him. He was a supreme. His power absolutely surpassed that of the 3 flawed emperors beside him. Those 3 flawed emperors were all his subordinates. Wang Dao was also deeply shocked. To have emperors as subordinates, could this be the supreme of the ancient Forbidden Zones? It is hard to imagine how glorious the human race of ancient times must have been. How unfortunate that he did not understand why this young man in white, also a supreme of the human race, stood on the opposing side of Phoenix Mountain contrary to his kin. Was it because the divine desolation only had a single heavenly mandate? The records about the forbidden zones in the texts were truly too limited. They were shrouded in secrecy. At this moment, Tianji Shao and Feng Tinglin's gazes were both fixed upon the white-clad supreme. The other three flawed emperors were ignored by them. This person was their greatest threat. The white-clad supreme exuded an overwhelming pressure, viewing the two women as mere dust, disregarding them, and focusing his gaze on the ancient heavenly court. He was searching for the newly born supreme body of the human race. However, it was evident that the empress could not find him, so he was unlikely to succeed. Feng Tinglan angrily shouted, "Supreme of the Sword Ruins, why have you come here?" The white-clad supreme finally spoke. "There should not be two supremes in Phoenix Mountain. This person disrupts the balance of the heavenly Tao. Therefore the Sword Ruins have come to eradicate the human race's supreme. Either he dies, or you two die." This stance was far too strong, allowing for no room for negotiation. The pressure from the white-clad supreme surged suddenly. Feng Tinglan was not suppressed, her fighting spirit grew even stronger. The human race's domineering body belonged to a bloodline that thrived against stronger foes, unyielding and resolute. Feng Tinglin's gaze was icy as she said, "The Empress has an agreement with the 9 ancient forbidden zones. You Sword Ruins disregard the agreement and offend the Supreme of Phoenix Mountain. Have you considered the consequences?" The white-clad Supreme replied, "The Empress is currently deep in darkness, presumably clearing obstacles for her second life. She will not return. If she returns, all her previous efforts will be in vain." Feng Tinglin's heart sank to its depths. In her youth, before being sealed as the great marshal of the human race, the Empress had taken her into the dark depths, introducing her to the giants lurking there. She made sure she knew who her opponents were. Hence she understood how terrifying the Empress' adversaries were. Just as the white-clad Supreme said, once the Empress leaves the dark depths, giving those dark giants even a moment's respite. Because those giants of the forbidden zones cannot emerge immediately upon awakening, they need time to recover their vitality after awakening. What the Empress is doing now is keeping those giants from breathing. When she seeks her second life in the future, she must accomplish everything while those forbidden zone giants are still gasping for breath and have not yet regained their strength. To create a time gap, it can be said that the Empress' departure from the dark world now after 10 years of effort would render everything futile. The Sword Ruins are forcing the Empress to make a choice: either abandon the chaotic supreme body of Phoenix Mountain, or abandon her second life. In either case, Phoenix Mountain would lose a supreme, and the methods employed were exceedingly ruthless. This also aligns with the interests of the various forbidden zones, which do not permit 2 supremes in Phoenix Mountain. The Sword Ruins must be confident that the Empress would not return, not intending to waste her previous efforts, which is why they dared to emerge from the forbidden zone and carry out slaughter. Knowing the enemy's intentions, Feng Tinglan realized that compromise was no longer possible. Supreme of the Sword Ruins, come to battle. Feng Tinglan immediately raised her Yulong golden spear, furiously pointing at the white-clad Supreme, the golden domineering divine power illuminating the heavens, as if the world were cast into a realm that was indestructible. The astonishing gunfire shattered the invisible pressure. The entire human race was watching this battle, apprehensive to the extreme. Because this was the first time the great marshal of the human race confronted a supreme directly. No one knew what the outcome would be. Heavenly knowledge made its move, pointing towards the heavenly palace with a hand. The great Tao intertwined celestial might surged, enveloping the heavenly palace, swiftly drawing it into the boundless world on its palm. Heavenly knowledge's action instantly enraged the white-robed supreme. With a casual gesture, he summoned chaotic energy, transforming it into boundless chaotic sword energy that surged towards heavenly knowledge. Heavenly knowledge swung her sword to cleave the heavens and earth, fiercely striking down, yet failed to shatter the towering sword waves formed by the chaotic sword energy. However, in her next move, her figure blurred, as if transcending the river of time, evading the lethal strike from the white-robed supreme. This move was one of the Empress trump cards named Eternal Moment, belonging to the path of time, transcending a moment in the river of time, allowing evasion from all worldly laws. Your opponent is me. Knowing that heavenly knowledge lacked offensive power, Feng Tinglan rushed forward with her spear, shattering the chaotic sword waves of the white-robed supreme and standing before heavenly knowledge. The two women exchanged a glance, understanding each other. Heavenly knowledge turned and walked away, merging into the chaos. Chase. The 3 Sword Ruins deficient emperors immediately pursued. The white-robed supreme pointed at Feng Tinglan, and millions of sword energies surged towards her. Feng Tinglan locked onto the strongest among the 3, ignoring the white-robed supreme, and fiercely struck out, summoning the Yulong Golden Spear. Wind rises, dragon soars. With this move, the supreme technique of the Dragon Clan was unleashed. The Yulong Golden Spear instantly transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon chaos, swirling like an ocean as the divine dragon soared within, crashing towards the most threatening deficient emperor. The Wind Rises dragon soars formed its own world, instantly locking onto the most powerful emperor, preparing for a decisive kill. The opponent was confined within and suppressed, unable to unleash their full abilities. The five-clawed golden dragon transformed into an ancient giant dragon, immensely large, bearing boundless power, that descended to suppress the strongest deficient emperor. Boom. The deficient emperor was struck, a hole appearing in their chest, their imperial body collapsing instantly, severely wounded, and falling within the Wind Rises dragon soars world. The deficient emperor's heavenly mandate, already lacking, dimmed further at this moment, having been severely damaged. Their combat power diminished by 90%, posing no further threat. With one more strike, the deficient emperor would surely perish. This blow showcased her strength as the Grand Marshal of the human race. Due to Heavenly Knowledge's insufficient offensive power, she could only eliminate one of the three, ensuring that Heavenly Knowledge could bring the human supreme back to Phoenix Mountain. However, Feng Tinglan's fierce assault on a deficient emperor also came with a severe price. The millions of sword energies from the white-robed supreme instantly engulfed Feng Tinglan. Feng Tinglan's equipment was exceptional. She wore a pristine silver armor crafted by the Empress with astonishing defensive power. The moment she was submerged by millions of sword energies, the imperial armor instantly manifested around her. Had it not been for the armor, she would have been reduced to a mist of blood. Under the onslaught of millions of sword energies, she was unharmed, but the imperial armor was dimming. The spiritual imprints and bloodline marks she left on it were rapidly diminishing. Her connection to the imperial armor was weakening. Once the spiritual and bloodline imprints were completely erased, she would lose control over the armor, which would become ownerless and could no longer protect her. Boom. At the critical moment, the Yulong Golden Spear returned, descending from the sky, like a dragon returning to the sea, shattering the surface of the lake. Surrounded by millions of sword waves, Feng Tinglan's power instantly weakened by 30%. She wielded the Yulong Golden Spear, instantly unleashing thousands of Cave Heaven Spear lights, piercing through the millions of sword waves and successfully leaping out. These Cave Heaven Spear lights were also a type of imperial technique. However, the White Robe Supreme did not give Feng Tinglan a chance to catch her breath. Just as she emerged from the turmoil, the White Robe Supreme's palm had already struck before her, extremely perilous. Although she did not use her full strength, she exerted 80% of her power. Boom. Feng Tinglan unleashed a punch, a strike of the ancient king fist, directly smashing forward. The terrifying fists and palms of the two clashed together in an instant. Bang! The White Robe Supreme was unable to withstand it and was directly sent flying away. One of her arms was shattered, blood splattering across the chaos. The White Robe Supreme was not a Bloodline Supreme, but a Dao Body Supreme. The Dao Body Supreme clashed head-on with the human race's dominant body, paying a bloody price. No wonder you are the dominant body of the human race, capable of battling supremes. Your strength is remarkable. The White Robe Supreme was somewhat astonished, then changed her tone. Return to the Forbidden Zone with this Supreme, and be my maid, and I shall spare your life. Go find your mother. Trash. Sword Ruins Supreme, 82nd on the ancient golden list. When I was 30 years old, I had already knocked you down. In the ancient trials, this Grand Marshal could defeat you. In the real world, I can defeat you just the same. Dominant body of the primal chaos. With a successful strike, Feng Tinglan fiercely pursued, utilizing the Supreme Body Technique, the Path of Heaven's infinite steps, instantly teleporting in front of the White Robe Supreme. The White Robe Supreme immediately summoned the Dao realm. But Feng Tinglan's figure was too formidable. Although she crashed into a wall during her teleportation, the impact was so strong that it shattered the White Robe Supreme's Dao realm, breaking through to confront her. The Yulong Golden Spear surged forward. Feng Tinglan's Saint World instantly opened. Dominant body of the primal chaos. Her dominant body divine power completely went berserk at this moment, shattering the void of the world and endless chaos, as if transforming into the primal chaos. This was the supreme technique of the dominant body created for her by the Empress, allowing her dominant body potential to be fully unleashed to the extreme. At this moment, she seemed to transform into a female supreme. Her spear light also transformed into the spear light of the primal chaos, and her power was now infinitely close to the deficient emperor. In the past, she lacked this move, watching her senior brother disappear into the cycle of reincarnation. But now her senior brother's reincarnation was within the Heavenly Palace, and she would not allow anyone to approach the Heavenly Palace, let alone harm him. The White Robe Supreme was trapped within the world of dominant body of the primal chaos. Within the dominant body of the primal chaos, the oppressive force of the dominant body amplified infinitely, while the supreme pressure of the white-robed supreme also reached its peak, yet it could not withstand the infinitely amplified pressure of the dominant body of the primal chaos. The supreme Bodhis realm could not withstand it either. The dominant body of the primal chaos had opened with Feng Tinglan, forming her own forbidden zone, a place where supremes could not enter. In the next moment, the boundless and brutal spear lights of the primal chaos engulfed the white-robed supreme, drowned by the forbidden zone of the dominant body of the primal chaos. These spear lights were incredibly sharp, piercing through the heavens and earth as if they could penetrate time and space, striking back to the ancient past. As chaos erupted, the world perished. The white-robed supreme found herself in the same predicament as Feng Tinglan initially. As Feng Tinglan was engulfed by millions of sword energies, unable to escape at this moment, the white-robed supreme was also caught in the boundless spear lights of the primal chaos. The white-robed supreme also possessed a protective armor similar to the imperial armor. It was an ancestral sword floating around her, capable of blocking all invading enemies. However, Feng Tinglan went all out, betting everything, including her future, with no room for retreat. Her million spear lights of the primal chaos were exceptionally terrifying. Enduring the impact of countless spear lights, the ancestral sword of the white-robed supreme was formidable, but could not withstand the wave upon wave of spear light assaults, though a flaw finally appeared. One spear light evaded the ancestral sword, striking the white-robed supreme's crown. The Dao realm instantly shattered, and a corner of her spiritual sense was pierced, dimming in an instant. With the damage to her spiritual sense, her abilities immediately dropped by 30%. The sword ruins supreme, already suppressed by the dominant body of the primal chaos, was now entirely prostrate, unable to resist Feng Tinglan's supremacy. Dust of the forbidden zone grant you the death penalty. Feng Tinglan launched a punch, using the fifth strike of the ancient king fist, striking fiercely at the white-robed supreme's protective ancestral sword. The ancestral sword roared. It dimmed from a single blow, its operating speed slowed by half, full of flaws. Boom. Feng Tinglan struck again, unleashing the Wind Rises Dragon Soars, bringing out her trump card. Within the dominant body of the primal chaos, the power of the Yulong Golden Spear greatly increased, incomparable to the previous strike. Boom. The dragon's roar reverberated through the primal chaos, descending from the heavens. Feng Tinglan's ancient king fist was used moderately, but her Dragon Clan's supreme technique, Wind Rises Dragon Soars, had no one in the world daring to question it. Even the little carp could use Wind Rises Dragon Soars, but being young, it only learned it in vain, far from Feng Tinglan's power. Don't. The white-robed supreme's pupils were about to shatter, her ancestral sword dimmed, her spiritual sense was damaged, and she could no longer withstand the grand marshal of the human race's strongest killing technique. She immediately summoned an imperial-grade barrier talisman. This item could withstand all attacks below the emperor level. Although she had the heavenly sword Dao, she was now suppressed and completely unable to rise, unable to use any of her extraordinary abilities. The upper hand of the human grand marshal, the human dominant body, filled her with despair, leaving her no room to breathe. The dominant body of the primal chaos was highly authoritative, even the supremes had to bow their heads. She entrusted this imperial-grade barrier talisman to turn the tide and fight against the human dominant body. As long as she escaped the dominant body of the primal chaos, she could certainly turn the tables. However, this imperial-grade barrier talisman could not take shape. The contents of the dominant body of the primal chaos did not allow a second realm to be established, and it was instantly crushed by the spear lights of the dominant body of the primal chaos. Feng Tinglan rushed in without the protection of the ancestral sword. A single spear pierced the soul, ruthlessly penetrating the spiritual sense of the sword ruined supreme. Originally lacking a corner, the spiritual sense shattered with a single blow, turning into a rain of light. The sword ruined supreme, emerging for the first time in tens of thousands of years, encountered the catastrophe of divine annihilation. Sister dominant body, spare me. The wailing cry echoed throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolates. This strike left the world in silence, all beings shocked as the forbidden zones bowed their heads. The human dominant body crushed the sword ruined supreme. Among the human race, the first person under the Empress truly deserving of the title. In Tianzhou, countless powerful beings gazed towards the direction of the holy land of Tianqiu. In various forbidden zones across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, terrifying gazes converged in the depths of darkness, piercing through the chaos, to witness the fallen supreme body within the boundless primordial chaos. All eyes were filled with shock, trepidation, and disbelief. The human race's supreme powerhouse fought valiantly, and the supreme being of the sword ruins was slain. This outcome was utterly unexpected. The Grand Marshal of the human race, though highly esteemed among his kin, was deemed unworthy of respect by the powerful beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and the various forbidden zones. Yet now the human race's supreme powerhouse had taught them a lesson. No one dared to underestimate this woman anymore. Her strength was now on par with the top 3 direct disciples of the Empress, if not surpassing them. At this moment, Feng Tinglan emerged from the primordial chaos of the supreme powerhouse. Behind her, the primordial chaos appeared eternal and indestructible, entombing an ancient supreme being of the sword ruins. Swish, swish, swish. 3 terrifying figures, having received the news of the fall of the innate supreme being, crossed the void and arrived before Feng Tinglan. These 3 were the ones pursuing the 3 incomplete emperors. Their anger was uncontrollable, their eyes blazing yet filled with even greater trepidation. The supreme being of the sword ruins had been slain, a reality they could not accept. Yet they were immensely wary of that world of primordial chaos where the most potent power of the Grand Marshal of the human race was rampaging. The golden light emanating from the world of primordial chaos seemed to forge this realm's void into an indestructible cosmos, overwhelming in its oppressive force, making it impossible for them to approach Feng Tinglan. Even though they recognized that after the fierce battle with the supreme being of the sword ruins, the Grand Marshal of the human race was at his last gasp, and any one of them could easily slay Feng Tinglan. Hand over the corpse of the supreme being, and we will let you go. The heavily injured, incomplete emperor of the sword ruins pointed his sword angrily at Feng Tinglan. The methods of the ancient Forbidden Zone's overlord were otherworldly. Taking away both the body and soul of the supreme being of the sword ruins might still leave a chance of salvation. The sword ruins are truly unaware of their own demise. A beam of celestial light shot through the chaos, and Tian Jixiao traversed the chaos, landing beside Feng Tinglan. Endless celestial brilliance from the heart of the heavens shone down seemingly from ancient times, radiantly holy, and as Feng Tinglan bathed in it, her weak body felt a slight resurgence. The after-effects of wielding the primordial chaos were temporarily suppressed. Feng Tinglan sighed. If you can take it away, then do so. Tian Jixiao immediately took Feng Tinglan to retreat to the side. The heavily injured, incomplete emperor gritted his teeth, saying, "Today we have no choice but to slay the supreme being of the sword ruins. This matter will never be forgotten by the sword ruins. When our lord of the sword ruins awakens, we will definitely settle the score with you." Feng Tinglan held the golden dragon spear, her gaze cold and domineering. "I, Feng Tinglan, am always ready." Tian Jixiao smiled mysteriously. "Aren't you curious why my 7th senior sister, who roams the various forbidden zones that others fear like the plague, hasn't shown herself today?" The expressions of the 3 shifted. The 7th direct disciple of Phoenix Mountain, a being born from the dark grave, was brought back to the mortal realm by the Empress, practicing the great arts of the human race and mastering the burial arts of the underworld, revered as the Grand Priestess of the human race. Her burial arts were unparalleled. 500 years ago, during the dark turmoil, she was in charge of guarding the major forbidden zones, and the burial arts she displayed had personally entombed 3 major forbidden zones. Those 3 major forbidden zones were only next to the 9 ancient forbidden zones. The 3 generations of copper coffins she bore could entomb the heavens and the earth, eternal beings, and even supreme beings feared by all. In her rise over the past millennium, countless powerful beings from the forbidden zones have been unearthed by her, entombed in the 3 generations of copper coffins. Their bodies turned to dust, their souls returned to the ancient times. Where is the Grand Priestess of the human race, Yi Qingqing? The injured, incomplete emperor stared intensely at Tian Jixiao. Tian Jixiao's voice turned cold. "If you want to see her, go back to the sword ruins." At the start of the great battle, she had already carried the 3 generations of copper coffins, entered the sword ruins, and was visiting those among you at the sword ruins who have yet to awaken. There may already be surprises. Upon hearing this, the 3 incomplete emperors from the sword ruins had their pupils dilate, instantaneously filled with dread. The name of the burial maiden struck fear in the forbidden zones. Now the trouble had escalated significantly. The 2 supreme beings of the sword ruins, the spiritual sword and the blood sword, had not yet awakened. The overlords of the forbidden zones were still in slumber. If the burial maiden of the human race were to unearth the spiritual sword and blood sword and entomb them in the 3 generations of copper coffins, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fall back. The 3 could no longer concern themselves with the physical body of the supreme being of the sword ruins and hastily crossed the void. Tian Jixiao patted his swollen chest, saying, "Finally they are gone." Feng Tinglan's face turned pale as she gazed to the south. Has Qingqing really entered the sword ruins? Tian Jixiao nodded. Yes, if it weren't for 7th senior sister, perhaps some terrifying beings from the sword ruins would have emerged to join this battle. 7th senior sister has said that only in this way can both sides be satisfied. Only in this way can the Empress remain away and protect the two supreme beings of Phoenix Mountain. Her death would be no loss. Feng Tinglan was stunned, glancing towards the south, the direction of the sword ruins, unsure of what to say. She could not accept that her good sister, in order to protect Phoenix Mountain and prevent the Empress from returning from the depths of darkness, chose to enter the sword ruins herself, quelling the greatest crisis at its source. In the next moment, a terrifying aura began to awaken from the south. Had the ancient overlord within the sword ruins been awakened? That aura was too terrifying. The entire Tianzhou trembled slightly, and the void rumbled. Tian Zhixiao and Feng Tinglan both changed color, their hearts filled with dread. Especially Tian Zixiao's immortal emperor's sword trembled in her hand, seemingly willing to submit. In fact, all the swords across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were emitting a soft ringing, as if welcoming the awakening of the strongest sword. What on earth was happening in the sword ruins? Neither woman knew. But Yi Qingcheng was currently in the sword ruins, facing grave dangers. What should we do? Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth, blood and tears streaming down her face. She was already at her last gasp, lacking the strength to roam the forbidden zones. Going was futile. Tian Zhixiao bit her cherry lips. I still have some strength left, I will go assist. Just then the air above the sword ruins rapidly heated up, the world resembling a purgatory, as a resounding phoenix cry reverberated like that from ancient times, tearing through the chaos, as an ancient phoenix seemed to emerge from the primordial past, bursting forth from the chaos. This ancient phoenix descended, its wings resembling clouds covering the sky, its golden flames and blood-red inferno merging into a more terrifying imperial flame, devouring the heavens and melting the chaos. With its condescending gaze, the ancient phoenix looked down upon all realms. Across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, all beings sensed its overwhelming pressure and furious, while unable to help but prostrate. Feng Tinglan and Tian Zhixiao also fell to their knees, bursting into tears. The situation they most dreaded had come to pass. In this battle, Phoenix Mountain had emerged victorious, yet it had also suffered defeat. The Empress had returned. She had emerged from the depths of darkness. The ancient phoenix is the embodiment of the Empress, arriving with boundless fury. With a flap of its wings, it swept away the endless immortal sword aura cloud above the sword ruins, restoring the ground of the sword ruins to the world. In the next moment, flames from the ancient phoenix engulfed the entire sword ruins. Countless dormant beings in the forbidden area of the sword ruins were awakened by the Empress, emerging from their nightmares. Is the Phoenix Mountain about to go to war with the sword ruins, one of the 9 great forbidden areas of ancient times? The attention of various powerful factions in Shenhuang was instantly focused on the skies above the sword ruins. Sword ruins scum, release them immediately. The ancient phoenix spoke, its heavenly might overwhelming, imbued with an irreversible will, otherwise I will level the forbidden area. This was the Empress warning, incredibly severe. The sword ruins harbored countless abysses seemingly connected to ancient times, making it hard to gaze upon. At this moment, an ancient grand voice echoed, "Send them off." Then the largest abyss in the sword ruins dimmed under the ancient killing formation. Soon a young woman in red flew out, carrying a bronze coffin. The bronze coffin was incredibly terrifying, as if it held the remains of the ancient dark giants and the rulers of the forbidden areas, filled with taboos, making it hard to look directly at. The red-clad woman, stained with blood, appeared, even more enchanting. "I'm sorry, Sister Empress." The young woman in red knelt directly before the ancient phoenix. The ancient phoenix remained silent, taking the red-clad woman away. With a flap of its wings, the heavens roared, shattering the sword ruins on the spot. Except for the largest abyss, all other abysses were erased, melting away in the flames. The largest abyss in the sword ruins, although incredibly solid, was also filled with flames. The sword ruins remained silent, enduring in silence. There is no other reason. The human Empress possesses the indomitable bloodline of the human race and the supreme bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Moreover, there is also the 8-grade burning heaven karma fire Dao seed, which can annihilate causality. The burning heaven karma fire poses great harm to the countless years of slumbering deities within the forbidden area who are untouched by causality. With the dual postnatal supreme physique and holding the mandate of heaven, once the Empress is determined, the sword ruins can never escape. The sword ruins cannot afford to offend this woman. Seeing that the sword ruins showed no temper, the Empress flew into the chaos and disappeared. Just then, 3 great emperors who attacked the sword ruins returned to their defense, appearing before the ancient phoenix. The 3 felt a chill down their spines and knelt down, saying, "Empress, spare us." They wanted to yield, but the Empress' pressure was too overwhelming, rendering them immobile. The Empress ignored them, soaring past their heads. The terrifying heat instantly melted the 3. Someone within the sword ruins exhaled. It seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that the Empress had not made up her mind to annihilate the sword ruins. The Empress is growing weaker, and she no longer has the courage to suppress the sword ruins. Finally, she has emerged from the depths of darkness. 10 years of effort wasted, a cause for celebration. Her time is limited, we shall wait. Venturing into the depths of darkness, this little girl has weakened significantly, a good omen. Under the sky, many voices resounded, and those hidden in the dark felt a sense of relief, filled with anticipation. But the sword ruins remained silent throughout, not daring to echo. A day later, once all the dust settled on Taosan, Feng Tinglin, Yi Qingqing, Tianji Dao, and Xiao Liu gathered on the mountain, standing in formation, motionless. The 10 saints, led by Elder Mot, also stood in the back. Such a serious incident occurred at Phoenix Mountain, leading to hostilities with the sword ruins, forcing the Empress to leave the depths of darkness for a counterattack, nullifying her efforts of the past decade. Everyone involved, without exception, could not escape responsibility and voluntarily stood in punishment. The Empress was currently in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, taking a bath and changing clothes. Wang Dao was among them, knowing that the Empress had returned with 7th senior sister after a decade of absence. Filled with longing, he also came to Taosan. Wang Dao looked at Feng Tinglin's silhouette, his eyes filled with admiration, overwhelmed with emotion. This senior sister is incredibly fierce. Although he had not witnessed her battle against the Supreme of the Sword Ruins, it was undeniable that her strength and defiance against the heavens were beyond question. If it weren't for the absence of a second mandate of heaven in Shenhuang, this senior sister would have long been a revered empress among thousands. Junior brother, what are you looking at? You don't happen to like 6th senior sister, do you? A voice rang in Wang Dao's ear. It was none other than 7th senior sister Yi Qingqing. Dressed in red, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure tall and graceful, her demeanor cold, yet not overly seductive, her features breathtakingly beautiful, living up to her name, captivating the nation and the world. Her lovely eyes sparkled with a smile, though her heart felt aflame. It carried a hint of danger, leaving an unsettling feeling. Though Wang Dao had never been to the sword ruins, he was aware of this senior sister's ferocity, as she had entered the sword ruins bearing the 3 lifetime bronze coffin, preparing for death. Such determination was admirable, filling him with guilt. He had nearly caused this senior sister's demise. Yi Qingqing whispered, Junior brother. Wang Dao replied softly, Hello, 7th senior sister. Yi Qingqing handed him a tattered, ancient book, smiling slyly. This is my first time meeting you, and I haven't prepared a gift. Here is a fragmented supreme technique that I borrowed from the forbidden area. It's a gift for you. Wang Dao expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, senior sister. Junior brother. It's nothing, I just wanted to call you, but senior sister especially likes it when junior brother looks at her with that kind of admiration. Wang Dao felt Yi Qingqing pinch his cheek. With such good looks, yet you haven't started cultivating, how unfortunate. Come to my burial heaven mountain tonight, and I'll prepare a special meal for you. Senior sister has a dual cultivation method to help you accelerate the condensation of your spiritual root. Dual cultivation. This 7th senior sister's enthusiasm was startling, making Wang Dao feel somewhat uneasy. Xiao Liu shot them a glance, puffed up with anger, saying, You two really are something, can't you be a bit more serious? Wang Dao put away the tattered manual, not looking at it. It was quite impolite to examine gifts from others in public. Wang Dao looked at Yi Qingqing, voicing his confusion. Senior sister, why is it that when the Empress leaves the forbidden area, her efforts over the past decade turn to nothing? Yi Qingqing replied helplessly. In the dark world, there are nearly 10,000 realms, boundless and vast. Moreover, there are dark limitations there, severely restricting the Emperor's perception, making it very difficult to locate the ancient dark giants. The Empress went to persuade them, urging them to stay put and keep them in check. Once they slip away, they will definitely run. Finding them again will be even harder. It was already extremely difficult for the Empress to locate them, and in 10 years, she probably found fewer than 5. There are countless ancient dark giants. Now that they have all fled and hidden away, combined with the Empress time constraints, it is impossible to search a second time. Wouldn't you say that's a waste of effort? Wang Dao asked. Then why not kill one if you find one? Xiao Liu retorted, Stupid pig, the Empress is fatally wounded and has reached the end of an era. Besides, those dark rats would band together for warmth. Striking one would mean declaring war on the dark world. If she had the strength, would the Empress let them off the hook? Yi Qingsheng nodded. The same goes for the sword ruins. Had it been before they dared to act against Phoenix Mountain, they would have been crushed by the Empress already. Wang Dao was stunned. Was it still a matter of strength? Indeed, during her peak years, the Empress couldn't eliminate the dark world. How much less could she do in her twilight years? Wang Dao nodded and asked again, Senior sisters, why are there ancient supremes within the forbidden areas? Are those beings really immortal? For instance, in the sword ruins, we are all of the human race. Oh, why can't we unite? Feng Tinglan laughed coldly. Those scum, ha. Wang Dao became even more puzzled. Yi Qingsheng whispered, Junior brother, you don't know this, Let me explain the reasons behind the formation of these ancient forbidden areas. They generally formed at the end of ancient times when the human and demon races clashed with the celestial and divine races reaching their final stages, and the human and demon races had lost their dominance. Their fighting spirit was crushed by the celestial and divine races disinterested in battling the heavens. Thus they each opened forbidden areas, sealing themselves away to avoid turmoil, evading causality through various ancient methods, and have slept until now. They claim it is to preserve their bloodlines, but in reality they are cowards. They have lost the will to battle the heavens and the fervor to contend with the celestial and divine races. Wang Dao understood a bit. Yi Qingchen continued, currently the human and demon races are under the Empress' dominion, and our common wish is to battle the heavens. However, the human scum in the forbidden areas now only wish to contend for the mandate of heaven. With differing paths, Phoenix Mountain and their ideals are destined never to align. The Empress has not exterminated them because she shares a similar thought to yours, hoping that one day we can conquer the various forbidden areas, uniting their powers to battle the heavens. As long as they do not cause chaos and touch the Empress' bottom line, she will turn a blind eye to them. Wang Dao suddenly understood. The conflict between the various forbidden areas and Phoenix Mountain lies in the fact that there is only one mandate of heaven. It is destined to be a life-or-death struggle. Feng Tinglan said coldly, to place hope on these forbidden areas is a joke. Their supremes have not ascended the ancient supreme arena, encountering the celestial race's 10-crown supreme and the divine race's 9-crown supreme. They lacked even the courage to challenge them. How could they be expected to battle the heavens? They have even less courage now. Wang Dao curiously asked, what is the ancient supreme arena? Yi Qingchen explained. It is an arena left over from ancient times prepared for the supremes. No one knows its exact location or who established it, but it descends into Shenhuang once every 10,000 years. Once it descends, one can challenge other supremes there. Celestial race supremes and divine race supremes hold absolute dominance over this ancient supreme arena. Every time they defeat all supremes, they earn a crown. The celestial race's forbidden area has an invincible 10-crowned king, while the divine race's forbidden area boasts an undefeated 9-crowned king not inferior to the Empress in her youth. Calculating the time, the ancient supreme arena is expected to appear within 10 years. Wang Dao trembled with fear. Senior sisters, has the Empress ever been to that supreme arena? The senior sisters did not respond to Wang Dao. Because the Empress had emerged. Clad in a gown of falling sunset hues, she bathed in the sacred radiance of the clouds, her figure graceful and elongated, epitomizing beauty, with a pair of phoenix eyes radiating an indescribable nobility. Her white hair, though unable to conceal the Empress' breathtaking beauty, was stark and painful to behold. I have met the Empress. Sister Emperor, please do not be angry. Feng Tinglan took on all the responsibility, expressing her guilt. You entrusted me to guard Phoenix Mountain, and I have disappointed you. Not only did I offend the Sword Ruins, but I nearly incited turmoil. Please punish me. What wrong have you committed? The Empress casually replied. Your cultivation of the overbearing body is quite commendable. Slaying a supreme being from the Sword Ruins should be a cause for universal celebration, should it not? But the supreme being I killed was merely of the lower ranks. He had just awakened and had not yet recovered his vitality, his strength barely half of his peak. Moreover, this was an ambush. The opponent was unaware of my trump card, and since he was a Dao body supreme with a weak physical form, I seized the opportunity to defeat him in close combat. If he had had a chance to catch his breath, I would undoubtedly have lost. The Shenhuang Empress coldly countered. So you believe that subduing a supreme being is something shameful, requiring your sister's consolation? I dare not, Feng Tinglan replied, retracting her delicate neck. Knight Qingchen grinned mischievously. Feng Tinglan, did you pretend to be strong and get scolded? The Shenhuang Empress said lightly. In the future, I have made preparations. This matter ends here. The senior sisters looked on in astonishment. Is this matter over? They had forced the Empress to leave the depths of darkness to mount a counterattack, causing a major incident, yet the Empress was not angry. The Shenhuang Empress looked at Wang Dao. Come here. Wang Dao walked over to the Shenhuang Empress nervously. Empress, you have done nothing wrong, Wang Dao. Why do you look so guilty? Wang Dao lowered his head. Empress, I am too weak to be of any help. In fact, this war was instigated by him. If he had not challenged the immortal clan, none of this would have happened. In that battle, he showcased such overwhelming strength that the Sword Ruins felt threatened and had to resolve to eliminate him. A rare hint of regret appeared in the Shenhuang Empress Phoenix eyes. Though I brought you back to Phoenix Mountain, I have not fulfilled my duty as your teacher. Do you blame me? Wang Dao shook his head earnestly, leaving everything unsaid. The Shenhuang Empress continued. In the next few years, not exceeding 20 years, I will strive to break through to the second generation, taking the most critical step. It will be exceptionally dangerous as Phoenix Mountain may become a graveyard, and even I may be buried alongside it. I plan for 8th Sister and 9th Sister to take you away along with all the resources and legacies of Phoenix Mountain to a secret location to avoid the turmoil and preserve the flame of Phoenix Mountain's legacy. Wang Dao interrupted the Empress, clenching his fists. Empress, you will not fail, and I will not leave. Everyone was astonished by Wang Dao's determination. Little Carp and Tian Jixiao also expressed their stance. Empress, if you want to send Xiao Xiao away, it will only be over my dead body. I will not leave Phoenix Mountain even a step unless the Empress no longer wants Little Carp. The Shenhuang Empress was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this boy to be so resolute, and said, Sister knows that even if you have no cultivation now, you are destined not to be ordinary in the future. Once you fuse with the reincarnation's spiritual root, your potential will be no less than any of your senior sisters. Do you wish to die on Phoenix Mountain burying your future? Wang Dao felt grateful for the Empress' concern, but still refused to yield. I am sorry, Empress, my decision is made. Do not be foolish. Feng Tinglin's gaze was severe. You have no cultivation. Staying here will only create chaos and become a burden to the Empress. Do you understand? Knight Qingqing patted Wang Dao's head affectionately. Little junior brother listened to the Empress. Feng Tinglan addressed the Shenhuang Empress. Sister Empress, let me handle this matter. We should first discuss the important issues. The Shenhuang Empress closed her eyes to rest. Very well, let us speak of the Supreme Body. Feng Tinglan nodded. We have yet to locate the Supreme Body, but I have seen him. He told me that he has always been by our side. Now and in the future as well. I believe he may be speaking nonsense. If he has always been by our side, how could we not have discovered him? The Shenhuang Empress spoke softly. Sister's latest plan does not involve him. Feng Tinglan, Tian Jixiao, and Knight Qingqing were all taken aback. In unison they asked, why? The Shenhuang Empress replied, have you not considered why the Supreme Body is unwilling to reveal himself? Could it be that he does not wish to be entangled with Phoenix Mountain? He wants to avoid this turmoil, so he will not show himself, remaining free to move. The girls shivered. If the Supreme Body thought this way, it would be terrifying. The Shenhuang Empress said, the reality may not be so. Have you all forgotten the battle of the ancient heavenly court? He was willing to fight for Phoenix Mountain in the second battle, as you all witnessed. Yet forcing him to be bound to Phoenix Mountain, caught up in the dark turmoil, would be too unfair to him as a young man. Avoiding this turmoil for the next few hundred years, he has great potential and can bear the responsibility of the next era of the human race. Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth. Without the chaotic Supreme Body, can we withstand the dark turmoil? The Shenhuang Empress replied calmly. The outcome lies in human effort. Sister believes in herself. Next, I will enter seclusion to strive for the second generation. Having said that, the Empress returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The crowd, including the elders, lingered reluctant to leave. The Empress returned this time exuded an air of having seen through the world and life and death, displaying an unusual calm. Everyone felt uneasy. Was it a realization, or had she truly grown indifferent to life and death? No one knew. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Wang Dao. He felt inexplicably conflicted. He had always thought the Empress was waiting for him, but it turned out that he was not part of her plans. The Empress did not intend to involve him in the dark turmoil. Yet as a person of Phoenix Mountain, how could he stand aside? To him, cultivating strength was not merely for immortality, but also to accomplish meaningful deeds. Without the Empress, is Phoenix Mountain still Phoenix Mountain? Protecting Phoenix Mountain and guarding the Empress is of immense significance to him. I have less than 20 years left. The only thing I need to do now is to grow stronger and reach the realm of the ancient Saint King as soon as possible, otherwise everything is mere talk. As Wang Dao was about to leave, the system's voice echoed once more. Detected the chance of Taoshan, would you like to sign in? The host has one opportunity for a supplementary sign-in, would you like to use it? Wang Dao hesitated for a moment. He needed the holy medicine, the quasi-ancient king medicine, to enhance his cultivation and did not intend to waste the sign-in opportunity on other places in the ancient medicine garden. However, he still had a shortcoming. Regarding his divine soul, he had the heart monkey, which corresponded to the heavenly control technique, such as the body fixation technique. In terms of physical body, the chaotic body combined with the ancient king fist was undoubtedly his strongest trump card. In terms of Dao body, he had the reincarnation Dao body along with the reincarnation sutra, which was also extraordinary. The ancient heavy I could see through all laws, opening the heavens with a thought, allowing him to swiftly discern and counter the opponent's offensive in close combat, yet he had not yet brought it to its full potential. If he possessed a supreme level body technique like Six Sisters close combat body technique, the way of infinite Dao combined with transformation techniques, his close combat abilities would see significant improvement. Similarly, the Empress and Eighth Sister's timeless moment, which allowed one to leap beyond the river of time for a moment and evade all incoming techniques. He needed to master at least one of these two body techniques. Tao San should be able to provide a sign-in opportunity. Resolutely, Wang Dao thought sign and use both times. Tao San sign-in reward sacred technique. Tao San sign-in reward ancient emperor technique ancient soul shocking palm. Both sign-ins yielded nothing. Since learning the supreme technique, Wang Dao had lost interest in emperor techniques. Especially this soul-shocking palm, which was of a similar category. The ancient king fist had similar moves that could blast the opponent's divine soul out of their body, far surpassing the ancient soul-shocking palm. Wang Dao left in disappointment, casually flipping through the tattered manual gifted by Seventh Sister, yet he held little interest. Techniques not obtained from the system required personal comprehension, which was too time-consuming. His ancient king fist was a bloody lesson. After finishing the content, Wang Dao stopped holding his breath. 6 Paths Reincarnation Step. Supreme Level Body Technique. Returning to the Snowfall Peak, Wang Dao began to study it earnestly. Although the manual was tattered, the core of the body technique was quite complete. The more he read, the more astonished he became. He was surprised to discover that the 6 Paths Reincarnation Step and the Reincarnation Sutra were part of the same system of techniques. When the 6 Paths Reincarnation Step is cultivated to its peak, one can wander through the 6 paths of reincarnation, traversing past, present, and future, engaging in battle, while avoiding the collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation is a terrifying force of extinction. The Reincarnation Sutra can cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation and 3 incarnations past, present, and future. In battle, transcending the 6 paths of reincarnation to the future, fighting with future incarnations, is peak combat power. The present incarnation is another peak combat power. Returning to the past is yet another peak combat power. If the Reincarnation Sutra and 6 Paths Reincarnation Step are cultivated to their extremes, does that not mean one can represent 3 peak combat powers? Wang Dao was increasingly shocked. This is a body technique, but it also transcends body techniques. The power of the chaotic body is unquestionable. Having 3 peak combat powers, one can only imagine how terrifying that would be. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Step and Reincarnation Tribulation are undoubtedly the strongest aids for the chaotic supreme body. The future has yet to occur, and it is unpredictable. Traversing the 6 paths of reincarnation is more likely to trigger the collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Perhaps this is the reason why the senior brother could not showcase the future incarnation without the 6 Paths Reincarnation Step. But I am not the senior brother. I do not have such a brilliant past. Even if I could return to the past, I lack the pinnacle of that life to showcase, unable to leap from the strength of a saint king to that of an emperor. Wang Dao felt as if he had found a treasure, but with a touch of regret. However, he could use the 6 paths of reincarnation to return to before his defeat, back to when the battle had not yet begun, to continue fighting. This too could achieve 3 peak combat powers. The key is how to grasp traversing the 6 paths of reincarnation to return to a specific time node, which requires repeated attempts to master and practice. After all, he could already initiate the 6 paths of reincarnation. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wang Dao remained at Phoenix Mountain diligently, secluding himself in cultivation like his senior sisters, striving to become stronger. Naturally, effort brought rewards. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Step was easier to comprehend than the Ancient King Fist. In less than half a year, Wang Dao had grasped it at a preliminary level, marking his entry into this realm. The quasi-ancient king medicine he brought back from Tianchu Sacred Land helped Wang Dao immensely. Coupled with the holy medicine obtained from signing in and the mountains of spirit stones accumulated, he successfully broke through to the 1st grade realm in just 6 months. He reached the level of a 6th grade sage. The ancient medicine garden should not only have quasi-ancient king medicine, but also true ancient king medicine. With the resource consumption of the chaos body being insatiable, to reach the 7th grade sage realm, at least 2 or even 3 quasi-ancient king medicines would be required. Wang Dao initially held onto the hope of obtaining ancient king medicine through signing in, but now he had abandoned that fantasy. He began signing in for the materials to refine the ancient fate-changing pill. However, these materials were already quite rare. It took Wang Dao 9 years to gather the materials for one ancient fate-changing pill. Even if he specifically targeted signing in, it would still take some time. Time flew by, and 2 years later, Wang Dao successfully accumulated the holy medicine needed to refine an ancient fate-changing pill through signing in. He hurriedly refined it, and ultimately produced 2 identical fate-changing pills. As my cultivation level increases, my alchemical skills improve. I have finally achieved what the ancient alchemists spoke of: a furnace producing dual pills. 2 pills, and I have acquired 2 quasi-ancient king medicines. Wang Dao was extremely excited. In the past 2 years, aside from signing in, he spent most of his time comprehending and accumulating resources, waiting for the next breakthrough, thus amassing quite a bit of holy medicine. If he could acquire 2 more quasi-ancient king medicines, reaching the 7th grade sage realm would be within reach. Wang Dao did not sell these 2 pills externally. Instead, he reserved them for Phoenix Mountain, releasing the crows he had purchased over the years into the Alchemy Peak, the dojo of dancing Taoist. In his view, Phoenix Mountain was about to become the center of turmoil. Keeping these pills there would ensure that Phoenix Mountain had more sons and daughters of heaven, thereby enhancing its strength to a certain extent. After all, under the 10 sage elders there were many holy sons and daughters like the Qingxian holy maiden, whose cultivation was formidable. If they were to obtain such pills, their power would increase significantly. Take Shenhuang, for example. After advancing to a heavenly daughter, not only did her bloodline strengthen, but her cultivation speed also skyrocketed. In just 2 years, she reached the realm of a 7th grade sage. This was despite her spending most of her time cultivating and comprehending imperial techniques. The difference between a heavenly daughter and a holy daughter is that besides having a stronger bloodline, heavenly daughters receive the favor of heaven, allowing them to cultivate and comprehend at a significantly faster pace than holy daughters. On that day, upon seeing the pills, Danqing sage was completely stunned. With the empress in seclusion preparing for her second life, and unable to meet anyone, he immediately reported to Feng Tinglan. After receiving the 2 pills and a letter from Wang Dao, Feng Tinglan was also filled with excitement. Using pills to exchange for quasi-ancient king medicine from Phoenix Mountain, Feng Tinglan was somewhat reluctant. While Phoenix Mountain did have quasi-ancient king medicine, it was not abundant. However, as the Empress had personally promised, the Chaos Supreme Body was not included in the plans, and she did not want to waste these top-tier resources on unrelated individuals. After all, the probability of these pills nurturing sons and daughters of heaven was low. It was said that the 1 pill bought by Tianshu Sacred Land had failed, causing the old Quasi Emperor to spit blood in anger. Although it was unclear whether this was true, after all, Tianshu Sacred Land was very low-key. The immortal and divine clans certainly had their own sons and daughters of heaven, but they kept them hidden, afraid of being assassinated. Moreover, trading with the Supreme Body could lead to a second deal. The Chaos Supreme Body would definitely require vast resources and would eventually deplete Phoenix Mountain's quasi-ancient king medicine. However, Feng Tinglan did not refuse to help. That day, she publicly announced that Phoenix Mountain was selling ancient fate-changing pills, offering to double the price for the immortal and divine clans who wanted the pills. Feng Tinglan was ruthless. 1 pill was priced at 2 quasi-ancient king medicines. There would be no negotiation for less. Once the news spread, it shocked the world. In less than an hour, major sacred lands from all over the world rushed to Phoenix Mountain, including the old Quasi Emperor from Tianshu Sacred Land. The envoys of the ancient Dragon Clan and the ancient Phoenix Clan, among other ancient royal clans, also made an appearance. Soon after, the envoys from the immortal and divine clans followed suit. The price has already doubled, yet I still underestimated their enthusiasm for the ancient fate-changing pills, Feng Tinglan said in astonishment, quickly selling the 2 pills and acquiring 4 quasi-ancient king medicines and 200 million spirit stones. Both pills were purchased by the ancient royal clans. The ancient royal clans of the human and demon races were no less affluent than the sacred lands. Although they rarely made appearances, their spending was extremely generous. Those who could not buy were unwilling to leave. To satisfy them, Feng Tinglan proposed a pre-sale plan. Whoever could match today's price could provide quasi-ancient king medicine in advance and would be given priority in obtaining the pills once they were refined. Everyone was excited. Wang Dao's pills had yet to be refined. Feng Tinglan had already sold 10 pre-sale slots for the pills. As the Grand Marshal of the human race, her endorsement made everyone very reassured. In just 1 day, she acquired 24 quasi-ancient king medicines and 2 billion spirit stones. Once everyone dispersed, Feng Tinglan looked at the pile of resources before her, her chest heaving with pride, overwhelmed by the shock. She never expected to earn so many cultivation resources in just 1 day. The appeal of a top-tier alchemist was incredibly strong. She finally understood why the Supreme Body would waste time learning alchemy. With this profession, that guy could gather the most elite cultivation resources from all corners of the world in the shortest time. Standing beside her, Yi Qingxing also wore a face of admiration and then asked senior sister, "How do you plan to deliver these resources to the Supreme Body?" Feng Tinglan replied solemnly, "Let him come and take them himself. With so many resources, I don't believe he won't come. I want to use this opportunity to persuade him to fight for the Empress. If I can obtain his promise, what harm is there in giving him a true ancient king medicine?" 5 days later, Feng Tinglan failed in this stalemate. She did not wait for the person she hoped to see and could only follow the old rules, publicly placing the rewards at the 10th level of the Divine Devil Records ancient arena. Let the Supreme Body retrieve them himself. Days later, Wang Dao obtained 24 quasi-ancient king medicines and 24 billion spirit stones. As expected of senior sister, even pre-sales were thought of, Wang Dao said, filled with excitement. With so many resources, it should be enough for me to break through to the ancient Saint King realm. Wang Dao was ecstatic, his blood boiling. After returning, he entered seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 8 years passed, marking the 90th year since Wang Dao arrived at Phoenix Mountain. The alliance of heaven and earth was imminent. After 10,000 years, the ancient Supreme Arena was reappearing in the world. This reward would be located above the East Sea of the Four Seas and 100 wastelands, capturing the attention of countless onlookers, including major forbidden zones, and even the ancient dark powers lurking deep within the dark world. The performance of Phoenix Mountain in the ancient Supreme Arena would determine the outcome of the alliance of heaven and earth. On the first day of the ancient Supreme Arena's opening, countless battle challenges were directed at the human race of Phoenix Mountain and the Supreme Body, as well as the Shenhuang Empress. The Supreme of Sword Ruins also issued a battle challenge to Feng Tinglan and the Chaos Supreme Body. Most astonishingly, the Immortal Clan's 10-Crowned King and the Divine Clan's 9-Crowned King both reappeared in the ancient Supreme Arena, simultaneously issuing battle challenges to the Shenhuang Empress and the Chaos Body at the same time. Upon learning about these two crucial battle decrees, Tian Zixio's expression turned extremely grave as she sought out Feng Tinglan and Yi Qingsheng to discuss how to respond. At this moment, the two senior sisters had already gathered together in advance. Tian Zhixiao said in a deep voice, "You both are aware of the two battle decrees, right?" Feng Tinglan and Yi Qingsheng nodded in unison, their expressions calm, as if they had already agreed upon a resolution. Tian Zhixiao said nervously, "The Empress is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to her second life. She cannot possibly engage in battle. We must find a way to inform the Chaos Supreme Body that only he can confront the wrath of the 10-Crowned King and 9-Crowned King." Feng Tinglan replied, "Xiao Qingsheng and I have already discussed this. As for the ancient Supreme Arena, our Phoenix Mountain will not participate. No one shall attend." Tian Zhixiao was taken aback. "None of us will go." Yi Qingsheng revealed a cold and elegant smile. "Of course not. Let's not forget our core mission at Phoenix Mountain now is the Empress's second life. Nothing is more important than the Empress's second life. Although it may cause others to look down upon us and diminish the prestige of Phoenix Mountain, as long as the Empress lives her second life, who would dare to speak more? Those 9-Crowned Kings and 10-Crowned Kings have quite the reputation, but what qualifications do they have to challenge the Empress? If they wish to challenge, they should come directly to us. Do they dare?" Tian Zhixiao paused slightly, feeling that Yi Qingsheng's words held merit. She then looked at Feng Tinglan's senior sister Lu. "If we do not send anyone to participate in the ancient Supreme Arena, what about the subsequent Heavenly Alliance? The outcome of the ancient Supreme Arena will definitely influence our negotiating advantages during the Heavenly Alliance." Feng Tinglan replied, "You may not know, but the Empress has just issued a decree prohibiting anyone from going to the ancient Supreme Arena, and there is no need for the Supreme Body to go either. This is quite clear. The Empress is protecting the Chaos Supreme Body. After all, he is still young and impetuous, and if he were to be killed at the ancient Supreme Arena, the consequences would be severe. You should all be aware of the rules of the ancient Supreme Arena. Although the Empress defeated the 9-Crowned King when she was young and prevented him from ascending to the 10-Crowned King throne, you should have heard from senior brother about what happened later. The Empress refused to engage the 10-Crowned King and was sanctioned by the ancient Supreme Arena." Tian Zhixiao was rendered speechless. The most terrifying rule of the ancient Supreme Arena is that once you step onto the champion stage, you must continue fighting until you lose. In simple terms, it's a war of attrition facing the relentless challenges of the various supreme beings. When the Empress initially defeated the 9-Crowned King, she had to face the challenge of the 10-Crowned King, but she chose to concede and forcibly left, incurring a terrifying curse from the ancient Supreme Arena, carrying an ominous fate for life. Had it not been for the Empress possessing the undying Supreme Bloodline and the Phoenix Supreme Bloodline, allowing her to transcend and break the curse, there likely would have been no brilliant era for 10,000 years that followed. This is the cruelty of the ancient Supreme Arena. If one does not wish to lose, they must compete for the championship. In the ancient Supreme Arena, no one dares to claim invincibility, and no one dares to speak of being undefeated. The illustrious 10-Crowned King also faced defeat. In ancient times, the fame of the 10-Crowned King is forged through countless years of refinement. Only by defeating all opponents can one ascend to the throne. Of course, the Empress is not afraid of the 10-Crowned King. Rather, it was the imminent transfer of destiny that led the Empress to not want to be hindered by the ancient Supreme Arena. Thus, she proactively withdrew and relinquished the title of Crowned King. Later, it proved that the Empress made the right choice. The 10-Crowned King was crowned king, obtaining the 10th crown and becoming the first 10-Crowned King in history. Meanwhile, the Empress acquired the mandate of heaven. In the ancient Supreme Arena, the 10-Crowned King exhausted his energy and subsequently lacked the qualification to compete with the Empress for the mandate of heaven. Tian Zhixiao watched as the Empress seized the mandate of heaven. The outcome was clear. Suddenly Tian Zhixiao asked, what if the supreme body goes? What should we do? Feng Tinglan said he has always been low-key. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never show himself. He probably won't go. If he goes, then it depends on his fortune. Yi Qingqing said, that is a supreme event. As a supreme, it is likely that very few would want to miss it. His chances of attending are quite high. Feng Tinglan coldly replied, even if he goes, do not hold too much hope for him. He is still very young, and the probability of defeat is quite high. By the way, what about the little junior brother? Tian Zhixiao said he is working hard, but he still hasn't fused the reincarnation spiritual root. Feng Tinglan sighed softly. The second decade has passed, and the third decade is critical. The darkest times are about to arrive with dark turmoil, and the battle for survival of Phoenix Mountain, the battle for destiny. Xiao, you must prepare early and take him away. In the dark duel arena, Wang Dao opened his eyes, seemingly enlightened as the layer of mist in his eyes gradually dissipated. The 6 paths of reincarnation step. I have finally grasped the key, reaching a level of mastery. This should have been an uplifting moment, yet there was no joy evident on his face. A month ago, he had exhausted all resources of quasi-ancient king herbs and barely reached the 8th grade saint level. To only reach the 8th grade saint level with so many resources was something he had never anticipated. The closer the chaos supreme body approached completion, the greater the resources consumed. Over the years, he had also attempted to use saint-grade spirit stones to purchase quasi-ancient king herbs in the world, but no one was willing to sell. Instead, he sought to acquire the sacred herbs required to refine the fate-altering pill, but he couldn't even gather the materials for a single batch of fate-altering pill. The materials needed for refining the fate-altering pill are extremely rare and varied, and could only be obtained through signing in. However, the fate-altering pills refined from the materials acquired through signing in were all used to fill the pre-sale from 8 years ago. I must think of other methods. Wang Dao left the dark duel arena where the ancient trials were conducted. At this time, he had already grown into a 14-year-old youth, tall and strong. His features, though still somewhat youthful, had shed their childishness, now appearing remarkably handsome, with eyes like stars, possessing an extraordinary righteousness in his demeanor. As he walked, he attracted the attention of many young female disciples from the inner sect. Wang Dao returned to the Servants' Mountain and heard everyone discussing the ancient supreme arena. I heard that both the 9-Crown King and 10-Crown King have issued battle decrees to our Empress of Phoenix Mountain and the Chaos Supreme Body. Yes, I heard that too, but it seems our Phoenix Mountain has not responded. The Grand Marshal seems to have prohibited discussions about this matter. It does not bode well, and seems they do not intend to participate. Are we Phoenix Mountain not going? The ancient Supreme Arena offers quite generous rewards, doesn't it? Enough of that. The little junior brother has sent word. Wang Dao approached, and everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. He grabbed an old servant who had been around for years. You seem to know quite a bit. Tell me about the ancient Supreme Arena. This servant is someone Wang Dao met when he first arrived at Phoenix Mountain 90 years ago, named Xiaodong. The other party was still just a kid back then, and now, although he has become a steward of the Servants' Mountain, he has aged into a white-haired elder youth long gone. Old Dong brought Wang Dao to the courtyard and offered him a cup of tea. Wanggu, if you want to know about the ancient Supreme Arena, just ask your senior sisters. Wang Dao replied casually, just say whatever you know, like the rewards of the ancient Supreme Arena. Old Dong nodded. I heard that the ancient Supreme Arena has the mandate liquid. The champion can exclusively enjoy the mandate liquid. This mandate liquid is a marvelous item. Consuming it enhances one's cultivation and allows for quicker comprehension of the mandate. In short, it is immensely beneficial for the Supreme Body. It is said that in the entire divine wasteland it can only be found there. In short, this thing has boundless benefits. Afterward, Wang Dao went to Zhangtian Peak, found Yi Qingqing, and delved deeper into the understanding of the ancient Supreme Arena. As Old Dong had said, winning the championship of the ancient Supreme Arena would yield a reward of destiny liquid. In addition, after listening to Yi Qingqing's explanation, Wang Dao gained a comprehensive understanding of the ancient Supreme Arena. For instance, there is no need to physically attend the ancient Supreme Arena. One can directly go there with the Tianmeng Stone, and it does not require one's true self to be present. As long as one holds the Tianmeng Stone, they can arrive at the ancient Supreme Arena and participate in challenges. Although it is not the true self going, the strength remains indistinguishable, and if defeated at the ancient Supreme Arena, the true self would also suffer great harm. Besides the Tianmeng Stone, the ancient Supreme Arena also sells a unique mask that can conceal one's identity. Yi Qingqing even boasted to Wang Dao about her dozens of masks that she had purchased. Wang Dao learned from Yi Qingqing that these Supremes would pose the greatest threat to Phoenix Mountain in the future as they covet the Emperor's destiny. The ancient Supreme Arena is a prime opportunity to understand one's opponents. This news further solidified Wang Dao's determination to head to the ancient Supreme Arena. He must protect the Empress in her second life, which requires knowing both himself and his enemies, gaining prior knowledge of the Supremes from various forbidden zones. To avoid a situation like the encounter in Jinshu where a Supreme was slain, Wang Dao wished to obtain a Tianming stone from Yi Qingxing. However, he was refused. Phoenix Mountain did not permit its disciples to go. This did not trouble Wang Dao. He left Phoenix Mountain and bought a piece in the world. The Tianming stone was not expensive as it could be exchanged for a single holy grade spirit stone. The mask was also inexpensive, costing 100 holy grade spirit stones. After acquiring the Tianming stone, Wang Dao went to the 10th level of the Yin Tower underground palace, changed into a gray robe, and fell asleep, holding the Tianming stone. What Wang Dao did not know was that Anbu Tian Peak Senior Sister Aide was also holding a Tianming stone, wearing a mysterious fairy mask. On Zhang Tian Peak, Yi Qingxing lay in the 3-lifetime copper coffin, also wearing a witch mask, clutching a Tianming stone. On Sheng Tian Peak, Feng Tinglan was also wearing a peculiar black tiger girl mask, holding a Tianming stone already lost in a long dream. Elder Mot looked at the distant bamboo forest cottage, as if he saw the celestial maiden inside asleep with a Tianming stone. He became somewhat angry at such a young age daring to defy the Empress orders and secretly going to the ancient Supreme Arena. After speaking, Elder Mot sealed the mountain gate and secretly took out a Tianming stone from the dojo, forgetting the past. One common feature was that they all wore masks characteristic of the ancient Supreme Arena. The Empress prohibition seemed to be nothing more than a formality. In fact, within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the Empress also donned a phoenix mask holding a Tianming stone and fell asleep. It was unclear how long he had been asleep, but when Wang Dao awoke again, he found himself on an ancient stone bed in a sealed stone chamber. Aside from the stone bed, there was nothing else. He touched his face, the mask was still there. He was dressed exactly as before. This made things easier. Wang Dao saw a portal, and beyond it came a deafening roar. Wang Dao opened the door, and what came into view was a colossal black arena like a giant drum lying in the chaos, surrounded by massive stands filled with countless spectators. However, more and more masked mysterious powerhouses stepped into the stands. In the duel arena, 2 individuals were engaged in combat. The 2 combatants were a celestial royal and a human female celestial. Wang Dao recognized the latter, who was not wearing a mask. She was Shenhuang. Wang Dao was taken aback. How did Shenhuang end up on the arena? He suddenly recalled what Yi Qingxing had told him. Within 10 days of the ancient Supreme Arena's opening, they could freely spar. After 10 days they could leave, but would not be allowed to re-enter. The championship mode was officially launched and would last for a month. At this moment, Shenhuang held a pearl and a sword, both sacred artifacts that she had brought with her. Her attacks were ferocious. With a single wave, she unleashed imperial techniques that shook the ancient Supreme Arena. Under Elder Mot's guidance and crucial resource cultivation, her cultivation had grown immensely compared to 10 years ago, already stepping into the ranks of sacred kings. Her strength surpassed even Wang Dao's. In just a few minutes, she knocked the celestial female out of the arena, leaving her dissipated into ash and dust, dying outside the ancient Supreme Arena. The human warriors cheered, and countless young and handsome humans were filled with admiration and infatuation for this newly ascended human celestial. The next celestial, please prepare. Shenhuang spoke lightly without any emotion. Wang Dao listened to the discussions among the various human powerhouses and realized that Shenhuang was not seeking fame through this, but rather to wash away her humiliation. 10 years ago, she had been humiliated by the celestial clan at the ancient heavenly court of Tianchu, due to her youth and lack of strength upon her ascension as a celestial, leaving her with no face to see anyone. Now at the ancient arena, she aimed to challenge all beings beneath the celestial clan supreme. Wang Dao continued to observe, wanting to locate the Supremes from various forbidden zones. However, he did not find any. He also did not plan to use his ancient heavy pupil to observe, as it would easily expose his identity and attract targeting. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. The ancient Supreme Arena holds reverse heaven's fortunes. Would you like to sign in? The host has 2 opportunities left for a supplementary sign-in. Would you like to use them? Wang Dao was shocked. Could he sign in at the ancient Supreme Arena? What if he could sign in and get Destiny Liquid? Sign in, immediately sign in everything. Signing in at the ancient Supreme Arena, reward 1 Tianming stone. Signing in at the ancient Supreme Arena, reward 1 magic face mask. Wang Dao frowned. What are these? This is the last sign-in. Signing in at the ancient Supreme Arena, reward 1 day of immunity from battle. Wang Dao was confused. What is this? After looking at the introduction, he realized that once the championship began, one would have to fight continuously. This immunity card, once displayed, would provide a chance to catch one's breath. This is a good item. Just then, a powerful supreme pressure descended from the sky, landing on the arena. A young sacred king armed with a sword sent Shenhuang flying out of the arena with merely a wave of air. Human ants dare to occupy the arena. Get out of the way. Shenhuang could only swallow her anger unharmed as she exited the arena. Is the spiritual sword of Jinshu here? Is he the spiritual sword supreme of Jinshu? He is of Jinshu, but he is not called the spiritual sword supreme. He is the Dao body supreme cultivating spiritual roots, hence revered as the spiritual sword. Correspondingly, the blood sword supreme of Jinshu follows the bloodline sword path, and his title is Luo Tian Supreme. Isn't the Jinshu Supreme dead? How can there still be a Supreme? Ignorant Jinshu has 3 Supremes, 2 are Crown Kings, and Luo Tian Supreme is one of the Crown King Supremes. Now that Luo Tian Supreme has appeared, it must be aimed at the human Grand Marshal. The crowd was in an uproar. Wang Dao also looked towards Luo Tian Supreme. The pressure from this person was much stronger than that of the previous Jinshu Supreme. Standing there, he resembled an ancient sword piercing the heavens, exuding an intimidating aura that made one dare not look directly at him, compelling them to prostrate. The sword behind him was even more terrifying, a supreme, ancient emperor's sword resembling the king of 10,000 swords. The sword spirits of other swords trembled upon encountering this sword, softly ringing in reverence. As expected, once Luo Tian Supreme appeared, he bellowed, "Human race, bully, I know you must be present. Dare to kill my third brother. If you have the guts, come out and fight. If you wish to be a turtle, I curse your descendants. The males will be slaves for generations, and the females will be courtesans for generations." The voice was deafening. Such provocations are simple and crude, yet extremely effective. Somewhere a woman with a tiger face clenched her fists, unable to resist standing up. Her gaze was cold, filled with murderous intent. Wang Dao unexpectedly saw the tiger-faced woman just a few meters away. She was tall and voluptuous with long legs and clad in a black, tight-fitting outfit, every curve of her body radiating a sense of power. Despite wearing a mask, her figure was unmistakably that of Senior Sister Lu. The black tiger mask was cold and domineering, exuding a kingly aura that matched Senior Sister Liu's aesthetic. He secretly took a glance at her with his heavy pupils. Indeed, it was Senior Sister Lu Fengtinglan. Did she sneak here as well? However, something seemed off. Lu Fengtinglan was clearly enraged by the Supreme Luo Tian, filled with the impulse to battle the Supreme Jiansu. This Supreme Luo Tian was a champion capable of winning a championship on the ancient Supreme arena. Who among them wasn't an extraordinary existence? This Supreme Luo Tian was far stronger than the Jiansu Supreme that Fengtinglan had previously defeated. He was one of the main characters on the ancient Supreme arena. The probability of Fengtinglan losing was extremely high. Of course, Wang Dao could help to suppress the arrogance of this champion, but the championship mode of the arena had not yet begun, and he did not want to waste energy. He had come here for the champion. Just as Fengtinglan was about to approach the arena, a figure suddenly blocked her path. Wang Dao arrived. Wang Dao transmitted his voice, saying, "If you must go up, let me handle it." Fengtinglan's gaze sharpened. Do we know each other? Their eyes locked in a stare. Although Fengtinglan couldn't see through him, she felt as if she had been seen through. This was the right eye of the ancient heavy pupil. The mysterious young man before her was indeed the Chaos Supreme Body. For a moment, Fengtinglan's proud chest heaved violently. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Dao had already moved ahead. Her attention shifted entirely to Wang Dao, ignoring the Supreme Luo Tian on the arena. Regardless of how Supreme Luo Tian shouted, her focus remained on Wang Dao, closely following him without a step apart. No other matter mattered. The last decade from Phoenix Mountain had arrived. This was the darkest decade. Although the Emperor's plan did not include this man, she could not ignore the existence of the Chaos Supreme Body. Even if it meant begging, she would ask for his help. Watching Fengtinglan follow him closely, Wang Dao knew he had achieved his purpose successfully, preventing her from entering the battle. Moments later, the two sat side by side. Fengtinglan took a deep breath, her gaze intensely fixed on Wang Dao, secretly transmitting, "What is your current cultivation level?" Wang Dao truthfully replied, "Transmitting 8th rank saint." Although he didn't want to reveal his identity, yet he wished to give Senior Sister Lu some positive signals. Fengtinglan's tone remained as forceful as ever. She reproached, "An 8th rank saint is not even a Saint King, let alone the ancient Saint King level. How dare you come to the ancient Supreme arena? What do you intend to do? Don't you know that all the Supremes appearing on this arena are at the ancient Saint King level? This is not a place for you to come right now. Hurry back to your cultivation." Wang Dao asked, "Then why doesn't Senior Sister go back?" Fengtinglan frowned, "Am I like you? I am the Grand Marshal of the human race. Oh, every Supreme that appears could potentially be my enemy. I am here to assess the enemy situation." Wang Dao nodded. "Then should I really go back?" "Wait a moment." Fengtinglan pulled Wang Dao, her expression serious as she looked at him. "Do you know the current situation at Phoenix Mountain? What about the Empress?" Wang Dao nodded. Fengtinglan's gaze was sincere. "I have a request." Wang Dao replied, "Speak." Fengtinglan hesitated for a moment. "I hope you can fight for the Empress' second life." This may not seem fair to you, but as long as you are willing to help, I can promise you any request. Wang Dao nodded without hesitation, of course. Feng Tinglin half in doubt thought that the Chaos Supreme Body agreeing so readily was a bit too easy. She said solemnly, "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Wang Dao replied seriously, "I don't think senior sister is joking with me, so I'm not joking either, I am serious." Feng Tinglin clenched her fists, her eyes fierce. "Do you know what it means to agree to fight for the Empress' second life? It means you will have enemies everywhere in the world. You will fall." Wang Dao said calmly, "I know." Feng Tinglin asked, "Then you still agree? Aren't you afraid of death? Is it to deliberately fool me, just to get rid of me? If you are serious, don't you want anything in return?" Wang Dao's heart stirred slightly. "I want the Ancient King's medicine, is that all right? The Destiny Liquid rewarded for being a champion, and a piece of Ancient King's medicine would definitely allow me to break through to the Ancient Saint King level. It would be impossible not to be tempted." Feng Tinglin's expression changed, shaking her head. "That's probably not possible. The Empress' push for her second life requires a lot of quasi-Ancient King's medicine and true Ancient King's medicine. This won't satisfy you. Change to something else." Knowing the Empress needed Ancient King's medicine, Wang Dao gave up on the idea of using the Ancient Medicine Garden's Ancient King's medicine, saying, "It's fine, even without it, I will still help." Feng Tinglin expressed her inner concerns. "You don't want any benefits, I am not at ease. Our Phoenix Mountain's Imperial techniques, which are unranked methods, and many supreme techniques are available. Choose a few you like, and I will have the Empress give them to you. How about that?" Wang Dao shook his head. There were less than 10 years left until the Empress pushed for her second life. He did not want to learn any other techniques for the time being. The Ancient King's fist had already been cultivated to the 30th fist, with 3 more fists left to comprehend. In the coming years, he would focus on understanding the Ancient King's fist. Feng Tinglin asked, "How about sacred medicine?" Wang Dao replied, "Sacred medicine is not very effective for me now." Feng Tinglin gritted her teeth. "What do you want then? By the way, Dao partner, you have grown up. You should need a Dao partner, right?" Wang Dao replied nonchalantly, "Not interested. Women only slowed down my speed of drawing my sword." Feng Tinglin narrowed her eyes, hesitating for a moment. "What if it were me?" Wang Dao was momentarily stunned. Feng Tinglin continued, "If you are willing to fight for the Empress' second life, I, Feng Tinglin, am willing to devote myself to you." Wang Dao felt a chill down his spine. "Are you joking with me?" Feng Tinglin said seriously, "I am not joking. Everything I have is given by the Empress. To repay her, I am willing to pay any price." The combination of the human race's overlord body and the Chaos Supreme Body is also something that many expect. "You were also in the ancient heavenly court, so you must know this matter." Wang Dao helplessly replied, "I only have respect for senior sister." Feng Tinglin's face darkened. "Do you think I, the Grand Marshal, am unworthy? Am I not excellent enough, having slayed Supremes as the human race's overlord body?" "Wang Dao?" Feng Tinglin tentatively asked, "Are you really not interested in women? If the Empress sister were to say these words to you, you would probably nod immediately, right?" Wang Dao helplessly spread his hands. "If senior sister wants me dead, just say it." Feng Tinglin said, without changing her expression, "A Supreme who does not want to marry the Empress is not a qualified Supreme. There are many suitors for the Empress, and it is because they cannot pursue her that love turns to hatred. I think you can give it a try." Wang Dao ignored Feng Tinglin. "Isn't it good to be alive? Why seek death?" Feng Tinglin continued to persuade, "You are the only Supreme of the human race who shares the same ideals as the Empress. If the Empress successfully lives out her second life under your protection, she will surely be especially grateful to you. There is a high probability that the Empress will offer herself to you." As expected of the Grand Marshal of the human race, her ability to brainwash was top-notch, and Wang Dao's heart began to waver. Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, "I have always considered myself a member of Phoenix Mountain, which is why I was willing to offend the entire celestial race of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the ancient heavenly court and fight. Fighting for the Empress requires no reason or conditions. Senior sister need not fear that I will go back on my word." Feng Tinglin had no choice but to nod. "All right, I will trust you this once. You wanted the Ancient King's medicine, right? I know of a place that might have it. I will go help you get it now." In his excitement, Wang Dao felt a twinge of worry. "Senior sister, although I am fond of the Ancient King medicine, you absolutely must not take any risks." Feng Tinglin replied coldly, "I have lived for 2,000 years as the Grand Marshal of the human race. Do I need a little brat like you to teach me how to do things?" The woman was tough on the outside, but inside she felt a warmth. Under Wang Dao's watch, Feng Tinglin left the ancient Supreme Arena through the exit. On the arena, Luo Tian the Supreme shouted but received no response and angrily retreated. "There are still 10 days until the championship begins. I came too early." Wang Dao also left the ancient arena. After waking up, he had been secretly observing Feng Tinglin from the Holy Heaven Peak. He was still worried about Feng Tinglin. He had been in the Divine Wasteland for nearly 100 years and had a deep understanding of this world. The Ancient King medicine is the most top-tier resource in the Divine Wasteland, extremely rare. Although there are 9 stalks on Phoenix Mountain, finding another one in the 4 seas and the 9 heavens is absolutely impossible. None of the major ancient royal families or sacred places possess such a thing. This is because the ancient king medicine grows at an incredibly slow pace, taking hundreds of thousands of years to mature. 100,000 years ago was the ancient era. To put it simply, the ancient king medicine was born in the ancient times and matures in the present. The Great War of Antiquity left the world ravaged, making it unsuitable for the ancient king medicine to grow. The only place where the ancient king medicine exists is the Forbidden Zone. Feng Tinglan is most likely entering the Forbidden Zone to search for the ancient king medicine for him. A day passed. The Holy Heaven Peak still showed no reaction, and Feng Tinglan had not left the Holy Heaven Peak. Am I overthinking this? Wang Dao frowned. At that moment, Wang Dao sensed that Feng Tinglan had left the dojo, crossing the void towards the north. He immediately followed her discreetly. A moment later, Wang Dao was surprised to see Feng Tinglan arrive near the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone, hiding within the chaos. Senior sister is actually going to the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone to seize the ancient king medicine for me. Wang Dao's scalp tingled. This woman was too bold. Fortunately, he had followed her. He definitely could not allow Feng Tinglan to enter, otherwise if she fell within, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. At this time, Feng Tinglan took out an ancient shattered mirror and pointed it at Moonfall Mountain. This mirror was quite magical. Wang Dao was also curious about the purpose of the mirror. He immediately used his transformation technique to turn into a speck of chaotic dust, following the chaotic currents to get close to Feng Tinglan, landing on her shoulder. Wang Dao was very nervous, but his transformation technique was extraordinary, and with the protection of the 3,000 Great Dao from the chaotic body, Feng Tinglan did not notice his presence. However, Feng Tinglan was sharp-minded and had an incredible intuition. She seemed to sense something and quietly observed her surroundings. After a while, although she confirmed that nothing was there, she became even more alert and cautious. Wang Dao also saw the contents of the mirror. Slowly, 3 vague phantoms emerged in the mirror. The 2 supremes of the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone and the master of the Forbidden Zone have not set off yet. Feng Tinglan murmured. Upon hearing this, Wang Dao immediately realized. Senior sister was using this shattered mirror to monitor the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone. She must be waiting for the people from Moonfall Mountain to head to the ancient Supreme Arena before taking the opportunity to enter. Feng Tinglan waited for 6 days. Wang Dao also waited for 6 days. On the 7th day, the 3 phantoms in the mirror finally dimmed simultaneously, becoming almost imperceptible. It seemed they had fallen into a deep sleep. Feng Tinglan's gaze suddenly sharpened. After a brief moment, she broke through the chaos, stepping on a 5-clawed golden dragon, and flew into Moonfall Mountain. Wang Dao, who had transformed into a speck of dust attached to Feng Tinglan, also steeled himself and followed her. The Master of the Forbidden Zone and the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone are the greatest threats among the 9 major Forbidden Zones. Once these existences head to the ancient Supreme Arena, the chances of them stealing the ancient king medicine are significant. The Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone was shrouded in endless blood mist stretching for tens of millions of miles, lifeless and oppressive. Entering it would cause an imbalance of yin and yang. Without sufficient cultivation, one's body would collapse. Relying on her powerful bloodline and cultivation, Feng Tinglan ignored this influence and quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, Moonfall Mountain was towering and unattainable, with a blood-red waning moon occupying the entire sky, exuding a chilling aura. Moonfall Mountain had flowing springs and waterfalls, but they were all eerie blood springs emanating a decaying stench. Once touched, even a holy king would fear the rotting of their flesh. Without a second thought, Feng Tinglan charged in and forced her way up the mountain. The ancient barrier of Moonfall Mountain was triggered instantly, and Feng Tinglan was met with a brutal onslaught engulfed by a tide of sharp blood light. Boom! The silver-white imperial armor on her body emitted a thunderous sound, scattering silver light, but successfully blocked the brutality of the ancient barrier as she rushed upward. The further she ascended, the more powerful the ancient barrier became, growing increasingly chilling with gusts of dark wind, causing her divine sense to tremble. Her thinking slowing down, for Moonfall Mountain was inherently a mountain of the great Yin. The pressure on Feng Tinglan mounted, and her strength increased as well. The dragon-slaying golden spear had transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, coiling around her body, forming a double layer of defense. Meanwhile, Wang Dao had already detached from Feng Tinglan. The brutality of the ancient barrier was terrifying. With his cultivation only at the 8th rank of the Holy Realm, sticking to Feng Tinglan was akin to seeking death. He had his own methods. His ancient heavy eye could see through the laws of the world and could also penetrate the ancient barrier to find its weaknesses. He transformed into a firefly no bigger than a grain of rice, guiding Feng Tinglan ahead. Feng Tinglan noticed this firefly. Although she could not discern what it was, the little bug flew freely up the mountain without triggering the ancient barrier's attack, and she immediately followed it. As expected, she followed the firefly up the mountain and did not trigger the ancient barrier again. An hour later, Wang Dao effortlessly led Feng Tinglan to halfway up the mountain. This place was isolated from the world without the ancient barrier. The environment here was unique, resembling a return to ancient times, very similar to Wang Dao's experience in the Phoenix Mountain Ancient Medicine Garden. This indicated that the probability of the ancient king medicine existing here was extremely high. Who dares to trespass into Moonfall Mountain? Halt or face death without mercy. Before them, blood mist surged and two old men stood in their path, accompanied by 10 quasi-emperors exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. The aura of these two old men was far superior, many times more potent than that of the top emperor of the Sword Ruins defeated by Feng Tinglan. They were two imperfect emperors of the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone who had already awakened and mostly restored their vitality. Although Wang Dao was already far from the three, he was still secretly observing these two. The sense of oppression they exerted was not much weaker than that of the Supreme who was slain in the Sword Ruins. They were ruthless characters. Seeing your sister was in trouble. Wang Dao did not wish for Feng Tinglan to confront these two directly, so he immediately sent a secret message. Seeing your sister, hold them off immediately. I will retrieve the ancient king medicine. Tell me where the ancient king medicine is. Feng Tinglan's delicate body trembled. This was the voice of the Chaos Supreme Body. That guy is here too. That little rascal is too bold, isn't he? That speck of firefly is likely transformed using the transformation technique of the Supreme Body, leading her into the mountain. The ancient heavy eye has the ability to see through the ancient emperor-level barrier and find its weaknesses. Feng Tinglan immediately used the unique transmission technique of Phoenix Mountain to respond. All right, the ancient holy medicine is at the mountain's peak. I will hold off the two of them. You go get the ancient king medicine. After their agreement, Wang Dao concealed his presence. One of the imperfect emperors who had lost an eye said, Grand Marshal of the human race, you are too despicable, trying to take advantage of our Moonfall Mountain Supreme, and the master of the Forbidden Zone dreamily heading to the ancient Supreme Arena to sneak into the mountain for an ambush. The Yellow-Tooth Emperor sneered, you probably don't have that strength. Feng Tinglan gripped the five-clawed golden dragon, transforming it into the dragon-slaying golden spear, her body radiating golden light, like the sun rising, showing her overwhelming presence. I did not come here to fight you, but to negotiate. Negotiate? What are we negotiating about? The two imperfect emperors frowned slightly, but still retracted their hostility. They did not wish to engage with the Grand Marshal of the human race. This woman had the power to slay the Supremes of the Sword Ruins and was extremely formidable. If they fought and provoked the Empress, it would be trouble. Perhaps the Empress would take the opportunity while the Master of the Forbidden Zone led the two Supremes to the ancient Supreme Arena to wipe out Moonfall Mountain. Feng Tinglan retracted her oppressive aura and said, everyone sit down. I come on the Empress orders for an important discussion. Seeing Feng Tinglan and the two flawed emperors sit down, Wang Dao let out a sigh of relief and hurried to the mountain peak. Thanks to the protection of 3,000 Dao principles, when he transformed into a speck of dust, that day the two flawed emperors did not notice his existence. Along the way, he saw numerous caves bursting with ancient Dao rhythms, flowing with cold ancient blood springs scattered throughout the mountains and emanating obscure auras. From the sounds of breathing, many were powerhouses at the level of flawed emperors. No wonder this is one of the top 10 forbidden zones of the ancient era. How many terrifying ancient existences are truly asleep within? Wang Dao's scalp tingled. This was his first deep venture into the ancient forbidden zone, and knowing its terror, he felt even more reverence for Feng Tinglan. That woman is not a supreme. To aid her in searching for the ancient royal medicine, she dared to breach the Moonfall Mountain. Wang Dao arrived at the second mountain hollow and saw a densely packed graveyard with at least 10,000 tombs, each towering tens of thousands of feet, high, majestic in presence. However, in the infinite expanse of Moonfall Mountain, even the towering tombs appeared minuscule. This should be the ancient cemetery. Not a blade of grass grows, no one offers sacrifices, it has become a desolate grave. Yet amidst heaven and earth a primordial and indelible battle intent permeated the air. The intensity of that battle intent was overwhelming. With closed eyes, it felt as if he had returned to the chaotic times of the four ancient clans vying for dominance, immersed in the most terrifying upheaval. If Wang Dao did not possess the heart of the monkey and resist the ancient battle intent here, he would have likely been crushed by the battle intent, unable to take another step forward. Along the way, he saw countless ancient steles inscribed with names of certain holy sons and daughters, certain heavenly sons and daughters, certain holy kings. On the tombstones of the most terrifying tombs, he also saw the names of certain emperors and certain supremes. All were human beings. This cemetery evoked awe within Wang Dao. He witnessed the endless brilliance of the ancient human race, as well as the golden era of human beings where everyone was like a dragon, yet it was mercilessly ended by the two celestial families and buried deep within the dark world. On some epitaphs, he saw the past of Moonfall Mountain, one of the strongest 9 holy grounds of the human race. In every era, a supreme would emerge dominating for a time and leaving behind their own legends. But in the end, one brilliant sun after another fell. The human race reached its peak in ancient times, but the celestial and divine races were too invincible. The human race had supremes, and they had them too. The human race could not break through the inherent gap between races. The belief in the invincibility of the human race was utterly shattered. This fear had merged with their blood, forming an indelible imprint. There was no escape. The human race of the ancient holy grounds began to shrink back, passively avoiding battles. The ancient supreme arena gave birth to the 10 crowned kings of the celestial race and the 9 crowned kings of the divine race. Perhaps this is the epitome of the unparalleled strength of the two races. Wang Dao had heard from his senior sisters that the Empress sought to open a pure land for the human race in the heavens. Another purpose was to restore the belief in invincibility among the powerful beings of the human race's forbidden zones. Once the supreme of the forbidden zones restored their belief in invincibility, they might stand on the front line of Phoenix Mountain. But the Empress returned in defeat. She failed. The first life met a tragic end. Wang Dao shook his head to dispel distracting thoughts and passed through the ancient cemetery, entering the most core area of the Moonfall Mountain Forbidden Zone. This place was different from the lower regions. It was extraordinarily sacred, a pure land of the ancient times where yin and yang converged and life flourished. Such an environment was most suitable for the growth of ancient royal medicine. Wang Dao looked towards the mountain peak and saw a scene completely different from the outside. At the mountain peak, it seemed like a divine nest nurturing the sun and moon spanning the ages. This was the heavenly phenomenon of the ancient royal medicine. Is this the yin-yang fruit? Wang Dao was filled with excitement. Although he had never seen it before, he possessed the inheritance of an ancient alchemist where the medicinal scripture recorded this extremely rare ancient royal medicine. This was a royal medicine bearing 2 fruits, the sun fruit and the yin fruit. Wang Dao encountered no obstacles and easily reached the mountain peak. Before him lay a chaotic lake where the yin-yang fruit grew within, standing 1,000 feet high, its entire body flowing with Dao rhythms, mysterious and unfathomable, opening up a world of its own. There were no barriers in the lake, but Wang Dao knew that this place was far more dangerous than any other part of Moonfall Mountain. The 2 fruits represented one yin and one yang. Randomly plucking either one would lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, causing the physical body to collapse and resulting in immediate death. If the ancient royal medicine were to be uprooted, the world opened by the yin-yang fruit would also collapse, leading to chaos in yin and yang, causing intruders to perish without a trace. It could be said to be fraught with peril. The yin-yang fruit forms its own world, maintaining a balance of yin and yang. If an ancient barrier were laid down disrupting this balance, the yin-yang fruit would be directly destroyed. This is likely the reason for the ancient barrier here. Wang Dao circled around, finding no foolproof method, decided to take the risk and cut off the 2 Dao fruits. Whiz. Wang Dao flicked his fingers, summoning 2 streams of chaotic sword energy, simultaneously slashing at the 2 Dao fruits. Puff, puff, puff. The 2 fruits, like the sun and moon, immediately detached from their 1,000-foot roots. Collect. With a thought, Wang Dao instantly drew the sun and moon fruits to him, transferring them into his hand and then storing them in his system's backpack. The yin-yang world left behind by the fruits began to destabilize. As a supreme body, Wang Dao also felt his own yin and yang becoming unbalanced. The supreme bloodline was deteriorating. The Dao became chaotic and blurred. The ancient heavy pupils threatened to rupture. He was about to be harmed at the source. It's time to leave. Just as Wang Dao was about to depart, he noticed in the boundless chaotic lake the chaotic energy dissipated, revealing a white bone. This bone bore no runes and was incredibly ancient, yet it was vibrant, as if it had life, exuding an extraordinary aura. Time had left no trace on it. Wang Dao took a glance and understood that Moonfall Mountain, aided by the yin-yang fruit, was nurturing this bone. Wang Dao did not recognize the subject, but he was certain it was a valuable item. He immediately collected it as well and stored it in his system's backpack. The moment this bone left the chaotic lake returned to calm, and the chaotic yin and yang Dao stabilized once more. So it was this bone causing me trouble. Wang Dao breathed a sigh of relief as his figure vanished from the spot. Time rewound to a minute earlier. On the mountainside of Moonfall Mountain, Feng Tinglan and the 2 flawed emperors were seated on the ground, engaged in a lively discussion about the possibility of cooperation between Phoenix Mountain and Moonfall Mountain. Feng Tinglan spoke passionately. You of Moonfall Mountain may not trust me, but you should believe in the Empress. 1,000 years ago she ascended to the heavens. Though she returned heavily wounded, she also gained significant insights into the structure of the celestial and divine realms. Therefore, establishing a pure land for the human race in the heavens is not impossible. Once the Empress lives out her second life with the accumulations of her first life, her second life will undoubtedly be even stronger. Following our Empress, you will never suffer losses. Our Empress has also made a promise. Once Moonfall Mountain and Phoenix Mountain cooperate, the fates of the two Supremes of Moonfall Mountain will rest upon her. In the heavens, you two seniors also have a chance to restore your fates. The two flawed emperors of the Forbidden Zones were captivated. We wish to cooperate with Phoenix Mountain to help the Empress live out her second life, but we cannot make decisions ourselves. Let the ancient Supreme Arena competition conclude, and then we shall discuss it further. Feng Tinglan seemed distracted, saying leisurely, "We cannot wait any longer. We must report immediately. I also have a promise for you. As long as you are willing to cooperate, our Phoenix Mountain Supremes will definitely do their utmost in the ancient Supreme Arena to help the two Supremes of Moonfall Mountain secure the first crown seat. You should also know how glorious it is to be crowned. This can rebuild the belief in invincibility among the Supremes." Just as the two emperors were about to agree, a commotion erupted from the peak of Moonfall Mountain, where the sun and moon dissipated and the chaotic lake surged. Not good, the ancient royal medicine is gone. Damn it, the Yin-Yang creation bone is also missing. In an instant, fury filled every corner of Moonfall Mountain. Feng Tinglan suddenly stood up, her proud chest heaving violently, her gaze sharp. Did that little man succeed? The creation of the Yin-Yang Dao fruit was indescribable, and even more astonishing was that the lad seemed to have obtained another creation. The treasure of Mount Moonfall, the Yin-Yang creation bone. This bone is the supreme bone originating from the supreme body of Mount Moonfall, born at the dawn of antiquity, defying the heavens. Once fused, it can restore a bloodline with supreme potential back to the ranks of the supreme. What a guy! This time it was not in vain. The Emperor of the Remnant, I stared fiercely at Feng Tinglan, murderous intent, overwhelming fury, unrestrained. You filthy woman, I understand now. What you told us was merely to stall us, allowing your comrades to steal the ancient king medicine and the Yin-Yang creation bone, right? Feng Tinglan displayed her invincible demeanor once again, the golden light of her colossal body illuminating the heavens and earth, coldly stating, "You think we would cooperate with you? You are mistaken. You once murdered our chaos supreme body of Phoenix Mountain. How could we collaborate? Today we have come to collect interest." After speaking, Feng Tinglan charged forward to aid Wang Dao. The Emperor of the Remnant, I frantic, intercepted Feng Tinglan. "I will slay you. Hold forth immediately, lead the others to find the one who stole the ancient king medicine and the Yin-Yang creation bone. No matter who it is, execute them on the spot." With a command, the Emperor with golden teeth immediately led the forbidden area's quasi-emperors to rush up the mountain. Boom! Feng Tinglan's spear shot out like a dragon, causing the entire Mount Moonfall to tremble slightly as it struck the Emperor of the Remnant. The Emperor of the Remnant, I snorted coldly, one hand extending into the void, forcibly grabbing Feng Tinglan's dragon spear amidst the golden light of her colossal body, pulling it away. With the dragon spear snatched away the bloodline of the Emperor of the Remnant, I surged imperial might, vast and overwhelming the world, turning cold as a palm of dark wind struck toward Feng Tinglan. Colossal body of antiquity, activate. Boom! The colossal body of antiquity was struck as soon as it activated, shattering into pieces. Feng Tinglan was also sent flying, blood pouring from her mouth and nose. This Emperor of the Remnant, I was left to guard Mount Moonfall, boasting immense strength, not weaker than the Supreme, being slain at the sword ruins. Feng Tinglan's pupils turned icy. 9 celestial bloodline. You are the 9 Nether Emperor. This was a powerful bloodline ranked at the 8th tier, on par with her colossal body bloodline. While it could not compare to the colossal body bloodline, it was not far behind. Yet under the vast gap in realms, she held no advantage. Indeed, the one who will kill you is the 9 Nether Emperor of Mount Moonfall. The 9 Nether Emperor ascended to new heights, his bloodline rapidly strengthening, his power surging to about 70% of its peak. The pressure became increasingly terrifying. Facing the human race's Grand Marshal, the 9 Nether Emperor dared not exhibit any carelessness. Feng Tinglan was able to withstand the pressure, but was already at a disadvantage. Boom! Feng Tinglan unleashed her strongest ancient king fist, forcibly seizing the upper hand, her momentum surpassing that of the 9 Nether Emperor. Bang! The two exchanged a punch. The 9 Nether Emperor withstood the blow. He did not retreat a single step. Feng Tinglan's fist was shattered, her arm bleeding. However, Feng Tinglan retrieved the dragon spear, and the imperial pressure of the 9 Nether Emperor was suppressed by the ancient king fist, its trend of ascension temporarily quelled. Feng Tinglan's colossal body of antiquity activated once again, this time successfully, her strength reaching its peak. As the world of the colossal body of antiquity opened, boundless golden light consumed the infinite heavens and earth. Although the space of Mount Moonfall was incredibly stable, it began to collapse on a large scale. The Nine Nether Emperor was also caught within the colossal body of antiquity. However, the Nine Nether Emperor's 9E9 Nether world instantly opened, expanding rapidly like a bubble, forming its own realm withstanding the colossal body of antiquity. You can actually open a second world within the colossal body of antiquity. Feng Tinglan gritted her teeth, but did not linger in battle, charging directly forward. The Chaos Supreme body must still be on the mountain. She had to go rescue it. Boom. Suddenly from the mountaintop, a golden sword struck down with immense ferocity. This was the Imperial Sword of the Emperor, with yellow teeth, scorching hot. It could cleave the heavens and shatter the empire. The Ninth-Rank Emperor. This was the sword of the Emperor with yellow teeth, but Feng Tinglan had not anticipated that this elder was actually the Ninth-Rank Emperor. Today she encountered both the Nine Nether Emperor and the Ninth-Rank Emperor, two ruthless characters. It is said that when the Empress was still the ancient Holy King, she had visited Mount Moonfall 9 times seeking the Yin-Yang creation bone. She clashed with these two, battling for 9 days and nights each time, yet still could not take the Yin-Yang creation bone. Though she was young, she was far inferior to the youthful Empress. Boom. The world of the colossal body of antiquity was struck by a sword, immediately cracking. Feng Tinglan forcibly pressed forward the colossal body of antiquity, crushing down the golden spear light, resembling countless falling stars. The world turned golden. Join forces and eliminate her. Agreed. The Nine Nether Emperor and the Ninth-Rank Emperor transformed into the sun and moon, merging their worlds into the Yin-Yang world of the sun and moon, blocking Feng Tinglan's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with spear lights falling down, unable to shake even a fraction of this Yin-Yang world of the sun and moon. Feng Tinglan was blocked halfway up the mountain, unwilling to concede, unleashing 5 ancient king fists in succession. Each punch was more terrifying than the last, ferocious and overwhelming with boundless momentum. Yet she could not shatter the Yin-Yang world of the sun and moon. Dragon rising with the wind. Feng Tinglan unleashed her ultimate killing technique, the dragon spear, rising from the colossal body of antiquity, transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon carrying the might of heaven and earth, engulfing the Yin-Yang world of the sun and moon in boundless golden light. Boom. Clang. The Yin-Yang world of the sun and moon was struck, but only cracks appeared. The dragon spear was knocked away, its light dissipating, its power entirely lost, the divine sense marks and bloodline marks upon it all ground to dust. Feng Tinglan's pupils were about to split. In the next moment, the Yin-Yang world of the sun and moon rapidly expanded, directly swallowing the colossal body of antiquity. The power of the Yin-Yang chaos transformed into a grand flow of heaven and earth, sweeping out, causing the colossal body of antiquity to collapse in an instant. Feng Tinglan sank into utter despair. She was caught in the grand flow of Yin-Yang chaos. The divine armor's divine blood marks on her body were rapidly disintegrating, dimming, about to lose their defensive power. A mere colossal body dares to cause chaos in Mount Moonfall. Who gave you the courage? I am the Ninth-Rank Emperor, sentencing you to death. The voice of the Nine Nether Emperor was cold and piercing, while the roar of the Ninth-Rank Emperor was deafening. Feng Tinglan felt a chill in her heart, filled with desolation. Would she fall here? The Supreme Body was also here. She was too impulsive. She should not have come to Mount Moonfall, harming herself and the Supreme Body. Boom. At that moment, behind the two emperors of Nine Nether and Nine Yang, from the mountaintop, a strand of azure silk floated down, harboring pure imperial might, as if it could sever heaven and earth, splitting Mount Moonfall in two. Those quasi-emperors in the path were directly blown away, dissipating and melting. Not good. The Empress. Although the Nine Nether and Nine Yang emperors reacted, that strand of azure silk was too terrifying. The pure imperial pressure made their divine senses tremble, robbing them of the courage to resist. This was the pressure of the Azure Phoenix Empress. A strand of azure silk from the Azure Phoenix Empress. Did the Empress throw down a strand of azure silk to flatten Mount Moonfall? Wait, why is the Empress at the mountaintop? Could it be that the one who ascended the mountain to gather herbs is the Empress? Boom. The moment the two sun and moon Yin-Yang world encountered that strand of azure silk, it exploded and Feng Tinglan was saved. The two did not pursue Feng Tinglan. Turning back, they saw a figure of unparalleled elegance standing at the mountain peak, slowly descending, bathed in holy radiant light, her phoenix eyes gazing down. The Empress. It really is the Empress. The two emperors of Nine Nether and Nine Yang instantly felt chills, their pupils about to split, unable to help but kneel and worship. Feng Tinglan was overjoyed and weeping. Imperial sister. Although this Empress seemed to have some issues, she was still very happy. After all, the Empress had arrived, and both she and the Supreme Body were saved. The Azure Phoenix Empress spoke freely. Today I have come to borrow the creation supreme bone. Does Mount Moonfall yield? The two emperors of 9 Nether and 9 Yang kept bowing deeply, each bow shaking the heavens, causing Mount Moonfall to tremble, crying out, "We yield, we yield, we yield wholeheartedly. If the empress wishes to borrow, then take it without hesitation." They left behind tears of frustration. Very good. The Azure Phoenix Empress nodded indifferently. Tinglan, let's go. Yes, Imperial Sister. Feng Tinglan immediately ran to the side of the Shenhuang Empress, her face filled with the expression of someone who has survived a calamity. This Shenhuang Empress is none other than Wang Dao. He secretly sighed in relief. Oh, fortunately, he possessed the art of transformation and had received the Qing silk from the Empress. Otherwise, not only would his senior sister have died today, but he might also have been unable to escape the calamity. We must leave this place immediately. Detected a fortuitous opportunity at the ancient tomb. Would you like to sign in? The host has 2 chances for a supplementary sign-in. Would you like to use them? Suddenly a prompt from the system appeared. Wang Dao raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at the sky. Dawn was approaching. The system refreshes the sign-in opportunities every morning at 6. This is the Moonfall Mountain, one of the 9 forbidden zones. There should be good treasures here. Wang Dao grasped Feng Tinglan's hand and turned to enter the ancient tomb. Below in the valley, the 2 emperors Juyang and Juyo had a bad premonition. The empress had already obtained the Yin-Yang creation bone and the Yin-Yang fruit. Why hadn't she left yet? Could it be that the empress intended to eliminate all witnesses? Wang Dao ignored the 2 and approached the tallest and most majestic ancient imperial tomb. Inscribed above were the words "Tomb of the Yin-Yang Ancestor." Sign in all at once. Wang Dao silently recited in his heart. Signing in before the tomb of the Yin-Yang Ancestor rewards the holy technique 9 Yin 9 Yang Palm. Signing in before the tomb of the Yin-Yang Ancestor triggered great fortune, rewarding a non-grade comprehension method 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities. Signing in before the tomb of the Yin-Yang Ancestor triggered great fortune, rewarding the supreme technique of Moonfall Mountain, the supreme sword technique of chaos in Yin and Yang. Wang Dao was shaken internally. A non-grade technique 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities. The supreme sword technique chaos in Yin and Yang. Did he actually sign in for a supreme skill? Wang Dao quickly checked. 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities. A process of the evolution of the Dao allows one to swiftly complete the final evolution of their own Dao through the understanding of the method, achieving the utmost power. At the same time, 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities, is also a body technique enabling the cultivation of 3 avatars: heaven, earth, and humanity. These avatars are not clones. They are 3 avatars cultivated from 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities, each possessing the same strength as the original body, equating to 3 selves. It is easy to imagine how delightful it would be to have 3 against 1. Wang Dao felt as if he had discovered a treasure. Wang Dao continued to examine the supreme sword technique of chaos in Yin and Yang. The supreme sword technique of chaos in Yin and Yang is the highest ultimate technique of Moonfall Mountain. With 1 sword, it disrupts the balance of Yin and Yang, causing myriad paths to collapse. I wonder if this sword can compare to the ancient king's fist. But it is certain that as one of the 9 forbidden zones of Moonfall Mountain, this sword is definitely not weak. This is one of his trump cards in competing for the title of king. Wang Dao immediately began to integrate it. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Countless memories flooded in, as if he had cultivated 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities, and the supreme sword technique of chaos in Yin and Yang for many years, now becoming an instinctive part of his body. The techniques gained from signing in brought him instantaneous enlightenment. It was exhilarating. Imperial Sister, we should leave now. Seeing Wang Dao lost in thought before the Yin-Yang Ancestor, Feng Tinglan was anxious, fearing Moonfall Mountain would take this opportunity to send a warning. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 great emperors Juyo and Juyang secretly sighed in relief. The empress did not take any further action, but was instead admiring the Yin-Yang Ancestor. Does the empress know the Yin-Yang Ancestor? It is hard to say. The inheritance of Phoenix Mountain is too terrifying. The empress has risen for 10,000 years, but her single inheritance is likely from an unimaginable force, yet her origins remain a mystery. No one knows where she came from or where she is going. The 2 emperors whispered to each other. Let's go. Wang Dao led Feng Tinglan down the mountain. He had been overly pleased with himself and forgot that he was in a perilous place. As he passed by the 2 emperors, Wang Dao glanced at the swords in their hands. The 2 immediately tensed up, like facing a formidable enemy. Whoosh! They quickly sheathed their imperial swords. Wang Dao cleared his throat and mimicked the empress' voice, saying, "Your swords are quite nice. Allow me to borrow them for a while, and I will certainly return them in due time." The Juyo emperor nearly cried, saying, "Empress, my sword is a flawed imperial sword, unworthy of your esteemed status." The Zhejiang Emperor's sword is not a flawed imperial weapon. He spoke solemnly. Empress, you are going too far. Phoenix Mountain does not lack imperial weapons. You please show mercy. Wang Dao replied coldly. You have 3 seconds to hand them over, otherwise bear the consequences yourselves. The two gritted their teeth, their faces showing discontent and frustration. But in the end, they still surrendered, handing their swords to Wang Dao with reluctant expressions of blood and tears. Wang Dao could already discern the extraordinary nature of these 2 imperial swords. They could merge and become one, infusing the power of yin and yang. This was perfect for executing the supreme sword technique of chaos in yin and yang. Wang Dao seized both swords and with a thought stored them in the system's backpack. The 2 emperors felt the loss of their swords and their faces turned extremely grim. The empress' methods were indeed terrifying. She had hidden their swords without a trace, so much so that even their owners could not sense them. Do not look so grim. I am only borrowing them for a while, at most 10,000 years. I will definitely return them to you, as you will not need them while you slumber in the Forbidden Zone. Let's go. Wang Dao led Feng Tinglan away with a flick of his sleeve. We bid farewell to the Empress. Safe travels, Empress. The 2 emperors knelt on the ground, weeping as they saw her off. In the east wilderness, amidst a chaotic expanse, Wang Dao stopped preparing to ask Feng Tinglan some questions. However, she suddenly hugged him tightly, excitedly saying, I'm sorry, Imperial Sister, I caused trouble again with the Supreme Body. Wang Dao had not been unfamiliar with his senior sisters taking advantage of him before. But now with the 6th sister in his embrace, he felt a different sensation from before. Have I grown up? Wang Dao immediately transformed back into the appearance of a handsome young man. Feng Tinglan jumped in shock, retreating in a hurry, furious and embarrassed. You are not the Empress. You transformed into the Empress appearance. You bully. She had actually hugged a fake Empress and was now acting spoiled in the other's arms, which made her feel both ashamed and angry. Wang Dao took out the Supreme Creation Bone and asked, Senior Sister, do you know what this bone is for? Feng Tinglan, forgetting her embarrassment, looked at the bone, her chest heaving with excitement, almost tearing her clothes. The Supreme Creation Bone. It is actually the Supreme Creation Bone. This guy found a treasure. With Feng Tinglan's brief introduction, Wang Dao learned of the uses of the Supreme Creation Bone, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The Supreme Creation Bone can cultivate bloodlines containing supreme potential into supreme beings. Is it effective for roots and seeds with supreme potential? Feng Tinglan shook her head no. Wang Dao immediately lost interest and tossed the bone to Feng Tinglan, saying, Senior Sister, in gratitude for helping me find the ancient king's medicine, which almost led you to a deadly calamity, consider this bone my repayment to you. Feng Tinglan accepted it without hesitation, her excitement palpable. Thank you. Her human race's dominator body bloodline originated from the ancient times and was once a supreme bloodline with supreme potential. The Empress had also wished for this item in her youth to elevate her ancient phoenix bloodline to supreme level, but she later had other fortuitous encounters rendering it unnecessary. 1,000 years ago, the Empress had considered helping her find this bone, but with the impending heavenly destruction, she did not want to provoke the 9 ancient forbidden zones, so she did not seek it. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Body had brought it back for her. With this bone, even if she could not attain supreme status, she would at least be a half-step supreme. Let's go. A senior sister should head back early too. Wang Dao stepped through the chaos and left. The moon sets over the mountain. 10 minutes after Wang Dao left the moonset mountain, a celestial maiden descended from the peak. The Supreme made and shouted angrily at the 2 emperors, Look at the havoc you 2 have wreaked. My master has ordered that you 2 immediately go and eliminate the Supreme Body of Phoenix Mountain. No matter the cost, you must bring back the Yin-Yang Supreme Bone and the Yin-Yang Fruit. How could there be a Supreme Body at Moonset Mountain? Only the Empress and the Grand Marshal have arrived. Are you asking us to seek out the Empress and die? The celestial maiden was furious. You have all been deceived. The person you saw was not the Empress, but rather the Supreme Body in disguise. The 9 Nether Emperor confidently replied, Impossible. It must be the Empress. If it were fake, my brother and I would definitely see through it. The celestial maiden sneered, The Chaos Body is protected by 3,000 great Dao, so of course you cannot see through it. The 2 Supremes and the Emperor have received your message and are preparing to return. The Empress has also received the news and is at the exit of the ancient Supreme Arena, delaying the return of the 2 Supremes and the Emperor. Boom. The 2 Emperors of 9 Nether and 9 Yang's eyes widened in shock. What? We have been deceived by the Supreme Body. Our swords. The Supreme Body of Phoenix Mountain. I will not rest until I confront you. The 2 Emperors, their anger boiling over, spat blood as they rushed towards Phoenix Mountain. However, just as they exited Moonset Mountain, a red lotus descended from the sky, its crimson flames spreading across millions of miles, illuminating the entire Moonset Mountain. This was a fiery red lotus radiating an aura of immortality. A peerless figure emerged from the lotus born from the flames, exuding an unfathomable majesty that could not be directly gazed upon. The Empress' fiery red lotus incarnation. Another appearance of the Empress. The Supreme Body must be hiding something. Go, let's take her down. The two frantic emperors immediately charged forward, displaying their most invincible techniques to attack the fiery red lotus. The descendants of the Forbidden Zone, your courage is commendable. The Empress spoke softly, and with a flick of her finger, a red lotus descended from the sky, landing before the two emperors. In the next moment, the red lotus bloomed, unleashing a destructive power that swept across the heavens and earth, centering on Moonset Mountain, covering millions of miles in flames, engulfing the two emperors. Oh, it hurts so much. This is the true Empress, her fiery red lotus incarnation. The two emperors let out shrill cries, their voices echoing through the realms, causing fear across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Empress did not deliver a fatal blow, merely scorching their skin before transforming into a fiery red lotus and merging into the chaos, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind an endless sea of flames devouring Moonset Mountain. The Empress has gone too far. Within the forbidden zone of Moonset Mountain, 3 terrifying auras awakened one after another. The 2 Supremes and the Emperor of Moonset Mountain had returned, but they were still a step too late. The Empress' fiery red lotus incarnation returned to Moonset Mountain. Feng Tinglin, the ancient holy king, having perceived everything, already knew that the Empress had acted to suppress Moonset Mountain. "Where is the Supreme Body?" the Shenhuang Empress softly inquired. Feng Tinglin took out the Supreme Bone of Creation and said, "He gave me this bone," and then left. The Supreme Bone of Creation. The Shenhuang Empress' phoenix eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your opportunity for advancement has come. Follow me to the Celestial Emperor's palace to refine it." Feng Tinglin followed and asked, "Sister Emperor, today the Supreme Body used a strand of your hair." "The Supreme Body, how could there be your hair?" "Sister's hair is only possessed by Xiao Dao among many disciples." Upon hearing this, Feng Tinglin's heart raced and her scalp tingled. Could it be? Xiao Dao is the Supreme Body. Where is Xiao Dao? The Shenhuang Empress sighed softly. "As long as it is him, that is enough." Sister still has a strand as a reward kept in the divine demonic record, randomly awarded to the disciples who passed the 10 tests of the ancient. "I don't believe it. I want to find Xiao Shidi and see if his hair is still there." The Shenhuang Empress replied, "Xiao Dao's body, when he came to Phoenix Mountain, I already checked. He does not have the ancient heavy pupils nor the bloodline of the Chaos Body. And the Supreme Body is inherently supreme." What does it mean to be inherently supreme? It means a bloodline that is natural, not a fusion achieved later. Feng Tinglin looked regretful. If the Chaos Supreme Body truly is Xiao Shidi, that would be wonderful. The 2 women entered the Celestial Emperor's palace and closed themselves off. In the dark gladiatorial arena, Wang Dao returned here after his journey. There were many ancient supremes available for practice here. The techniques he had just learned, the unity of 3 purities and the supreme technique of disrupting yin and yang, could be honed through real combat. He also needed time to refine 2 imperial swords. Refining imperial artifacts was a slow process that required at least 10 days to half a month, and there was simply not enough time. Without refining them, he could not control them or fuse them together. There are only 3 days left until the ancient supreme arena closes. I only have 3 days left. Refining imperial artifacts is going to be too late. Wang Dao felt for the first time how precious time was. He did not consume the ancient king medicine, the yin-yang fruit, as it was too rare, and using it now would be a waste. He planned to save it for his breakthrough to the ancient holy king. Transitioning from an 8th grade saint to a 9th grade holy king required the use of the heavenly destiny liquid. In the divine demonic record, I want to challenge the young empress. Wang Dao spoke to the sky, wishing to discern the difference between the technique of disrupting yin and yang and the ancient king's fist. In the blink of an eye, 3 days were about to pass. During these 3 days, Wang Dao practiced the unity of 3 purities and the sword of disrupting yin and yang against the young empress. Though he could not defeat the empress, he understood the power of the sword of disrupting yin and yang. This was a supreme offensive technique on par with the ancient king's fist. With his ancient king's fist still lacking 3 punches, the might of the sword of disrupting yin and yang was not inferior to that of the ancient king's fist. Once the ancient king's fist reached its peak, it would be hard to say. It is time to set off. Wang Dao felt somewhat tired, yet still embarked on the path back to the ancient supreme arena. When Wang Dao awoke in the stone chamber of the ancient supreme arena, the arena had already closed. As Wang Dao stepped out of the stone chamber, the ancient supreme arena was no longer the same. It had become even more terrifying, with an ancient and desolate aura that struck at one's heart. Just this oppressive feeling alone made it so that those below the supreme level had no qualification to ascend the arena and even approaching would result in being suppressed by the Supreme Arena. The championship mode was activated. Human race Supreme Body, dare to steal my ancient king medicine and Supreme Bone from Moonset Mountain. Deceitful and shameless, do you dare to step on the stage and fight my Moonset Mountain Supreme? Suddenly a deafening shout rang out towards Wang Dao. Wang Dao saw a pair of young men and women, their powers of the moon and sun intertwined, their presence incredibly veiled. Both were at the level of ancient holy kings, a beautiful couple admired by many. The one who shouted was an old acquaintance, the Nine Nether Emperor, standing beside the two supremes filled with boundless hatred. Where is the human race's supreme body? Come and fight me. The voice of the Luo Tian Supreme followed closely. He did not ascend the supreme arena, but shouted from the stands. What are you shouting about? Wang Dao replied indifferently. Call out again, and I will dig up your sword ruins right now. The expression of Luo Tian Supreme changed, angrily retorting, Who are you? Wang Dao raised his hand, revealing the aura of chaos. He deliberately exposed his identity. The supreme body of Phoenix Mountain. The Supreme of Phoenix Mountain has arrived. He actually dares to come. So arrogant. Countless people exclaimed. Tian Jijiao and Yi Qinsheng were in the stands, and there were many people from Phoenix Mountain present. Upon hearing Wang Dao's bold words, they all looked astonished. Is this really the supreme body they knew? How could he be so arrogant? Shenhuang was also present, secretly sweating for Wang Dao. The Nine Nether Emperor roared, You little brat, dare to battle my two supremes. Wang Dao replied coldly, If you want me to act, I will act. Oh, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Some are born like Mount Tai while others die like a feather. Wang Dao said indifferently, If you want to kill me, you don't want to pay any price. Is that possible? If you want me to step onto the stage, I will take one of your quasi-ancient king medicines. I won't be polite, even with the real ancient king medicine. Let me make it clear, I will not fight without at least 20 quasi-ancient king medicines. Luo Tian Supreme was furious. This Supreme has never seen such a shameless person. Wang Dao said in a deep voice, If you dare to say another word, I will go out now and dig up your ancient king medicine, your untransmitted legacy, along with your physical body. Luo Tian Supreme's face changed dramatically as he took several steps back, unable to express his anger. In fact, many Supremes were greatly frightened by Wang Dao's words. Because there was a living example in Moonset Mountain where the two Supremes and the Emperor had previously come only to be taken advantage of by the Supreme Body, leading to their downfall. Moreover, the Empress blocked the exit, preventing Moonset Mountain from adequately defending itself, resulting in heavy losses. Fortunately, the Empress did not deal a fatal blow, or else the two Supremes and the Emperor of Moonset Mountain would have returned without their physical bodies. Wang Dao impatiently said, 20 quasi-ancient king medicines are not much. I am ready for death, so hurry up. Upon hearing this, the various forbidden zones narrowed their eyes. The wings of the chaos body of Phoenix Mountain grew increasingly strong, but it was still not at the level of the ancient holy king, lacking a bit of momentum. If he could be subdued on this supreme arena, the true body of the chaos body would also be severely injured, and for the next 10 years, he would absolutely not reach the level of the ancient holy king. And everyone felt that the next 10 years would be the darkest era. If the chaos body did not reach the ancient holy king level, there would be no need for them to take it seriously. 20 quasi-ancient king medicines seemed worth it. The only worry was if the chaos body would go back on its word and slip away after obtaining the quasi-ancient king medicines. Shenhuang had unknowingly walked to Wang Dao's side, filled with endless worry. Is he really going to step onto the stage? Luo Tian Supreme coldly asked, How can we trust you? Wang Dao replied, If you don't trust me, then so be it. At this moment, a masked young man in white appeared, concealed deeply. Even Wang Dao's ancient heavy pupils could not discern the other's details, only knowing he was a supreme of the immortal race. The white-clad young man of the immortal race coldly stated, How do I give you the ancient king medicine? Wang Dao responded, Just hand it to me directly. Many leaders of various forces angrily retorted, We didn't bring any, how can we give it to you? Wang Dao answered, That is a question you must consider. If there is no ancient king medicine, then imperial artifacts will suffice. Upon hearing these words, the celestial beings and divine race, along with all major forbidden zones, were filled with uncontrollable fury. They felt that the chaos body was mocking them. If it weren't for the rules of the ancient supreme arena which prohibited combat in the stands, Wang Dao would have likely been crushed to death by the supremes and emperors of the major forbidden zones. The young man from the white-clad celestial race said, We can have someone deliver the ancient king medicine to Phoenix Mountain. Would that be acceptable? Wang Dao replied, Not good. How would I know if you have delivered the ancient king medicine to Phoenix Mountain, given that the ancient supreme arena is already closed? You should find a way yourselves, or else we will waste everyone's time. Wang Dao did not wish to waste time either. His purpose for being here, aside from seizing the heavenly fate liquid, was to understand his future opponents as much as possible and take advantage of today to eliminate them and clear the obstacles. However, squeezing some benefits from the major forbidden zones wouldn't be bad either. He didn't mind having more resources. Yi Qingqing and Tian Jixiao were both shocked by Wang Dao's actions. Doing so would provoke widespread anger, making him an enemy of all. No need to trouble yourselves. Suddenly, the young man from the white-clad celestial race took out a treasure box, and with an expressionless face said inside is a celestial-grade emperor pill brought to the mortal realm by the celestial race during the ancient era, capable of enhancing one's divine soul cultivation to an extraordinary degree. If you ascend to the arena, now this item will be yours. As he spoke, the young man opened the treasure box, and celestial radiance surged upwards, creating a spectacle that captivated countless spectators. However, there was a remarkable fighting spirit emanating from the pill, its potency extremely violent. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this the legendary fighting god emperor pill? What is the fighting god pill? This pill not only enhances one's divine soul cultivation, but also boosts battle intent, making one's divine soul more combative and increasing attack power. This pill can only be found in one place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, which is the 9 heavens abyss forbidden zone of the ancient celestial race. The 9 heavens abyss. Isn't that the place of the 10-crowned king? Could this person be the only 10-crowned king in history? The revelation of this pill's origin and the identity of the youth sent shockwaves through the stands. Wang Dao, also a pill refiner and inheritor of the ancient pill king legacy, naturally recognized the celestial race's specialty, the celestial-grade fighting god emperor pill. The benefits of this celestial-grade emperor pill were significant. It was refined from ancient king medicine and could indeed enhance one's divine soul. The pill contained a terrifying fighting spirit capable of nurturing his inner monkey. This was an excellent pill for breaking through from Saint King to Ancient Saint King. Are you the 10-crowned king? Throw it over. Wang Dao stood up. The young man from the white-clad celestial race threw the treasure box over, his voice growing sharper. I hope you have the life to take it and enjoy it. Upon seeing Wang Dao catch the box, Luo Tian Supreme roared, Chaos Body, you should go up to the ancient supreme arena. Not being able to subdue the human race's grand marshal, killing you will suffice. The Geo Emperor also fixed his gaze on Wang Dao. No one is allowed to steal. Our Moonfall Mountain must be the first to challenge the Chaos Body. In the ancient supreme arena, there are restrictions on cultivation levels. No matter who it is, one can only be suppressed within the Saint King realm here. The Geo Emperor was not a supreme being, but an emperor achieved through the ancient heavenly sun with the cultivation of an ancient Saint King. He was unqualified to ascend the ancient supreme arena and could only rely on the 2 young supremes from Moonfall Mountain to eliminate the Chaos Body. Then they could seize everything the Chaos Body possessed. Here, if one obtained the opponent's treasures, they could claim them as their own. Chaos Body, you should fulfill your promise. Chaos Body, hurry up and go meet your demise. If this guy dares to go up, he will undoubtedly meet a tragic end. You must know that the 10-crowned king has come. He is here to kill the Chaos Body and help the younger generation of the celestial race rebuild their Dao heart. The celestial race members erupted in anger. Chaos Body, hurry and leave, don't fight. Yes, leave now and discuss them. What is there to fear? The Empress is extraordinarily powerful and possesses complete heavenly fate. She can interfere with the ancient supreme arena. Who knows if she can? 3 days ago, didn't you see the Empress standing at the exit blocking the retreat of Moonfall Mountain? Under the gaze of countless eyes, Wang Dao moved, stepping down from the stands towards the ancient supreme arena. The oppressive aura of the ancient supreme arena was astonishing, and Wang Dao's cultivation was also suppressed, revealing his rank as an 8th level saint. He is only an 8th level. The Chaos Body is only an 8th level. An 8th level dares to go up. I can't even crush him. The ancient supreme would meet a bitter end. A mere 8th level saint, not even a Saint King, still far from an ancient Saint King. Who gave him the courage to ascend the supreme arena? Suddenly Shenhuang chased after him, spreading his long jade-like arms to block Wang Dao's path. Mustering his courage to say, Supreme, can we not go up? Yi Qingqing and Tian Jixiao also arrived. Although they were both wearing masks, they could not escape Wang Dao's piercing gaze. Tian Jixiao, with a complex expression, asked, why must you go up? Yi Qingqing also voiced her concerns. Little Supreme, you are still too young. You cannot defeat the 9-crowned king and the 10-crowned king. Wang Dao's heart remained unwavering. I want to know who in this world can kill me. Exactly, this arena can fulfill my desire. Boom. With all eyes upon him, Wang Dao leaped and landed on the supreme arena, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. Tian Jixiao, Yi Qingqing, and Shenhuang were all stunned. I want to know who in this world can kill me. How arrogant was that declaration? The major forbidden zones, the celestial and divine races of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, were all equally enraged. He seeks death, let him have it. The roar was like a mountain flood drowning the supreme arena. In a certain part of the stands, a woman with a tiger face and another with a phoenix face sat together. The tiger-faced woman gritted her teeth and asked telepathically, "Emperor, will you not stop him? He is too arrogant, an 8th-level saint daring to be the first to go up." The phoenix-faced woman replied coldly, "He has already gone up. Ooh, I can no longer interfere." The tiger-faced woman was unwilling. "Why did you not stop him earlier?" The phoenix-faced woman said, "The supreme arena appears once every 10,000 years. Some people may not encounter it even once in their lifetime. If it were you, you would not have missed it either. He must have considered it this way. He has concealed his strength for 90 years, and his heart already possesses the courage and determination to seize a crown. If he can obtain a crown, it will be of great benefit to him. Why should I stop him?" Standing on the supreme arena, Wang Dao found the arena world to be infinitely vast, feeling as small as a speck of dust. Is this the championship arena where one cannot leave without dying? The sense of oppression was even stronger than outside. Wang Dao remained calm. This feeling was akin to a final exam. The difference was that an exam lasts only a semester, while he had prepared for 90 years for the Supreme Arena's exam. Although the Divine Demon Record's ancient trials were also assessments, they felt more like preliminary tests and were not life-threatening. As long as he did his best, he would leave the rest to fate. Wang Dao looked around and said indifferently, "Who will come first?" "He'll go." Just as he spoke, the female Supreme from Moonfall Mountain soared towards the Supreme Arena. The power of the moon was like an ocean with a bright moon rising, encompassing the entire world. As a dignified human supreme, you actually went to Moonfall Mountain to steal things? Oh, what a lowly act. Under the sky, the voice of the female supreme from Moonfall Mountain was icy and piercing. "Remember, the one who will kill you today is the Moonfall Mountain's dual supreme, the Moonlight Emperor." Wang Dao stood amidst the sea, illuminated by the moonlight, whispering freely, seeking death. The esteemed Mingyue was enraged by these words, and the brilliance of the Taiyin moon surged 100-fold, reaching its zenith, causing Wang Dao's body to become somewhat transparent. The primordial spirit bloodline and essence were pierced by the light of the Taiyin moon, leading to an imbalance of yin and yang, which began to collapse. Boom! Wang Dao's body rumbled as the power of the tenfold divine forbidden awakened, his cultivation skyrocketing to the level of the ancient holy king, his combat strength increasing 1,000-fold, chaos energy erupting like a tidal wave, engulfing the heavens and the earth as if chaos itself were being replayed. The light of the Taiyin moon and the Taiyin sea were instantly breached. Wang Dao's chaotic world of 10,000 waves successfully matched Mingyue in a contest of strength, causing a shockwave throughout the arena. The terrifying light of the Taiyin moon was completely isolated by the 10,000 waves. Is the chaotic body truly this defensively strong? Mingyue's expression changed as she retreated swiftly, taking refuge within the Mingyue. Boundless Taiyin sword energy surged forth from the moon, crashing towards Wang Dao's 10,000 waves. Each blade of Taiyin sword energy was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of freezing myriad paths, yet upon entering the chaotic energy that formed the 10,000 waves, they were extinguished, unable to approach Wang Dao. Taiyin/sword. Mingyue spoke coldly. A beam of moonlight shot out from the Mingyue. Taiyin sword energy surged into the sky, its power boundless, illuminating the arena as it slashed towards the 10,000 waves surrounding Wang Dao. This beam of moonlight was chillingly cold, being an imperial artifact. Imperial sword, imperial technique. Wang Dao raised an eyebrow. Boom. The power of the imperial sword was astonishing, instantly cleaving Wang Dao's 10,000 waves in half, the imperial sword charging forward with terrifying pressure bearing down upon Wang Dao. Wang Dao's ancient heavy pupil opened, perceiving the trajectory of the sword. With a single thought, a chaotic world was formed in an instant to provide protection. The imperial sword continued onward, instantly breaking through Wang Dao's chaotic world. The power of the imperial artifact was still too great. Wang Dao grasped the air with his large hand, a firewood stick appearing in his grasp, smashing down to collide with the imperial artifact. Mingyue did not wish to collide with Wang Dao's divine power. As a supreme Dao body, she held no advantage in this regard. Sword transforms into thousands. Another imperial technique, the imperial sword transformed into countless imperial swords, both real and illusory, slashing towards Wang Dao. Wang Dao also employed transformation techniques, his figure splitting into thousands, showcasing myriad avatars. But Wang Dao also possessed the ancient heavy pupil. Mingyue could not see through his avatars, but he could discern the true trajectory of her imperial sword. Clang! Amidst the boundless sword energy, Wang Dao found the approaching imperial sword, smashing down with his stick. The imperial sword was suppressed by tremendous force, swept away, the great path dimmed, and the Taiyin power waned. Qian Yuan Wuji hand. Wang Dao reached for the imperial sword. Is the form of the heavy pupil truly this terrifying? Mingyu's expression changed her mind, racing the imperial sword, transforming into a flash of lightning returning to her hand. Freeze. Wang Dao transformed into 10,000 waves soaring forth to confront Mingyue, casting a technique to immobilize her. The gap in cultivation meant Mingyue was only momentarily dazed. For Wang Dao that was enough. Boom. The heavens and earth were struck down upon the Mingyue she had transformed into. Boom boom boom. The Mingyue was shattered. The destructive force of the stick crushed down, causing the sea of Taiyin power to collapse. Though Mingyue dodged this strike, she was still sent flying by the 10,000 waves, falling to the edge of the arena world. Wang Dao stepped upon the 10,000 waves, approaching Mingyue. You are too weak. From ancient times until now, for countless millennia, you have not claimed a single crown on the Supreme Arena, and there is a reason for that. Taiyin 9 turns. Mingyue, somewhat flustered, gritted her teeth. She was frightened by the immobilization technique and immediately employed her supreme technique. This supreme technique allowed her to temporarily elevate her cultivation, surpassing the ancient holy king, approaching the realm of the imperfect emperor, reaching the level of the deficient emperor. This was the strongest trump card of the supreme. This is also why ancient supremes are more terrifying than the deficient emperor. Mingyu's oppressive aura surged hundreds of times, her cultivation rapidly increasing, and the pressure on Wang Dao intensified. This technique must not be allowed to manifest. Wang Dao's gaze was as deep as a prison, his hands sweeping through the air, summoning the Zhutian absolute prison. Endless chaotic energy swiftly transformed into a great abyss, seemingly connecting to myriad realms, a terrifying black light of the great path, shining down, surging like the sea, engulfing the supreme arena. Zhutian absolute prison. Mingyu's expression drastically changed as she recognized the Zhutian absolute prison. To be precise, all supreme beings recognized this move. This move was the nightmare of all supremes. Once caught in it, their trump cards could not be used. She was also affected. Her attempt to elevate suppressed in an instant. Reverse chaos of yin and yang. Mingyue exclaimed, casting her supreme technique, swinging her sword to slash at the heavens. Freeze. Wang Dao again employed the immobilization technique. He had also learned the reverse chaos of yin and yang and understood the terror of this sword that had to be restricted. Mingyue was again momentarily immobilized. The supreme technique of reverse chaos of yin and yang was also interrupted. By the time she regained her senses, the Zhutian absolute prison had already formed, and her attempt to elevate was instantly suppressed. Her cultivation did not rise, but instead fell, her combat strength dropping by half, as if trapped in a cage. She was about to fall to the realm of the ancient holy king. This is where it ends. Wang Dao transformed into 10,000 waves, a stick striking towards Mingyue. Damn it, I will kill you. Mingyue trembled with rage, as she could not use her Taiyin 9 turns, and today was perilous. Mingyue could not even be bothered to use her own Taiyin world, swinging her sword to unleash another wave of reverse chaos of yin and yang sword energy, its power astonishing, capable of cleaving through the heavens and the earth. Whoosh. The sword energy swept forward, unstoppable, reversing yin and yang. Wang Dao's 10,000 waves were instantly pushed back. The remaining half-power of the reverse chaos of yin and yang sword energy was still fierce, hard for anyone to withstand. Wang Dao did not resist directly. Employing transformation techniques and the 9 heavens pursuing sun skill, he forcefully dodged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Mingyue slashed out 3 more times in quick succession, one sword aimed at Wang Dao, 2 swords aimed at the Zhutian absolute prison above. But each sword was weaker than the last. By the time she used the 3rd sword, Mingyu's cultivation had already dropped to the level of the 9th rank holy king. Wang Dao sidestepped the incoming wave of reverse chaos of yin and yang sword energy, while the other 2 sword energies crashed into the sky, breaking through Wang Dao's Zhutian absolute prison. But the overall situation had been decided. Boom. Wang Dao's chaotic stick struck down, engulfing Mingyue. With nowhere to avoid, Mingyue endured 3,000 strikes from Wang Dao. Despite the protection of the deficient emperor armor, the primordial spirit mark and blood mark she left on the armor could not withstand it. After 3,000 strikes, she was obliterated, collapsing onto the arena, her supreme body shattered, blood flowing like a river. Despair filled her blood-red eyes. You should leave now. Wang Dao did not strike the killing blow, leaving Mingyue with a semblance of dignity. Mingyue gritted her teeth, tears in her eyes, saying, "The strength of our Moonfall Mountain Supreme is far beyond what you see today. If it were in the outside world in life and death battles, if I joined forces with the Sun Supreme, even 10 of you would not be our match. The Taiyin Mingyue sword must be returned to me. Otherwise our paths will cross again in the future." With that, she dissipated, vanishing into thin air, leaving the arena. At this moment, the stands were dead silent. This is the first time the supreme battle of the Chaos Body has been witnessed across the 4 seas and 8 desolates in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and in all major forbidden zones. The Chaos Body has only been born for 90 years, yet it astonishingly defeated one of the two Supremes of the Moonfall Mountain, the Mingwe Supreme, in less than a minute. Moreover, it held an absolute advantage, appearing extremely composed and easily securing victory. The most terrifying part is that the Chaos Body is merely an 8th-rank saint. Most of the celestial race's powerful beings were frightened, as if they had returned to the ancient heavenly court, once again dominated by the fear instilled by the Chaos Body. On the human side, after a moment of dead silence, thunderous cheers erupted. Indeed, it is our human race's Chaos Body. Although the Chaos Body is strong, I believe the Emperor's guidance is even more crucial. Have you not seen? It can suppress the Taiyin Jiuzhuan Supreme Technique and the reverse Chaos Yin-Yang Sword of the Moonfall Mountain. The Chaos Body has the potential to compete for the championship. Xingyang Tianji Xiao and the other three women hugged each other, cheering excitedly. Truly strong. Xingyang was mesmerized. On the other side, Feng Tinglan was kneeling to observe the battle. From the very beginning, she was deeply worried that the Supreme Body would be killed, but the reality proved she was overthinking. The Chaos Body certainly has its merits. The Shenhuang Empress beside her had her phoenix eyes sparkling with excitement, gazing intently at Wang Dao's back, lost in thoughts. However, joy and surprise were vividly written across her stunning face. Feng Tinglan also noticed the Empress gaze after sustaining a fatal injury. It had been a long time since she had seen the Empress so happy. Presumably, the Empress was extremely satisfied with the performance of the Chaos Body. Feng Tinglan asked with anticipation, "Sister Emperor, do you think he can claim the championship?" The Shenhuang Empress softly replied, "A champion? No one has ever been the first to ascend the stage, but still laughed in the end. You have too high expectations of him. If only he were my junior brother." Feng Tinglan still couldn't let go. Looking at the reactions of the Moonfall Mountain crowd, the Solar Supreme of Moonfall Mountain, the Jiu Emperor, had a face that looked as if he had eaten a fly. In just 1 minute, the Mingwe Supreme was swept away, and to make matters worse, it was at the hands of an 8th-rank saint, a tremendous disgrace. The words of the Chaos Body, "The Moonfall Mountain cannot produce a champion for no reason," struck them like a venomous thorn in their hearts, leaving them unable to reconcile. The Solar Supreme clenched his fists, his fighting spirit growing stronger, preparing to ascend the stage. However, he was stopped by the Jiu Emperor. "Supreme, your goal is the champion. You do not let emotions dictate your actions. The rules of the Taiku Supreme Arena have a weakness. The last person standing on the stage will earn the crown. Acting too early typically ends in regret." Even the 9-crowned king of the divine race and the 10-crowned king of the celestial race never managed to be the first on the stage and still laugh in the end. The Shenhuang Empress could not achieve that either. Although she had been the first to ascend the stage, she chose to retreat when faced with the 10-crowned king. The Solar Supreme narrowed his eyes and restrained himself. Youngster quickly returned the Taiyin Mingwe sword to its rightful owner. The Jiu Emperor immediately scolded Wang Dao. Wang Dao picked up the Taiyin Mingwe sword of the Mingwe Supreme, played with it for a while, then took out the Jiu Emperor's deficient Emperor sword for comparison, murmuring, "The Mingwe Supreme sword is indeed better. The Mingwe Supreme is an ancient holy king. Her sword is easier to refine, taking only a day." Seeing that the Chaos Body ignored him, the Jiu Emperor was furious. "Boy, did you hear? Return the sword. This is a rule everyone recognizes. You cannot break the rules. If you dare to possess the treasures of the defeated, you will become an enemy of the world, and the 9 major forbidden zones will join forces to hunt you down. Our Phoenix Mountain is already an enemy of the world. A single sword cannot change anything. If you disagree, let another Supreme from your Moonfall Mountain come and take it." Boom. Unable to endure such a humiliation, the Solar Supreme drew his solar sword and flew towards the arena. "Supreme, do not act rashly." The Jiu Emperor tried his utmost to stop him, but it was already too late. Watching him ascend, Feng Tinglan became anxious again, looking at the Empress. "Sister Emperor, this Solar Supreme is extremely powerful. Although he lacks the championship, his strength is clearly at the level of a champion. His one chi transforms into 3 purities, and his yin-yang reversal fist are both very terrifying. Can the Chaos Body win?" The Empress was also somewhat anxious. "I don't know." The two finally met on the arena. Wang Dao did not display the true sign. After reaching the 8th rank saint, the aftereffects of his Taiku divine forbidden art had weakened significantly with little impact. The heavenly stick no longer had aftereffects, and when facing the Solar Supreme of Moonfall Mountain, he felt no fear. The Solar Supreme walked steadily towards Wang Dao, his eyes blazing like the sun, radiating fury. He was a Bloodline Supreme, exerting 2 to 3 times the pressure compared to the Mingwe Supreme. "Chaos Body, you should not have humiliated the Moonfall Mountain and should not have broken the rules by claiming others' treasures. Even the 9-crowned king and the 10-crowned king would not dare to do such a thing." "On what grounds?" The Solar Supreme's fury grew more terrifying as the entire Supreme Arena swiftly transformed into a sea of solar flames, the temperature skyrocketing dramatically, and Wang Dao felt as if he had fallen into a solar hell. Wang Dao sheathed the Tian Mingyue sword, speaking indifferently. Let me tell you today why I dare to claim others' treasures. Boom. Wang Dao took the initiative, unleashing a Taiku King fist that pushed forward. He seemed to transform into an ancient king, his momentum suppressing heaven and earth, his fist unmatched, causing the 8 desolates to tremble and the heavens and earth to shift. With the Taiku divine forbidden art combined with the Taiku King fist, no one has ever enjoyed such treatment as Wang Dao. You are looking for death. The Solar Supreme roared, a realm of solar energy rising. Boom. Wang Dao's fist struck, and the Solar Supreme's world crumbled and shattered in an instant. Boom. Wang Dao's second Taiku King fist breached the fiery world that was turning upside down, crushing everything and advancing towards the Solar Supreme. One Qi transforms into 3 purities. Heaven's Radiance Supreme Fist. The Solar Supreme shouted, his figure splitting into 3, transforming into 3 Solar Supremes simultaneously, using their Supreme Fist techniques to attack Wang Dao from different directions. This move stunned the entire venue. While the momentum and power of the Heaven's Radiance Supreme Fist were not as formidable as the Taiku King Fist, combined with 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities, 3 against 1 made it difficult for 2 fists to counter 6 hands. 6 fists resembling suns crashed towards Wang Dao from all directions. The arena trembled. Indeed, the Moonfall Mountain Supreme, supported by the Forbidden Zone, is truly remarkable. Wang Dao was shaken continuously, unleashing 6 Taiku King fists to clash with the Solar Supreme. Bang, 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 boom. In the first round of collisions, neither side could determine a victor. Wang Dao's Taiku King fist possessed unparalleled momentum, and with the Taiku heavy pupil, he saw through all of the opponent's attacking methods. However, he could not suppress the Solar Supreme, with 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities. The combat strength of the Solar Supreme was rapidly increasing. If left unchecked, allowing the opponent to reach their peak would make it very difficult to defeat them again. Boom. Wang Dao stopped holding back, also utilizing the 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities, his figure splitting into 3. Feng Tinglan and the Empress both stood up. The Empress Phoenix's eyes lost color. 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities. How did he learn it too? The most shocked was the Solar Supreme. My Moonfall Mountain Supreme technique was actually stolen by you. Wang Dao coldly replied. If I learn your techniques, you should feel honored. Boom, boom, boom. 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities is an absolutely powerful move for Wang Dao. He possessed many abilities such as the binding technique, the absolute prison of all heavens, and the Taiku King fist, which are difficult to unleash all at once. But with 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities, it became manageable. Wang Dao's first incarnation soared into the sky, employing the absolute prison of all heavens. The second incarnation wielded a fire stick using the binding technique. The third incarnation directly took on the 3 incarnations of the Solar Supreme. Others could not do it, but he could. This fighting style had not been tested for the past 3 days, but it was not a big issue. He could refine it through combat and adapt this tactic in real battles. Absolute prison of all heavens binding technique, Taiku King fist. 3 reverse techniques were unleashed simultaneously. Not good. Yin-Yang reversal fist. The Solar Supreme panicked. He feared the absolute prison of all heavens the most, immediately splitting off an incarnation to intervene. He employed his strongest supreme technique, the Yin-Yang reversal fist. This Yin-Yang reversal fist was similar to the Mingyue Supreme's reversal Yin-Yang sword Qi, but one was Yin and the other was Yang. Bind, bind, bind. Wang Dao's second incarnation continuously unleashed 3 binding techniques, though not at the peak power. Due to not being in a frenzied state, the binding technique still managed to restrict him. The Solar Supreme found himself ensnared, his 3 incarnations caught in a daze. Boom. Wang Dao's Taiku King fist struck, hitting the Solar Supreme's incarnation. The opponent's incarnation was instantly suppressed and exploded between heaven and earth. The Solar Supreme's attempts to destroy the absolute prison of all heavens were ruthlessly crushed. The Solar Supreme's second incarnation charged towards the absolute prison of all heavens, once more wielding the Solar Emperor's sword. He could not tolerate the formation of the absolute prison of all heavens. But he underestimated the formation speed of the absolute prison of all heavens. At the moment he swung his sword, it had already formed and suppressed him, his momentum ruthlessly crushed. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Dao's 3 incarnations combined their efforts, launching Taiku King fists from different directions to strike the Solar Supreme's sword-wielding incarnation. One person wielding a sword could not withstand 3 people with 6 fists. In the blink of an eye, the Taiku King fist shattered the Solar Supreme's second incarnation. The Solar Sword also changed owners. The last remaining incarnation of the Solar Supreme looked utterly despairing. How could this be? Boom, boom, boom. Wang Dao's 3 incarnations rushed forward, overwhelming the last incarnation of the Solar Supreme. The Solar Supreme returned to his original form, reuniting with his main body, but he was already severely weakened, kneeling on the arena, staring intently at Wang Dao. Tell me. How did you learn my Moonfall Mountain's 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities? Why is it that my sister Mingyue has spent countless years learning and still cannot master it, and yet you can? As he questioned, he coughed up blood, realizing the situation was hopeless. Wang Dao held the Solar Supreme's Emperor Sword, speaking indifferently. If I told you that I accidentally understood it during a visit to Moonfall Mountain, would you believe me? The Solar Supreme's eyes widened, blood spewing from his mouth. Understand? How did you understand? I don't believe it. It must be the Empress who taught you. If he had lost to the heritage of Phoenix Mountain, he would have accepted it, but losing to the core inheritance of his own forbidden zone was unacceptable. The blow was too great. Wang Dao said no more. You can leave now, or shall I escort you? We will meet again for sure. The Solar Supreme gritted his teeth and lunged at Wang Dao, preparing to self-destruct. Boom. Wang Dao threw a punch, exploding the Solar Supreme on the arena, flesh and blood flying. Thus both supreme beings of the Moonfall Mountain were killed on the Supreme Arena. People from various clans displayed different expressions, feeling a chill in their hearts. For most of them, it was their first time witnessing a battle at the Supreme Arena, and they realized for the first time the cruelty of this arena. Even the Supremes from the 9 Forbidden Zones found it hard to maintain their footing on the arena for long. After a brief silence, the human powerhouses erupted into earth-shattering cheers. The Chaos Body has achieved 2 consecutive victories. Incredible, the Chaos Body has swept away 2 Supremes from one of the 9 Forbidden Zones, the Moonfall Mountain. Truly formidable. The Chaos Botus wings are fully developed. That figure is simply dazzling. The experts from the Immortal Clan, the Divine Clan, the various Forbidden Zones, as well as those from the Dark World, all wore grim expressions at this moment. Even if they were reluctant to admit it, the Chaos Body of the human race had already become a force to be reckoned with. Under the protection of the Empress, his rate of growth was simply astonishing. Since ancient times, no Supreme has been able to reach such heights within 100 years. What left the other Supremes breathless was that this young man had fought 2 battles consecutively without revealing any weaknesses. He seemingly had no weaknesses. Even an 8th rank saint was so formidable, pushing back 2 ancient Supremes. Once he steps into the realm of ancient Saint Kings, how powerful would he be? If this young man does not perish, he will undoubtedly become a great enemy in the next decade. In a certain spot in the stands, the Azure Phoenix Empress looked at Feng Tinglan with a grave expression and asked, when you and the Chaos Body went to the Moonfall Mountain, did you enter those ancient Taoist abodes? The Azure Phoenix Empress asked this to clarify a long-standing doubt. She had not taught the Chaos Body any skills, only the ancient King Fist had been exchanged, but the other party had learned quite a bit of the Phoenix Mountain's imperial techniques and had even mastered the supreme technique, the Celestial Absolute Prison. She had always been puzzled about how the Chaos Body obtained his techniques. Now this young man had also utilized the 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities, a secret that cannot be acquired without the Moonfall Mountain being destroyed. Feng Tinglan was also shocked and said he should not have entered. Otherwise I would definitely have sensed it. However, he did something strange. Before leaving, he stood in front of the Yinyang Emperor ancestor's tomb for a long time, seemingly comprehending something and also gaining something. His expression was extremely excited. Upon hearing this, the Azure Phoenix Empress Phoenix eyes narrowed, and she suddenly stood up. So that's how it is. Sister understands now. Feng Tinglan looked at the Empress. Sister, what do you understand? The legend says that at the beginning of the ancient times there was an extraordinary genius with a heaven-defying comprehension ability who could deduce and comprehend corresponding imperial techniques and supreme techniques solely based on the Tao rhythm left by others, and could do so without a teacher. That was the first genius of the ancient times. Unfortunately, heaven was jealous of talents. His bloodline was innately flawed, achieving only mediocrity, and he died under the passage of time. Feng Tinglan felt her scalp tingle, staring wide-eyed. What? How could such an extraordinary person exist in this world? The Azure Phoenix Empress gazed at the dazzling figure on the arena, saying, in the past, sister didn't believe it, but since seeing him, he must possess that unparalleled comprehension ability. Feng Tinglan said, if that's the case, it would be terrifying. He learned the 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities just a few days after returning from the Moonfall Mountain. I understand now. No wonder he doesn't intend to reveal his identity. With his comprehension ability, as long as the resources are sufficient, it doesn't matter whether someone teaches him or not. The remnants of the text transforming decay into divine wonder, he was able to find it surely through deduction and comprehension. The Azure Phoenix Empress nodded. If it were to be known that he not only possesses the Chaos Supreme body, but also such a heaven-defying comprehension ability, then when his bloodline awakens, Phoenix Mountain would undoubtedly become the center of chaos, and he would have to die. Feng Tinglan felt a chill. So you're saying we've misunderstood him? The Azure Phoenix Empress Phoenix eyes held a hint of infatuation. This young man truly evokes both love and hatred. The two Supremes from the Moonfall Mountain being continuously suppressed made the Emperor of the Nine Nether furious, yet he was helpless, leaving with the people of the Moonfall Mountain in gloom. On the arena, Wang Dao sat cross-legged in the Chaos World, holding two swords, one yin and one yang, erasing the blood and spiritual imprints on them. These two swords were of far superior quality compared to the two emperors of the Nine Nether and Nine Yang, and their master was an ancient Saint King, making them easier to refine, ready to be completed within a day. Chaos body, this Supreme comes to battle you. Luo Tian Supreme shouted loudly as he charged towards the arena. The entire venue shook. The influence of Luo Tian Supreme was much greater than that of the two Supremes from the Moonfall Mountain. It was simple. He was the champion of the Supreme Arena. To obtain the title of champion at the Supreme Arena, who could be a simple character? I don't wish to kill you just yet, step aside. Wang Dao summoned the truce token. Boom. A truce token fell from the sky, smashing onto the Supreme Arena, instantly isolating it from the outside world, forbidding anyone from entering. Luo Tian Supreme, who came crashing in, was sent flying, bleeding from his head, furious. Aonati truce token. You little brat, where did you get that truce token? The crowd was in an uproar. Indeed, there is such a thing as a truce token for the Supreme Arena, but it is a consumable item obtained as a reward for defeating opponents, and it has long since vanished. You coward, do you dare not fight this Supreme? You think having a truce token allows you to avoid battle? A day later you will still die? I command you to remove the truce token immediately. This Supreme can make your death more spectacular. Luo Tian Supreme circled the ancient arena, glaring at Wang Dao. If you want to die, I will comply, but not now. Wang Dao replied, and no longer paid attention to Luo Tian Supreme, consuming some ancient holy pills to replenish his energy while fully refining the two imperial swords. At the same time multitasking, he silently chanted, "System sign in." He had not signed in for the past 3 days, and today was no exception. Ancient Supreme Arena sign in, reward a mask. Ancient Supreme Arena sign in, reward a Onati truce token. Wang Dao felt a slight stir in his heart. Another Onati truce token. The Ancient Supreme Arena offers 30 sign-in opportunities in a month. I wonder how many more can be signed in afterward. This item is very useful. Although he carried many healing and recovery pills, they required time to consume, making the truce token extremely valuable. In the blink of an eye, a day was about to pass. Wang Dao successfully refined the two imperial swords, imprinting his spiritual and blood marks onto them. The two swords merged into one, with yin and yang converging, producing astonishing power. In this state, wielding the Sword of Chaos Disruption would maximize its power. The sword beams from the two swords were remarkable, resembling the sun and moon hovering outside Wang Dao's body. The powers of the yin and yang immediately resonated with his chaos world, merging into a part of the chaos world. The powerful forces of yin and yang pierced through the chaos world, causing immediate changes, introducing the duality of yin and yang. Wang Dao was astonished, initially unsure of what this meant. He waited for an hour, and soon discovered that the chaos world was undergoing a metamorphosis, delineating yin and yang. Consequently, the chaos world enhanced several tens of times, fully reaching the Saint King level. No wonder I've always felt that something was missing in the chaos world. It turned out to lack the changes of yin and yang. Wang Dao was exhilarated. After the division of chaos into yin and yang, the attack power, defense power, and suppression of the chaos world surged dramatically. Unexpectedly, he had inadvertently gained a fortuitous encounter. The spectators outside the arena were also left dumbfounded. The Supreme Arena is a battlefield for Supremes. He actually used it for cultivation and even broke through. This comprehension ability is truly astounding. His cultivation speed is incredibly fast. His comprehension is simply terrifying. Feng Tinglan was witnessing Wang Dao's cultivation for the first time and was stunned by his swift comprehension. The Azure Phoenix Empress was also witnessing it for the first time, her phoenix eyes trembling lightly. It seems he truly possesses that unprecedented and heaven-defying comprehension ability. Amidst countless gasps, Wang Dao prematurely withdrew the truce token, looking at Luo Tian Supreme. Come up and meet your death. At this moment, Luo Tian Supreme felt a sense of dread. His strength was nearly on par with that of the Sun Supreme, and neither could defeat the other. Determining life or death would likely take years of battle. The Sun Supreme's technique of turning one's essence into 3 purities made his scalp tingle, for even the Chaos Body could perform this move. Just a day prior, the Sun Supreme was swept away by the Chaos Body. Now the chaos body was breaking through on the arena, visibly growing stronger. Witnessing Luo Tian Supreme's hesitation, Wang Dao said, "Who was it that boasted and insulted me and my senior sister on the arena before? Now do you want to be a coward?" Luo Tian Supreme's anger flared as he drew his sword, pointing it at Wang Dao, and declared, "You foolish child, do not be so arrogant. It was you who shrank back first. This Supreme has no desire to engage with scum like you. As a dignified champion, how could I fear a mere child without feathers? Since you wish for death, this Supreme will reluctantly fulfill your wish." Boom. Having said that, under the gaze of the crowd, Luo Tian Supreme made his entrance. His aura was not something Mingyue Supreme or Sun Supreme could compare to. He was a champion once invincible on this arena. Not only that, but a terrifying imperial might emanated from Luo Tian Supreme. This indicated his identity. He was not merely a Dao body Supreme, but also a descendant of an emperor and imperial son. That hint of imperial might was inherited from the bloodline of an emperor. Although imperial blood is not the same as supreme blood, it can manifest a trace of imperial might through secret cultivation methods. This trace of imperial might was exceptionally fearsome. A typical holy king could not withstand it, let alone engage in battle with it. This trace of imperial might was unimaginably heavy. Once suppressed, the chaos Bodhi's entire world appeared distorted, with yin and yang thrown into chaos on the verge of collapse. Empress Shenhuang, Feng Tinglin, and a group of people from Phoenix Mountain all grew tense, and the Empress was no exception. This was because standing before the chaos body was a champion. Under the pressure of that imperial might, the chaos world lost its colors, sufficiently demonstrating the opponent's terror. Empress Shenhuang shared similar concerns. Although she held no hope that the chaos body could win the championship, she did not wish for it to be defeated this early, as it would be a tremendous blow to its Dao heart. Moreover, the chaos body had a restless heart, and its Dao heart was already fragile. Luo Tian Supreme soared into the sky, a phantom of a great emperor appearing behind him, as if he had transformed into an ancient emperor, towering and majestic like the embodiment of the Dao, overlooking countless beings in the midst of a grand ascension. A chaos body that is not worth a blow. Who gave you the courage to battle me? Today this Supreme will let you know what it means to be an ant. Luo Tian Supreme's imperial might also grew stronger. Wang Dao felt unprecedented pressure. The heart of the fighting holy ape was suppressed, struggling wildly, its malevolence becoming increasingly terrifying, its battle intent surging, wishing to tear apart this oppression. Is this what it means to be a champion? Wang Dao's gaze was as deep as a prison, no longer holding back. The tenfold ancient divine band was activated, enhancing his power thousands of times compared to before. He temporarily escaped the suppression of that trace of imperial might. However, Wang Dao did not counterattack. He did not use the body-fixing technique or the absolute prison of all heavens to restrict this champion's grand ascension. Chaos body, quickly restrain him, or you will be finished. Do not allow him to reach the pinnacle of ascension, or he will possess the battle power of an incomplete emperor. Countless people were advising Wang Dao, yet he remained unmoved. He was not only here for the championship, but also to understand the opponent's strength. The absolute prison of all heavens and the body-fixing technique could indeed restrain the opponent, but he still wished to see how strong these ancient supremes would be after their grand ascension. For in the real world, it was impossible for him to restrain the opponent's grand ascension. The opponent could hide in the shadows and upon reaching the peak, engage him in battle, breaking through his suppression. In the stands, Feng Tinglin looked utterly despondent. He actually did not stop Luo Tian Supreme from reaching the pinnacle of ascension. Empress Shenhuang said reassuringly, "This is his prideful side. Sister Empress, how can you be happy for him when he is so arrogant?" Empress Shenhuang replied, "Do you think your sister is arrogant? Sister is confident." Empress Shenhuang said, "For ordinary people, this is arrogance. For the chaos body, once he can prove himself, this arrogance becomes an unbeatable confidence. The greatest significance of this arena is not the heavenly fate liquid or the glory of being a champion, but to accumulate confidence." Luo Tian Supreme was also stunned, staring at Wang Dao. "You actually did not interrupt my ascension. You are so arrogant, you will pay the price for it." Wang Dao remained silent, observing Luo Tian Supreme. He was exerting all his strength to sense the opponent's capabilities with his ancient heavy eye, also observing the opponent. Once the opponent exceeded the limits he could bear, he would undoubtedly strike. Luo Tian Supreme's strength rapidly increased, breaking through from an ancient holy king to a peak quasi-emperor, stepping into an unprecedented level of power. This level lay between the peak quasi-emperor and an incomplete emperor. He was still growing stronger. Wang Dao remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain, allowing the opponent to grow. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian Supreme's cultivation once again reached a qualitative change, entering the realm of an incomplete emperor. His strength had already reached Feng Tinglin's peak. Yet he was still growing stronger, continuously approaching the levels of the two great emperors Juyo and Juyang. The pressure of the emperor was terrifying to the extreme. His physical body faced the opponent's pressure directly, about to prostrate itself. The two were already on completely different levels. All the powerful beings of the human race were sweating for Wang Dao. Luo Tian Supreme looked down with disdain like a great emperor ruling over the 8 wastelands. "Aunt, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Wang Dao confident replied, "Even if you are this powerful, I still do not believe you can defeat me. Die." Luo Tian Dao sword slash. Luo Tian Supreme was enraged, slashing down with his sword, overwhelming pressure, as if executing heavenly, will like the sword of the Dao, falling to the mortal realm, punishing all. Boom. Wang Dao's chaos world instantly opened with the convergence of yin and yang, enhancing it hundreds of times compared to before. Standing in the chaos world where yin and yang converged, his power surpassed that of the ancient holy kings in the world by tenfold. His physical body erupted with terrifying power, nearly unable to bear such strength. However, he was the chaos body, the most solid and unbreakable supreme body among all. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of waves erupted, sweeping across heaven and earth, boundless and unstoppable, crushing everything, annihilating all. The torrent collided with the Luo Tian Dao sword. Wang Dao's torrent was instantly cleaved apart. The sword energy charged forward, directly slicing into Wang Dao's chaos world, killing its way to Wang Dao's face. Yet this sword's power had already weakened by 30%. Wang Dao's thoughts moved, activating the ancient heavy. One thought opened the heavens, another thought shattered the world, causing the chaos world to collapse instantly, with yin and yang in disarray, as if burying the heavens. Luo Tian Supreme's sword energy was buried within the chaos world, its power drastically reduced. As it reached Wang Dao, it was already at its last gasp. Wang Dao's ancient king fist struck out, shattering it. The audience was stunned. Did the chaos body really withstand that one sword? The chaos body dared to let Luo Tian Supreme reach the pinnacle of ascension. It turns out it had confidence. Incredible, the burial power formed after the collapse of the chaos world is truly terrifying. Feng Tinglan and Empress Shenhuang were both left with tingling scalps. They had never imagined that the chaos body could withstand that sword. This young man had given them a tremendous surprise. Wang Dao's gaze burned as the chaos world split, yin and yang self-destructing. The power within was terrifying. Once he truly ascended to the realm of an ancient holy king, with the chaos world collapsing, he would undoubtedly be able to bury an incomplete emperor. How is this possible? Luo Tian Supreme's pupils were about to burst. He could not accept that an 8th grade saint ant could withstand a sword from him in peak condition. Luo Tian Dao, sword, heavenly extermination, 9 swords. With a loud roar, Luo Tian Supreme unleashed his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th swords. Heavenly extermination 9 swords are supreme sword techniques with boundless power of the Dao, executing heavenly will. It is the sword of the Dao. This is a sword path that makes all beings tremble. To use this sword, Luo Tian Supreme's figure dimmed. The consumption was immense, as one could imagine. My 9 swords have shattered the dreams of the 5 crowned kings of the dark world, ascending to the 6 crowned king's throne. You are just an ant, how can you stop me? Boundless pride and arrogance erupted with Luo Tian Supreme's roar, plunging the arena into silence. Everyone was frightened by his words. Empress Shenhuang's expression darkened, her delicate body trembling, feeling a chill for the chaos body. The power of the heavenly extermination 9 swords was indeed incredibly terrifying. Luo Tian Supreme was not exaggerating. He had indeed slain the 5 crowned kings of the dark world on the supreme arena, with the heavenly extermination 9 swords seizing the 1st crown. It's over. As she gazed at the magnificent heavenly extermination 9 swords descending, Empress Shenhuang's phoenix eyes glistened with moisture. Those from Feng Tinglan felt the same. For the heavenly extermination 9 swords were highly likely to end the chaos boda's hopes of winning the championship. Standing beneath the heavenly extermination 9 swords, Wang Dao also felt unprecedented pressure, facing the wrath of the Dao and its will to annihilate. The Dao descended, casting judgment upon him. Boom. Wang Dao recreated the chaos world, stirring a great torrent. In the next moment, Wang Dao raised one hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation darkened within the chaos world, rapidly expanding. Whoosh. Wang Dao leapt into the 6 paths of reincarnation, embodying another version of himself, seemingly from the future. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly extermination 9 swords fell, piercing into the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation, leaving Wang Dao riddled with wounds, blood splattering, his primordial spirit pierced, and his essence shattered, nearly obliterated. His remains fell within the eternally indestructible 6 paths of reincarnation. At that moment, the entire ancient supreme arena fell into dead silence. All the people from Phoenix Mountain were in tears. The Empress was no exception, tears streaming, unable to control her emotions. The Chaos Supreme body is nothing more than this. Luo Tian Supreme roared triumphant with the use of the heavenly extermination 9 swords. His cultivation rapidly dropped to that of an ancient holy king, his momentum fading. But in the next moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation shone brightly, illuminating heaven and earth, and Wang Dao stood up, once more his injuries gone, having successfully emerged from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Though he had been struck down, it was his future incarnation that was severed, not his true self. He sacrificed his future self to survive. This was an immensely defiant power. You evaded it. How is this possible? I am unwilling. Oh. Seeing the chaos body standing alive before him, Luo Tian Supreme's pupils widened, blood flowing, as he fell to his knees on the supreme arena, his eyes filled with fear and despair. A champion is nothing more than this. Get lost. Wang Dao kicked Luo Tian Supreme away, sending him flying, melting into the heavens and earth. Boom. After a brief silence, the stands erupted with unprecedented gasps of astonishment. The champion has fallen. The 9 swords of heaven can annihilate 5 champions, yet they cannot defeat the human race's chaos body. The human race's chaos body is terrifying indeed. The chaos body is incredible. As the powerful figures of the human race raised their arms and shouted, their blood surged with excitement. The experts from the sword ruins looked extremely somber. Lord Luo Tian was a champion, yet he was defeated by a chaos body that had just stepped onto the supreme arena for the first time. Although they could not accept it, this had already become a fact. Among the people of the sword ruins, there was a young man in a black robe, his gaze extremely gloomy, and the aura of a supreme being could no longer be contained. Without a doubt, this person was another bloodline supreme from the sword ruins, and also a champion. However, he ultimately restrained himself and did not step onto the stage. Let's go. This supreme being led most of the sword ruins and immediately retreated. He did not choose to engage, not out of fear, but because he vividly remembered the lesson of the 10 champions. 1,000 years ago, the Empress retreated from the supreme arena, losing face, but she obtained the mandate of heaven, while the 10 champions gained nothing but a hollow title. The mandate of heaven is more important than victory and reputation. In the stands, Tianji and Yi Qingsheng looked horrified, unable to believe their eyes, tears welling up. The 6 paths of reincarnation world, isn't that Senior Brother's Dao realm? Yes, Senior Brother's Dao realm. How could the chaos body possess it? Could it be that the junior brother is the chaos body? Listening to the discussion of her 2 senior sisters, Shenhuang was also dumbfounded. Cousin is the chaos body. Is this true? Although this was merely the speculation of her 2 senior sisters, if it were true, it would be astonishing. Feng Tinglan and the Empress of the Phoenix also exchanged glances. They shed tears, not only because this victory was hard-earned, but also because they once again witnessed the 6 paths of reincarnation world. This is Senior Brother's Dao realm. In the world, only Senior Brother alone could manifest this Dao realm. Senior Brother turned into reincarnation, dissipating within it, initially thought to be a final farewell. Unexpectedly, 600 years later, they saw this Dao realm again. Feng Tinglan looked incredulous, her voice trembling. The 6 paths of reincarnation world. How could the chaos body possess the seeds of reincarnation? This is Senior Brother's inheritance. The Phoenix Empress Phoenix eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Feng Tinglan's doubts echoed her own. How could the chaos body possess the seeds of reincarnation? Feng Tinglan looked at the Empress, her eyes filled with longing, gritting her teeth. Sister Empress, is he Senior Brother? I don't know, the Phoenix Empress said, biting her cherry lips, her expression complex. Feng Tinglan looked unwilling. If he is not Senior Brother, why does he possess the seeds of reincarnation, and why does he have the ancient heavy eyes? The seeds of reincarnation and the ancient heavy eyes are both Senior Brother's capabilities. The Phoenix Empress fell silent. She racked her brain trying to deduce, but could not make sense of it. The ancient heavy eyes could be considered a coincidence. But what about the seeds of reincarnation? Is that also a coincidence? After returning, she would summon Wang Dao to understand the situation again. Various forbidden zones were also in discussion. The 6 paths of reincarnation world reappears, is the chaos body, the #1 sword of the human race. The greatest disciple of the Phoenix Mountain did not die, he has returned. It doesn't seem so. The #1 sword of the human race does not have the personality of the chaos body. The #1 sword is humble and gentle. This child is extremely arrogant and proud, not the same person at all. You are overthinking. This child is definitely not related to the #1 sword of the human race. The fact is,